This week on Hermitcraft.
Clearly, I mean, on Twitter, he said, "Hey, Doc, can I have a dragon?" And I was in Christmas mood, you know what I mean? And then I said, like, okay, it's like, technically, it's yours.
It actually looks kind of cool with the submarine.
The submarine is flooded a little.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixelriffs. Our writer is LoyXP. Captions on this video were provided by Liara, and we summon a recap script in attack position.
What is Tango's extra flea ability?
This week is all about the board games, and there are two major players with a serious monopoly. We've got Vintage Beef's Hermitcraft TCG finally going to print, as well as the actual decks finally being introduced to Decked Out 2. It's actually quite interesting seeing the two different approaches to realizing a card game in Minecraft. Vintage Beef has made every single card in the actual game using horizontal supersized pixel arts that he then displayed on a map. Whereas Tango Tech is doing the Decked Out 2 cards with custom textures imported through a server-side mod. It's understandable, Tango has the whole dungeon to do on top of the cards themselves, and Beef by now has more experience doing map art than anyone else on the server. Luckily, the two won't have to go head-to-head, as Hermit the card game is now out of the beta, whereas Decked Out 2 is still deep in development, and scheduled to come out sometime when most Hermits will be in the Shadow Realm anyway. So let's show our hand, draw 4, shout Yahtzee, and take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Vintage Beef, whose card game is picking up steam, which means cow production is at an all-time high, so he can farm leather for bundles. Although they're retextured as booster packs, so we like to imagine each booster pack of trading cards comes in a beautiful leather-bound folio.
I have to remind myself these are virtual cows. Terrible thing. Clearly. It's not nice, but it's gotta be done.
Along with all this paper, you can now see what types of rock beat what type of scissors. He's set up a strengths and weaknesses chart to see which hermits do more damage to each other.
Then this is pretty clear. Arrows pointing this way, arrows pointing that way. I will label it.
After a roller coaster match between Azuma and Tango, Beef decides Hypno's card needs a nerf, considering the victory condition is to eliminate 3 of your opponent's hermits. Being able to do damage to hermits who've withdrawn from the battle is pretty powerful, and Beef ultimately settles on you having to sacrifice items in order to use it.
Oh, I just had a brainwave. Oh. The people that control the health, your health masters, they need buttons to activate redstone for jukeboxes with custom sound effects.
Oh, that'd be so good, you know?
Oh, this does make custom sound effects, yeah.
With that change made, Beef's ready to go into production and start distributing card packs. So before long, there are 5 custom-made vending machines in the shopping district's TCG store, and he's even built a custom map to make the dispenser look kind of like a dispenser again.
I'm kind of designing the dispensing thing kind of off the top of my head here. I think this is going to look good. What do you guys think? It actually looks like a little dispensing thingy. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Joe Hills and Cleo battle it out in a match we saw from Beef's perspective last week, but the two of them add enough visual flair that it's worth re-watching just for that. Joe's POV includes on-screen overlays of their boards for times when it isn't possible to see all the action, and Joe even taught himself enough animation that he could add special effects to each of the attacks and items.
I am going to, Hey Guys Doc, I guess.
Hey Guys
I can't learn.
Meanwhile, in Cleo Vision, we get their animated avatar live reacting to the unfolding carnage. So if we can now combine the two, get Joe his own animated character and restyle them both with some sillier hair, we could maybe assemble Hermitcraft the card game the anime.
I know we saw a creeper face earlier though, but I'm not 100% sure this is randomized. Sorry,
feel free to check as well. I am so happy with what I just pulled. It's going to drive you spare.
Now, the way cards are done in Tango Tech's Decked Out is quite different. There, they are more power-ups to bring with you into the run than active attacks and abilities. And no wonder, here you're playing not against a fellow hermit, but rather against the dungeon. To remind you, these will be deployed over time or on condition when you make your way through the dungeon. So it's handy that the one card named Haste does not make you in any way hastier, even though the haste effect is something that already exists in the core game. Which is to say, this can get confusing.
Haste just draws your cards quicker. Great if you want to really have a deep run and a lot of cards in your deck.
For example, this week Tango introduces a whole new mechanic to the mix called Focus. It's a counter kind of feature, just like Clank and Hazard, but unlike these two, Focus is governed by the cards you deploy that add it up, and other cards you can deploy that spend it on something. A good example is the Clarity card that once played spends your focus on suppressing clank and hazard counters, making the dungeon much safer to traverse. It's a good example primarily because it's the only example given for now, but as far as game planning, 30 cards are decided upon, and that's most of them, according to Tango.
I'd say 90% of the cards we're going to launch the game with. We'll see.
As mentioned, the reason the cards look so different is because they're imported textures running on custom entity and texture mods. And the reason that doesn't ruffle our feathers at all is because Decked Out's premises have long vacated Minecraft the video game and transcended somewhere into RPG Maker, but B-Dubs is also here. And B-Dubs is also here. He's been tasked with building a Goonies-style crashed ship in one of the caverns.
And we've had this conversation before, and you disappointed me, right? You've never seen the Goonies, have you? Not even close yet.
Okay, my bill will be in the mail. No, not for the ship, the friendship bill.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I'll continue paying my monthly fee for that.
Wait, not everyone has an application process?
That's right, Sonic. I just add people on Facebook if I think I recognize them from a party.
While he's busy, Impulse SV resorts to outsourcing his terraforming to Gemini Tay. Though given that Impulse is primarily a subterranean creature, it isn't even his terraforming in the first place.
Kind of let this thing kind of sink into the earth around it a little bit.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna build a whole forest up there, is kind of my thing, like with the big trees.
Gem agrees to fix up the hat Impulse's base kingdom is wearing, and Impulse agrees to keep Gem's basement looking amazing. The Dwarven Kingdom entrance does close up this week, though only for those not wanting to get their socks wet. Behind the water curtain, the Hall of the Mountain King greets you with the last grass you will see in a while, which makes sense, this is about as far as the sunlight will reach. Now that the architecture of the main hall reaches the entry arch, Impulse does actually pop out for some vitamin sun and visits iBuy. There he puts in an automated diamond block to shulkerbox exchanger, a much necessary shoplet now the hermits have two different sets of cards to fit in their ender wallet.
The biggest problem is going to be if somebody comes in here and puts 2 diamonds in. I want 12 of them.
It worked perfectly, I'm just kidding.
XB Crafted is also deep in diggy hole territory. Having established a mineshaft where his lost civilization has been searching for copper, he improvises a routine for them, bringing it to the surface, stashing it in one corner of a fenced-off area, then shifting it wholesale to a barnish warehouse gazebo thing.
We need this building. We're running out of room. Let's use what we got.
Once the minecart rails, raw copper blobs, and campfire steam vents are in place, the only thing needed is for Zombie Cleo to stop by and make the place feel more like a workplace hazard by committing minor atrocities on armor stands. And yes, that's minor with an ER, as in you'll need to go to the ER after this minecart runs you over.
And then, like I say, other than that, like if you just think something would be funny, or you just think it might look good, or just
should be entertaining at least. Yeah, no, I'm down. I'm down.
And finally, there's Doc M, who gets the opportunity to inflict another workplace accident on Etho. Finding a rare occasion on which Etho is actually AFK, Doc tracks him down, pillars up, and drops an anvil on him from height. They talk it out, first in in-game chat, and then a voice group, at which point Etho casually suggests they declare war on each other.
This is a big achievement, you know, I'm trying to get this for 10 years or something.
This guy, man. You tried to get me in Season 8, too, I remember that.
We'll see about that.
If you get it on a moving target with one anvil, Doc, I don't know.
And it might help Doc actually use some of the brawn he's been flexing all season, what with TNT launching goats, creeper cannons, and lightspeed arrow flingers. But finally, after a year of playing on the server and acquiring a shulker monster nobody has dared touch yet, Doc builds a storage system. To be fair to him, it's a storage system that looks like it'd take a year to acquire all the materials to build it, although judging by this video, it'll also take a year to program the filters too.
It works. All the tests actually were successful. Can't believe it. We're making big moves here, guys.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is XP. Captions on this video were provided by Liara. Nothing for this video was provided by Pixel Riffs, because he has escaped not just the confinements of the voiceover basement, but seemingly the continent of Europe. According to his Twitter, he's having a vacation, and good for him. That does, however, leave me alone on the recap duty. And I'm just lucky Mambo Jumbo only announced his comeback to the server and hasn't already started uploading. I'm not sure I can bear the full brunt of a Mambo Jumbo video at this time. So with all that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. And look, if you wanna be a joke in the comments, you can just mute me and enable the subtitles, okay? We'll start with Caphan135, cause he comes with some good feels. The Hermitcraft charity push from a while ago that crushed Tiltify service twice over has brought its fruits. Gamers Outreach, who Hermit's partnered with, has now sent out the gamer cards bought with the donation money. So to everyone who participated and helped, great props, you made lives better and richer.
A huge personal thank you to each and every one of you out there. We'll continue to follow through, letting you guys know where and when these carts are delivered to hospitals throughout the country.
Some more good news from Cab is that it is now the year 2023. Not all good news are created equal. To celebrate the new year, Capfan had a massive festival stick assembled in the Hermitland shopping district and rigged to shoot out fireworks. A 15-minute fireworks show with a great multicolor blowout at the end has crowned the new year. And only then did Cab realize that there's still a Secret Santa gift waiting for him since Christmas.
And I think our actual Secret Santa is out somewhere near Total Chaos, and I was just tense when someone sent me a message about it, saying that they didn't know what it was. They actually 100% knew what it was. I was just not picking up a hint.
Joe Hills has left him a few shulkers of goodies, one full of player heads including the Unique Empires ones. He also signed his Secret Santa present, so I guess this is a normal Santa present now.
Ren the King's head, that's a rare one. Very good. Pixel Rift's heads, ooh, that's a rare one. That's a rare one.
A generous soul himself, Cab actually prepares a treat for Zedaf, whose pile of unique blocks just happens to still lack the Deep Slate Emerald. Capfan stashes the ore away in a custom-made puzzle adventure he built just for Zed. And I just laugh because one of the puzzles is throwing a birthday party for an ally, and it's funny because I absolutely expect Zedaf to solve that without even trying. I also expect him to forget to bring a Silk Touch pick to the event.
This block here will actually be the Deep Slate Emerald ore that Zedaf seeks, so he's going to be able to mine that in this room. The entire room is going to flood. We're also going to have scuba diving pillagers.
While we're talking about custom adventures, it would be a shame not to bring up XB Crafted's latest outing. With Corrales and Vintage Beef, the three of them tackle Zombie Cleo's latest escape room minigame. The plot here is that XB, Corrales and Beef walk into a lab, and everyone is dead.
Oh, there's a cheat book here. It says for each hint, add 1 minute to your time. I'm not going to flip any pages yet.
It sounds like you're giving up already.
If we need to.
Before they can escape, the adventurers need to figure out the disease that did everyone in, disable the lockdown and concoct a solution to kill the virus. Their crack team then proceeds to ignore one of the hint corpses for 20 minutes of their time, making me think that that guy may have actually been not dead when they first arrived.
Collect neutralizer before proceeding.
Okay. Remove neutralizer before continuing. Door will lock if override is in effect.
Oh, did we just make a boo-boo?
But finally, in under the part-time, they figure out the solution, which, spoiler alert, turns out to be sodium hydroxide. That sounds familiar. Wait, isn't that just soap? I guess touché, Cleo, soap does kill viruses, and I would know. I ate a whole bar today, and I never felt healthier. Vintage Beef goes on to prepare his own adventure for the rest of the server, though he first gives Jevin something to do, since Beef lost his entire inventory somewhere. Jevin comes through and brings him a full set of quality gear, for whatever Boy Scout badge that's worth. Do maybe Beef does owe him a badge now, since he's clearly walking on a Pokemon gym for the Hermitcraft card game.
There's the yellow side of it, I call it the lemon side, and then here's the lime side. Did I do these guys here already? I've got to also add all the things underneath that will require this game to run smoothly.
Beef installs a card game battle arena in the shopping district, where the players will be able to try out their fresh decks, which is one heck of a marketing scheme because it's very much just next door to the now stocked up card store full of vending machines. Gotta check what the rules say about buying new packs midway through a duel, because this could be really hilarious. While Beef fills the rest of the nerd shop with memorabilia, Exumovoid works on developing his own battle arena on the outskirts of the server. This one is much more technologically intense, with redstone that governs a lot of the battle. Be it the initial coin toss or shuffling the decks, Exuma has it covered. Guess the luxury of having copper automatically aged for him really got to the guy. Watch out, he'll be automating the players next.
Now I've just got a grind in front of me where I've got to build the rest of it and then playtest this little arena.
No, the game still needs someone to actually trigger the events of the battle, but it's nice that so much of the referee work is minimized. or else being the gym leader would become a full-time job. Then again, you can do that and remain a streamer according to the latest Pokemon games.
I need to take a break from this episode. I think this episode is done.
So yeah, this episode of Vintage Beef has been brought to you by iJevin. But what else did he do? Well, Jevin is out there living his best life on that cliff base of his. For a while now, he's been threatening to build up a mountainside castle, and this week, the first cornerstone of the actual build hits the pavement. Is that what cornerstones do? I don't actually know how buildings are made. iJevin says the word turret like 15 times while describing this build, and I'm yet to see a single gun. So this whole operation has me mighty confused.
Turrets and the central turret. There will be other tall builds, but in sheer size of volume, this is probably going to be the biggest.
The structure starts with a grand entry hall about as detailed and fancy as the cathedral Jevin keeps his villagers in. Coincidentally, that will be the function of the building as well. Any spare trader people will find their home in the keep, and their job is running around looking busy, just so the lord of the castle doesn't get too lonely in his enormous front porch. Man, the acoustics in that thing gotta be epic.
Overall, I'm very happy with it. I think I don't know if I like it better than the cathedral or not, because the cathedral's kind of my first baby. Once you have a second one, you're kind of like, okay, you can eat dirt, it's fine, no big deal. Overall, I'm very pleased with this.
On the flip side, Pearlescent Moon is slowly moving into under the overpass, pretty much. The Impulse's bridge to Hess does not actually lead anywhere, so to fix that, she blasts a hole right through the cliff and settles in the resulting tunnel. Turns out the safest place to stand during an alien invasion is under a door frame, and what is a tunnel if not a very long door?
Depends, I have visitors. Looks like they're having a lovely fun time exploring all the mad rocks that I have in my base. Yeah, just leave them to it, they can have a party.
Pearl settles into the sidewall and puts in a chest room in there for a good measure. Much good that did, because now the road out of Impulse's base just leads into the spruce forest behind the cliff. But at least it's not a Looney Tunes situation anymore, where a highway just hits a wall.
Leave these here. These are good. These are good. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We are going to chop these down. I can't leave these here. No floating trees with the cleaning lady. Thank you very much.
For his part, Impulse SV builds a tunnel leading to his base in the Nether, as Geminate watches idly.
You want to build with me?
No, I'm...
Oh, what are you up to? What? Obviously.
Terraforming.
Oh, okay, I see why now.
I hate it. But it's okay because our other neighbor, Pearl, I didn't even say anything to her. I was just like, I'm terraforming. And she was like, I'm in.
Wow.
So it's all good.
Hope I'm not alone in thinking that the pattern and palette here makes it look like a synthwave lo-fi screensaver. Because I mean, look at it. Nowadays, Impulse is able to go lo-fi and hi-fi, thanks to a bubble elevator design that can actually let you pick what floor you're going to. Only the best for the customers at the iBuy Megastore. They can also take the stairs, the elevator only works for one person at a time.
You have a giant shop reaching into the sky. You're putting eyes on everything. What's going on? Come on.
I need a hug. I need somebody to tell me I'm good and awesome.
You're good. You're awesome and good.
Now, on the topic of tryhards, it shouldn't remain unsaid that even a countrywide internet outage could not stop Docam from uploading a 50-minute episode last minute on Friday. A fact that may or may not have something to do with this video being so late. The world may never know.
When finally my internet worked again, get my team wanna play, worldwide server outage of Microsoft, can't log on for 2 hours, like cool, I'm awake already, what I'm gonna do. Finally, Microsoft gets their act together and I get a few hours in. Half of Germany had a internet outage for like 5 hours.
Much of his time is spent still programming the turbo storage system from last week. The one capable of multi-item sorting and doing your dishes. The trick to it, however, is that the machine still takes time to process a lifetime of inventory. And not willing to AFK for it, Doc instead invests into a carved pumpkin-based chunk loader. The passing of an item through the nether portal is meant to keep the area loaded for some extra time. And that's about as far as I can understand this device personally, so just give his video a watch if you want to figure it out. I'm sure his accent explaining it sounds nicer than mine anyway. The time saved on AFKing is spent decorating the mossy floor of the room, as well as assaulting more of the Hermitcraft members with anvil drops. By now, Doc decided to expand his list of targets from just Etho to the entire nation of Canada. That's why he tracks down and squishes down Gemini Tay as well as Randok, who did in fact spend the holidays with his Canadian relatives. Also, Impulse SV is assigned Canadian, I suppose. In the meantime, Exuma actually Canadians himself.
The Zuma gets squashed by Anvil. It wasn't me, I swear. I swear. But now I'm really intrigued what actually happened there. I swear it wasn't me. The others don't believe it though.
With his energy replenished from the homeland tree, or however Canadians operate, Randog returns to the server with big plans for Keralis to execute. First and foremost, Rand believes that the joint Gigalogs corporation is so ahead of the competition that it's simply criminal they don't have a proper headquarters. Keralis agrees, and the two of them decided to face the problem head on.
Okay, so I'm gonna tidy up, and we're gonna have a little office over here.
Office here? We can start getting together again and like start getting our business back up and running, right?
Love it. Love the idea.
Though Rand's own workload is large enough. His Gigacore base had big plans going forward, between a 1000 hopper redstone autosorter for the main storage and a 60 villager powered iron farm needed just to afford the hoppers. And let's not forget about Rand's undying need to decorate and stylize all his contraptions. And the next few weeks in Randog promise to be rather epic.
I also think it's about time we start working on a mega base of our own, as I mentioned a bit earlier on. Although at this stage, I have no idea what that might look like.
But that's about it for this week's recap. My name is LoyXP, captions on this video were provided by Liara. Once again, thank you guys for making this channel what it is today and supporting the recap week after week. You've made my life better, and I hope I can return the favor in some way. Don't forget to leave a like while you're still here, subscribe so you won't miss future recaps. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week. Also, if any of you sees Pixel Riffs in America, please tell him to come home. I promise I'll start feeding him. Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is LoyXP. Captions on this video were provided by Liara. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension were provided by the fanbase. Castle Rise, Anvils Fall, Farms Farm. And I'm starting to think that Doc's cover of Waka's World would just be him saying Canada over and over.
Got him. Got him.
Our show format requires an intro, but truth be told, I just am really excited to talk about this past week, so let's just skip that and take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with false symmetry, because if I'm honest, without pixel grids to bounce ideas from, I just put their names into a randomizer wheel and pull the trigger. That does let me say the line, the false wiggler. So, I'm all for it. The false wiggler is what I affectionately call the Dark Oak auto farm False Symmetry puts together to afford building more of her base. The stretch of the bridge from her castle to the factory sort of exhausted her brown wood supply. But the thing about Dark Oak is that it's a 2x2 tree, meaning that you can't just apply a regular tree farm design to it, you have to somehow plant it in a 2x2 while AFK, and the solution is to sit down into a minecart and wobble left to right while holding right click. Thus, I present to you the False Wiggler. It wiggles the false and boggles the mind. Still, it's a much easier time at least than phasing the treasure chest out of the Gusta Claws.
So you found out that he's got a little surprise inside, huh?
Yeah, although I kind of didn't realize there was actually anything in it that would be important.
If you remember, False Symmetry got a Gust for a Christmas present, but there was also a chest inside it that she couldn't access without first killing the animal. Not wanting to do so, she calls upon Impulse SV, and this becomes quite an operation, since Impulse SV from the past had the foresight to put the Gust onto the honey block. As a result, Impulse from the present has to crowbar the Gust out of the entire contraption. But luckily it survived and is now resting in a multicolored Christmas bauble False made for it. And really, we did not need another Gust to roam the server, not with Doc M77 already roaming the premises, or rather, the perimeter.
And that's Claws back in his bubble, hopefully to never need moving again, because he was an absolute trooper and honestly didn't do as much damage as I thought he might.
His crusade against the nation of Canada continues as he assigns Johil's Canadian and anvils him, while the guy, I kid you not, is too busy posting cute selfies to Tumblr.
Okay, I don't know if you know this, but Scar is winning a competition about how pretty we are. I'm trying to find pictures of myself shirtless to post on Twitter. Because he's running around shirtless getting all the votes, and it's not okay.
So as far as the server etiquette goes, Ifo Anvil kills Docam within the 2 minutes that the guy was not at the PC. Docam Anvil kills Ifo while Ifo is AFK farming stuff.
This is a tree farm, right? Does it spit out wood somewhere? Oh yeah.
And it's a bad precedent to establish, because if farming kills are fair game, Doc runs the risk of never safely using his newest mob grinder. And when I say mob grinder, mob is singular. By making the floor for the farm 1 block tall and entirely made of mud, the techies figured out how to limit the spawns to spiders only, min-maxing the mob cap into turbo-vomiting spiders. Check this out, guys. They added Australia to Minecraft.
I am sick of placing blocks in a straight plane all the time. Like, this is just the grindy Minecraft work. All these layers and then...
So for the weather, it's not just raining spiders, we're also in for 10 inches of Guardian downfall. Here's a plan. We build a mob elevator out of a corner of the Guardian temple at like 15 degrees to the vertical. We then make a death drop onto a stone generator where we put some skulk catalysts. And we place it exactly so that the only bit of the actual terrain that is within our spawn radius is that corner of the Guardian temple that also is only filled with water. If this sounds familiar, that's because this is exactly what Exumavoid did. His Guardian-based Skulk farm required precisely 0 temple tampering, which sounds pretty good until you realize that it also meant he did the whole thing while undermining fatigue effect.
And that's because we got another trick up our sleeve, that is to use soul sand to create bubble elevators. Got to be very careful in here though. There's a bunch of guardians.
And I get it, milk is plentiful and you can insta-mine Scaffold, but it still feels insane somehow. Just the sheer value of the undo button skyrocketing here, you know? Coincidentally, Pearlescent Moon straight up undoes iJevin for littering within his own base. I mean it affectionately when I say, Pearl goes completely mom mode about Jevin cleaning his room.
Why did I just catch you throwing some items on the ground in your starter base? Huh? What's all that about?
That was not me.
All
Actually,
of this?
That was. Oh my god.
All of these valuable goods that you've just thrown on the ground.
She does sort out some of Grian's own Shulkerbox graveyard, though her time is certainly better spent dealing with her own storage room than trying to combat the wobbling pile of entropy that is that man. Filling in the tunnel hideout at her base takes enough time for all the copper in the vicinity to oxidize. And really, if it's speed she's after, she could probably drown her entire highway if the bit of Soul Speed Dolphin Grace Scar shows her is anything to go by.
Your sprint, hold your sprint key, and then go forward.
Okay.
And then speed!
Really, this whole cleaning thing is time saved on looking for items for the build projects later. Looking into the story for her base, Pearl decides that it's gonna be all about the alien species and the human resistance observing and researching each other. And since the aliens already have their observation tower in the anomalous zone, so should what's left of humanity.
I know this was a super random build to make and honestly a little bit unexpected. I too did actually not expect to be building this in this episode, and I kind of just thought of it then, and you know what? I felt like making it.
The terrain over at Geminate's castle moves the opposite way. Maybe less towards the Minecraft normal, but certainly more towards regular world normal.
Don't stand too close.
I don't want to be eaten.
So don't stand too close then.
The Elven Keep sinks into a forest of custom trees and stone outcroppings, a river flowing downhill, and custom mushrooms like no other. Yeah, maybe some of that alien gunk is seeping into the ground after all. Why else would the local shrooms have a brick texture to them?
Oh my gosh! This is my base. I get to live here. It's not even done yet.
In the meantime, Zombie Cleo caught up to her, with their own fantasy castle being structurally finished. Cleo fills in both the front and the back end of their Atlantean castle, apropos of nothing and certainly not because iJevin just started his one.
Doesn't this look amazing? I am so proud. I think this might be the best thing I've ever built. Like the best building I've ever built.
Epic time-lapse aside, I actually really appreciate that Cleo makes it a point to make the whole build accessible without an elytra. Once you fly onto the floating island, I mean. Also, it's one thing that the castle's chambers are interwoven and walkable. It's another that the vines and leaves spread across the walls also look very parkourable. I would love to see someone Assassin's Creed their way from the ground floor and up to the Queen statue in the throne room. Just be wary of whatever weapons they got stashed in that dress.
Should it be poofier at the... No, I think like the flat at the front with the poofy at the back is good.
Now that I think about it, Bloodborne boss Zombie Cleo does successfully parry Doc M and his anvil this week. While working on the armor stand commission for XB Crafted, Doc almost assigns them Canadian, but that ends up being about as child's play as filling XB's mind with armor stands after building a castle in one time lapse. Seriously, that apparently only took them an hour? How fast can they build? And that's about it for last week's recap. My name has been ZloyXP, captions on this video were provided by Liara, Pixel Riffs should be returning next time, and if you want, I have Zedoff on speed dial. I promise we'll get some British accent in here. Don't forget to subscribe if you're still here. You're a great audience, and we'll see you next week. This video has been brought to you by Zedoff's Patreon.
Hello, Zedoff here. Sorry I can't come to the phone right now. If you're calling about wanting me to voice some kind of recap video, leave your message after the sheep.
This is a Discord call?
Ah, go on then. Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. Wait a minute, it says here my name is Pixel Riff scratched out, my name is Mumbo scratched out, my name is Zedoff, parenthesis, if he agrees. Our writer is ZloyXP, captions on this video are provided by Liara, and I'm not sure what it is you want me to do from here.
Well, this is Hermitcraft recap. We recap Hermitcraft here.
So you're assuming I know what every hermit has done just because I am one? I don't exactly go spying on my neighbours or anything like that.
No, but you literally do though.
Well, I don't write it down at least, do I? I could tell you how my week went if that's any help. Yeah, tell you what, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred to the Zedoff this week. Starting with that time CubFan135 spent 2 episodes in a row preparing me a lovely gift for my Hall of All's advancement, where I need one of every single thing in Minecraft. And it just so happens that Deep Slate Emerald Ore is a thing. Being the rarest ore block in the game, it's no wonder that I didn't already have one. And it's no wonder that Cub did. So he decided to make me really work for it, solving alley-adjacent puzzles to try and break into the room with the precious ore. Cubfan finishes decorating the little adventure with a splash of colour, though I could have gone without the parkour course he added last minute. At least the cake room didn't try to kill me. Though that one, I'm going to have to shimmy. Let's go. Boom. Oh, Clarence, literally! Clarence blocked me! You mean face! Okay, oh, I wished him birthday and everything.
See, it's funny because on the same week, Randok got not just the Deep Slate Emerald Ore, but Deep Slate Emerald Ore mini block. A wandering trader offering it spawned at his base, and he had to speedrun looking for the full block to trade before the villager despawned back.
With a bit of luck and many hours of pointless grind, we managed to get ourselves 8 of the rarest mini blocks in the game.
Really now?
Yeah. Also the same week, Green decides to start collecting rare Minecraft items, and turns out that he had a block of Emerald Ore this entire time. He has since collected even more rare items, by the way.
Interesting. Actually, I just remembered. Sorry, I gotta go. I left the stove open. Can I also borrow your ski mask? No reason.
2 tall grass. What are the chances of a 1% drop in a savannah village? I don't know what the chances are of getting both of these.
Grian actually does us a favour and provides the entire server with a quick getaway. Well, him, Etho, and Good Times with Scar do. After Etho shows them that you can combine Depth Strider, Dolphin's Grace, Soul Speed, and the speed effect from beacons to go on foot faster than you can on an Elytra, Scar and Grian take turns building a giant superhighway through the server as a sort of joined project. Joined being the keyword because your joints will probably hurt a lot after having to run this fast. The biggest roadblock in the, well, road turns out to be the pre-established shops that you can't simply run through even at max speed. If not for these buildings being in the way, the single line stretch from Scar's castle porch could connect almost everyone's bases without a single bend. Which would certainly come in handy for when Beef announces another card drop and we all run to his store. Not that Scar doesn't have other reasons to want foot traffic across his property. After all, the faster the tourists can get to his theme park, the more time they can spend gawking at the pretty castle he's building. Having finally broken through the decade of anxieties he's had about building a castle in Minecraft, Scar puts out what for many would be the full build, but for him, is just the front door.
The height of this castle will be somewhere around 300. That's right, we were just at 300. So you can imagine this thing will get enormous, which is super, super exciting. So
maybe Doc M is right, and a dragon would look really nice circling the thing. I guess we'll only find out if Scar wins the duel Doc proposed to the hot guy.
bow and arrow at the exact place and the exact time. Though this is Doc we're talking about, and let's not pretend we've forgotten his netherite blaster rail cannon. Still, if Scar does somehow snatch the victory from the mouth of defeat, hopefully this pet will do better than the chicken jockey he tried to employ at the popcorn kiosk. It died.
The creature suffocated, and the chicken's still alive, but the zombie is dead. It's now name tag 1213 something or other. I have saved that thing for months and months.
On one hand, hooray, no child labour. On the other, oh dear, child murder. By the time the duel comes, Doc M might not want to use neither bow nor arrows. It's hard to imagine Doc battling with anything but anvils and cards nowadays.
Right,
So we
then
need to flip a coin to determine who goes first.
do you genuinely have to do this whilst you're invisible, Joe?
Oh, I can put.
Yeah, that would help.
Having gotten into the Hermitcraft the card game scene, Doc has already found his footing and figured out how to min-max his deck to where no one can defeat it. Though personally, I think just shouting the attack names with more vigour than him might work. But that probably doesn't help against the anvils much.
Okay,
yes.
Excellent. Okay, got it. All right, that's my turn. So we're going to
Okay.
pass
That's
the
your
turn,
turn.
pushing a button, this one.
Yep.
Wow, that was impressive.
Got him! I'm sorry.
Around quite a bit.
Quite happy with his card gaming career, Doc builds a place to display his collection at the perimeter. And if you have no idea what any of these mean, it just looks like he has pictures of his friends plastered all over his walls, and doesn't that just sound lovely? Coincidentally, Etho is often plastered over Doc's floor, but when he isn't, Etho develops sustainable ethical bone meal farming below his base. The moss farm array feeds into a composter, feeding back into itself, and whatever's left then comes in handy for multiplying vegetables and making tree farming happen.
All that uses bone meal, but then it lets out a TNT here to harvest the oak logs and the rooted dirt, and we automatically farm it without having to do anything, which is really, really cool.
However, sustainable subterranean systems can't fulfill his one true need. The need for speed.
And then it said Rondon here, but I couldn't explain to Zedov what that meant.
Forget the full-body hydroplaning highway, Etho and Rendog are back at it with ice boat racing. The two have discovered an enormous assembly of ice biomes with a single frozen river feeding into what seems to be multiple ice oceans, meaning that they won't have to farm any ice of their own and could just outline the racetrack through the roads that are already there. It only takes one Microsoft Paint scribble for them to push the idea back to insane levels of workload. After all, it wouldn't be a good race if they just took the easy road.
Yeah, this is the cave I saw, Ren. This is what I was thinking of.
Nice.
I don't know if we could make that work in any way, but I thought that was cool.
Between that and putting 60 villagers into the stratosphere to build an iron golem farm out of them, Ren really has his fill for large projects. Which is why when doing the office for the Gigalogs, he just moves the campfire barbecue Corrales and him met at inside the Gigalogs facility. The fire department love him. Corrales, in the meantime, learns to juggle hopper minecarts. The sugarcane farm design he picked off of Ilmango combines the harvesting slime block machine with the gathering of the produce just by putting the hopper minecarts onto the slime piston arm.
Ilmango is a pure genius. I love this so much. And this. I just couldn't get enough.
Or maybe that's just the copious amounts of smoke inhalation talking. Corrales covers his farm pit up, just so no one interferes with the fickle life cycle of a common minecart. In its place, he builds up a massive warehouse where, for once, wares will in fact be housed. Any material the base produces will now be stored in the stores, and wares housed in the warehouse. I guess it does kind of look like a hangar, though no one will go hangry with all the produce the base is producing. Zloy, I hate you for writing this.
Envision this for the future. It's humongous. It is a design made by Cubitexture.
Impulse SV's solution for storing the many things he mass produces is to nest them into shulker boxes. Adding a massive array of shulker box loaders, he's ready to package up to 7 million items, some of which he might even use. The rest could probably fit right at the iBuy Emporium, and you could even help him name them. He already put out a call for name suggestions for the shops he's already built, and people delivered, with some delightfully punny names.
I had a post on both TikTok and Twitter for you guys to submit your name suggestions. Good luck, we'll see if your name gets picked.
Also, Green and Scar show up and make his full inventory disappear through an anvil glitch, even though neither of them are Doc M or Etho. Difference being, they would have done it intentionally.
I died, and then drop a second anvil on me. None of us knew that if you drop an anvil from more than 3 blocks high on something on the ground, it deletes it. Which was very, very bad because all my stuff was in the hole.
Joe Hills pays him a friendlier visit, though having to buy shulker boxes out of the crates in the back alley of his store feels pretty shady. He rates it 5 stars anyway.
Egg Joe Hills says, best card ever, Impulse. Love it. 5 stars.
Ever the galaxy brain, Joe makes it his goal to fill in the nether tunnel to his pinball machine as well as its broadside with a picture taken from the James Webb Telescope, building it pixel by pixel at approximately the speed it takes to download anything from the thing in the first place.
This sure was something. And I have plenty more to do on the other sides of the machine, but this feels like a huge step. I feel so accomplished and so excited.
By contrast, Pearlescent Moon digs deeper into the logic of people hiding from the things that came from space. At her base, more of the story of the alien invasion survivors is revealed through building the place most responsible for keeping them less dead, the hospital. Be it the ambulance garage or the medical bay facility, Pearl makes it pretty clear through subtle environmental storytelling that survive, they did not. It's the little things, you know, like the skulls. Bringing her own twist to the ever-present card game, Pearl admits that the dueling doesn't really appeal to her as much as the idea of collecting all the cards does. The trick is you have to duel to get tokens to buy more card packs. On the other hand, you get a token for the games you lose too, so you might as well just throw your deck at Zombie Cleo over and over and call it a day. It's not what Pearl decides to do, but it's certainly a valid option. And Cleo is just as ever-present as the game itself, being one of the few games masters of the Hermit TCG. They're an adept enough card game player to recognise that it's opening new card packs that's the best part of the whole thing. So we've got Pearl the Collector and Cleo the booster pack opening streamer.
Just got another rare beef. No offense, beef. You made the game. You should have made yourself like a better rare.
You might complain about the spare vintage beefs now, but keep them in mint condition, and in 10 years' time they might buy you a house. Besides, some people like their beef rare, and not like Cleo does, with everyone.
Do you know why I think you're scary, Cleo?
I'd love to know.
And then you kidnapped Scar's llama, or whatever it was.
That's not scary, that's cute!
And I asked myself, in that situation, would I have had the balls to do that? And the answer was no. And ever since then, I've been terrified of you.
Whilst business is booming, Beef makes sure it jingles too. He commissions Etho to add a no-block jingle to play whenever the machine dispenses cards, or instead of dispensing cards, as is the case with the first purchase.
Me crossing my fingers hoping that everything works, or you might have to hit it again because it wasn't primed.
Okay.
One more time. I'm sure.
It's alright, I've got the music, I'm sure it's fine, I'm
Yes.
sure this is going to work.
Last time.
Absolutely.
I'll be right back.
By the time the tech really starts singing, Azuma presents Beef with the finished battle arena with automated dealing and wheeling. It does not, however, provide sound effects, so the hermits have to do those themselves, even if they weren't asked to.
Alright, well, I'm gonna do an oh yeah over to Clear there.
Yeah. He's here to actually do the sound.
Do the attacks for me. Do the noise.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
In all this excitement, it's BOO that has to remind Beef about what really matters, that he ran out of wool in his wool shop.
I stopped by to pick up some gray wool today, and
oh no!
I got somebody spit in my face. One of the employees.
Oh, that's not good. And we wouldn't want B-Dubs farming his own wool blocks when instead he could be building sunken pirate ships in Tango Tech's decked out dungeon, or watching the Goonies for research for that matter.
So there we go, our Wooby Boys ship that Tango requested.
The crashed vessel is put in place and ready for boarding. B-Dubs even makes sure the entire thing is spawn-proof, lest it's hijacked by the wrong set of pirate skeletons. And with the job well done, B-Dubs can go on his family vacation in peace.
They have not paid me for a sponsorship, so I will only say that it's a place of wonder and whimsy and magic. Magical kingdom per se. It's a place that's the home of a friendly rat.
Ah yes, everyone's favourite vacation spot, Chuck E. Cheese. Kind of hilariously, XP Crafted actually works really hard to ensure that the visitors of his base know how to leave. Sure, decorating the nether portal leading out won't suggest to them when to leave, but at least the unwelcome guests can clearly see the exit. And now you'd think that was just me being funny, but that really is his stated goal with this project.
So part of the reason that this needs to happen is because every time somebody comes over, they're like, okay, where's the exit? Because it was hard to see. So I'm hoping that this will make it a little bit easier to see. Leave. Just get out, okay? You've overstayed your welcome. You're no longer welcome. No, you're welcome.
And in the same vein, you'd think that the mineshaft facility he built on the surface would serve as an entrance to his chasm, but it seems to actually lead into a wholly unrelated other crevice, maybe to ward off anyone coming in by overworld too. And finally there's Grian, whose property I hope is insured and will be found in disarray as to create the appearance of a common theft and not a targeted break-in. While his collection of unique rare items flourishes, for now, Grian also continues to enrich his floating boulder base. It's his turn on the castle machine, so he builds a very texturally varied fortress keep on the unoccupied side of the rock, above the more quartzy structures. Much of his video is dedicated to reintroducing the audience to the many things going on in his projects, and some is dedicated to eagerly awaiting Mumbo Jumbo's return, which is about the only thing he did that we haven't mentioned in everyone else's segments just yet. Hey, here's a fun challenge. Watch the recap again, and you can assemble your own Grian out of the collab bits. And that's about it for this week's recap. My name is Zedaf, our writer is LoyXP, captions on this video were provided by Liara. Leave a like if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet, and we'll see you next week. Now Zloy, stop calling me. Goodbye.
This week on Hermitcraft.
It feels so good to be on this silly, daft place that I call my home.
I'm back, and let me be the first to say, what the heck happened while I was away? And I don't mean Zloy and Zedaf taking over voiceover duties, they both did a fantastic job, although it might explain why my furniture's been rearranged and there are several chickens dangling from the ceiling of my office. I don't even mean the fact that Tumblr has voted Joe Hills, but we're not quite sure for what. I mean the Hermitcraft TCG craze sweeping the server and basically every active hermit becoming a cardboard slinging fiend in the last couple of weeks. Some of them have even launched spin-off series in which their card game duels play out in full, which we won't be covering in detail for this recap because the play-by-play is far more entertaining to watch in real time, and we don't want to spoil who wins. We might still cover the occasional match if there are any additional stakes attached or if it's the only upload from that hermit this week, but otherwise think of us as Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, if that's a reference anyone has a hope of getting in 2023.
Why are you buying clothes at the soup store?
So let's continue making references nobody gets as we look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Mumbo, and wow, it actually feels good to say that again.
It's the little things that you kind of miss, like little Scar's tree mixing in with Pearl's builds and all of the different styles that are mixed in together. And like right now, there's a card game going on with all the people on the server, and Joe Hills has got a crazy mustache that I've never seen before.
It turns out Mumbo did some mining off camera, and basically half a year passed, mysteriously leaving him with the entire contents of the King's Vault, so internet points to whoever saw that twist coming.
Which is nice, I've been reverse robbed.
But to understand where all these diamonds came from, Mumbo might have to catch up on some lore. He basically needs the last 6 months of the season explained to him in an efficient, bite-sized way. And if only there was some sort of channel, yeah, okay, that's still a lot of videos. But we'll do our best to help.
And in this other Minecraft world, there was a whole bunch of other peeps like us that make videos. And, I became a pirate.
Luckily, Rendog and Azuma are around to give him a brief history lesson on the monarchy and the multiverse respectively, and he can get back to work on actually completing his vault facade, thanks to donations of copper from X and Joe Hills. He's only just finished his goth companion cube when Doc M calls him over for a post-mortem on the slime farm, and Mumbo returns to sketch out a skulk moat around the vault, which might not do much to keep Grian out, if that's even an objective anymore.
On a large scale, this will look incredible.
Another thing Mumbo would appreciate knowing is that Mojang just announced they'll be adding cherry blossom trees in the next version of the game, though Gemini Tay jumped the gun a bit and added her own.
Which, oh boy, this is gonna take all of this and more.
Fitting a full biome's worth of trees into a single plant, Gem builds a massive cherry tree with leaves made of pink glazed terracotta, wool, and even glass. This reverse bonsai rises to the tallest towers of her elven castle and absorbs a significant amount of the build's negative space, as well as the whole of Gem's spruce log supply. And you can only imagine the amount of jam you could get once this pink monster bears fruit.
Hold on, let me look at it with some shaders. Oh yeah, that's a solid build if I've ever seen one.
She could also hack off a limb of the tree if she needs any more wood for chests, which she might if Pearlescent Moon has anything to say about it.
I have. So what has happened here is that is a memory. Oh, sheep, hello. It's a memory box now.
It's a memory box.
Pearl drops by on her cleaning lady rounds to poke Gem about the shulker monster growing in her storage room before cleaning out the trash compactor at Scarland and adding more bins behind the scenes.
Gem and Scar at the moment absolutely on point with using the bins, and I'll have to check those ones maybe a little bit more frequently.
I love when she said it was more bin time and put more bins all over the place. And if you need somewhere to recover from that joke, consider Pearl's Hospital. It now has a fully furnished operating suite, which must have taken a lot of patience to build.
I think it kind of neatens it up a little bit and takes away from the messy texture that's just absolutely everywhere.
But eventually, patience pays off, and there's no better example of that than Vintage Beef, who, after working on it for almost a year, is finally seeing the Hermitcraft TCG become the craze it deserved to be all along. Enough hermits have taken up the game that staffing the shop has basically become a full-time occupation for Beef, and these are all weapons-grade nerds, so naturally the card game shop is where they want to hang out.
Our diamond intake is broken at the moment. You can just throw it over the counter here, though.
You guys seem like you have a lot more employees than customers at this point. Everybody's behind the counter.
Rendog even has a Magic the Gathering auction open on his second monitor, which was his first mistake since he gets an anvil dropped on him moments later to take place.
Okay, because, yeah, with Cleaning Lady here...
Oh!
Nice.
No, you got me!
He was AFK, I had to.
Beef's earlier episodes this week see the shop already running out of booster packs, and he gives us some win-loss tables which are unquestionably out of date by this point. It's not all work and no play though. Beef gets to play introductory matches against several of his customers, has earned over a stack of diamond blocks from starter pack sales, and gets to hear the buskers outside doing their thing.
3%. Oh, here we go. He's been serenading people all morning.
It's like the moon has risen in Australia once again. We really don't know. I don't think she's got her headphones on.
After nearly a year of self-imposed exile, Vintage Beef has basically become the center of society. Joe Hills is the one instigating all the busking. After buying a starter deck of his own, his sister Quinn drops by the studio, and together, the Hills family band serenades basically everyone who logs on. No one even gives them any tips, but it's probably because they just spent all their money at the TCG shop.
God, this makes a great video intro.
Away!
Impulse gets bonus points for being the first one to join in with the song, and Mumbo gets bonus copper because he needed it for his base.
Mumbo Jumbo needs copper! We better meet him outside of Grian's so we don't spoil anything about his upcoming build.
Hello.
Keralis buys his first deck for the card game, leading to a beautiful moment when there are 3 XP Crafteds present during the duel, only 2 of whom are cards. Which just makes us want to see how a full XP Crafted deck would hold up, if only for the overlapping "oh yeah" sound effect.
If it's green, you attack yourself. But if it's red, you do attack.
So advanced. All right. Okay. Please be green. It's
green is bad for you. Green is bad for you.
Not sure how the experience impacted Keralis, given that he comes home to build a PvP arena. The fresh Murder Dome is put in as the extension of his post-apocalyptic shore base and is a tight Colosseum ring with overhangs and balconies for the spectators. Wonder how he's going to give the thumbs down with no opposable thumbs in Minecraft, but yes, the whole ordeal is quite entertaining.
Are you not entertained? So it is a design by Pixel Beaster, but it is heavily tweaked to fit the base, and I'm loving it so much.
Cubfan also throws his hat in the circle and gets his starter deck. And we don't mean to make it seem like something about the card game just makes them all want to murder people, but he does decide to add live shulkers to his Total Chaos minigame just afterwards.
And today I'm proud to announce that Total Chaos is going vertical. That's right, folks. We found a way to add shulkers to Total Chaos, which can send players via levitation effect into the sky.
Maybe it's actually having to stand in a line to buy booster packs in Minecraft that did the damage, but it is amusing to see people literally lining up for the new toy.
Okay. Are we all here for the same thing right now?
Yes. There's a queue forming.
There really is a very persistent subculture growing around this card game, made all the sillier by the whole thing taking place on a Minecraft server. It just also makes people really want to kill people, or at least gives them the opportunity to squish their peers with anvils. Sniping the duelists doesn't fill Azumavoid's bloodthirst at all, and we see him put in an extra anvil trap over the starter spot in his new Elytra course. The intricate course through the grounds, blasted out with TNT and propped up by giant rib bones, starts with a platform explaining the rules of the event. But for some reason Azuma decided to punish the first person to read those by dropping a set of anvils on them.
So I'm not going to touch this book again, because down here, that's where the redstone goes, and then underneath there's a piston, a bit of redstone going through the cave behind me, all the way up to the top. Anvils directly above them, and right there, that's the piston that'll get pushed out.
Any other anvils are probably being dropped by Doc M, who is playing the TCG metagame of finding the spectator standing still watching the game, pillaring up with some quiet moss blocks, and flattening them with iron from low orbit.
I was a sitting duck. I was a sitting duck.
Not content to just crush them physically, he's also working on strategies to crush them in the card game itself, getting involved with a community who are working out the most powerful combinations of prankster cards. In the meantime, he's preparing for a different kind of duel, a series of contests with Good Times with Scar, leading up to the moment Doc has been waiting for this whole time, obliterating Scar with his supersonic arrow cannon. We've seen it in action a few times by this point, but it's still satisfying as all heck to watch.
Alright.
I am on the target block.
Alright.
Looking at the target block.
Alright. Yes!
Why is it so weird?
What?
What, did I get killed by a slime and an arrow at the same time? What happened?
Holy moly! Where's your armor?
I mean, it's right here. How did you do that?
At the end of the day, Doc's a good sport and agrees to hand Scar the keys to the other Ender Dragon over by Spawn, but good luck parking it where you want it.
I mean, can you put it on a lead?
You can try.
If anyone's about to develop a counter-strategy for Doc M's prankster deck, it could well be Rendog, who's played more competitive card games than you've had hot dinners. We get to see Ren and Doc face off while Doc's still a few cards short of his winning strategy, but Ren seems to have a handle on the synergy of his starter pack and boosters, so we look forward to round 2 of this particular deck measuring contest.
Alright, that's my
Okay.
turn. So we're going to pass the
Okay.
turn,
That's your turn.
pushing a button, this one.
Yep.
Oh!
Wow!
Just
Well
like
done.
that.
Jevin presents us with a deeper look at his deck strategy. The gist of it is he's adjusted his Hermit collection to be all the same type and well equipped to weather a potential type weakness. Add to that years of Magic the Gathering experience, et voila!
I am moving infinite!
The way that it works
cards,
is I power my hermits and then try to do as much direct damage to their hermits as possible. So,
Gotcha.
yeah. So,
Okay.
With his card arrangement in order, he did in fact start blasting, though more in the TNT mining way. A TNT duper-based tunnel bore with actual netherite drill bits comes in real handy when Tango Tech stops by to borrow a few shulker boxes of deep slate for some nefarious reason. All the better. In Jevin's possession, the stuff would just be one more reason for Pearl to keep nagging him about item sorting.
I'm very disappointed in you.
uh-oh, what did I do?
Why did I just catch you throwing some items on the ground in your starter base? Huh? What's all that about?
That was not me. Actually, that was
All of
that was. Oh my god.
At Tango Tech's, it's much better spent being precariously stacked in vaguely the shape of what I swear could be a Doom level. This week, or however many weeks this took him, Tango Tech finishes the Deep Frost Citadel build. But if you think it means Decked Out 2 is operational, you'd be wrong. The Deep Frost Citadel in question is not the actual dungeon level, but the outer shell on the surface, the actual base build for Tango to maybe live in if he ever gets a life outside of developing Decked Out 2.
Doc's on. He's like, yeah, it's an incredible grind. I mean, all the hermits like, do you ever log out?
As such, the multi-day super project engulfing in itself half a biome that could just be the pinnacle of Tango Tech's build style is just the set dressing for what's going to be an absolutely insane salad at this point.
It just goes, look how much space is here. I don't know, but I think we might need to have Decked Out actually come up into one of these towers as like a little secret area.
Tango is a hard act to follow, but Impulse has been productive as all heck, although by his own admission, not all of it for YouTube clips. In a quick tour of his industrial area and Dwarven Keep, he outlines what he's fixed up recently and his plans for what's next, which includes an entire hallway decorated in diamonds and ore blocks. But the reason the tour is quick is he's got TCG footage to show us, and in a match with Joe Hills, he celebrates Mumbo's return to the server by dispatching him in trading card form.
All right, I'll issue
And
a
that'll
point.
take out the Mumbo.
Victory point for Impulse.
Victory! All right, now I get a new card, right?
Yeah,
He's happy to have some tokens to shop with, but maybe he needs to open a gaming store in the iBuy Mall. After all, it'd draw new customers to Gemini Tay's recently opened Prismarine Corner Shop. XP Crafted dips his toe in the card game waters too, despite being a self-confessed novice at this whole genre. At least his first game is against the creator, which lets him ask as many questions as he wants, and there are some familiar faces in his opening draw.
That is a handsome specimen. Handsome.
Gee, I wonder who you're putting
Okay. Wait, where does he go?
And at least he's not stuck down in the mines, like the poor soul's zombie Cleo has attached to armor stands only to have them run over by a speeding minecart, because the trolley problem is for people with options. And finally, running around at the speed of sound, there's Grian, the hedgehog. Together with Scar, they continue the great Hermitcraft Wet Socks Highway, now at 45 more degrees, because they did not get a hermit permit to build through other people's shops. It's a shame this couldn't be solved by building the stretch of road under the commercial district, robbing us of a Sonic Underground reference. But it's not like this needed to be any more complicated a job, especially when the dolphins already made it a fine nightmare to deal with. Since Dolphin's Grace is the whole point of half-drowning the Soul Speed Road, actual live dolphins need to be embedded in the road at choice spots to provide it. But unfortunately, they quickly proved themselves an endangered species. Endangered first and foremost by themselves, mind you.
There we go. It has stopped moving because its AI has been disabled because I'm far enough away from it. That means it can no longer get the air that it requires to live.
A combination of bugs, issues, and Grian results in quite a few of the mammals perishing before having a chance to grace it up. Not helped by having to drag them over the stretches of land from the place they spawn and to the roadside. It's really a shame, since Scar already dug out a canal for this exact purpose. Wait, they're lowering the Nobel Prize for Literature from the ceiling? For his trouble, Grian squishes the man with an anvil on multiple occasions, and really between this and Doc's duel, Scar really should stop standing in places where people tell him to stand. Now we've introduced all the protagonists in the first part of the season, Hermitcraft has now entered the Dark Tournament arc. Most hermits have now spun off Vintage Beef's Hermitcraft TCG into its own side series, so here's a quick reminder we won't be covering videos which are just 1v1 battles with no other Minecraft action. We're basically recapping Cheers while they're off making Frasier, if Frasier was about Frasier challenging members of his family to a duel every 5 minutes, and if Niles was played by Wells Knight. So if you hear the cards a call in, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. The best news of the week, really, is that we, as a planet, are clenching slowly out of February, and let's be honest here, New Year's to March is sort of a time when YouTube as a whole decides to give up and roll over. It's a bad time for views, a great time to experiment with letting our writer do all the voiceovers. This is all to congratulate us on not just us, but also False Symmetry making it out of the January slog, as she is back on the server with a song and a smile. Full disclosure, she's not the one singing.
Way below the eyes you can see, like a British Captain America frozen. I just wanna say welcome back to False today. Don't know where she is. Oh wait, there she is. Welcome back, False, to the server.
Naturally, the best thing to do on your return from exile is to check out all the new minigames and absolutely demolish people at them. Did she? Well, you can watch her beat Azuma's Elytra course as well as face XB and Vintage Beef in a TCG card duel in her own video.
Look at this. Does this face look familiar?
That's a good looking card right there.
We will spoil that the experience left her ready and willing to trade, gamble, and win her way to the top, as she's already planning not just which hermits to use in the deck, but even which hermits to get those hermits from.
Ooh. Wait, what if we do a three-way trade here? I'll trade XB the double terraform for something good,
Right.
and then he could trade you.
Oh, no, wait, I do have a double terraform.
You do? Oh no.
A return just as exciting arrives with Wells Knight, who has now released his third episode of the season. It is the siren call of a new card game to play that lured Wells out of his home, and as long as he didn't see his shadow on the way out, we should be in for a quick and warm spring.
But there have been some other hermits who have also been gone a long time, who have recently come back, and I figured if there was a time to do it, now seemed like a good time.
He has actually been uploading other games on his channel, and it's pretty fun. Naturally, the other game he's here to play is Beef's masterpiece. Being apparently an adept card game player, Wells actually gives us some insight on exactly how he's going to balance his deck. The trick here is that for a good play, you need both character and item cards, so it would help to have a larger pool of both to pick from, which is why he challenges Impulse to a duel as soon as the tutorial fight is done.
Alright, so let's see if he's going to catch fire yet. And that's a yes.
You do.
I think he's dead either way.
He's dead either way.
Oh yeah, he is dead either way.
I gotta do that. I gotta do that next round too, right?
The duel is of special interest to us because the two of them actually try out a brand new arena, just barely finished and still full of that new card smell. Yes, with the influx of card activity on the server, Cubfan135 got tired of waiting for his turn on the battle zone and just went and built his own.
Yeah. Looks like Jevin versus Gem here. Yeah, there's so much interest here. I think we need another arena.
In the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Spirit, the Spectre, whatever that pharaoh actually was, Cub has raised an Egyptian pyramid to serve as his own TCG arena. The place is just as automated as the other two, if not more, since Cubfan made sure to revisit some mechanics and investigate them on if he can put his own spin on it. Admittedly, he had to walk some of the innovation back when the comments pointed out how they clash with the game's mechanics, but thanks to that, the Battleground passes Vintage Beef's inspection with flying colours, and with that, it's time to duel.
Welcome everybody to the opening of the TCG Pyramid.
Thank you everybody who's here today to watch this.
Yes, all 0 people.
Remember Cub's giant mini-golf pyramid from a few years ago? I've decided that in the TCG anime, Cub is possessed by the spirit of himself from a previous season. Cast your pick for the Kaiba equivalent in the comments. Cub is also now equipped to referee TCG matches and dish out the rewards thanks to Vintage Beef's new program of encouraging other players to be game masters. Beef puts him to the test along with Doc M and Etho, talks strategy and cracks some packs with Rendog, and even welcomes Hypnotized back to the server for card game fun times.
I got TNT. It does 60 damage, plus my 70 damage is 130.
Oh.
Knocks your guy out.
The turntables, wow.
How the turntables turneth.
Beef is probably quite happy to have some extra staff because customers keep knocking holes in the card game shop.
All right, what did you break?
Hey Beefers, I accidentally efficiency 5 the floor. By the way, this floor is not efficiency 5 friendly.
No, it is not.
Beef, you've got a bit of a leak in the ceiling. All the card decks are gonna be ruined.
And that's even before he puts the first error card up for auction, a B-dubs card with a misprinted typing. At least he has time for the recreational activity of Azuma's Elytra course, which we know he wasn't the first to attempt because he didn't get squashed by anvils.
If I'm reading the rules correctly... Whoa. Oh, I almost landed there. That would have been bad.
A real community man, Azuma Void introduces Mumbo to the copper aging facility I built for him, as well as how I built it on a server I don't play on. He also gets Corrales to AFK for him, but we know Corrales sometimes gets his children to grind resources for him in Minecraft, so we'll never know exactly who was AFKing at the farm that night. But whoever they were, Azuma got some new farms for them to load. First, of course, is the slime farm, but now it also makes glow ink. Why does Azuma Void need industrial amounts of glow ink? Because it's funny how the axolotls kill the squid. The farm actually uses allays to gather the ink as it floats to the surface, so it's a real treat to watch working.
This farm turned out to be everything that I wanted it to be, just something totally different. It's about looking up and seeing in action, and as you can see here, it's just wild. There's so much going on all of the time.
But not as much as this Super Smelter X came up with. The gist of it is that we're farming bamboo to fuel the furnaces, but this time around we're farming it by force growing it with bone meal, and we're getting bone meal through composting the shamelessly overflowing cactus supply from Azuma's cacti farm. It's actually a really clever idea, only held back by the speed of composting and item distribution. It's a good thing then that X doesn't have anything urgent to microwave, but also has so many more sources of bone meal available, including, mind you, an actual skeleton farm he's kind of forgotten about. Perfectly fair, you don't usually think of skeletons as fuel, but this is Minecraft we're talking about, some of them straight up drop coal. Rendog and Corrales are probably going to find out how quickly their own skeletons drop coal if they continue having barbecues indoors. The Gigalogs business meeting takes place in one of those modern hipster offices with a fire pit directly in the floor. A+ for vibes, big F for health and safety. But at least the sales of birchwood are up.
After January, Krallis, that's it. This line of Gigalogs will never be sold ever again anywhere in the world. So that's it.
Funny, Mr. CEO.
Yes?
It is February at this stage.
Ooh, whoops. Yeah, the end of February is the last that you could get the Gigalogs. So you got a couple weeks left.
In his downtime, Ren has been planning a mega boat racecourse with Etho, spanning an entire frozen river biome. He's laid the foundations for a racing pavilion designed in creative and named in a dream. Yes, we're serious. Watch the episode.
The Racing Pavilion, which I'm going to be calling the Loft. Not exactly the prettiest thing in the world. Let's get the Gigabug flying here, guys.
So while Ren is the latest person to move all his TCG content into its own spin-off series, he has even more spinning off to do when he test drives his proposed route around the frozen landscape.
Yeah, looks like just a bunch of lines all over the show right now, but I do believe there was method to my madness.
The snow isn't ideal for plant life though, which is why Pearlescent Moon decides to brush it all off her megaflora before mapping the base to see how much everything has changed. And a top-down view of the area is almost as breathtaking as the view from ground level, but that's a real eye-opener.
Did someone ask for a new favorite view outside of my base? Because I think I've just made one. My golly goo, we rockin' the Mumbo stash, we rockin' a little bit of a mohawk going on.
Pearl the cleaning lady also has beef with beef. All these TCG booster pack wrappers are creating too much litter. Luckily, they come to an arrangement in which Pearl builds a booster recycling center right next to the TCG shop, and anyone who recycles enough packs can receive a reward, some bonus cards, or a spare token for the vending machines. So this is basically the Hermitcraft equivalent of rinsing and returning your Coke bottles to the factory. Having rinsed Scar last week, Doc M knows all about reusing and recycling. This week he recycles the arena at the center of his perimeter so he can reuse the space for a TCG arena later. Still in the grips of card game fever, he's been monitoring the meta to see what his deck needs to beat Etho or Ijevin, both of whom turn up to rub salt into his TCG boosters.
And you said that, and I got one from there, like after you said that, Doc.
Yeah. So what? Booster pack.
There's like some There's some stragglers in the system.
No.
Although Doc is just happy to crack an ultra rare TFC from the vending machine. Back at the Hall of Goat, his amethyst farm needed fixing after the chunk loader was broken by the portal to his storage room, and with that taken care of, he decides to build a TNT-based sugarcane farm, which of course also self-destructs when he first switches it on, but the second time's the charm.
Do something? Sure did.
All it takes to destroy XP Crafted is apparently the right cards in the hands of Zombie Cleo. But having demolished him in the card game, Cleo is ready to kill him with kindness too. Dropping by to discuss payment for the armor stands at XB's base, XB offers to pay them in cards, and Cleo returns the favor by gifting XB himself.
I do have a rare Explorer XB.
Wait, what? A rare me?
I mean, you know.
Right, but I would just frame it.
You can have it.
Look at him. He's gorgeous.
Yeah.
After all, as we learn from his tour of Corrales' new market and PvP arena, it was XB's 18th birthday.
Tomorrow is a great day because it's your birthday.
It is.
And you will become 18.
Yes.
Elsewhere on the server, we witnessed the birth of Floor 2 of iBuy, also Walls 2 and Ceiling 2, incidentally. And perhaps to justify its very existence, Impulse moves his rocket shop from the attic space of the I Am Mortal Totems and Emeralds store into the newly fashioned iBuy department. He's opening doors for business partners in a different way, challenging first Tango and now Gemini Tay to choose the prize shulker box from behind 3 closed doors, which makes a change from the trapdoor he found Gem lurking under.
Impulse!
Hey, Gem!
I'm trying to work here.
What doing?
But when it comes to lurking below things, Impulse has them all beat. His dwarven keep is expanding ever downwards. So it turns out is the sword in which his nether portal is implanted. To decorate the lower reaches of the build, he extends the sword downward through the ceiling of the next layer.
And I cheated this a little bit. Ken had regular gold ore in here, and I ran out. I'm completely out of gold ore. Gonna have to go on a mission in like a mesa or something looking for some more. And this turned out fantastic. I can't wait.
And finally there's Mumbo, who, despite genuinely being the richest hermit on the server through no fault of his own, is still pinching resources from Grian when he feels like it.
We have a gentleman's agreement. That gentleman's agreement being we both steal from each other and hopefully the amounts even out. I assumed I would be able to find it in this mess. I'm still hoping I should be... How does anyone live like this?
At least he reconfigured the summoning circle so he can own up to it later. But all those diamond blocks have started to weigh on Mumbo's conscience, and he pauses in the act of decorating the trench around his vault to make some gentle inquiries about whether anyone might have displaced a few dozen stacks of diamond ore. Well, first he builds a diamond pillar out of it, which, honestly, Mumbo, is very 2022.
Very many stacks. Too many stacks. In fact, too many stacks. You know, I've become too rich.
When Azuma and Etho are too honest to claim the diamonds as their own, and Impulse fails to correctly answer the security questions, Mumbo simply returns to his crevice and bridges the gap to the vault, promising to install a proper door soon. Although we're pretty sure if he needs a way into the vault, he just has to wait. There'll be a Grian-shaped hole in the wall soon enough. This week on Hermitcraft.
I'm not sure if this is a vanilla thing or... What the heck? Yeah, okay, I did not expect the invisibility to have the sword just pointing on the side, but yeah.
The observant amongst you will already have noticed that this is week 52 of Hermitcraft Season 9, so roll out the cakes and the individual candles as we wish a happy first birthday to Season 9 of this collective fever dream we all seem to be having. We'll also wish a happy birthday to the Limited Life series, in which many familiar faces from the Hermitcraft server and a good bunch of their friends have found themselves on a server with 24 hours of real time to make their mark, and every death removes an hour from that timer. Naturally, that's all we're going to say about the series, since it's not strictly a Hermitcraft project, so don't expect us to recap it, but definitely check out the series if you want more chaos and mayhem while everyone in Hermitcraft is decking each other in TCG.
Okay, yeah, so I was cheating this whole time.
No, you weren't. We both missed that one.
Another thing we've not quite covered but really should is the online version of the Hermitcraft card game that fans have made based on the real thing. Luckily, this week Azumavoid has showcased it on his channel, which gives us a good excuse to talk about it. The digital version of TCG is a program that allows you to assemble your deck, match with other players online, or arrange a duel with a friend without the nuisance of opening Minecraft and being on the Hermitcraft server. It's real handy to test out card combinations or get publicly annihilated. RIP Bear818.
So, a pretty one-sided game. Maybe that's the strength of my deck. I don't know. I'm going to have to keep playing to find out.
So with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Vintage Beef, who technically had his game pirated and uploaded to the internet, although we presume he's actually quite happy about that. The greatest danger to the Hermitcraft TCG is not piracy, it's a creeper wandering into the shop and self-destructing by the vending machines.
That's it, I quit. I quit TCG. Just kidding. Oh, that creeper is gonna cause me some issues. I have to go and rebuild that thing.
While Beef goes to recruit a cat from the local villages to work as a security guard, we get flashbacks to a less troubled time, card battles with Azuma, cutting the ribbon on Cubfan's TCG Pyramid, and reintroducing Wells Night both to the server and its new collectible card game phenomenon.
Oh man, it's going pretty good. We've missed you around here. Your face has been sorely lacking on the server.
It has indeed. I've been preoccupied with life.
Yeah, life and all that wonderful stuff. But you know what's great to get your mind off life?
The shop cat eventually gets hired, and he gets to work refitting the destroyed hardware, which provides a fun distraction from him setting an end date that didn't exist for his auction of the B-Dubs error card.
I know, the date is wrong. I'll change it to May the 1st instead of February the 29th. We don't have a 29th this year. March 1st, sorry, not May 1st, March 1st.
On the topic of impossible dates, we don't want to be mean with this, but it is a fact that in the last week, Wells Knight has uploaded as many Hermitcraft videos as he did in the past year, meaning that, if anything, he is now 11 full months ahead of schedule.
And therefore, it worked out pretty well.
It's been a very TCG-focused time, and we gotta admit, watching him build his deck is about as fascinating as watching him build any of the things he usually does, in no small part because his loadout has 3 tangos and then a rare tango in it, making him the first dance-based build within the TCG sphere.
That's a misprint.
So it's rare, but it doesn't have a gold border.
It's a rare
and that's
misprint.
what. Okay. Oh man, that's a little rough. Okay. Yeah. So I was cheating this whole time.
No, you weren't. We both missed that one.
It takes some very active trading to get here, as well as going through duels like it's out of style, which it most certainly is not. Wells dances through Azuma and 2 full Rendogs to bring you these videos. Also, Ijevin does waltz into his outro at some point, which is pretty funny.
I feel like I have a good grasp on the game and whatnot. It feels like, oh, hey, it's a Jevin.
Hello, I'm just here to buy packs.
As for the genuine article, Tango Tech is chewing through redstone systems within his own minigame at the moment. This time we see him add the coveted hazard system to the decked out 2 dungeon. Just like Clank before it, it's a counter increasing over time, making the game harder the longer you stay at the dungeon. Unlike Clank, Hazard controls the accessibility of the structure, instead of how much the creatures inside see you. As such, some passages might get closed off, and the ones that don't may have more traps in them than you remember on your way back. It's really just an excuse to put more Indiana Jones contraptions into the caves, though we gotta ask, is it good game design to have a chest that simply kills you? You'd think the answer is obvious, but then again, people love their Dark Souls.
They go down there to curiosity, you know, and see what's in the chest, maybe. And when they open the chest, the idea is that they're gonna drown and die down there.
Regardless, Impulse SV shows up to offer him a chest that doesn't kill at all, but only if Tango guesses which door it is behind.
The grand prize!
Yes!
Besides
Right there. All the lodestones, yes, thank you very much. I need those.
Coming in handy
I need
with
those.
your game there.
Yeah.
He's a helpful one, seeing how when Gemini Tay decided to work on the interiors of her gorgeous elf castle, Impulse was there helping her decorate with beards.
Look at this. There you go. You asked for beards, I provide.
Good news though, I now have a lot of impulse beards, which I'm gonna need for a project that I'm involving Cleo in.
Yes, Gem is finally at the stage where the gaping emptiness of the Elven Keep has been defeated. It's still quite spacious on the inside, but at least the castle's inner studio apartment has been sectioned off and broken down into livable rooms. Though whatever echo that cuts down on, Gem makes it back with echoes from the past. Skulk of the ancient city is used on the ceiling to imitate twinkling magical stars. And you know it's from the ancient city because we actually see her go there and gather it. Now who's digging too deep, huh, Elf?
What a miserable rainy day on the Hermitcraft server. A good day to be working inside, for sure.
So for the Tolkien references, we can't prove that Azuma told his server mates to fly, you fools, but he did make them an Elytra course, so there's room for speculation. False Symmetry actually stops by it, if only to attempt and dethrone Cubfan off his record time on the cave flight. It's quite impressive, actually, seeing someone be off by a decimal, though we won't spoil which way, so investigate on your own on her channel. While at it, you'll get to see her plan out her own Elytra course through her base, and then build another castle tower in the way, so it's not too easy.
It's not a lot, but I do want to dig this out, because I think it does actually sort of connect. And I think I may or may not have dug an area out, in fact. Okay, but, you know. So I guess the question is, do we need more hoops? That felt good.
Cubfan's minigame won't be too easy either. At this point, surviving through a round of his Total Chaos minigame will be a challenge, even without the PvP. This week, Cub finally puts in the shulkers, and though the grumbly boxes are out of bounds of the arena, their projectiles reach just short of everywhere in it. So yes, now it is possible to completely Mary Poppins your way out through the lava layer on the ceiling and into the dripstone up top. If the fire damage won't kill you, the ensuing drop will.
Namely because the top of Total Chaos is now in play for the Total Chaos event. It is a strategy you could potentially employ to intentionally get hit by shulker bullets, levitate up here, then just sort of hide out here for a few seconds, and then drop back in.
The one solace is that the official food of the arena has been changed to honey, so players can actually undo the negative effects and even strategically heal themselves with saturation. Also, Cub has a shulker farm now. It's not going to help anyone survive, but he did find a design for a single dimension kind of a shulker shell farm and had Grian's son sitting around, so he might as well.
It was initially created by Mind the Fab. Obviously, this uses the mechanic that a shulker, when shot with its, or a shulker bullet, can occasionally duplicate.
Doc M77 has more uses for the shelled shulkers than the live ones, now that he's canning cobblestone and string in large quantities at the perimeter. But Doc cares about quality, so he's worried about the occasional bones making their way in. Spider jockeys can spawn in his spider farm and will eventually ruin all the iron golems.
First things first, we're on the way to revolutionizing string farming. Oh man, this is gonna be so cool.
The solution is to turn it into an iron farm as well, feeding golems into the top of the farm at regular intervals, where they'll slide down a water stream and encourage the spiders to fling themselves inward. Of course, setting up an iron farm means a roller coaster ride that's only slightly less terrifying than being scared by a zombie for the remainder of your existence. The icing on the cake arrives when Doc showcases a dirt-cheap string duping glitch discovered by the Chinese Minecraft community, which looks much less cool than his spider farm, but clowns on it from a functional perspective.
Try to build a cool farm like that, come up with cool concepts and new ideas, and you know, or you just do this.
And finally, there's Joe Hills, who has taken a much more manual approach to excavating everything from his pinball machine, but he has so few uses for it that he's been dropping off the stone at Pearl's Recycling Center and Scar's Redstone Shop.
Well, you know what? She can have these stones. They were going to be for the ground, but now they're for Pearl. I've been trying to fill all these boxes, but people keep stealing the stuff back out. So I'm putting more stuff in them as I go. I've been doing this for like 8 days. Is that going to drive you crazy? No, I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
The community effort doesn't stop there for Joe. Between adjudicating a bunch of TCG games and helping Tango cover the roof of the decked out 2 Citadel and String, he's been terraforming hills to help other players' projects feel more natural in the landscape, presumably so people can point at the terrain and say, that's Joe's hill.
This'll be a week on Hermitcraft, however it happens.
And we could be playing Elden Ring right now. By the time you're watching this, we probably have. We're trying not to let that distract us from the recap, but occasionally we look at footage of Tango's Deep Frost Citadel and think, yeah, we could solo that once we put enough points into Dex and Vigor. Don't even get us started on Doc M having a dragon, Gemini Tay's minor Erd tree, and how many somber smithing stones we could pull out of Impulse SV's base. Yes, we're aware these jokes are just for us. So arise, ye tarnished! And let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. The loathsome dung eater, etc. Starting with a unique B-dubs, which is an amazing sentence to say. We're talking, of course, about the misprinted B00 card auctioned off in the TCG card shop, and wouldn't you know it, Cubfan135 takes it home. After it leaps out of the item frame and into the payment hopper, mind you.
The one and only B-dubs. Oh, God.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Rest
oh no!
in peace,
It's been
B-dubs.
destroyed. He made it all the way through the system.
All he wanted to do was
fine.
sleep.
In time, this card should score quite the price at the collectors, but until then, it helps to recycle the card pack wrappers for a fresh card at Pearl's Garbage Center.
Awesome, man. I will also toss
Probably be
mine in.
counting these. That was, I think,
1, 2,
10.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Whoa!
Ooh,
Is that a rare Jevin?
A rare Jevin, that actually helps. I can run speedrunner with this for sure. That's huge, actually.
Cub also still has his own minigame to run, especially now that it has so much more fall damage to dispense. Equipped with live shulkers, the Total Chaos minigame welcomes a fresh batch of victims, and so Azuma, Gemini Tay, Etho, Doc, Beef, and Jevin get their falling boots broken in, as well as their shins.
Mary Poppins over here trying to get me.
This is madness.
Hi.
Oh, it's just, that's
no
just
idea
watching.
what's going on.
Into the damage. Into the damage. I gotta kill Jevin. Revenge.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
From last time.
TCG creator Vintage Beef approves Pearlescent Moon's recycling initiative, in no small part because it helps him reclaim all the booster packs instead of crafting new ones, but also because he's a player, and it gives him a chance to earn some extra cards from his official stock of rare hermits.
Let's start with obviously just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 1 token. You know what? We could even put more than 1 token. That way we'll technically have more opportunities here.
He even bid on his own auction for the Era B00 card, although as we've already explained, Cubfan eventually scooped the grand prize. Luckily for Beef, he beats XB Crafted to the punch for the cards he wanted in his NHO-themed deck, his own ultra-rare card, and an ultra-rare Etho as well.
Oh, that's exciting. I cannot wait to incorporate that. Right before this, he actually raced me to the vending machine after our match to get the pack before I did.
And if you thought Beef had hung up his paint rollers for good, you'd be wrong. This week, he publishes a map-artified guide to the strengths and weaknesses of various type matchups and begins selling them for a diamond block apiece.
Oh baby, this is going to be good for people.
The success of TCG has meant it's ultra rare that Etho himself finds enough time to work on his base build, but this week he finally steps away from the cards long enough to develop a build palette and assembles what he describes as an alien gateway framed by a custom tree. Eventually it'll lead somewhere, possibly to his home planet.
Let's check it out from a few different angles here. I think we have to be careful now not to add too many more leaves to the top there. It's already looking like I maybe went a little overboard with it. Trying to make it look good from all angles, right? You gotta really fill it out properly.
He can't resist the siren call of minigames for long though, and he attempts Azuma's Elytra course, which gets him in the racing mood. He and Ren have teamed up to create an ice boat course of epic proportions. But Etho isn't done innovating. He contributes a deck drafting machine to one of the TCG arenas, allowing players to assemble a deck from randomly picked selections of 3 cards at a time. So when people get tired of the meta, they can flex their card game knowledge and adapt to whatever is thrown their way.
If that goes on for too long, it's going to get stale, right? So it'd be cool if people start drafting decks and playing by different rules and stuff. That's the cool thing about drafting, right? Like sometimes you have to pick the worst card just to make sure your deck is more consistent and viable.
If your ears perked up at the mere mention of an ice boat raceway, Rendog has more action from the creative side of track design. He's been working on a section where a skilled racer can chain shortcuts together like a Mario Kart Pro. Extra points if you give other contestants the Luigi side-eye while doing so.
So we're going to be going shortcut into shortcut, which should theoretically be the most difficult part of this section. So we're going to go into the bump shortcut, take the bump, hit the stabilizer, and miss the second shortcut.
He may have to move mountains in the name of expanding the course, but that's entirely on brand for Ren, who's been terraforming the Gigacorp Mushroom Island into a gigantic technical mud pie. And it's a good thing he's an experienced boat operator by now, because the villagers need to be airdropped into his iron farm, and in Minecraft 1.19, parachutes come in 7 colors of wood.
And we just have to hope that we're going to hit the module. It's looking good. It's looking good. We did it. Nice.
There is another speedy raceway for Hermitcraft to appreciate thanks to Grian developing his Wet Socks hydroplaning road. We actually get the answer we so desired this week with why did they not just build the whole thing underground if other people's builds get in the way. Turns out the answer is because the hermits are not underground.
Brown, green, underground, underground, green, underground, green, and infrastructure need to be extremely accessible. I'd have to fly to an entrance point, then go in, and then travel, all of which is very valuable seconds for traveling to and from wherever we're going.
To celebrate some Hermit also resurfacing, Grian breaks into Mumbo Jumbo's vault to throw him a welcome back party, as well as a good 100 XP bottles over his head.
This is incredible.
Yes! no. Just there we go. It's done.
There we go. Honestly, this is slightly sinister. This is more sinister than I think you think it is.
Wait, what? No, it's cute. It's cute. It's how much I missed you.
Now having the rarest Hermit at his disposal, Grian continues his quest to acquire all the rarest items in the game, this time choosing to get himself the Dragon Egg. The trick here is that the only one they have is at Pearl's place within Pearl's possession. That's why Grian just borrows it and uses a duplication glitch to make a baker's dozen for himself. Naturally, this immediately makes the egg not the rarest item on the server, go figure, but maybe there are other uses for the flying lizard's offspring.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack.
The foot traffic rolling up to Gem's castle is a bit of a problem, actually. Turns out the Elven Keep has no way of accessing it without an elytra. Sure, the stairs are there, but the cliffside itself certainly poses a challenge. This week, Gem makes sure to put bubble elevators into the sides of her towers to help with that. Also, the pathways up to the keep should help guide the tourists the right way. They're only bright white and borderline luminescent. That milky road cost Gem quite the trek, since acquiring calcium in the game is not as simple as a nutritious breakfast would have you believe. Calcite is still quite rare, but fear not, with the recent update you can also find large swaths of it in a particular biome. Never mind that this biome is also very rare.
Basically, you have the option of looking for geodes or looking for a stony peaks biome that might have a chance to have calcite. And I ended up flying 6,000 blocks out to find this. I've literally found a mushroom biome before I found calcite.
For his own rare exports, XP Crafted has captured 2 Ravagers during a stream, but unable to find them a home in the nearest labyrinthine minigame, XP Crafted decides to make them part of a high-risk, high-reward petting zoo.
I wanted everything to look fairly man-made. I wanted like elevation changes.
He even builds a comfortable and humane environment for them in the pen, considering what they would reasonably need and what they won't just trample into the dirt. Unfortunately, he's included in that last part, even when he had an invisibility potion active.
Hello? Can you see me? We can't. Oh, he can. Oh, I got wrecked. Oh, freaking annihilated.
Given the size of Ravager noses, though, it's quite likely they could smell him from a few dozen blocks away. It is surprising that Tango Tech doesn't need Ravagers for Decked Out yet, but the fellow Hermits will have an opportunity to contribute to the dungeon project in other ways. Pearlescent Moon, for example, will donate her time and efforts and voice lines to build a whole segment of the dungeon for someone to crawl through. Doesn't even remind him about the friendship fee, this one.
Yes, I would love to.
Okay,
yes,
all right,
please.
follow me. Okay, you want to take the easy entrance or the difficult entrance?
You know, let's do the difficult entrance. All right.
Dive down here. Everything's fine. You totally make it.
No. Oh, yeah, it's fine. Hey, look at that. That was easy. What do you mean difficult?
I scratched my face, yeah.
Tango, in the meantime, has to figure out some intense Redstonian tech for the audio distribution system of the dungeon, as, believe it or not, he can't shout loud enough for it to be heard across the whole thing. The idea is that with every card drawn from the player's deck, the game needs to announce that across the sprawling labyrinth, but there's only so loud a jukebox can play, and any extra speaker system will need the discs delivered to it. Luckily, there is a way to nigh instantly pass an item over a significant distance. A good dropper chain will do that for you, especially coupled with observers and rails, because the technical community will literally rather use leaves than actual redstone.
What we have here is instant bidirectional redstone wire hooked up to a unidirectional dropper lines, okay? And when you put these two magnificent things together, you have instant item transfer across infinite distance.
Thus, the voice of Tango is now carried across the dungeon, and oh, what a voice it is. Never underestimate what some reverb and Quake 3 compression does to a man.
The darkest depths.
The miracles of redstone engineering do get in the way sometimes, as with Wells Night there is someone else's jerry-rigged nether portal sitting in the middle of the village he wanted to build in.
Somebody has obviously done something here. We've got, looking at this, I can't tell. Somebody has done something. I think this may have been Doc. So I'm going to have to ask the other Hermits and just find out.
The exact plans for what Wells wants to build here are not clear, but he does use the word chateau when describing it, enough times to form a full foot.
I don't want to say castle, some sort of like chateau, sort of like a chateau. I don't think I've built like a chateau before, like a proper chateau. It comes to kind of a nice plateau.
But until the owner of the mystery portal gives him a go-ahead on messing with it, Wells would rather give a couple more minigames a go. That's how he ends up at the top of the leaderboard in Azuma's Elytra course. Also, his TCG deck arrangement allows us to call him a Boomer Redstone main, because he uses Tango and Impulse cards a bunch, and they were known as the Boomers that one time. Jevin slowly decks his way to becoming TCG's final boss, and the castle build he's been working on certainly doesn't help. Really, if the halls of his mountain have place for the villager market, wouldn't you think a card game arena could fit?
The roof part of this, I had to place these all individually, step on them, burning myself, and then put them out with my shovel. It was fun.
The market actually has a funny detail to it, where the ceiling of the room is not actually the roof of the building, despite being made of the same material. So there's good real estate in the attic crawl space. Maybe that's where all the nitwit villagers will go, since the properly employed ones all have their own stalls across the hallway.
When I do builds from now on, you're almost going to always see this technique, almost always, like kind of a faux roof. When you see the exterior of the building, we want it to be grand, but then when you walk in, it's gonna feel personal, and that's perfect, right?
Given Azuma Void's whole operation is underground, an indefinite number of people could be living in his walls. They may choose not to, that's also where X puts his redstone farms all the time. Last week we saw the cactus-fueled super smelter be built, and this week we see it be fed with bone meal just to kick it into gear a bit. While the fuel processes, Azuma fills in the interiors around the room, opting for a unique combination of sandstone and mangrove. There's even a light to indicate new cactus coming into the system, as well as a glowberry auto farm for whatever reason. Like, I get it gets you glowberries twice as fast, but why would you ever want twice as many glowberries?
Okay, so the reason we're like this is so that we move up and down between two glowberries really quickly, because the way to use this farm is just to hold down right click.
But the most dangerous minigame Azuma plays with his server mates is man. This man. For short-form content, X tries Mumbo Jumbo and Good Times with Scar in the test of how many questions can you answer wrong in 45 seconds, and it turns out neither of them are particularly good at being wrong about things.
Because I feel like I answered your first question correctly.
Okay.
You asked me if I got it, and I said yes.
It could have been a trick question, but it wasn't. Yeah. That was me clearly explaining. I want to make sure you know.
After building potentially the most secure-looking vault in Hermitcraft's history, Mumbo naturally had to design an easy way into it, with the only interruption being Azuma showing up to demand wrong answers and give him an example of serious dedication.
Who made Minecraft?
Peter!
While Mumbo was out in his redstone world, Grian broke in to throw him a party, after which Mumbo still installs the door, with the energy of a cat testing out the new cat flap.
Okay. I mean, how cool is that? How cool is that? If I do it one more time, will you be angry at me?
Then, at last, he gets to reenact his reunion with Grian and Scar in the most cinematic way he can think of.
You died.
Oh, I don't have an Elytra! Is everything that I imagined it to be. I mean, sure, the sun was probably a little bit lower in the sky, and there was a nice golden hue in the air, but you can't have everything. Just look at those beautiful little legs.
And finally, there's DocM77, who goes full mad lad mode and grinds an unholy amount of resources for the holy purpose of dispatching the watery undead. His drowned farm requires over 70,000 stained glass, 8 shulkers of soul sand, a vast amount of obsidian, and one man willing to put it all together. Doc even runs into some unexpected hurdles when it turns out water doesn't freeze when it has air bubbles in it, a scientific revelation I will be taking up with my ice cube tray later. It's an endeavour that makes a break to play the latest update of Total Chaos feel like a relaxing beach holiday, but thankfully the other hermits are willing to pop over and help him make the finishing touches to the farm, and it ends in the most satisfying way. Of all the people on this server, Doc M would be the one able to make it rain in the nether.
Yes!
Oh yeah, a lot more. That helped a lot.
Oh, it's raining.
The theme of this week is reduce, reuse, recycle. Because several hermits made it their mission to reduce the amount of their base that still needs decorating, others reuse previously hostile mobs for fun and profit, and everyone recycles their TCG boosters at Pearl and Vintage Beef's new recycling centre. Joke's on you, we've been reusing footage and recycling jokes for years now. So with that out of the way, Zloy edit me in saying let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. and you'll never know if that was done live or not. And let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Vintage Beef, because the world of TCG is about to meet its villains. Beef introduces the Alter Egos expansion pack and reveals he's already completed cards for Evil Azuma, Hell's Knight, and his own cud-chewing mafioso Llama Dad.
What? There's a Llama Dad? 290? Spitz and Matilda? 3 cards I've already done? That is madness. I must be working really, really hard. I should probably go and sleep.
Fresh from the Shadow Realm, these 3 cards, along with an unspecified number of others, will help to balance the game where it leans too heavily into certain types or strategies. Oh, and he's also done 8 more effects cards too. We're not entirely sure when he's managed to get any sleep throughout all this, but on the flip side, the game is looking better and better. No, we mean literally. The flip side of the cards now have a card back design, so your opponent can't see what you're holding before you play it.
Now that has affected my shop a little bit, but we're working on a fix to straighten these cards out again, so no worries.
Playing with your hand open will find a place within the extended meta of the game, the extra modifiers Cubfan starts offering at the Pyramid Arena.
These range from kind of ridiculous things to kind of interesting game rules. But basically, these are things that we can play on top of TCG.
These are essentially extra rules players can add to make their specific duel more fun or more challenging, and opens the space for more varied and more specialized play. The trick is agreeing to one of these only to see your opponent pull out a specialized deck for that one.
This is going to be our randomizer, TCG modifier randomizer. I'm going to put a glow item frame on this because I think it looks really cool.
Tracking down specific cards you may want is even easier now, as Cubs Arena has a specialized trading area, separated by the type and the specialization of the card. The exchange spots allow you to drop off a card you want to get rid of, and a note as to what card you may want in exchange. So good luck finding something worth Cubs Super Rare B00.
By the way, wanted to share that our rare B-dubs that we got last time that we won via the auction is already paying off to deck out XB on XB's stream the other day, and that was without any additional beds.
Joe Hills has a lot of space to build onto the side of his pinball machine. He also has a lot of space inside it, but that's for envisioning an Elytra course where the player will act as the pinball. For the sake of research, he tries Azuma's Elytra course and spends a lot of his time bumping into things.
Whoa. Is that the end? We did it! And 1 heart remains. Hey!
He has a softer landing in the snowy landscape of Decked Out, where a Hermit's Helping Hermit stream sees False Symmetry and Azuma swing by to spread more powder around the base of the Citadel, which makes a change from the snowball fights that usually break out.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever been at one of these streams, because...
Usually there's a lot of, like, Jev and Cleo infighting, so I just kind of work quietly. Just kind of laugh.
Amid all this cooperation, Joe also finds time for competition, debuting his speedrunner deck against XP Crafted and playing a pickup game against Cubfan after they bump into each other at the recycling center.
For your safety, do not cross the chain line, Joe. That's a steadfast line we cannot pass.
XP Crafted attempts a speedrun of another kind and ropes Corrales in to help. And we don't mean their time trial races around Azuma's Elytra course, we mean them running as speedily as possible away from the 2 Ravagers XP captured last week. Because it's easier to maneuver these absolute bulldozers when there's someone else to act as bait, and they can take turns panicking all the way to the bullpen XB constructed to keep them contained, which, considering the names XB chose, we're nicknaming either Hell's Kitchen or Flavortown.
So I was trying to think of names, and the first 2 names that came to mind, Guy Fieri and Gordon Ramsay for some reason. Why are you judging me?
I don't judge you.
You're judging me.
Because you're giving me a girlfriend. How are they going to reproduce?
Helping XB move his murderous and inconvenient couch awakens Corrales' own appetite for putting monsters in inconvenient places. So having taken a look at Hypnotized's mob grinder, Corrales adapts the design for the space under his own home, which is inconveniencing him first and foremost, as now he has to somehow filter out the zombies and skeletons from the bunch to put them back on the surface and into the Colosseum he built a few episodes ago.
I'm not. My voice, all gone. And a really bad cough, so I did lose my voice, but it's slowly coming back.
When he will get around to it depends now largely on if False Symmetry will have her own Elytra course open to the server mates sooner or later. which itself in no small part depends on how many more hills she'll have to help Tango Tech with. False puts in her contribution to Decked Out by wireframing and filling in a significant chunk of the backside of the frozen part of the frozen citadel, which would be the snow here. But at her own windy peak, the ground is as ready as it will ever be for some hermits to smash their bones against it. So False only has to redo a few balconies of her mountain fortress for all her friends to jump off into the Elytra course. But the question remains, if they did, would she?
Hopefully a better course, and yeah, I want to, put some like ice rings around some of these, make them really cool, add some more arrows. It'll definitely need some learning, which I think has been done in the past, right?
While the rest of the server is zipping through Elytra courses, Rendog and Etho are in it for the long haul, which isn't to say the boat race will be slow. Judging by their test drives of the sections they built, it'll be a high-octane contest where twitch reflexes will mean the difference between super speed or spinning out. The main roadblock is the sheer size, a problem which Ren has resolved both by recruiting an army of stonemasons to help produce the track edge barriers, and by taking a section of track through a mountain instead of going around or flattening it.
But yeah, obviously this is going to be a pretty big project, but I'm not going to do this throughout the whole race or we'll never finish the game. But I think for the start of the race, it's kind of important that we have a really epic beginning. And I think this fits the bill.
Instead, he flattens a few zombies by attempting to airdrop them into his iron farm. He's planning to expand the farm in future, hence the whole contraption in the sky, but the rates already look good as the first golems start to roll in.
You do love to see that, man. The absolute destruction of the first golem.
While Ren is keeping zombies alive for iron, Doc M77 turns his attention to massacring the drowned for copper. The first stage is to deal with natural slime spawns everywhere, after a brief diversion to tell us how good his TCG deck is.
Bits and pieces, and this deck is at the moment legal. There is a new rule. I had more double items in the deck already. I heard there will be soon a tournament happening, a server-wide tournament.
So, as if he didn't place enough water last week, Doc floods the majority of the perimeter and calls Rendog to hang out in the overworld while he stress tests the farm. With the lava lamps off, the drowned bubble up to the surface and get flung into the nether, where Doc has a super efficient kill platform and item sorter, promising to get around 10,000 copper per hour. The main challenge is relying on other hermits to keep the farm running, so expect Doc to build a TCG arena above the farm for anyone who doesn't mind the gargling noises. In a display of packing prowess like no other, Azuma Void has made a box filled with boxes. Truly a successor to the mother of all omelettes, the box you want, as X titles it, is the only box you'll ever want, since it has 9 stacks of shulker shells, 9 stacks of chests, and then 9 stacks of shulker shells again. Essentially, this is 9 stacks of shulker boxes occupying a single 1 meter cube. How has Azuma come into the possession of such a marvel? It's simple really, a matter of a skeleton spawner turned farm turned bone meal provider for the nether wood farm. The shulker shells were made using the patented ending credits shulker farm design, lost somewhere in the outer end and not in front of Azuma's super smelter, where he wanted it at first, because shulkers just won't stop teleporting, and the only way to deal with that is to give them no super smelter to teleport at.
100,000 shulker shells, right? This thing is so fast and efficient that it just pumps out the shells.
X is much more appreciative of the design than he is of Good Times with Scars' invention, which is a door that gives you a heart attack.
I'm excited for this one. It's a cool little interior. It's
got I feel like there's a trap coming up or something.
No, never.
Ah! God damn it!
The creeper in the doorframe is the leftover blinking 3D model from that time Grian and him made Cleo swear in 4K. An incident that feels now as if from a whole previous life. In the current life, Scar cracks down on the Scarland Castle project and actually encloses the keep in the fortress walls, forming a sort of a bathtub shape. Propping up this hefty structure is a terraforming project like no other, because they usually don't fill in the backside. Heyo!
All the beautiful detail. Now, as I said, I ran out of resources. And yeah, this section is incomplete, but don't worry, we will get to it.
Guess you can't blame the guy for building up defensive structures when his neighbor has, by now, challenged him to a duel and shown capacity for single-use supercharged siege weapons. Coincidentally, anyone dueling Scar in TCG might just have their armor blown clean off, what with his deck of double items so powerful it was literally made illegal by the updated rules.
but I am using a PvP mono deck. So you can see double item cards. I think I can only use 3 now, which is a bummer. I traded a lot of good cards for those.
And finally, there's Impulse SV, who doubles up on the book business by opening a bookshop in iBuy without getting rid of the old one, which we think officially makes it a chain. Although there's a supply chain to consider, and he has multiple deals going with the printers. At least he's left a wall cavity to stash his overstock in.
I think it's just a pillar. We can have a little hidden storage room behind here. That could be kind of cool. I'll look and see what we have here. Yeah, look at this. We got a little secret room back here, little hallway, and we could make it, just pop some chests in here.
In fact, the walls are also a concern back at the Dwarven Keep, where the lower octagon gets a gradient for which he needs a lot of dark prismarine. Luckily, so does Gemini Tay, and they can come to a deal where Impulse supplies the black dye in the form of Wither Roses. They have to compromise a little on beacon colour, but at least the neighbour on the surface is a little easier to deal with than the Balrog in the basement. And yes, we definitely made the fly you fools joke about Elytra courses already. It's been a great week on Hermitcraft, if you're an eldritch boss monster bent on the destruction of the overworld and its inhabitants.
Oh, this is not good.
It was not.
Did anybody bring lava?
We only see one such cryptid captured on camera this week, although it has multiplied to an absurd degree thanks to Doc M's shenanigans with Warden-based mob switches, but Twitter activity heavily implies that Good Times with Scar may have showed up to his dragon enclosure to find a broken leash and a dragon-shaped hole in the nearest everything. How will Hermitcraft recover from the attack of the world's worst edit eraser ever? We don't know yet, but for now, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
Oh, baby.
You know, we built the horse race speed-ups, and we never even raced each other. It's a real shame.
We didn't. We didn't, no. I think I got first place on that.
Starting with another known cryptid, XB Crafted, who has made it his task to herd much more mundane creatures. His petting zoo got its ravagers last week, and now it needs things which won't kill him on contact. So he's planning an aviary to house a bunch of parrots, and for the sake of transparency, he's using glass. Although there are some chain link fence segments, so your kids still have the opportunity to lose a finger.
And so the thought behind the iron bars is twofold, right? I don't have any iron bars. It helps with air circulation. It gives little kids a place to stick their fingers like they're not supposed to and then get bit by a freaking, or pecked or bit, whatever.
Surprisingly for a collection which includes 2 destructive Illager beasts, the real troublemakers are the goats. Borrowed on permanent loan from Doc M's starter base, the new kids on the block immediately breach containment and even start a jailbreak for the neighbouring pigs.
And they're screamers. So, there's the thing.
But that's a pretty minor incident given how Wells Knight has ransacked Doc M for an entire town. Not wholly interested in his early season farm, Doc lets Wells build his chateau over the random village they both invaded, which really only reminds Wells Knight that he himself doesn't actually have the many farms and conveniences most players have amassed in the meantime.
I don't even really have a proper storage room yet. But since Doc is okay with us taking over this area, I think that is exactly what we're going to do.
What he does have is a burning need to hold the top spot in every Elytra course available on the server, of which there's now 2. Azumavoid's one and the one False Symmetry has been chipping away at for a few weeks now.
So if you're interested in seeing the tower, go watch False's video. It's our most recent one as of the time that I'm recording this clip, and with the way that I do things, who knows, maybe she'll have another video out in the meantime.
Unfortunately, only X's one is operational, and even then it might try to squish you with anvils for daring to actually read the rules.
I guess the other page is at the end, huh? You missed me! I'm guessing that was probably Doc.
The funniest bit about it is what the comments were very kind to point out, that Azuma's drop trap would not actually work in its original state. The whole ordeal relied on a sign being popped off by a piston, and you can't push a sign with a piston in Java Minecraft. You can pull the block it's on though, so that's a quick fix that leaves iJevin more squished than he probably deserved. That's actually a false statement, seeing how Jevin lately could use that good Patreon support death hug.
The fear of posting videos, and that's probably gonna sound absurd. It does sound a little absurd, to be honest with you, but really, that's the truth. I think my biggest mistake in the past couple of years is not exploring different types of videos. I really want to start making different types of content.
His latest video dives into the burnouts and general wobbliness of being a Minecraft YouTuber in the scene for the last couple of years. But we'd be remiss not to mention that he'll be putting his Patreon supporters into the catacombs under the castle. Kindness begets kindness, and in-game Jevin does donate a whole pile of material to Etho for whatever Ethonian need he requires.
That's all I needed.
Thanks, man.
Here, also, have a carpet. Bye.
And now Require he does, what with his project spanning several biomes. He and Rendog actually showcased their cool boat race to Azuma Void, and good thing he's already wearing 2 helmets, the track does go really fast in places.
Zombies on the track, look out everybody.
Oh no! Oh, we got zombies!
Kill him, Efo, kill him!
We got zombies!
No.
This actually comes just before Azuma gets to fix his own ice tray machine, the prolonged floating river that's perpetually packed down by a flying piston machine. The final shape of it lends itself quite nicely to a bridge structure, which Azuma turns it into after trying out a few pallets in World Edit. Though bridges generally got to lead somewhere, and this one ending mid-air, we choose to see it as more of a long balcony. More in the art of Minecraft 3D printing, X had to figure out a stone generator that combines several ones into a single but very quickly regenerating slab. That was the only way to make it keep up with the Guardians raining from above and dying to generate Skulk.
But now we can fire up the machine and destroy the sculpt blocks and they will get practically instantly replaced. This feels almost faster than on the test world that you saw a moment ago. Look at this.
Azuma isn't the only one dealing with frosty conditions. Joe Hills spends a while shoveling the last winter snow from his driveway while sharing all his stories from a brief trip to visit his fiancée in England, including trying a half-English breakfast, meeting Zombie Cleo, and that one time an entire comedy club found out that he plays Minecraft for a living.
You know, so what's your name? What do you do? And then like cracking a few jokes about, so Joe, what do you do for a living? And I said, I play video games. And she just looks at turns to the rest of the audience and goes, I knew he was too good to be true. Well, not in the accent. Dang it, I can't. I apologize. From there, things kind of got a little bit off the rails.
The first signs of spring are showing thanks to swapping some of those mangrove roots out for pink concrete powder and glazed terracotta. The snow all goes over to Decked Out for help with decorating, and that's where Azuma pops back up to introduce him to a Psycraft snow machine that'll produce enough snowballs for another ice age.
Do you know the tricks for getting the game to think you're holding down click?
Oh, well, so I have a roll of tape that's heavy enough that I can just put it on the mouse button. I'm not actually using the adhesive part of the tape, just the weight, but it is basically taping down the button.
Alrighty.
Joe continues to clean up, although that's harder to do on the TCG court when you play a speedrunner deck, but the resources left at spawn are easier fare, and in true civic-minded fashion, he just dumps it all round the back of his local amusement park. Despite meeting them in person, Joe isn't the only person to see Human Cleo this week, because Vintage Beef has continued his Alter Egos expansion pack to include a Human Cleo card alongside season favorite Hot Guy.
But I want it to work in conjunction with the bow card because bow. Well, not just because of that.
These cards won't be in circulation quite yet. In fact, they may even be the prize for the upcoming TCG tournament. In the interests of balance, a few tournament rules will come into effect, notably a limit on the amount of rare and ultra-rare cards per deck. Also, Mumbo might be banned, although we should clarify we mean the card, not the man himself. Beef even plays a game against Doc M's Prankster deck to see how powerful the Mumbo card is when used right. Rendog fares a little better against Doc with his new Redstoner deck, although Doc may have been nerfed a little by agreeing to match Ren's amount of ultra-rare cards.
Oh god, yeah, I remember that day when we rolled that card.
You did good. It was your World Eater. People are asking that to be banned. I don't think that needs to be banned.
Why?
I know, it's a good card.
Together they discover Cubfan's Pyramid Arena has special effects, and when the first game comes down to the wire, they agree to a best of 3 that will play out in bonus episodes. With the TCG Championship drawing close, Cubfan135 retightens the mechanisms at his Pyramid Arena and redoubles his efforts in mastering the cards. Look, his headphones broke, so he can't hear your pleas for mercy, okay?
My headphones recently fell apart, split in two, and I'm using currently different headphones, so let me know if things sound a little bit different or if they sound the same. Some people against my mixtape, aka the Fire Resistance.
They also win the MCC Championship again, you know, just as a side note.
Also, you may notice I have a new skin on, and believe it or not guys, we actually won MCC 29. So we are once again an MCC champion. This is our second MCC victory.
In the same vein, Decked Out 2 seems to be inching closer to its completion, or at least to the QA testing phase, which is really just the throw a ZF at it repeatedly phase.
And then I'm going to get ZF. He has volunteered to be my guinea pig. We're getting close. My goal right now is to make level 1 completely playable.
The newest and important level design is Tango adding an honest-to-God difficulty slider at the beginning of the dungeon. Before even entering the frostbitten catacombs, you can select the level of punishment you want to go in for, but keep in mind that it will also affect the value of loot you will be getting. Of that loot, there's some important changes too. Treasure coins from before can now be crafted up into crowns. Crowns can be traded for gear later, and Tango is even playing around with the idea that some cards for the game should be craftable, using materials found once again in the dungeon.
Yeah, that's right. So basically some of the higher end cards, the legendaries and the rares, I'm going to reserve to a crafting system, I think, where instead of paying for frost embers, find the recipe somewhere in the dungeon. But if you do and you take it to the crafting bench, there will only be one. In the final room, you can craft a card that you can add to your deck.
Also, between the riches of chests, you will certainly want to find a dungeon key, because this is the only way to open the door to the next level of the event. We have to especially shout out the tutorial sign Tango left for this mechanic, which simply says,
"Seek the key, offer it to the kneeling man."
To which we can only say, don't give up, skeleton. Doc M gets mechanical at his own arena, although he's just making a carbon copy of the existing TCG venues. With extra carbon, in this case, because all the building blocks are deep slate diamond ore. And he wants the bling on display, so he adds in a glass floor, making it like one of those translucent PlayStation controllers where you can see the circuit boards. But at the end of that, he's down to his last couple of shulkers of diamond ore, and he's so committed to the bit that he builds a tunnel bore to acquire more of it. And to avoid the mob spawning issues inherent to digging at the lowest point of the world, he decides to bring 80+ wardens along for the ride. Somewhere along the way, Doc gets killed when a flying machine is doing its thing, and that's how we get Doc, Beef, Joe, B-Dubs, and XP Crafted trying to take down about 20 wardens on the nether roof. Eventually, the menace is contained, but Doc M is still free to roam and stock up on diamond ore again.
Oh, come on.
Oh god, watch out, he's gonna shoot!
Oh my goodness!
Healing potion! Healing potion! I told you they were coming handy. Here, I'll kite him. You guys just keep hitting him.
We can probably hit him with our swords as well. Oh, he's coming for me now!
He's not the only one who can flash his cash around. BOO's shops have been raking in a tidy profit, which is why he's a little embarrassed that the top of his base is currently a mess. But that's nothing a little construction equipment can't fix, so the crane goes in. Probably so he can haul all his shulker boxes up there for Etho to give him a pop quiz about.
Or... I was wondering, like, I'm looking at there's no category here whatsoever, but somehow you made a category for this.
Yeah, 2 stacks. That's my 2
stacks of
check.
glass, 2 stacks of terracotta. Okay.
Turns out the real reason Etho is there is to challenge him to a horse race, which at the time of writing has already happened, but no spoilers until next week. In the meantime, B-Dub spoils us with one heck of a build, finishing the exterior of the base, and it turns out the trick to breaking the Hermitcraft curse of not building the back of your build is to have lots of builds all facing outwards.
You complete a big build, a big project, that feeling of accomplishment after, oh baby, there's not much better.
He crowns the whole thing with a hologram of his own face, which can be seen from both Scarland and the shopping district, in case you're wondering who would build with all that diorite.
That's a good view from the shopping district. Even if it gets blocked, it's whatever. I just didn't want it to be an eyesore.
And finally, there's Mumbo, who you may remember turned all his diamond ore into a server's worth of diamonds. But now he's dismantled Grian's interior decorations and stylized the inside of the vault himself. He finds himself in a bemusing situation. What does the richest hermit do with all that hard cash?
And despite my best efforts to give them back to the other hermits, well, nobody actually took them. Nobody accepted the lost diamond.
He tries giving it away to Scar, who in return gives him popcorn, balloons, and a heart attack.
Scar? How did you do that?
He tries throwing them away to see if they spark joy as they ignite in lava. He even creates a redstone contraption to give them out very infrequently under an anonymous road in the shopping district. But finally, after working on his storage area, he puts a lot of them on display under a glass floor.
It feels wrong, but I think in the context of a vault, it kind of makes sense.
And he hasn't forgotten there's a giant diagram of his base behind the vault, so even if he doesn't want to construct that himself, he can afford to get the builders in. This week on Hermitcraft.
Doc, you're aware of your Draco moving closer to my base from town, right? Just want to make sure that he's aware that this guy is having some fun. Scar owns it now. That makes sense then.
And it has been 7 days since the last dragon-related incident on the Hermitcraft server, which on the one hand means it's a good thing that nobody's run into the loose dragon currently scouring the skies of the server. On the other hand, it means nobody knows where it is. If you've been looking forward to the Hermitcraft TCG finally reaching its tournament phase, the wait is over. Vintage Beef has revealed the full bracket. Eventually.
Oh, here we go.
It's
Okay,
working.
It's working. It's working. Let me. So the first matchup is at the top there. It'll take probably 4
hours.
So in a flurry of cardboard, the server leaps into action. Decks are built, arenas are prepared, and even a theme song is composed thanks to the musical stylings of Cubfan.
TCG. Easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. TCG, baby, you and me.
I mean, it's no Hermitron Go, but we'll take it. And while we're there, let's also take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
So Jevin is facing nobody.
What?
Ooh, a
He gets a bye round?
Okay.
Okay, that is incorrect.
Along with announcing the matchups, Vintage Beef officially bans the rare Mumbo card until the game is more balanced, which it should be once his new alter ego and effect cards are in circulation. In the meantime, the tournament winner can look forward to receiving all of them as a prize.
Rare Mumbo is banned for this tournament. That's right, banned.
Wow.
Until we can figure out.
Such generosity is what we've come to expect from Beef, since he spent part of his week herding wardens on the nether roof with Doc M and hooking B-dubs up with a booster pack ahead of tournament time. But perhaps he simply learned by example, as XB Crafted has been hooking him up with all kinds of materials and a sneak preview of his latest projects. Makes sense to get an appraisal from the guy who keeps building zoos in his other series. Because XB's latest addition to the mob menagerie is a polar bear enclosure. He's apparently lost one of them, but 2 are still there, which is a net gain, but you might need a bigger net for an escaped polar bear.
Oh, look at him. They look so happy. Look at him. Oh, they're so happy.
And also his villagers keep getting out, so it's just chaos in general, although not nearly as chaotic as what happened on the nether roof, but I digress. XB admits he's never seen a polar bear enclosure in real life, but still nails the aesthetic before he releases the bears. The nether roof welcomes Azuma Void, but not for a straightforward reason either. Having tried a few pallets on a test world version of the ice bridge he wants to build, X has settled on a very specific shade of white. It of course including the quartz blocks. Azuma sets off to build a zombie piglin farm to trade the gold they drop for quartz, along with a few other valuables.
Maybe I just work from one side. Like, this is going to be madness now. I know this just isn't going to work out very well. You know, I'm starting to think I should have done the trapdoors before putting in the eggs, right?
The gold farm design he goes for actually uses the player to kill off the zombified piglins, which means they need to be shuffled around and moved up to the AFK spot. That requires a whole slime block elevator for the mobs, then a piston pusher conveyor to it, a piglin trading cell, and finally an item sorter that could keep up with the stream of items. So at the end of it all, is the bridge built? I tell you, but I forgot what we're talking about. Also, some of his money the trading piglins immediately spend to buy themselves some boots.
Oh yeah, and look, they've all bartered themselves some fancy iron boots. I found that rather amusing.
BOO is at the horse track if you want some of this.
I'm at the horse track if you want some of this.
It's time for a long-awaited showdown between himself and Etho to decide once and for all who's the superior horseman. We won't spoil who wins, but luckily for B-dubs, he has other talents.
Dude, any slip up.
Flawless.
I got you.
Flawless.
No, you did not.
Oh my goodness, I did the lily pad part too.
No, you did not.
The interior of his cyberpunk temple base lights up with details this week, between a variety of inventive rug designs, some flickering lamps making creative use of redstone randomizers, and a few heads to display on the adjacent shelves. B-dubs is even getting in on the TCG tournament action despite being a newcomer to the game, although he has to face off against Hypnotized before he can set up a grudge match against Etho.
I'm doing a boomer deck. This isn't it. Don't worry. I've got a lot of other stuff that Etho gave me to kind of help me out a little bit.
He might not want to face Doc M77 in the card arena or the racetrack, considering Doc's first goal, now the server is on 119.4, is to breed the fastest possible horse. Hopefully that makes up for one of the cornerstones of his TCG deck being banned from tournament play, but Doc reformats his deck for a face-off against Impulse, a game that he hosts at his home arena, freshly decorated for the start of the tournament. The standard TCG setup is arranged inside of the fossilized skull of, you guessed it, an enormous goat. And he still finds ways to butt heads with his fellow hermits outside of the card game court, when some casual PvP over at Gemini Taze takes on a life and a few deaths of its own.
Wow.
Oh.
What is going
Brutal.
on here?
She's juggling me like an absolute boss.
Yeah, she's got the timing right.
I don't even know how that
The
juggling
timing,
was
the little
possible like
sword
that
on
anymore.
Your screen and your cursor, you just have to hit every time it's full.
Jem has been inciting the plank violence specifically to fill in the cells of her castle's basement, lest we forget that the elven princess keeps a head count. Thankfully, that's not the only interior decorations she applies this week. Jem finally unpacks into the mostly unfurnished elven keep, bringing in a kitchen, a dining room, and what seems to be a wine cupboard, just in time for some guests to arrive and have a soup warming party.
Yeah, Pearl, we need a bridge.
Fun.
And get over it. That'd
And
be fun.
Pearl is going to take the googly eyes off my statue.
Oh yeah, why do you have mustaches?
No, I want to add more googly eyes.
Don't you dare!
Though the irregular shapes of some areas catch up to her, and while the library with the highest ceiling and a balcony just makes sense because daylight, a room where the roots of the greater cherry tree would be is a bit of a puzzle.
It's got a great view of everything going on, and it's also got a little secret up above it in that, well, that, my friends, that's the cherry tree.
Jem shapes the roots into a round table, and I am way too obsessed with Elden Ring to be normal about this. At that, Jem takes a break and furnishes other people's bases, adding a Mario Piranha plant to Pearlescent Moon's base, where frankly it blends in entirely too well, and a sizable statue of herself amongst Impulse's statues of him, reasoning that with that many letters I on the base, it could use a her as well.
So you know those pixel art builds people do sometimes of Minecraft skins? Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that.
Impulse SV starts his day with a week-long project. It's a slime farm dug out by hand all the way to bedrock over at his industrial circuit board. It's worth it for 93,000 building blocks, unlimited slime, and a spawning floor you can just jump to clear.
We actually dug down to this bit here, which is, yeah, -59, I was right. And now these guys, of course, want to attack me.
He settles on a combination of iron golems and allays to dispatch the slimes and collect their orbs, then decorates the entire thing in a colour palette that feels very Iscal 85. But then again, it is a slime farm. We don't know what you were expecting. He also sidebars into a meeting with the soup group, although they don't seem to decide on anything except building better connections to each other's bases and not letting anyone else use their meeting room chairs.
Pearl is going to take the googly eyes off my statues. Right, Pearl?
Why do you have mustaches?
No, I want to add more googly eyes.
Don't you dare!
With 15 TCG tokens on the line, Wells Knight gives it his all when facing off Cubfan in the tournament, but unfortunately with Wells only recently being back from hiatus, his all is only one deck variant, and with how Hermitcraft is televised, Cubfan knows exactly which type he's going for and stacks his own deck to counteract that.
We have our rare Exuma, and we have a rare Iscal, just because I don't really have anything else, and I want to have a certain number of Hermits in the deck.
We are playing Will's Knight for our first round. I know that Will's typically plays Redstone and farm types. So that means we're probably going to be looking to play mostly Miner, but Builder, I know Will's has an Iscal card. I'll add in some other rare stuff and some ultra rare stuff and see if we can make it to 42.
It still takes all that and a whole lot of luck for him to truly take Wells down, but ultimately Cub proves his worth as the Pyramid Arena champion and moves to the next bracket.
Really don't think there's a whole lot I could have done to change the outcome of that. I'm sure there were probably like a couple of misplays here and there, but at the end of the day, I just didn't have a deck.
Luckily for Wells, False Symmetry newly installed a tower and a rail track leading up to her Elytra course, openly inviting her server mates to come and compete in her minigame. So Wells can try and get the jump on this one. You did need to jump off a balcony to start it, after all.
I'm very glad I built the Dark Oak Tree Farm. It's been kind of amazing.
With more people expected to stop by her castle, False sees to it that more of it is actually livable, or at least the drinks are provided. So False installs some redstone potion brewers, though runs out of redstone before it's even time to mix it into the brew. Just a sign that you may have been working on your minigame for too long, really. Could have borrowed some from Etho, probably, but chose to smash him with an anvil recently, so back to the mines you go.
Oh, he's looking up, he's looking up, he's looking up. No!
All right, no!
Oh, he's alive. Nothing's happening. You
How?
didn't see anything.
Mines would be a pretty good spot to be, actually, seeing how when coming back to pick up his new pet dragon, Good Times with Scar doesn't actually find the flying lizard where they left it. So yes, somehow there is a dragon loose on Hermitcraft, and it's not really anyone's fault.
I'm genuinely, slightly, positively, overwhelmingly freaking out. I had nothing to do with its disappearance. Nothing at all. Either somebody killed it or it's flying around.
I'm pretty sure this guy was over there. So the fact that he's getting closer and closer to my base, and well, Stress's base, to be honest, he's heading there.
Very actively trying not to think about it, Scar returns to Jellyland and the centerpiece castle he's been building. At this point, the ground level walls are put in and it's just the pointiest towers left before the whole ensemble is complete. Well, the grand opening is shaping up to be quite epic, thanks in part to Cubfan providing the pyrotechnics. Hell, in his demo for Scar, he provides so many of them it straight up kills the guy.
Fly through it!
Oh no! There's stuff!
So between this and the gift package from B-Dubs, Scar has everything to enter the final stage of castle building, bar the honey blocks that Cub then happily provides. Anyway, someone bought most of Hypno's honey blocks. I wonder what that's about.
Yeah, so all the honey puddles are gone. Oh my goodness, yeah, I need to definitely come back in here. I do have some stock.
Hypnotized returns to the server for the first time since the Rift, apparently recorded half a Hermitcraft episode, left again for like a month, and now came back to finish and post it. It's hard to believe, but he admits as much himself.
And then I stopped recording it, and then I've been moving on to other things, and I don't really know what happened, but...
Luckily, in his absence, his friends at least kept patronage of his candle and bee accessory shop, enough to warrant a quick restock on the dyes for all the candles. Even the green one, the one he didn't have a farm for. Luckily, tricking a Minecraft cactus into growing somewhere it shouldn't is not much of a challenge. The cactus farm joins Hypno's wide array of productions. Also, Hypno loses his TCG round. We'll tell you to whom as soon as Beef's wall of concrete is done unveiling.
Of these things.
You could have put
All right, there's
torches
the first one.
underneath it.
Okay, now time for the other half.
This week has two major themes, really. Card games and explosions. And sometimes they happen at the same time. The card game itself has exploded after all, and the tournament bracket is well underway, with the first challengers falling, the seeded players proving they're at the top of their game, and some classic mind games as people swap decks to counter each other's known strategies.
I do have an efficiency book, and I'm gonna yellow you and knock out your...
While TNT cards are being flung in the arena, some actual TNT is being used to fling something else into the arena, and explosions are heard elsewhere as ZF's latest experiment gets into gear. We also see Decked Out making more quiet but determined progress in the background, ready to share the spotlight and give the hermits more reasons to hoard and lust after virtual cardboard. So let's waste no more time and take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with tournament duels to catch you up on the current standings. It feels silly to say spoilers ahead given the name of the show and all, but we can't really avoid flat out revealing who wins what matchup here. With that said, the Zombie Cleo vs Joe Hill's duel is worth watching on your own because it's less of a card game and more of a funny voice line generator.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds bad.
No, it's good.
Does not sound great. You know, I'm worried that Grian is going to feel a little bit, you know, less excited without his cool shirt that Cleo ripped off him and threw in a discard pile. So I'm going to give him another Jevin buddy here.
Ultimately, Cleo comes out victorious by deploying their Wall of Tinfoil Chef strategy. Special mention to XP Crafted, who helped arrange their deck.
I love Hypno, by the way. Can we just say that as a person, he is one of my favourite cards because he just messes up other people so much.
He's one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, as a person,
sounds like an insult
he
to
is
him
one of my
as a
favourite
person.
cards.
He just brings me so much joy, and it's great that his card
you know what?
echoes that.
You know what?
No.
What his card echoes is he's going to stab you in the back.
We finally find out who it is Hypnotized placed against, and it turns out he has lost to BOO, despite the guy giving up immediately after the coin toss.
You know, way back in the day, I played some Magic the Gathering, like way back when.
Now you have the advantage. Yeah, I might just, you know what, I quit.
Joke's on him. In the meantime, Hypno snatched B-Dubs' texturing technique and applied it to the wall of his farm hole at his base. Helps to know the ground around it is propped up by brick, after all. Doesn't help to see all the missing ones done with the stair trick.
Yeah, so doing this little section didn't take super long, but, you know, to repeat that pattern all the way around the rest of the base, that's gonna take a little bit of time, I do expect.
B-Dubs' next opponent, unfortunately for him, is second seed Etho, who has been sharing strategies with Doc M behind the scenes. The strat in question is, play Stress Monster as often as you can, which has been working out pretty well for him so far.
Is Stress has an ability called YOLO. This attack instantly knocks out opposing active hermit as well as the user.
Yeah, I might just, you know what, I quit.
Despite this, Etho is a little apprehensive to play the only proven winner of the tournament so far, and his caution is backed up by how lucky B-Dubs' coin tosses go.
Yes, it
It's an important roll, yes. And
No!
poison. This is going lovely.
I really needed that to miss.
100.
As the game evens out, B-Dubs makes the crucial mistake of forcing Etho to swap in a new Hermit, which puts him in a position to checkmate.
Oh,
I do
he's got
have an
the
efficiency
He's
book,
got the
and I'm
efficiency
gonna yellow
book.
you and knock out your tango and my stress.
This man right here. I did win in the second round.
Gosh.
Play
I don't
it
like
now.
it. I
Play
don't, no
it
way.
now.
Not a chance.
No? Okay.
I gotta go and look at my deck. I gotta see what I have to deal with all this.
To add equestrianism to injury, Etho also replays his win against B-Dubs in their 1v1 horse race. But he's done some building he wants to showcase in the next video, so tune in next time for something that hopefully doesn't involve dunking quite so hard on the moss-covered guy.
You know what? I quit.
What page remains in B-Dubs' book, False Symmetry picks out to help her redecorate. Having visited the Punk Castle for inspiration and building tips, False comes away with a simple lesson to use the armor stand book. So she hangs up a few more armaments around her gradually domesticated interior, interrupted only by the visiting pillager patrol selling a rather unpleasant self-portrait at a price of getting stabbed in the face.
I killed that guy with a pickaxe. I'm sorry, I guess I could just drive you now. That was not my plan at all. Please don't kill me.
Her own deck of portraits does not prevent Azuma from progressing on the tournament. With a point scored on False, X moves on to challenge Jevin, who up until now sat unchallenged in the higher bracket.
So Jevin is facing nobody. Okay, that is incorrect.
Their duel is actually rather interesting, not for the fact that at several points Jevin accidentally placed some cards he shouldn't have been allowed to play, but because all three of them, Beef, Azuma and Jevin, are at the time too tired to point that out.
Jeff, have we played each other before?
I have no idea.
I don't think we have.
Well, if the ref won't call it, then the win still stands as far as we're concerned. But no one is asking us on the topic, and Jevin actually posts a rematch with X on his second channel, which changes the outcome none, by the way. X is still defeated, and Jevin moves on to what is hopefully a good nap.
First Joe off.
It goes to show, though, right? Like, obviously, Jevin's just way more on the ball with this game in general, so...
We're not the only ones recapping the match results. Vintage Beef revisits the tournament bracket with coloured dyes and glow ink to mark off the winners and losers, and move players on to the next round. He's also confirmed there will be a losers bracket at some point, but that requires more people to lose first.
Ooh, I forgot to tell you about hyperspace.
That's something he's determined not to do himself, as he rearranges his deck for a tournament match against Good Times with Scar, officiated by Cubfan. Scar may not win through the encounter, but he definitely gets our award for best dressed.
The hot guy, Mr. Good Times with Scar. Here we go. On this side, representing beards everywhere.
That's a lot of pressure, man. I don't know if I want that.
Beef continues to dress up the card game itself, adding Poultry Man and Potato Boy to the roster of alter egos. Potato Boy is of course a famous Mumbo character from Season 8, but we're still not sure who Poultry Man is supposed to be. You know you're in for a treat when DocM77 uploads a video titled 848 TNT Dupers, and this one really lives up to the name. Despite card battles being the main source of conflict on the server right now, Doc has not forgotten about the Anvil War, and he's teamed up with some TNT cannon wizards to create a machine which can anvil someone at his home TCG arena with pinpoint accuracy, or at least a half-block margin of error.
If things go wrong, we nuke the server and we crash, or I don't know what.
The whole thing sure looks like it could explode at any moment, but he leaves one section unwired as a safety precaution, making this a very practical game of keep building and nobody explodes.
Yes.
And
Okay.
Oh!
Oh god, I can't even touch the mouse. Even I touch the mouse, I'm shaking.
The best part is he launches the anvil from a straight-up copy of the arena with a tripwire grid above it, activated using fireworks, meaning he is basically playing Battleship, only instead of your light cruiser, he's trying to sink Cubfan. Which he manages to do even without anvils, because the pair of them match up in the TCG tournament. It's possibly the only time someone has stopped loading a Doomsday device to go and play a card game. But since Cub is at this point infamous for building decks to counter the other player's approach, Doc brings a counter deck for that, and he immediately fails to play it cool. Which robs us of the "you activated my trap" card line we had written for this very occasion.
The last match that Doc played, he played Prankster as well as Miner. I think that Doc is almost for sure going to play Prankster.
Okay. So did you build a counter deck to counter
maybe,
Prankster?
Maybe.
So guess what? I don't play Prankster anymore. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Plot
Okay.
twist.
Oh, this is the moment. Let's see what he's got. Oh, he is playing Stress. Okay, okay.
You know what? I quit.
The game is close, but Doc eventually comes through victorious. Cubfan is gracious in defeat, and even sticks around to be anviled from low orbit. Azuma also gets involved, and even Doc himself can't resist taking a couple of hits to make sure the machine is calibrated correctly. Although now it is, we're all sworn to secrecy about it, so you didn't hear that from us. Admittedly, Cub should be a priority target. It is well known that he drops the beat.
Now it should play. There we go. Beautiful.
With the server now running an updated version of 1.19 Minecraft, the newest changes to the jukebox mechanics apply, and Cub is eager to implement them to his infinite jukebox machine.
Yeah, there's our 5 music discs, so it'll select one randomly from this. There we go. I picked the best one. Other side. Nice. Very good. And then if we want another one, we just get rid of that one. Press the button. Oh, this is so cool.
A copy of the tweaked boombox goes out to Gemini Tay's place, as the two have exchanged bass tours this week, and Gem was really impressed with the original, as well as the secret tunnel leading off to Corrales' pool.
Cool thing is there's also like a little like hidden area back here.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This goes to Corrales' pool underneath.
You could just hit up the sauna without him even noticing. It's perfect.
Exactly, exactly.
In turn, Cub adapts Gem's head basement to his TCG arena, putting in 2 extra rooms for the Champions Club, where he tracks all the wins and loses for every playing Hermit. But the most coveted head spot is of course a little pedestal for the winner of the ongoing TCG tournament, who I assume will be mummified and buried in the secret chamber somewhere. Everyone else can still get a cool trinket to keep. Cub introduces a custom 3D modelled gym badge for beating him in the Pyramid Arena. You can decide for yourself whether it looks more like the Millennium Puzzle or whatever that raccoon from Madagascar was wearing.
Got the golden cards, we got some cards on top, and of course the TCG. So hopefully that will encourage other Hermits to do some battles here with me, play some TCG, because I really love this game. Like, it's so much fun.
Updates be damned, Zedaf finds a different way to play music in Minecraft: creepers. For a viewer-suggested Zedvancement, Zed faces the challenge of performing a tune using creeper explosions, which actually lands him rather well on the Tchaikovsky 1812 Overture. Famously, during the performance of this piece, Tchaikovsky called for cannons to be shot in the theatre, and if he'd only known what his music would be used for in this video, he'd order them to be shot at Zedaf.
You've dressed a lot more fittingly for an explosion.
The audience doesn't know this, but Zed just spent like 30 minutes explaining all the things that can go wrong to me.
He very quickly...
There's a number of them. Yep.
Still, with Etho's help and a backpack full of note blocks, Zedaf arranges the concert, even having found a way to activate creepers with a dispenser. Turns out you just got to use a pufferfish instead of a flint and steel.
Okay, we're coming to the end.
Grand finale.
Yeah! Again, Etho, thank you so much for helping out there. Oh, and by the way, Liara, thank you very much for this wonderful, very dashing composer skin.
Someone's gonna have to clean up after all these explosions, so our attention turns to cleaning lady Pearlescent Moon, who goes to retrieve the junk from various bins to discover Ijevin has been throwing rare earth materials in the trash.
Oh, hey, is it Jeff? Who throws out a whole ancient debris in here? You know, there's a whole bunch of card packs now too, which is very enticing considering.
Meanwhile, Joe Hills has been throwing common earth materials into her trade shop, which might need a bit of rearranging to accommodate generosity of this scale and hardness. Luckily, she has some terrain to rearrange. Tango appears and recruits her to help deck out Decked Out, and after sizing up the rest of the area to make sure she's on theme without duplicating anything, she combines several elements into an open-air cafe where you can probably get a much-needed meal if you can parkour to it and your pet Ravager doesn't mind waiting outside.
And then when you walk up here, I've got kind of like a bit of a eating area and drinking area set up with a nice cozy fireplace next to it to kind of reference Beat-Ups' pirate ship just a little bit.
Pearl has a chompy new pet of her own back at her hilltop, where a mischievous Gemini Tay has added a piranha plant, complete with a mob farm inside the warp pipe. It's a great build, but it doesn't quite fit in with the aesthetic of Pearl's autumnal forest, so maybe it can find a home elsewhere in the alien foliage.
but that's a Mario flower thingy-majiggy. Look, I'm not that great with my Mario terminology and knowledge, but nope, that's definitely a Mario plant.
Pearl doesn't totally escape the TCG action though. You can find the full match on her second channel, but she summarizes a victory against Rendog in time-lapse fashion.
Overall, this round went very fast, so there's not a great deal to mention, but Ren ended up struggling to pull another Hermit into his hand. Tango has an ability that allows him to attack for 100 damage, but Ren ended up struggling, but I swiftly was able to remove that via using a Curse of Vanishing card. But Ren ended up struggling with a basic attack and poison damage combined. The game was set, and Ren ended up struggling.
You know what? I quit.
And finally, there's Tango Tech, who is too deep in his own cards to play with the others. Excitingly, this week Tango gives the first test run to the first level of his decked out dungeon, just without all the monsters for now, which is fortunate as the danger leveling system immediately glitches out and sets itself to maximum. The moral of the story here is art will ultimately take every opportunity to destroy the artist. But that's what test runs are for in the first place.
It's kind of quiet. That makes me want to go to the back of the dungeon here. We're gonna cheat. Oh, we cheated.
And Tango gets himself just more and more to test as he programs in card recognition and effect execution logic gates, really just dragging big lines of redstone across systems to trigger or prevent them from triggering.
Maybe. I mean, we're at maximum clank right now, so there's obviously a problem with the clank system.
This might mark a significant chunk of progress in the grand scheme of the dungeon, but still hold the whole development back some, as Tango has once again come up with more cool cards to add to the pile. With that, he is very much stuck in there till he's sick of his own voice, which testing the announcement system will definitely do to you.
Sneak. We might have done a little bit of a voice acting audio recording session in live. Let's fly around now. Blocked. And see if it's synced up. Plank blocked. It's obviously going to be louder in some places than others. Plank blocked. This makes me so happy. Plank blocked.
Hello everyone, Pixel Riffs here from the Hermitcraft Recap. I've got some very exciting news. Vintage Beef's Hermitcraft TCG has been turned into an official card game. This is something that you can go out and physically buy to play the Hermitcraft trading card game in your own homes. And we're lucky enough here at the Hermitcraft Recap to have been sent a preview copy. Really excited to get to open this and share with you some of the contents of this for the very first time. This is a Pop-Tart. The actual Hermitcraft TCG won't be shipped until fall of 2023. Strawberry. Welcome to the Hermitcraft Recap, and having eaten that Pop-Tart, we are of course very excited to share the news that Vintage Beef's Hermitcraft TCG is being made into a physical card game, available for pre-order for the next 30 days. They did not pay us to say this, nor did they actually send us the Pop-Tart.
Speaking of being completely lost, I would be absolutely nothing without the amazing artists that I brought on for this project. Aibi, drawn by CC, Loderigo, and Pillow Dash. You guys have been absolutely incredible.
With TCG Mania gripping the server, it seems worth highlighting that you can be a part of the phenomenon. And hey, if you play this in real life, we can virtually guarantee you won't have an anvil dropped on you, which is more than we can say for playing it on the actual Hermitcraft server.
Okay.
Oh!
But as this week will tell you, there are an ever-increasing number of ways to play the game, both in the physical and virtual sense. So without further ado, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
A year. When I got to about the halfway mark, I was thinking, oh my gosh, I'm only halfway. This is going to take forever. I hope it's worth it. It has been. The response has been incredible. I'm super, super happy.
Starting with XB Crafted, who really exemplifies this week's loose theme of putting your own spin on the card game craze. Having originally planned to build his own arena, but put it off when everybody else had the same idea, XB returns with the concept of team battles, in which a 2v2 matchup is possible. We can't wait to see how he figures out rotation battles and Dynamax raids as well.
The redstone for this thing is going to be... how do I put this? A nightmare kind of deal. It's already done. I do have it. All I got to do is rebuild it, because you get even one thing wrong. One thing. And none of it works.
The 2v2 arena even gets the blessing of TCG creator Vintage Beef, although he's mostly confused about this rhyming book XB is reading at him.
Signed by K.
Right, and so Corrales hasn't even been on.
I mean, it could be somebody else. It could be, Keitho. or Kumbo Jumbo.
That's his new name, by the way.
Korean. It could be many people.
Keitho. You heard
Sounds
it,
like a
people.
diet.
Tweet at him, Keitho.
We're as excited as XB is to see the game evolve into doubles matches, but he also has our sympathies with how complex the redstone setup will have to be. We have a feeling it still won't be quite as gnarly as Doc M77's arena though. After chaining down the goat skull to stop it floating into the sky on Eldritch energy alone, Doc harnesses the power of the Hermit's own self-destructive tendencies and wires up a new anvil mode for his home arena. You see, he's decided his server mates will eventually figure out he's manually triggering the anvils to land on them, but he's counting on them getting a kick out of it happening randomly. One quick safety measure, some chunk loaders, and a wireless redstone relay later, he's able to successfully remote trigger an anvil being shot into the arena every minute and a half. The sheer randomness is also a countermeasure against the Hermit's unpredictable behavior. Quite aside from having to graffiti his chunk loader portal to make sure nobody messes with it, his attempt to anvil Gemini Tay under the guise of Torment Practice fails when she refuses to stand still.
What do you
What
mean?
is this? What
Nothing.
is this?
Nothing?
Did you miss? Because you did miss. Did you aim it? What happened? Where did it come from?
Yeah, I can't find my cards. I'm sorry. I have them somewhere in my sorting system. Maybe we can play later.
It's okay.
All
You were
right.
just going to hit me with an anvil anyway.
As his TCG experience of late mostly consisted of being anvil squished, Azumavoid stays out of the festivities this week. But while his own redstone is much less expansive, it's certainly as fascinating. What we have here is an innovative cow cooker farm based on a cauldron and stuffed within the footprint of a wheat nano farm. The actual wheat is even circled around the player so they can continuously breed new calves even while AFK.
So I'll give it 20 minutes for these cows to grow up and we'll put them inside. And no, you are not cows. You're going to mess up my plan by getting in this pen.
The final trick is that the baby cows glitch into a lava cauldron when they're grown and drop plenty of leather and cooked beef, enough even for Azuma to reconsider his golden carrot diet. With the excesses of his production overflowing his pockets, X turns to Impulse SV, who, just in time, has finished another floor of his iBuy Mega Market, but not the fire exit stairway.
One thing I should warn you is this back door is the emergency exit for stairs that are not in yet, so just maybe watch your step.
Emergency!
Okay.
Admittedly, the elevator here really is the safer place in case of a fire. It's made of water. Regardless, Impulse already has more shops than he can keep track of, so it helps to have Azuma move into the new space with his own production. If anything, it frees him up to come home and find that completely wrecked. As you'll probably remember, Gemini Tay has left a giant statue of herself over the entrance to Impulse's base, playing on the many dotted eyes his base brandishes.
It's a giant gem. Why is there a giant gem statue? You guys haven't really seen it yet. I've seen this one. We're getting pranked by our neighbors over and over again, apparently, now.
But since she seems so fond of his branding, Impulse decides to redecorate more of Gem's own palace with the golden eye letters and statues of his visage. Even the beards in the walls make a return.
And yeah, now we can just have like little beards just kind of hanging out in the doorway. That's pretty good. We put it on white so you kind of get like that teeth look as well there too.
Also, Impulse capitalizes on Gem's prank for Pearlescent Moon and adds a giant Mario to the giant piranha plant Gem left at Pearl's base. Never thought we'd see Chris Pratt on the server. Never thought we'd see Seth Bling on it either.
You're welcome, Pearl. Great addition to your base. I think it fits right in.
Also, in Super Mario Bros., you die if you jump onto the piranha plant, and Impulse specifies that this is a Super Mario Bros. Mario, so this is quite the self-cleaning mischief. Rendog also proves to be a self-cleaning mischief, tasking himself with cleaning up all the chest monsters he has left at various locations across the server this season. We're quite surprised Pearlescent Moon hasn't found all of them, but she'd be proud of the effort that goes into packing it all and shipping it out to Gigacorp Island, which is not a landfill, although he's been gathering mud for terraforming the island, so some land has been filled in one sense. Instead, it'll be all the more satisfying when Ren can cram everything into an auto-sorter and let it chew through all his earthly possessions.
We're about to start work on our next major project for the season, which is our auto-sorting storage facility, which I'm really excited about getting to finally. And
unfortunately, Ren lets us know his videos might be few and far between as he begins the search for a new place to live IRL.
Don't worry, it's nothing medically serious or anything like that. It is just an adult issue that I need to deal with right away. And
at least a few more items can be checked off his to-do list as he makes more progress on the racing pavilion of the ice boat track, and Pearl cleans him off the board in their TCG tournament match. Despite being the game's creator, Vintage Beef still finds some stiff competition as he faces off against Etho, whose audience voted for him to crush Beef where possible. So tune in to Beef's episode to see him well and truly tenderized. Turns out even playing Etho against himself doesn't earn you any mercy.
I got a very special guy right here. No comment?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking of my predicament here.
Super special guy. Weakest guy in the game.
That's the ultra rare Etho.
That's correct. That's correct.
It's a pretty good card.
But none of this puts Beef off from designing new cards for the game, including Command Block and Fire Charge effect cards, and Alter Ego cards for the Jingler, Beetlejost, and Ijevon's Evil Turn as a green slime. He also teases a Goatfather card already in progress, and updates the in-game tournament bracket, which has progressed far enough that a tournament of the knocked out players can now be arranged.
Joe, Ren, Gem, X, and False, if they want to play.
We also get to see work in progress at Mumbo's base, where now he's finally happy with the living conditions inside the vault, he can begin to do something with the giant template marking out the rest of his base. The first thing he does, actually, is remove it, which in turn makes him slightly embarrassed about the scale of his vault compared to the surrounding builds. And a high security vault is not something you should feel insecure about.
First things first, as you may have noticed, this whole template here, I think I rightfully would have lost all of my subscribers and my YouTube channel would be dead. I'd have no friends, and my mum wouldn't answer the phone when I called her.
Which is why he rebuilds the blueprint for the rest of the base, only this time it's aligned with the already constructed vault, and it's orange. After some creative drafting, he settles on some designs for the connected sections, including structural pillars made of possibly the least structural material you can imagine.
That is quite a cool addition.
But that won't stop him filling the centre with a vertical industrial park, the likes of which harken back to Impulse SV's Super Chunk from back in Season 4.
This is an absolute winner. I really can't wait to start building this. I can picture it in my head.
And finally, we have Tango Tech and the 30 to 50 Ravagers in his employ.
Normally I just flee in terror at this point. Are we good? Look at all the Ravagers pouring down.
Having done a dry run of Decked Out 2, Tango now attempts a more exciting version where the monsters are actually at home. But first he has to actually bring the monsters home is the thing, and the only raid farm he has available is his one from the beginning of the season, made with Grian and Scar, the one that fills the mob cap with Ravagers in 10 minutes.
No, cram less. Stop with the cramming.
As such, Tango has gotten exactly what he bargained for, it's just he should probably have bargained for fewer Ravagers. Still, the numerous beasts are delivered to the dungeon level despite the minecart's protests.
Okay, what? Hey, name tag. Come on! The distance between where I can name tag them and where they can eat my face is not a large difference.
And even the gameplay redstone goes off without a hitch. Oh, who are we kidding? The one evoker is within working state for no reason anyway, and summons plenty of Vexes even though the difficulty explicitly told him not to. Oh well, that's something for Zedaf to playtest on a later stream. Just maybe seek an insurance provider beforehand. For anyone who wants an update, I've eaten 2 more Pop-Tarts since the last video, and I'm still feeling the sugar rush days later, so let's do a recap before I need to go lie down in a dark room somewhere. Not the weirdest way to write off a box of Pop-Tarts as a business expense, but here we are. They were Prop-Tarts. Jokes aside, between the Limited Life series coming to its epic conclusion and the TCG tournament whittling competitors down to the Final 4, it's been a quiet week for Hermitcraft videos, but there's promise of more excitement coming soon as the Limited Life players get back into their groove, XBCrafted's 2v2 TCG arena gets its first playtest, and Decked Out prepares to once again sweep the server off its feet, and, most likely, into a room full of Evokers and Ravagers. So while we still have time to relax around here, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
Don't discount the losers bracket. We still have feelings.
Starting with XBCrafted, who shows us where the magic happens, and by magic we mean redstone. Like Doc M before him, he decides on the 2000s PlayStation controller approach and coats the whole thing in a layer of black glass, but the mechanics are updated and refreshed to account for 2 vs 2 gameplay. To summarise, which is kind of redundant because that's what we do here, but anyway, the 2 regular TCG game boards are extended by 1 row, and each player gets 3 rows in which to play their cards. Instead of the usual 3 victory points, teams of 2 play first to 5. Item cards can be played on your teammates' hermits if they need some armor or healing, and while the game has very few, if any, moves that would affect multiple hermits, there's still room for them to team up and take down a troublesome card on the opposing side. And team up they do! XP even has the opportunity to play test a match, getting together with Cubfan to take on the duo of Azuma and Vintage Beef.
Mimics the special move of the opposing active hermit. Okay,
You
so
get to
here's
pick.
the
I
thing:
think you get to
is
pick.
You can use
you
Slab.
could use Slab against Scar, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
Yeah.
I think that's how the card reads, yeah. This is so much more cerebral. You really got to think about all these things.
Meanwhile, XP continues to make waves in the 1v1 TCG tournament with a pretty major upset against top seed Jevin.
Oh, a little
Get a jingle.
I think I'll do some.
That was another jingle.
That was my
Someone got a
Just
text
jingling all the
message.
way.
While the real-life prints of the Hermitcraft card game are still printing, Cubfan135 throws in another card for the pile. How come he gets to do that when it's Vintage Beef who's in charge of the whole operation? Well, there's something Cub is in charge of, the Pyramid Arena, and the badge you get for beating it.
So, first things first, we want to use the Cub method here. So, the Cub method, of course, stands for connectedness, usability, and beyond.
And though most of the times it involves things like making sure that all the pews are accessible, or adding a secret lobby in whatever negative space is left in the triangle, it also means Cub is in charge of one of the few boss battles in the game. Enter the boss card, a rare Pharaoh variant of Cub with its own abilities and mechanics. And yes, the artwork depicts Cub basically T-posing to establish dominance. Laugh all you want before he targets you into the Shadow Realm.
Target, of course, was our target block-based minigame area in Season 7. First of all, a primary attack, Target, for 50 damage right off the bat. So Shibalba references a giant pit, which I threw all of my items into in Season 7 to get organized and sorted, and this attack not only hits for 80, but it's a special attack. If it's heads, we can give up to plus 80 health to an AFK Hermit.
His other significant contribution to the meta is the separate nether tunnel he starts, connecting together every arena available in the game into a sort of victory road, or a boss rush if you will. This of course opens the door for more intricate boss gimmicks at the other arena champions, but do you really want that when one of them already launches anvils at the player on the regular?
We're actually going to be working on this tunnel as part of Infrastructure Week here on Hermitcraft starting today.
If anything, it is refreshing for the Hermitcraft nether to get burrowed through by Cub for once, since apparently it's getting blasted through by Jevin on the daily.
I have like 1,400 debris right now. You better stay away from it.
Oh my
I've been
God.
doing like a stack a day almost for a while now.
At 1,600 debris or something, and with no plans of stopping, Jevin finds refuge in hanging out with the gang and catching up on Tango's decked out progress.
When it goes live, I'll probably have it go live on a Saturday, and I will probably stream the entire weekend and just be in spectator cam laughing.
A welcome change after having blown up himself twice over. That progress had better be future-proof if Cub fans' guess on when the next update comes out is even remotely accurate.
So Cub, because I need to know, when's 120 coming out? You're the man. I don't care
Coming
about
out.
Stupid camels.
It's coming out.
Stupid camels.
It's coming out.
It's there.
This is a total and complete guess. June 13th.
Ooh.
So when picking 1,600 of some things to get, Azuma Void settled on chickens. The number is not at all random. After much spreadsheeting, X figured out that's how many he needs for the optimal auto-farming experience.
Chickens lay eggs every 5 minutes, which is 300 seconds. And a hopper moves 2.5 items a second. And like the last one, this also has 15 hatcheries, so that's 645 chickens that need to sit up the top here and seed it with eggs.
The clever among us will be quick to point out that the chances of any of that actually making it into his mouth are pretty low, given that even if he dropped his golden carrot diet, he literally made a super productive cow farm for steak last week. Also, he has a helmet on, so who knows how it is he's eating. But fear not, your concern is completely irrelevant, since he won't even be using the thing. Having built it on Hermitcraft and run it to fill a shulker full of feathers, X comes up with a different design and abandons this one. Here's hoping the next iteration does not force 1,600 entities of any kind into a single chamber.
So we're actually going to abandon this design and do something totally wild and totally different in the next episode.
Azuma's Wild Redstone also takes him to developing a shulker-based shopping experience to put onto his iBuy level. One where the customer has to first pick the item, then have the corresponding package dropped at them. And now I think I know exactly what prompted Iskal to say he wants to come back to Hermitcraft. Look, all I'm saying is don't bring a potato anywhere near the system. I know it doesn't even have any item receptacles, but better safe than sorry.
So you've seen I've got a lot of work ahead of me to get this shop up and running.
After promising us a building-focused episode, Etho delivers. He's been working on the interiors of his organic alien-inspired base, and the overall look is if DreamWorks' Monsters vs. Aliens had production designed by Jack Kirby. Trust me, that does make sense.
Oh, even though it's a cold base, it's still actually kind of comfy in here, right? I think it feels comfy in here.
Between all the color theory and inventing an alien language to decorate his base with, Etho revisits a moment we've already covered but thoroughly enjoyed revisiting, himself and Zadaf getting blown up. But jokes aside, the note block rendition of the 1812 Overture was pretty good too.
We tried like TNT. I believe you yourself have tried TNT music.
Yeah,
composing, right?
even that was a pain. I don't know how you did it with creepers.
And that's not the only experiment Etho was part of. He beta tests the ice boat racetrack with Cub, Doc, and Ren, mostly to find out whether having barriers around the course really made sense. We can all agree that having snowmen and minecarts on it definitely makes sense, if only to turn it into the high-speed version of Frogger that we've really been missing from Hermitcraft this season. Although we appreciate it could have been much more dangerous, as Etho demonstrates by putting in some total chaos footage for contrast.
Truce, truce.
What?
There is no truce in war.
Are you crazy?
Last of all, he throws cardboard at Vintage Beef until Beef submits, but it was a much closer game than we expected. And finally there's Mumbo, who's just happy to have more time to work on his base, even if it is interrupted by a well-intentioned decapitation.
It was a good effort. It might have been a little. I might have healed a little bit, but I'm at 1 heart. Right?
Is that worse than Etho?
Well, I have 30 Etho skulls.
Right, okay.
Since it's Mumbo, the design process is well documented, both on video and in a book, where he's writing out all the materials he needs, and also highly remixable, so we look forward to the hit single A Transition, A Pillar being released in a few weeks. By then his copper might even be done aging.
So it's 1 pillar, 1 transition, 1 pillar, 1 transition, 1 pillar. So 3 pillars, 2 transitions, and then we have a transition, a pillar, a transition, a pillar. There'll be 5 pillars and 4 transitions. Then on each one of the sides, there'll be 3 pillars and 4 transitions. In 1 pillar, 1 transition, in 1 pillar, 1 transition, in 1 pillar, 1 transition, 4 transitions. Then on each one of the sides, there'll be 3 pillars and 4 transitions.
But amid all these repeating patterns, another pattern begins to emerge. From a bench, with a knife. What is the most unique collectible you got in Season 9? Also, can I submit the whole Empire's base as my one? Trust me, this question will come back in today's video in almost the spookiest of circumstances, but on top of that we have ancient Cub fan boss battles, 2-on-2 PvP violence, and of course the whole entire Joe Hills coming up. Oh, and did we mention that Scar has finished his first ever Minecraft castle? Anyway, my bid is being challenged by Liara and the ZF plush based on a skin she designed. So let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week before Zloy brings up his signed Minecon poster and this office completely devolves into a bragging war. Starting with Cubfan, who, as part of his Week of Infrastructure initiative, has taken the road less travelled and put some lichen on it. No, for real, Cub has outlined the shopping district pavement with glow lichen to help with spawn proofing or at least night lighting the pedestrians. His efforts to make the server easier to navigate extend even to the farther reaches of the Nether, where one carpeted road to the outskirts is finally encased in a proper tunnel. With that threatening stretch now ghast-proof, Cub also follows up on the TCG Victory Road tunnel from last week. That one is much more robust, colourful, and stripy, kind of like flying through a clown zebra.
So that was Monday and Tuesday to make this tunnel. It was quite an endeavor getting, all the terracotta, all the concrete, and stuff like that, but it was a fun time.
The path serves him well. Joe Hills actually shows up to challenge the Pharaoh badge, and is the first to face the barrage of unique game mechanics. Their epic match has a whole separate video dedicated somewhere on the VOD channels.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna draw a card and end my turn.
Okay. We're caught in a galactic stalemate here, it seems, as neither of us can attack.
Not quite as complex is the minigame Azumavoid came up with. Basically, you can break scaffolding under yourself faster than your player lands on it. So the idea is that several players race each other to the floor from a scaffolding tower, but you also have to stay alive to win.
You can also come down too fast, right? And
Yeah,
when
they
you do
fall
that,
down.
you take damage.
What do we stand to win here, Suma? It
Yeah,
feels
I
like
want
you're the
something- I
only one
want
who's winning.
I don't know. I didn't have a prize in mind. You get bragging rights, so you beat the others. Yeah.
Really, downwards momentum seems to be a theme in Azuma's video for the week, given that gravity is a necessary part of his new chicken farm design.
Yes, after we built last episode's monstrosity of a farm, Cybot showed me this concept using cobwebs for the baby chickens to traverse downwards.
The idea has actually already been brought to Hermitcraft by Tango Tech as part of a minigame for a previous season, spawning chickens into a cobweb tower, then letting them descend for 20 minutes. Eventually they grow old, they land in an autocooker. It won't be winning any scaffold games anytime soon, but it's fun to look at least. With his tar and feathers restocked, X is ready to open his floor over at iBuy, or rather ceiling, now that's installed. His moody quarters actually house every variant of the automated shulker picker machine from last week. Long story short, expect an item in the bagging area. But this is also where we get to a more mysterious side of the week, as a cart demanding Azuma's most prized possession appears at his base. Okay, who we guessing? Grian, Cleo, or Zedaf behind this? Azuma actually puts down a lodestone compass leading to his item of choice instead of just letting the perpetrator have it. By contrast, Gemini Tay surrenders one of her etho heads, and Scar puts his cat, which is a shame because he really needs a cat around, with the creepers randomly employing themselves at his ice cream parlor.
Why is there a charge creeper of all things in my restaurant selling ice cream sandwiches?
To give the pests more places to spawn, Mr. Goodtimes completes the final section of his Jellyland castle, and you've got to admit, this is not your average cat tree. The final spires complete the stone grey to bone white gradient and point the azure peaks to the sky. Also, Cub has delivered on the fireworks systems, so the grand opening of the place promises to be extra grand. Not that it is advised to grand open the castle yet, seeing as how there's not really anything inside it.
Which I think actually looks pretty cool. It's one of the drawbacks of Minecraft right now is we don't have a lot of blue blocks, sadly. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we had more blue blocks in the game? Well, I have you here. Minecarts that can couple together so you can make a whole train of minecarts. Now that would be amazing.
In the meantime, his shouts for help have been heard, and Cleo fills in the armor stand visitors for the Grand Castle's front porch. Gem does her own armor standing in more ways than one. Sure, there is the hanging of the armory over the training grounds at her elven village with the armor stand book, but also look at these giant statues that are wearing armor and also standing, and it's her.
I'm not gonna say those are my best Minecraft legs I've ever done. They're definitely not quite proportioned right.
Though it feels like forever ago, Gem remembers the Archer statue design from the beginning of the season and modifies it to install at her castle base, aiming this time not at the alien neighbor but at the passing ships, it seems. Another statue like that is put in across the harbour with a sword, seemingly to remind people that she will take their head when given an opportunity. We all know how it went for Mumbo the other day, and Ethos one is clearly her most prized possession, so you get what's coming to Impulse SV after Gem discovers the minor rebranding he applied to her base.
I see that there has been a potential retaliation. Okay, this man really rebranded my elven castle to be... He took my diamonds! You know, this wasn't here when I did the etho thing, so I'm wondering if he was decorating and he just came up to my dining room. I haven't cleaned up for my intro yet.
Anyhow, Azuma is not the only one offering an intense shopping experience, since Tango Tech has implemented about as much, if not more, redstone at the tail end of his Decked Out 2 minigame. To remind you, every run of the Decked Out dungeon is meant to finish with a shopping trip where the player spends or discards all of their hard-earned frost embers. But instead of trusting the player to do their own math, Tango makes it so that the cards they cannot afford don't even show up as an option when you enter the store.
Oh, we got a fish there too. Okay, watch this. Watch. Wait for it. Love everything about this. And I should say there's plenty of room for expansion. I think I have like 5 empty slots on each side here still, so plenty of room. We can add a lot more rare cards and a lot more uncommon cards as the game progresses.
Many an item filter ensures that the artifacts retrieved are traded fairly, and to be absolutely certain that the spoils don't live with the hermit, the shopping trip actually kills them by the end of their run. Not that there's a shortage of that, as testing the first level against a Zedaf shows that the rest of the game murders him just as well. Special shout out goes to the one Ravager who tried stealth, the impassable Frozen River parkour bridge, and of course the final boss battle against a 1x1 hole.
Tango!
Thus concludes your run of Decked Out, sir.
I've fallen in the hole and I can't get out.
Hold on, look up at me. I want a picture of this because this is good.
Wait.
Joe Hills returns with an episode stitched together from over a month of events, beginning with archive footage of Doc M releasing wardens onto the nether roof, 1930 brackets colorized, and ending with a hole that's a little larger than a cubic meter.
He put out an all-points bulletin saying, "Oi, you lot, come help me with all of these wardens up on the roof then." Doc M77 left all the wardens up on the roof, unloaded the chunks, and then they all escaped from this machine. Oh, oof.
More blasts from the past come from a trip to the Christmas district the Empire's SMP crew built, although that's just scrounging for totems of undying, which come in handy when he borrows some sponges from iJevin to clean out the rest of his half-flooded pinball machine, and Jev wants them returned with interest.
Howdy, Jev. How you doing? You have voice chat installed, maybe? I don't know if you do.
Joe loses to Zombie Cleo in the first round of the TCG tournament and is unable to defeat Cub fans' Pharaoh challenge, although at least he can have a weekly rematch against the latter. It gives him all the more time to mine out the remaining material from the deep field enclosure, shulker box it up, and drop it off in the dumpster behind Scarland. Storage is the key to Impulse SV's existence, as well as he redesigns his entire storage system in an epic time-lapse, replacing it with basically a more impulse-proof version of the same design by Mazuma Games, and leaving himself with room for expansion. He adds some touches of his own, including a shulker loader in one corner where the overflow items can be boxed up, and bravely using glazed terracotta for some of the floor detail.
What a difference the floor makes, and we've got our old floor back, kind of the same palette, different pattern. I think it looks even better this time around, I must say so myself.
In order to witness this floor, people will first have to find the entrance. He also reimagines the way to access the storage area, removing the staircases from the first floor of the Dwarven Keep and replacing them with a discreet tower of scaffolding. And with that done, he has room to oversee more construction at iBuy, where Azuma's needs outgrew the booth that was already built, so he's given the entirety of Floor 4 to outfit as he wants. A few more of the Hermit's alternate outfits are showcased by Vintage Beef, who unveils the completed Goatfather and Jingler cards before giving us a rundown of all the Alter Ego expansions, attacks, and abilities. But there's barely time to do that before he's whisked away to hear XB Crafted read some poetry at him and 1v1 Pharaoh Cub fan at his own pyramid.
This is intimidating already. I feel like I've already lost and we haven't even started.
Greetings, mortal. Are you prepared to meet the Pharaoh?
I think so. I'm going to try my best.
Right.
The second coolest part is it means playing against a card Beef has never seen before, despite having created this whole game. The coolest part is that he wins, becoming the first person to unseat the Pharaoh and earn some fancy headgear. The success of the card game and the imminent expansion pack being more or less complete has even given him the opportunity to move to the country and build his own house, so Beef picks out a spot in a distant tiger biome before returning to the fray with Azuma in a 2v2 match against XB and Cubfan. The 2v2 scene is on the rise, with XB Crafted posting a few extra matches this week, but in his main episodes he makes some adjustments to the custom-built arena for easier orientation, decorates the grounds around the outside, and outlines the official rules so he doesn't have to be there rules lawyering every match. There's even a special rule at the end of the book if you're a cat who feels like playing chicken with curiosity.
If Etho is reading this, he is now limited to one Hermit slot. Or can you? I'm not sure why someone would scroll this far. I did that to make people scroll that far.
Later, a mysterious set of signs at his base offer a prize if he reveals the coolest item he owns this season, and quite flatteringly, he considers my head as an option, before throwing down his Scarland VIP pass instead. Back in the singles tournament, XB faces off against Zombie Cleo in the semi-finals, a game which terminates in possibly the first case of cardboard seppuku we've seen. Really puts paper cuts into perspective.
At least I gave you the thing for his... Got him.
Oh no!
Kill myself, damage, and resign.
She's falling on her sword.
She's falling on her sword. Oh, that's a bummer.
XP. There is literally nothing I could have done. I was just completely decked out. Like, not decked out.
This week on Hermitcraft.
I'll be honest, I look down on people who drink milk.
I put milk in.
Why do you have a milk shame right now, Scar?
I feel like it's okay, Jim, to put it in things, but when I see like an adult just chugging, I'm like,
no, yeah, that's
this makes me nauseated, honestly.
Sorry, Impulse.
We haven't blown anything up recently. Your move, Hermitcraft server. After the explosion of TCG, it makes sense that the rest of the server decided to follow suit, so this week's recap will be co-directed by Michael Bay and John Woo, just so we have the budget for all these pyrotechnics. But we're also setting off fireworks to celebrate the return of Stress Monster to our subscription feeds, the emergence of some good old-fashioned prank wars, and Vintage Beef building himself an actual house. So while the smell of gunpowder still lingers, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Stress Monster, who steps back onto the server after a long enough absence that her Halloween build has skipped a couple of major holidays, but is absolutely worth continuing. So she terraforms, decorates, and naturalizes a path up to it, including some mushrooms that just will not behave themselves.
Oh no, what is going on? What? Why? Why would you grow that tall?
The next stage, as per Hermitcraft tradition, is to actually build the back of her house. But in the meantime, she has to reckon with another Hermitcraft tradition, asking how the heck the game has been broken this hard, and why it's moving in her direction.
Why is there an ender dragon right above Force's base? But my god, that is scary! Why is it so close to my base?
In his own turn to crunch Minecraft into submission, Azumavoid tells ChatGPT to write him a macro for gold crafting. The logic here is simple, actually. Azuma is still doing all the crafting himself as far as the game knows, but in reality all the mouse movements are performed automatically and only cost him the effort of pressing a single button. This allows X to fill in his inventory with gold nuggets from the piglin farm and to output ingots at a rate just about fast enough that the rest of them don't despawn. Just about. Not quite.
And then I made the classic mistake of breaking too many chests, including ones full of zombie piglin heads. And eventually that kind of backfired as the rest of the items just despawned because they'd been sitting on the floor for more than 5 minutes.
With this influx of gold on the server, no wonder Cubfan pumps some into his pyramid arena. With what may be the 5th wave of final touches, Cub gilds a not insignificant amount of his battleground with the prized metal. It is a worthy decoration for the upcoming finale of the TCG tournament, which Cub advertises directly in front of his battle triangle on a glowing billboard that promises an epic battle of XP crafted against someone. He didn't know the results of some duels when he built it.
But one is XB, the other is either Etho or Doc, so...
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you're the guy to talk to. You got popcorn and drinks. Can you bring some in for this
I will bring
momentous
popcorn
occasion?
and drinks, slushies and popcorn. It sounds delicious.
Let's go. That's hype.
In a departure from all that, Vintage Beef follows the path of many an entrepreneur with a successful startup business and relocates to a lakefront property in the woods. Beef leaves the bright lights of the arena behind and, taking inspiration from a Picklebuzz design, sets up a country cabin for himself in a distant spruce forest. It's been a long time since he built anything that wasn't map art, and he's finally started to see the bigger picture. Also, he needed somewhere to put his trophy cabinet.
We've got some candles and a shelf with some books. I might put some more books. For now, we're leaving it like that. I think this is where I'm putting my trophy. And then we've got a little plant here.
The twist ending, of course, is that just like any good cabin in the woods, there are some severed heads in storage.
A little spoiler, they were Etho's heads. That's right. How did I get them? Well,
Come on! Etho! Stop!
You're really bad at this game.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
That's okay, buddy. It's okay.
XB Crafted also takes a break from TCG to commune with nature ahead of his final showdown. In a totally unrelated spruce forest, he plans and executes on an aquarium for his zoo area, which starts out looking like Marvin the Martian's eyes, but ends up as a pair of tanks which separate the axolotls from the fish.
Oh, that's looking cool. Like, I was hoping it would look cool, but... Oh, well, hold on.
This gives him an opportunity to diversify the decorations, but it's mostly so the axolotls don't end up clowning on all the clownfish.
They're all just kind of chilling. They were all hiding, man. Grew some grass, put a little bit of some height difference in there, just kind of... Are you gonna get me? No? Okay.
We're surprised aquatic life hasn't appeared in the support pillars of Mumbo's base, considering they're freshly installed and made entirely of water. At least it's high enough that it won't be hemorrhaging squid, although he might not mind that because it's his industrial district after all.
And occasionally I'll talk about the length of time lapses, which is what I'm doing right now. It's kind of a fourth wall break. Is this a good length? I mean, what's the perfect time?
He's briefly distracted by the appearance of a giant copper pillar above his base, and by whether he considers the entirety of the server's diamonds a cool collectible.
It looks even more stupid from down here. Everybody knows that real Minecrafters age their copper as the statue of Lib.
But he refocuses on the industrial theme by setting up a switchboard of farm ideas he plans to light up one by one once they're complete. From one industrial district to another, Impulse is turning dirt into clay via a contraption which converts it into mud and then pushes it onto a drying pad with dripstone dangling below. Once it's been fed up through the drying floors, another set of pistons splits the platform up and extrudes it into a pipe which can easily be blasted with TNT. Probably the most productive explosions heard on the Hermitcraft server this week.
I think that means it's working. It's continuing to build the walls. There's no redstone event exploded, no pistons out of place. Guys, we did it.
His main mistake was being away from his base long enough for Pearlescent Moon to take her revenge.
And Gem, well, Gem's just gonna be roped along for the ride, considering their bases are pretty much linked together.
Having discovered the addition of Mario to the piranha plant and deferring her cleaning lady role for some prank opportunities, Pearl buys the biggest pack of googly eyes she can find and not only sticks them everywhere all at once, but also adds some adorable chibi cleaning ladies to oversee her neighbors' bases. Hopefully the watchful stare will guilt them into cleaning up their chest monsters.
I quite like how this has turned out. Maybe it's a little bit more subtle. Maybe he won't notice it straight away.
No!
Pearl! Pearl, what the heck?
Oh no, I thought we were even. I thought, okay.
This one's really cute. It's not gonna stay, but I feel bad that I'm taking them down already, so I am gonna leave the little cute swinging Pearl, and I'm gonna take down this section.
Pearl! I got a Gem and a Pearl. Come on. Hey look, my eye branding's still on Gem's base, nice.
I think we're gonna have a prank spring cleaning soon because, my base is starting to look a little weird.
In the meantime, Pearl does have another kind of cleanup to do. After careful consideration, she reworks her section of Decked Out into an arid dripstone cave featuring a dusty old temple.
I know some people did like the old design and liked how it had a bit of a peaceful contrast to everything else in the dungeon, but I just wanted it to fit a little more.
So here's something funny. Tango Tech has decided to give the Decked Out players a map. But it won't make navigating the dungeon any easier, mind you, because the map is actually of a completely different area. The piece of paper actually functions as an on-screen display of the current run's stats. Since maps display and update the area if it is loaded, one can not just use them to pixel art whatever information they want, but also update it live using redstone. Any change to terrain will be displayed on the map, so by dispensing water on certain parts, the dungeon will communicate how many cards you have left, how much hazard you block, how many treasures are in play, and all that. It's quite clever, actually, even if it requires Tango's camera account to keep that plot of the land loaded. And this F3 screen for his in-game minigame is even helpful in testing the dungeon's mechanics, as long as the display's redstone works, of course. Also, a friend could come in while you're playing and draw you a picture.
I mean, realistically, straight up is absolutely 100% feature creep. I absolutely, positively should not be doing what we're gonna do. Actually, though, if we're really being honest, this feature is gonna be a game changer. It's gonna pretty much completely change. It's not gonna completely change how Decked Out is played, but it's gonna change the feedback to be so much better.
Back from being sick, Jevin decides to help out the server and take care of the community end portal. It's a design he actually had in mind last season, but got outpaced by Wells Knight with his own take on the end portal room. This time, however, the Stronghold doesn't stand a chance against Jev, and he smashes the place something fierce in favour of a scale replica of the central end island and its many obsidian pillars, just to make it abundantly clear where it is you're about to teleport.
Anyways, so Wells had already done the room, which was totally fine. You know, I had never claimed it, so he was more than okay to do that. I am in love with this room. And I think it adds a lot to the value of the server, hopefully.
Having now finished the crowning castle of Jellyland, Good Times with Scar catches up with the changes he did not make to the place, specifically the varied and colourful visitors Zombie Cleo seems to have put around. Through her armor stand ability, all sorts of folks have made it to the park, driving Scar into a happy fit, and allowing us to say the line, Zombie Cleo has put a child in a wheelchair and drove her servermate to tears, which is technically true when you think about it.
Oh my gosh, it is... Oh man, I'm gonna cry. It's a it's a wheelchair. I can't even figure out how in the world Cleo made that, but that is so cute. I mean, this just reminds me of going to Disneyland with my mom and dad. Oh my gosh.
With the mass of his base finished, Scar stops by Grian's place to make sure he's finishing his. Grian was not.
This looks like anti-progress.
No, it's not.
Anti-progress.
I can't stay up all night doing this. Can I do this tomorrow?
Do we let him
It's
rain
late.
check this?
Absolutely not. You never know if you're going to wake up in the morning.
Despite the intervention from Scar, Gem, and Impulse all convincing him that he cannot keep skipping the leg day of building, Grian maintains that mirroring the cliffside is a process so boring he'd rather go look at an actual boar. Which they then do, Scar and Grian departing to check out Doc M's TNT digging machine below the perimeter.
See, this thing's crazy.
Here, let's make it run.
How do you know how?
I'm sure I can find a button on
Oh
here
no,
somewhere.
Scar, this is the worst idea. If you break this thing, Doc will kill you.
In their absence, Gemini, Tay, and Impulse decide to apply more direct pressure to the issue. Having counted out exactly the amount of item entities in a day, they build a machine over the floating mountain that will surely blow it all up after a full 24 hours. Impulse refuses to disarm it unless the base's back is built by then.
Made sure you've had a little extra motivation to do so in the form of TNT dropping down on the front of your base. If you don't get it done soon.
TNT.
24 hours before
24
TNT drops out of it. Yeah, we're giving you an extra 24 hours.
I'm busy, Agent Copper!
Okay, well, clock's ticking.
Okay, I'll
actually,
message you when it's done, but it's
started
really
it.
important that I age this copper beforehand.
That man has no priorities.
Of course, this being a redstone contraption, it only really ticks when the area is loaded, so the clear alternative here is just to log off the server and never play again. Which might be a good idea for Grian anyway, since in the meantime, he and Scar have gotten a little too greedy with Doc M's diamond drill and exploded it in a few places it shouldn't have.
Oh, Scar. Scar, you turned it on!
It's going, Grian! Give it a go! Hit the note block. Yeah, basically, this is free diamonds.
To his credit, Scar attempts to fix up the ever-booming apparatus, but his lack of a team of redstoners telling him what to do really slowed down the development. Grian, in the meantime, just tried to bribe Doc's fury away from himself, missing entirely that he is placing diamond blocks against the machine that makes diamond blocks. Scar tries to sweeten the deal with a few rare TCG cards, but also starts packing to flee the country just in case.
Oh, are you hiding in the bathroom? In the stalls?
You came through that mirror like a horror movie.
Well, at the very least, the incident solidifies Scar in what he wants to deem his most unique collectible of the season, the blinking creeper carved pumpkin he used to sneak up on people with.
He sees that we've tried at the back, doing our best. I think that's when we leave, and we
At that point, we've done our best.
we have done our best.
And finally, there's Doc M, and we mean finally, because he might be the last thing several folks on the server see before the anvil drops. Grian and Scar try to butter Doc up before they break the bad news to him, but no amount of dressing is going to improve the absolute salad they made of his redstone. Even the gift package they attempted as a peace offering will only go so far.
Did I mention that you're handsome?
Oh my. How did this happen?
We tried our
What
best. We tried
You blew up my tunnel for? This should be... How can you even blow that up? I don't...
You said it needed coral to make it dupe and fly.
Doc is the first to remind us he saw this coming, but you should be concerned that he goes to do more work on his anvil cannon to calm his nerves. There's a brief break for TCG as Doc squares off against Etho in the semi-final stages.
I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you, I tell you.
That's the worst.
Bittersweet victory.
By which time Grian and Scar's videos are out, so Doc gets to see the chaos unfold. And after laughing at them, he decides to baffle Grian with more technology, demonstrating some compact update-skipping exploits, which let him reduce Grian's nether portal to a 1x1 wormhole. Although that was before the revelation that Grian's been skimming copper from his perimeter for months, so there are now 2 reasons you should tune in next week to see if Grian even has a base left. Our most precious thing is you, the audience, so congratulations on being stolen and put in a museum in exchange for some shady cryptid currency. We'll start on a more serious note, with Rendog, if only because he's been going through a rough spot as of late. In his latest video, Ren addresses some of the real-life trauma that found its way into his life, and how he's been dealing with it to get back into the swing of things. This feels necessary for us to bring up, for one, to gather some sympathy towards his plight, and for two, because throughout the video, Ren actually shares some helpful advice about the methods of dealing with trauma, including from personal experience. Though it's still a pretty heavy watch, we recommend you check out his Wave episode, if nothing else, to let him know that the community stands with him in the comments.
Pages and pages of notes for this video. I might as well chuck this book into the sea because I haven't used any of the notes today, but
Maybe this video is me washing up onto the shore and taking a breath and getting ready to charge in and face the next wave.
So with a heavy heart, we continue our light-hearted comedy show. Let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with XB Crafted, who builds a fresh new deck to play TCG with his imaginary frenemy, and also Vintage Beef, but he's just there to adjudicate. And somehow, through a full scene of animated shenanigans, neither of them notice a ninja appearing and changing the scoreboard while their backs are turned.
I was trying to play it strategically. That's totally a word.
That's a
Don't
word.
ask.
Yep.
He won and just like peaced out.
It's like dropping the mic and walking away.
Right.
Another switcheroo is waiting for him back at home, where he finds his Scarland VIP pass swiped and replaced with some doubloons. While we're pretty sure XB doesn't suspect Vintage Beef, he still spies on him for a couple of minutes before roping Beef into a rock-paper-scissors game that ends up with them offering to trade builds at each other's bases. After all, Beef has significant zoo building experience, and XB makes a good neighbor.
But what if I take it and run away?
No. You can't do that. You're a nice guy.
Dang it. I was hoping you didn't know
You
that.
got me there.
What he caught Beef doing was working out the cards for the physical TCG decks that will be shipped out later this year. With his Woodland Retreat built, Beef has gone back to firing on all cylinders with TCG development. There's one effect card left to build, although we're pretty sure the ability to throw an egg at one of your own cards is a sign this game is perfect.
The egg card. After your attack, choose one of your opponent's AFK hermits to make active. So yeah, you kind of wake an AFK hermit up from its AFK slumber with an egg card.
He explains a few of the other cards, including the Goat Father and the Jingler abilities, for those of you who aren't up to speed, and after updating the bracket, he returns home to formally install his trophy cabinet and stash his doubloons in the workshop/cellar.
If I ever need to buy something with gold coins, then I'll know where to find them.
And just in time, a mystery from last week reveals itself. It turns out the person who's been assembling the list of everyone's favourite things is not Mary Poppins after all.
But these things, I've had some people wonder who they were. It's like, were they Grian? Were they ZF? Or were they Cleo? No, they were definitely me.
Zombie Cleo has been leaving carts at everyone's bases demanding their most unique collectibles from the past year. And now they're back to uniquely collect those themselves and leave behind a baggie of the ever-valuable doubloons. Not sure what these are good for, but since they are the rightful monarch, I suppose Cleo can issue their own currency. Highlights of the loot include Impulse's collectible beard, Uncanny Valley B-Dub's head, XB Crafted's Golden Scarland ticket, Azuma's No Corrales remix that they had to dive into lava for, and, I quote, until recently, the worst thing Scar has ever done. The Royal Collection is then displayed at the entry hall of their Atlantis castle, where each of the donors can visit them and pine.
I think this is really cool. I think this was a really good idea, and I feel kind of bad that I've taken everything from people. But you know what? They wouldn't have shown it to me if they didn't want me to take it. That's the rules.
But when Joe Hills realises the British Museum has no intention of returning his precious netherite hoe, he winds up staging a pair of heists, one where he breaks into Mumbo's redstone thing and leaves the doubloons Cleo had left him, pedestal and all, and the other much grander one after he steals back his netherite hoe and replaces it with a totally undetectable forgery.
So this one is called 20th of March Stream Day. So we're going to name this one 20th of March Stream Day Forgery. Perfect. I mean, I can't even tell the difference.
We can assume that means doubloons won't be the accepted coins at his pinball machine base, but he might be toying with the idea of pennies since he decided to use the otherwise empty plywood cabinet of the Deep Field machine as the server's newest Copperfield. Joe then challenges Cub to a battle and they use it as a chance to test out the arena redecorated for the TCG finals of Etho versus
XB Crafty. I think that's what the C stands for. Who can tell? Who can tell?
Upgraded features of the venue include a new floor, automatic popcorn for competitors that may have been installed without Cub's knowledge, and a secret clubhouse for victors. But if Joe's example is any to follow, just getting into the clubhouse may be an even greater feat than defeating the Pharaoh.
Yeah, so underneath, I'll show you. It's very exclusive, Down here, and just swim forward. Make sure you're not touching the ground when you sprint forward. Very tricky. It's very tricky.
It doesn't help that I can't see with the pumpkin on my head.
Hermit helping hermits makes itself singular again this week as Cleo and Joe team up to do as much placing and removing of birch planks as possible, so that Joe will have to do as little sand harvesting as possible in return. Guess he wanted to have a teacher triple check his work before he had to draw another circle. Inspired by the collectibles ordeal, Cubvan135 investigates his assorted possessions, having realised that he's been burdened by a significant stash of the Easter egg hunt memorabilia. Remember, from when every hermit hid a ton of egg versions of themselves all over each other's bases. Aiming to start his own museum of egg, Cub extends the public walkway to across Joe Hills' base, but hits a bit of a roadblock with, shall we say, the supply line.
I was about to start building this museum, but then I realized, we want to make it out of bricks. So I went to my base, gathered all of our bricks. Turns out, we got 19 bricks.
This feels almost surreal to hear from him after the long sequence of him restocking the Total Chaos minigame for another mighty PvP round, given that the Entropy Arena requires a whole fury of various materials to run, until it inevitably floats its creator into the lava ceiling.
No! She's too strong! She's just too strong!
Man! That was by far, I would say at least, the most chaotic round yet.
Azumovoid arranges a slightly less deadly floor plan for his iBuy level, though hunting for more of the potential merchandise leads him to no less destructive ways. Starting from the idea of selling golden apples, X rediscovers his oak farm from earlier in the season. Of course, apples can also be traded from farmer villagers, but they unfortunately do not explode in the process, so X would rather work with the tree farm.
And this is the TNT duper right here. You'll see that it's a different design from probably what you're used to. And credit where credit is due, I found this fantastic design on RQT Stein's Redstone channel.
Quite fittingly, his own mind is blown something fierce when he channels all the logs into a smelting machine, only to realise there is no such thing as a charcoal block in the vanilla game.
Charcoal blocks is a modded thing. X, you're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. I tell you what, it did cross my mind when I was engineering all of this, but I was having so much fun, I kind of forgot to double check.
You can't make charcoal blocks.
Yeah, I know. I mean, someone should have told me that sooner.
Now with a double chest of burnt wood, X will have to find some use for 4 double chests of torches, or get his bamboo super smelter reacquainted with bigger slices of carbon. Some big slices of Grian and Scar's builds go missing, but that's just in Doc M's imagination, in a dream sequence where he rides the Ender Dragon into their builds, accompanied by what we can only assume is his entry into the Eurovision Song Contest. We're only slightly less worried when he wakes up and immediately goes to collect 5 stacks of Wither Skulls from Impulse's base and takes the scenic route back. He also goes to collect a llama from the nearby hillside.
I told you, at some point, this elevator will be crucial.
What exactly he wants to do with 320 Wither Skulls and a llama soon becomes clear. His hive mind friends have galaxy brained together a machine which can coax a wither into firing skull projectiles he can then bend to his own whims. He initially plans to use them to terrorize Scar and Grian, but there are all kinds of potential resource farming uses later. The setup actually requires a live shulker though, so the one that's been sat in a glass box at spawn for almost a full year finally gets a new home. Although we're not sure being made into a hat for the Wither is any better. Doc's hubris almost comes back to throw fireballs at him during the trip home, but it's all worth it for iJevin and Vintage Beef's reaction to the machine operating at 1/64th capacity.
So yeah. So that's the thing. Right now we have a stable situation. And now comes actually the crazy bit. This is all just...
only 10 more in.
Yeah, no.
With the Doc M77 vengeance still pending, tiny nether portal notwithstanding, Grian is met with another threat to his well-being, the 24-hour time bomb Gemini Tay and Impulse installed over his roof.
But now every part of me wants to break it and see if you're bluffing or not.
Nope. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
Though unsure if Impulse would really nuke his home, Grian is still not too willing to risk it, so as much as he can tolerate it, he fills in the backside of the floating architecture, until the time runs way too close for comfort, and in a last-ditch effort, Grian just puts in the letters saying, "is finished," over the entire composition. So now the back of the base is finished. The good old pun bypass.
There we go, and it even looks like there's like a drop shadow because there's red behind it. That looks pretty cool. If only I put this much effort into the back of the base, maybe it'd be done.
Well, even without this utter cheese of conflict resolution, the back of the base is actually pretty serviceable, if a little below the rest of the building's standards. Now the bottom of it, that's completely messed up.
God, I really want to hit that TNT block over there.
No, Scar, no! Scar, no!
Oh, there he goes. I was out of range. It was It was like
There's no way
50-50.
we hit it.
Now, before anyone can put a bomb at his base, Impulse makes sure that the back of his dwarven keep at least leads somewhere, and quite fittingly decides that the somewhere should be down. The back of the Great Dwarven Hall descends into a robust mining operation, where the core of the stone makes way for a couple of excavation tunnels, where supposedly someone is digging too deep and too greedily. A little animation is added with the minecarts hustling through the side tunnels, delivering unseen materials from the imaginary workers. Impulse also removes all the googly eyes Pearl left, freeing up the prank slot for whoever wants to build a Balrog emerging through the facilities.
Why are you so slow? You can do it! You got this, buddy! Almost there! There you go. Oh my gosh, why is this so slow?
And before we get completely away from things that will explode, there's Mumbo, who, now that he's been given some doubloons, decides it's time to give away the server's diamonds in a way that people might actually pay attention to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I really like this. This looks lovely. Except I've just realised I've built it wrong because I haven't included any of the indicators for how full the bar is. This is just a line of redstone lamps. Wait.
He revisits the concept of the button from Season 7, creating a timer that counts down until it explodes. At any point, the timer can be reset by pressing a single button, only this time instead of just earning you status, the button earns you diamonds. The longer you wait, the more diamonds it delivers, and if everyone waits too long, the whole thing explodes and takes the diamonds with it. Having recently fallen in love with copper blocks, Mumbo gives the whole machine a glow up and even decorates the back, which really feels like a Grian call-out post at this point. The button isn't live yet, since he wants to test a machine that could destroy an entire server's worth of diamonds before it goes horribly wrong, but sooner or later the server will need to warm up those button-pushing fingers.
Check in on it, and it's just not going to be that interesting, but equally, if it runs down too fast and it blows up before anyone presses the button, that will be depressing.
And finally there's BOO, whose buttons can be pushed very easily, it turns out, although perhaps that's all acting.
We have some exciting things we're going to build today. You guys don't appreciate horses enough, and I'm sick of it.
B-Dubs embarks on a huge landscaping project in his cyberpunk temple's backyard, which for one helps disguise the fact that Grian's super speedy highway runs directly through it. But its second purpose is to provide a pasture for his beloved horse Miyamore, and that's why B-Dubs builds a beautiful horse head carved into a hill that didn't exist beforehand. We even get a look at the design process, although that amounts to draw 2 circles, now draw the rest of the horse. Joking aside, the new landscape is the perfect place for a horse to retire, and Good Times with Scar agrees, so much so that he retires the horse himself using a bow and arrow.
Ouch! He killed my horse!
No, I'm so sorry.
This was a legendary. Scar, have you caused enough pain on this server? Dead.
Oh,
Dead.
no.
Dead.
It was supposed to hit you.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is LoyXP. Captions of this video are provided by Liara. Pixel Riffs is in Spain this week. So am I, just without the S. That being said, damned if I'll miss out on telling you about all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server. Especially on a week when the TCG finale went down for the 3rd time already, Mumbo's button came out of beta testing with no actual test being done, Capfen, Tangotech and Exumovoid got married, and Rendog entertains his audience by literally jiggling keys into the microphone. It sounds so dumb, yet all of that has happened. So with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with false symmetry, if only because it's really nice seeing her back on the server. Especially when she brings with her a new minigame for the Hermits to try. Now, we've seen False work on her Elytra course for a few videos now, but nowhere has it been this apparent just how long and windy it is. With 23 different checkpoints, tons of custom terrain and plenty of elevation changes, having Exumovoid, Capfen and Joe Hills beta tested only highlighted just how insane a flyer he is.
Going for it. Oh yeah, we got to spam some rockets here.
Well, that's what they're for. Where is it? Oh no, I don't remember where the group is.
This is the thing, I'll lay the course here. Although I will say I wasn't really giving it my all personally, and neither were probably everybody else, seeing as though they only had one run through themselves. But it was super fun to see what would happen with the others going at full speed.
Well, hate to say it, but she's just as crazy a home decorator, seeing how she puts down a mud converter and a concrete mixer into one of the library towers. Just seems wildly unsanitary to be mixing bricks this close to the reading materials. But as long as it sparks joy, I guess we can give it a pass.
No, I don't seem to have any mud bricks, which is kind of a shame. Just down here, they're still broken, can't figure it out. Mud maker.
The high-speed air ballet should prep the Hermits for a ride of their lifetime on Rendog's Icebot course, which he's been doing large swaths of progress on, despite his mental health struggles. There's more good news after all. By now Rendog has acquired the keys to his new place in real life, and that's a whole cliff off his chest, even if the house doesn't have a fridge in it.
The reality is that without your guys' support, I wouldn't be able to afford to have done all of this so quickly. And you're not only helping me get through a particularly difficult period of my life this year, but you're also enabling me to continue my work as a content producer. And it just would be impossible without you guys. So
what I find funnier is that Ren can't just post a picture of the new keys for privacy reasons. So to prove to the audience that he does indeed have them, Ren jingles them at the microphone, which is a sound I've not found this entertaining since the age of 3.
the new house has about, I don't know, let me try figure this out. There's about 15 keys on this jingle jangling set of keys here, guys. I have never seen so many keys for a house in my entire life.
Anyway, lockpick and lawyer here, and by the sound of these keys I can discern that this is a Bingle brand lock, easily opened with the peg wiggler. Now on my website I sell this handy kit that will allow you to easily break into Rendog's house. Now I know what you're thinking. With all this racing going on, is Loy gonna talk about Mambo Jumbo's new ride next? And sure enough, I'm excited to introduce you to Mambo Jumbo's Roadhog. Get it? Cause it's a pig?
Basically, I destroyed my own productivity by buying a motorbike, but that means things are going to be a little bit different around here.
In real life, Mambo has gotten a motorbike, and unable to part with it even in Minecraft, he decides to substitute it with an in-game pig, as well as give up flying Elytra for it. Personally, I'm really excited about this, because I think riding pigs in Minecraft is a really cool mechanic, and it's very underused. Less so because of the biker getup Mambo puts on, facial hair and everything. How are you having a midlife crisis, Mambo? Aren't you like 15?
I just tried to put a lead on a wall and then on a corner fence as well. You all saw it. I've been playing this game for over 10 years. Leads have been in the game for ages. I'm a fool. This guy knows it. That's why he's walking so slowly.
Regardless, last week we reported that Mambo has launched his new The Button in a test phase for the time being. And 10 minutes after that, he uploaded a video proving us painfully wrong. Turns out, not much of anything happened in the redstone mechanism for the testing week, since a few components were straight up never built. And with a schedule to uphold, Mambo pulls on Electronic Arts and pushes the thing to release with barely any troubleshooting. And we know that this time it actually does work, since Doc M has not only already discovered the button and lost his mind obsessing over it, but also already had a lucrative button press stolen from underneath him last minute.
Why is there TNT in it? Oh! Oh no!
Now, upsetting Doc may be the Hermitcraft national sport, but it's getting more and more dangerous by the minute. Case in point, the Wither projectile collecting apparatus he now attached a no scar or Grian sign to. And if either of them could read, then this sign maybe could have stopped them.
The Wither cage has been running for a few days now, and yeah, no issues so far. I feel confident now to load 2 more Withers in there, and definitely exciting every time you do it.
To recap, Doc's redstone buddies have explained to him how to harness the skull projectiles Wither bosses are firing in a safe and portable manner. So now Doc has learned how to get those to slow down to 0 speed, where they essentially float in midair. From there, they can be transported safely with water streams and flying machines. As in transported all the way to Scarland's central square. Doc leaves an arrangement of the explosive skulls levitating ominously over the main Scarland street. Like some sort of a saw trap. You've spent so much time getting ahead on your building. Well, now your buildings will be destroyed using ahead.
Oh, yes. With the goat banner in the background, man. Who's king now?
Not to backseat, but if I was in this situation, I would simply crash into the skull pile and blow it up and die. By accident. Because I wouldn't notice any of them. We'll see next week if Scar needs glasses as much as I do. So, Wither Insanity continues thanks to Ifas Lab, Regular insanity continues thanks to Capfan, sanity goes on thanks to Vintage Beef, but one at a time. It has now become a tradition on Hermitcraft to fight increasingly larger number of Wither bosses all at once. And Ethos tries to find an actual use for that when he invites Exumovoid, Tangotek and Capfan to excavate an ancient city using a pile of explosive bosses. Also to pronounce them all husbands apparently.
Alright everybody, we are gathered together here to get married.
Get married?
Someone else do the intro, just throw it at me. I can't do it.
And listen, we don't know much about Ethos' real life. You can't prove to me he isn't ordained and fully authorized to do this. Unsurprisingly, the mess of Wither bosses does not discriminate and murders the invisible hermits just as well as the barely visible wardens, either of which keep mercilessly respawning and rejoining the fight, and stealth is optional for this mission.
Okay, I am actually really starting to collect some cobble. I need to find an ender
I'm gonna
chest now.
put
Oh, no,
some
no, no,
stuff
no,
in
no.
the ender chest, yeah.
Oh, no!
No.
With the blocks.
Oh,
I'm sandwiched between two
I haven't seen you
wardens
guys
here, and I didn't even notice.
forever.
I'm gonna venture
Guys,
out
yeah,
a
we're
little-
gonna go through these potions in no time. Oh no.
Oh, no, come on!
I can get more.
Oh, I managed to get one stack of cobbled into my...
Oh, there's a wither right there.
Dang it.
Credit where it's due. Though Capfan's Total Chaos minigame looks just as incomprehensible to an outside observer, his one at least is multicolored. We already reported on that match last week, so to recap, viewers Dunby knew that Zombie Cleo wins. But what makes it worth talking about this week is that, for one, most of the participants now release their POV, and for two, Zombie Cleo actually provides a play-by-play commentary of the sensory overload chamber, partially because during the actual play they kinda got overwhelmed and stopped talking. Luckily, shut up and get killing proves a perfectly viable strat and they take home the gold.
And also, if they don't think you're a threat, they're gonna focus on the people that they do think are a threat. It is silly how much they ignored the fact that I was still around.
Now, Aoife being washed up or something or other is pretty funny and all, but what I want to talk about is the armor stand decorations Cleo installs at Geminate's place. We skipped over it past week, but Gem did actually commission Cleo to add dwarves in barrels, literally barreling through the waterfall at her elven base. And sure enough, they deliver, despite how risky working with armor stands by the water is. Since remember, our water stream will nudge any entity. Wither projectiles aren't immune to that, much less so the humble invisible armor stand. These dwarfs are dry clean only, is what I'm saying. Quite a few decorations actually come down off of Geminate's base as her and Impulse clean up the consequences of Pearlescent Moon joining their prank war. Pearl still gets a jump on Impulse, or more like a jump scare really.
Hey, Impulse.
Any of the
Hey,
lights?
Impulse.
Ah!
They actually go through a whole gauntlet of minigames, be it BWO's horse race, Exumovoid's derail, or jumping off of tall places to MLG with scaffolding block. Lest to forget that the concept of gravity will never be not fun to these people.
Alright. Yeah, nah, this is easier than the water bucket, surely.
At the end of the day, Pearl expands her garbage empire, transforming her trash shop into a whole recycling factory. Which does work immediately, by the way. I actually recognize quite a few materials in the wall from the stuff Joe Hills has been throwing out, so she's already recycling some stuff.
See what a huge difference it has made, and I feel like we've honestly probably doubled our real estate size with this addition as well.
But this is where we finally come to the main event of the week. The big finale to the Hermitcraft card game tournament.
Now, according to the rules, Etho can look at your hand.
Oh, yes. Let me take a little peek. Oh, he's going pure damage. That's what? He's got 6 damage cards in his opening hand.
I should have mentioned this match is sponsored by Scarland and Scarland Refreshments.
XB Crafted and Etho throw down in the pyramidal arena, and it's glorious. Bonus points, of course, go out to XB Crafted, who opened by playing an XB Crafted card. And finally allowed me to say on this show, congratulations, you played yourself. Unfortunately, these bonus points do not count anywhere in the actual brackets, and ultimately, Etho takes the victory and is given the unique trophy as well as a heap of new playing cards. But little did he know, the real game that's been going on this entire time. The most dangerous game. Man. This man, specifically. Zedaf. And you just activated his trapdoor. Having made a deal with Vintage Beef prior to the fateful duel, Zedov crawls his way into the arena's backstage. His goal? Snapping out a few pictures of the unsuspecting Etho to complete his custom paparazzi advancement. Not a single person in the audience spots him, and the mission is a resounding success.
Okay, and I run. Hide. Reverse. Beepers. Okay, no one saw that. I need to get out of here ASAP. This boat, you better not play around with me again.
Though if he ever feels like sharing his pictures of historic moments, he may just have a buyer in the face of Captain 135. Because despite of all of the preparations for the TCG final stage, Cap managed to still get the Museum of Hermit Egg already assembled. Quite the impressive feat, given that the floor in the building is made of lodestones, the one block that demands a netherite ingot for crafting. Between that and the calcite ceiling, this video would have gotten a muscle cramp if it was any more of a flex.
You know, a lot of times in museums, you know, if you just have exhibits and nothing to interact with, then the museum goes under because, like, while things are cool to look at, you want stuff that people can do. And this is one of the things you can do. You can do a little parkour on the trapdoors up to ring the bell.
Though his collection of hermit larvae is impressive, Cap takes a stroll collecting more exhibits from the hermits. Luckily Joe still has the stream day torches, and Scar is willing to provide some choice artwork to display.
What if your beautiful place had a piece of artwork such gloriousness as that?
Woo, baby. Yeah. I could definitely see this in the museum, man.
This week on Hermitcraft.
For a long time had the plan to build this Witter reactor. Reason actually being though, good old Rendog was actually mocking me.
The most professional concrete maker that I've ever seen.
With how much Doc likes to dig up the past, he's gonna love the archaeology update.
There are many milestones to observe throughout a season of Hermitcraft, but none of them more Minecrafty than reaching a full stack of weeks played in Season 9. This is week 64, which means from this point onwards they start taking up more inventory space than anyone ever expected. We now also know the release date of Minecraft 1.20, and with the amount of momentum this season still has, we're crossing our fingers that Season 9 will just roll right into 1.20 when the mods update, and we'll get to see what the hermits do with Candy Floss Pink Wood, Big Sniffy Boys, and the economic impact of armor trim. What we're saying is, expect everyone to care about diamonds again, which makes it excellent timing that Mumbo has built a button that hands them out. And with that in mind, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Vintage Beef, who has the other license to print money, although he's mostly been reprinting cards. There are balance changes across the board as the alter ego cards get released, and the previously tournament illegal cards like Rare Mumbo have their abilities shifted to make them safe to play again. Even the armor cards get a rebalance, with the higher tiers offering less damage protection, but making you immune to shenanigans.
So yeah, lots of changes. Now we need to find a way to have all the hermits exchange their old cards for the new cards.
The task Beef now faces is getting the old cards out of circulation, which is where Pearlescent Moon appears, volunteering to build a swap shop for the hermits to drop off their obsolete cards for the shiny new ones. And it should be easy enough, since the expansion pack is already getting a lot of attention.
All right. These all say restocking. Can we get rid of the signs? Or?
No. These don't have any in them yet.
Oh,
this is the new machine.
Oh, I didn't even see this when I was here earlier. Jeez. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. They're not updated with the new cards.
Alter ego?
Oh, they're not.
No, not yet.
Beef also settles on building a fox exhibit for XB Crafted Zoo. He was considering doing pandas, but it turned out the choice wasn't so black and white. XB's half of their build swap already happened. He swings by Beef's cozy cabin to build him an outhouse with a little toilet and a fishing dock, ignoring the fact that it's briefly on fire.
XB's finished his build, I think. Hold on, what is this? Not a little box. Has a door. How did I miss that? Oh my goodness, this is great. It's a little outhouse.
But there are many distractions in XB's week, including the purchase of some new alter ego cards, discovering the button in the shopping district for the first time,
oh no,
and the grand opening of False Symmetry's Elytra course, which a whole handful of hermits show up to fling themselves through all at once. The server's other raceway continues to gain ground as Rendog puts in the time to finish the race pavilion and mark out more of the home straight. He does so accompanied by a cat, which coincidentally has been the case in his IRL time, adjusting to his new home and garden.
However, something very strange started to happen, and it was a really beautiful, cute little kitty cat. Obviously one of the neighborhood cats. I thought to myself, oh, well, this is lovely. I've got a little friend.
Between him and the cat, they have a pretty productive day, and we get some extra wholesome progress updates. We suspect the cat may have done some of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I feel like I've made up for some lost time out here, and
Impulse SV has a crane for that now. After time-lapsing the walls of his warehouse wing, he installs some dwarven machinery and a proper entrance for it. And we've got to wonder why, considering they're shorter than average, the dwarves decided to make their doorways so big. Then again, maybe he's just been squished after smashing his head into Elytra course rings and throwing himself out of a plane several times, which is how people have fun on the Hermitcraft server. Before False's Elytra Challenge makes its debut, Impulse meets up with Etho, B-Dubs, and Pearl, and they revisit the minigame district for a horse race and some well-timed water bucket clutches.
Oh, I was supposed to shoot the. I was supposed to shoot the thing, wasn't I? Oh, I'm supposed to shoot stuff.
Yeah, I shot for you. Oh no, I'm in the bush.
The horse racers have competition from Mumbo, who now has flame decals on his hog. Also a beak for some reason.
He looks fantastic. He's actually got little tires. Everything feels right at this point in time.
Once he eventually makes it back to his base, Mumbo works on the walls, supporting the pillars, supporting the superstructure, and it's only on a return to his vault that he discovers a mysterious target block, which freaks him out until he realizes it's just been put there by Grian, according to the comments section detectives. He decides to turn it into a bait-and-switch prank, which has absolutely no chance of escalating to server-destroying proportions. I mean, he's already got one of those running with the new button.
Reconsider things a little bit. The world would be a much better place if we all just park our egos at the door and are all just nice to one another.
His next target is the floor of the industrial farm segment of his base, which he fills in with an alternating pattern of stone slabs, leading to a shocking realization.
Wait. Is this not square? This isn't a square.
Azuma Void lends some investigative journalism and reveals that Mumbo Jumbo's new skin has toggleable sideburns of a completely different colour from the rest of his hair.
Going on?
That's not good.
Oh,
that will never come back on.
Did you not know about that? Like,
no.
That's from the old copy and pasting in the skin.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the little sideburn things as well.
Much of X's time is spent perfecting the shulkerbox arrangement within his ender chest. He's been using some shulkerbox customization resource packs for the better half of the season now, so theming his luggage allows for a really handy and intuitive display of materials. Too bad all that needs to immediately move out, as Azuma needs the extra inventory space for all the deep slate he's trying to dig up using withers. No, we're not getting a second wither-based blaster on the server. Instead, Azuma just unleashes another pile of wither bosses at a mushroom island, since no mobs can spawn in there. Then, naked and invisible, X runs around bottom feeding on the deep slate the wither bosses dig up, and puts as much as he can into the ender chest before dying repeatedly.
Oh dang, this looks rather different now. Oh my potion effects are running out. Dang. Let me get all of this in here quickly. Oh, come on now. Yes. Thought I was gonna die. Oh, okay, now I'm dead. Good.
This is what the lack of deep slate insta-mining does to a person, Mojang. Make the nice block more crunchable. 1.20.1 the Grimstone update when? Not that the insta-mineable stuff has a better time on Hermitcraft. When looking for netherite, Cubfan just dynamites the nether. What scraps Cub finds, he puts into the floor pattern in his egg museum. Lest we forget, the place is made on a bed of lodestones. With only a few Easter eggs missing, Cub really has to work for his collection, and scouts the server, even approaching Clio for some of theirs.
Fantastic.
So you can have a little Azuma and you have a little Cleo.
Fantastic. Oh my goodness, look at them. They're adorable.
Feel free to take what you need.
Oh, seriously? Oh, man.
Yeah,
this
fine.
will be huge, yeah. We are on with Good Times with Scar. I asked him, does he have an extra Grian or Hypno, and he says he has a Grian. That means we are code 10. We are going right to Scar's base for another day. We can't go another second without this Grian egg, guys.
Through the generous donations and Scar's one Grian hatchling, which is more of a curse, all but one are in place, the vintage beef one. But unfortunately for Cub, the unique collectible was already bought up by King Zombie Cleo, who was inspired by Cub's own museum to build theirs, directly in front of his one. Really leaving Azuma not that much space to put his 10,000 fish, are we?
It's going to be the Royal... Hang on. I've got the crown. The Royal Museum.
So while the Egg Museum expands its collection to Christmas hats, custom music discs, and Empire's memorabilia, the Royal Museum finds its King Ren exhibit lacking. So Cleo trades the last missing egg for a sampling of the very tomatoes that were thrown at King Ren after his rightful dethroning. Cub obliges, but never factors into the trade that he actually has a whole second stash of the fruit, which lowers their value somewhat.
You can see they've been replaced with sticks, so tomatoes are gone. Or are they? I think that was a great deal. We didn't really lose anything.
Really, Cub shouldn't be risking it with a competitor who, if needed, can just will intricate armor stand statues into existence. Then again, that could be anyone with how cool and intuitive the newest version of the armor stand manipulation book looks. Sure, there's an art to posing an invisible stick exactly right, but now you can just click the joints to rotate them, apparently. If you ever had any interest in trying armor stand bending, now would be the time to try it.
And click on the little blocky things. Step 32A, click on the other mouse button to make it go the other way. Ooh. Step final, make amazing armor stands today.
The fight for the relics, in the meantime, is threatening to become much more complicated. Jevin joins the fray as a private collector, up to play both sides as long as they're paying.
Guys, let's talk master plan and how we're going to be unfathomably rich.
His plan is to collect as many relics as he can before either Cleo or Cub can, then pit them against one another in a bidding war. Also maybe sell them a forgery, for fun.
So they think that I'm like the guy that has all of the stuff, right? I want you to think back in past seasons of important items that should be found in my quotation marks dig site. It's gonna be fake, so we can just make as many as we want.
This is a hilarious development on a week when he essentially card battles a mummy trying to beat Cub fans' Pharaoh TCG boss battle. Well, given the nether tunnel he finally builds leading up to his place, his entire base is a bootlegger's moss cave. At this rate, the most coveted collectible on the server is going to be Good Times with Scar's head. Why already someone has broken into his storage system and blown up the minecarts all over the place. It may or may not have been also him, actually. With the offended party hot on his tail, Scar reverts to his alter ego Hot Guy and takes a vacation to the Hermitcraft commercial city and the Hot Guy headquarters, built long ago but left empty.
Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. This doesn't look real. This isn't real. Somebody put this here to get a jump scare out of me, and they were successful.
But now that the TCG Alter Ego deck is out, Scar can actually merchandise his Velocity. So he fills in the Flyvenger Tower with floor after floor of Hot Guy calendars and posters, all lovingly rendered out by the artist Hoffen.
We're selling calendars. That's Hawkeye, of course, in his volleyball suit, and we have signed and non-signed. Once again, Hoffen outdid herself on these. These are so good. But unintentionally, you can actually put this on your head and it becomes a billboard.
The Markiplier behavior here is quite hilarious, but what might actually get Scar in trouble is that he has now bought out a non-insignificant share of the TCG Hot Guy cards and will be reselling them at his place. You never know how Vintage Beef's legal team will react to a scalper crisis.
Dude, you turned the volume down in here in your video, and I never heard what a nightmarish torture room this place is.
Hopefully Scar has a good medium, because he's now cursed with horse. BOO has been collecting horses from far and wide so he can make the runningest, jumpingest horse possible. And despite being bent on revenge for Scar killing the horse with the most sentimental value, B-Dubs can't help but show him the meaning of haste.
You're gonna fly.
Oh my gosh, what in the world, B-Dubs? This is the fastest horse I've ever seen in my life.
That's correct! That's a prime steed!
Scar in return shows him the meaning of brand awareness, but that only fuels the fires of B-Dubs' vengeance. After leaving some of his spare horses around Scarland along with some droppings of a dubious nature, B-Dubs also armor stands up a picket line in front of Scar's store, so don't cross it unless you're having good times with Scab.
Hot Guy? More like horse murderer.
Doc M77 gets to witness the horsening firsthand, although he's mostly there to check on whether Scar has seen the cloud of wither skulls darkening the sky over the poopiest place on Earth. And he might have a vendetta against Scar, but he'll still buy the merch. But Doc settles another score when he reveals what the Wither Skull generator was actually for. Instead of duplicating TNT, the skulls can be siphoned into a blast chamber which Doc uses to overkill concrete. It turns out this was all a reaction to Ren dunking on him for farming concrete manually a few months ago.
And there he is, in a swamp, making concrete. The most professional concrete maker that I've ever seen.
I had to get more concrete, and once again I found myself back in the swamp, and I was thinking, yeah.
All the freshly generated concrete lets him decorate the wither trap itself, and what better decoration than a giant wither breaching containment? With that done, he can turn his attention to the one bit of concrete he doesn't want to explode, the latest incarnation of the button.
Diamonds? I mean, you know, we got so many diamonds. Diamonds cannot really entice us. The only thing that is problematic here, that it is relatively close to our beloved TCG shop, and structural damage to that I would not be happy about.
And finally there's Zedaf, who has decided he's had enough good nights of sleep for one season. His newest self-imposed Z-advancement is to die 10 times as quickly as possible, which might be a little slower than you'd expect, despite his expertise on the topic of inventive demise.
But I think it's like a 3-second delay you gotta wait from when you first get up to when you can first take any little tiny bit of damage, which... Punch! Yes! All I did was a little hop back. I was like, ooh!
To make up for the limitation, Zedaf decides that instead of simply letting gravity do the dirty work, all 10 deaths need to come from different sources. He even manages to drag Tango out of the dungeons long enough to kick off the whole death message domino effect, albeit Tango didn't know exactly what he was being recruited for.
Hold
he
it.
withered away. What's happening?
Count them, Tango, count them! What are we up to?
How is this happening?
Count the deaths!
How did you do that? You just made a crazy kill ZF contraption, didn't you?
Pretty much.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Everything is perfectly fine, and nothing important happened, especially to Asuma. You can trust me, I'm him, but evil. If something happened, I would know, wouldn't I?
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Voiceovers. Our writer is LoyXP. Captions on this video were provided by Liara. And how is our broadcast being interrupted? This is a pre-recorded YouTube video. One thing we hope will not be interrupted is the release of Minecraft 1.20, and we see a few hermits preparing themselves for the chaos of bamboo being a viable wood type, cherry trees being available, if probably thousands of blocks away at this point, and armor trim being the new status symbol. We'll see if having netherite trim on netherite armor ends up more desirable to the hermits than the fancy new crowns Mumbo is promising for saving the button, or, you know, a signed hot guy calendar.
I mean, that is a bargain. That is an absolute bargain for someone so attractive to have touched my calendar.
So while we're all getting comfortable in the Trails and Tales waiting room, let's get an events and mishaps update from the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Impulse SV, who starts with an iron farm, if only so he can stop poaching iron from Tango Tech.
And you may recognize this one. It's one of my all-time favorites. In fact, it's one I actually invented. It's a 2-in-1 villager breeder and iron farm.
With that weight off his mind, he starts to consider how to lift other heavy loads and fills his base with the lived-in details of a dwarven mining operation, freight carts and elevators to move ores from the depths to the surface.
How cool is this, right? We got the chains kind of pulling it up. Oh, there's the flag guy. Okay, you stay put. We don't need to get in a fight right now.
All this is interrupted by a jump scare from Pearlescent Moon, which kicks off the next phase of their prank war, bringing the rest of the server in as well. The cheese touch is quickly returned by Pearl, but then they team up to tag Joe Hills, and we're looking forward to seeing how this cookie crumbles.
Ah! Whoa! Oh my god. Okay, y'all, I was just getting a drink from the kitchen. I come back and it's all exploding.
But with that delivered, Impulse heads back to the Nether to connect his industrial district to his base with a lot more style and convenience. And we discover why Azumavoid auto-crafted so much gold as they unveil the new Nether path to iBuy.
This is enormous, but I gotta say, I love the color choice.
I was going to say it's like the grand reveal, but technically you've already seen this before.
Having spent a week organizing his ender chest to carry almost every obtainable block in the game, Azuma seemingly decides to use all of them on this one tunnel through his base skeleton.
So now at the end of the project, I just have to put my shulker boxes back on the wall of hoppers, and then all of this junk just gets chucked into here, and everything gets sorted again. So yes, everything I used out of my ender chest, like the terracotta and the wall and some of the sand here that got depleted, will just be restocked by using our sorting system.
A similar fate befalls the nether tunnel to his Allay flower farm, though the well-organized storage soon enough attracts the attention of the cleaning lady. Pearlescent Moon commissions a redstone sorting system for the basement of her garbage processing unit, a sort of trash compactor, if you will, though it's not clear if she wants the trash sorted by color or by taste here.
Is there a price? Would you like to be paid something? I feel like I need to pay you for your time.
I was so happy to do more redstone, I didn't even think about that. I can't even think of anything to ask for.
You know what? I think I have an IOU from you, actually. A long time ago.
Oh, okay. From me?
I think maybe?
Whatever it is, X obliges and delivers, if not the whirlpool of an input that she requested, then at least a believable sinkhole. Though the most time Azuma certainly sinks into his newest TCG project, which...
The Asuma video for this week was perfectly normal. Do not watch his video to check. He just did some regular Minecraft things. Nothing to do with me, no. Look the other way.
Vintage Beef also gets a sneak preview of it, but for some reason our footage of that has also mysteriously disappeared. Huh, would you look at that?
Where are we going? This way?
Well, this bit here is just my base, right?
Right,
So,
yeah.
what I've constructed is in my base, down this way. I'm expecting a lot of foot traffic through here from fans of the TCG game, you know?
All right, all right.
Okay. I think I'm going to let you just wander into here and see if you understand what this is.
Okay, let's see. Looks menacing already.
Dreadfully determined to deliver on the decked out dungeon, Tango Tech dives deeper into the digging. And though the Patreon supporters were quite helpful in designing the third level of what is increasingly harder to call a mini-game, they can't help actually dig out the area for it on the actual server.
Got their help, so a big shout out to TP, Zalvi, Kashmir, and Cable Guy. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the help in getting this all put together.
The fan-assisted level called The Black Mines actually spans over 3 different stories, all connected with a central shaft unlocking level 4. And it's almost a shame everyone involved brought in their A-game building this, because none of it is going to be visible at this rate. That's right, chances are the players will be spending their time in this place mostly shrouded by pulsating darkness, as this is exactly the level where the Wardens join in the fun.
Like we did in level 1, we hid evokers in the walls, right? We can't do any of that on levels 3-4 because the Wardens will sniff out the evokers and just blastificate them right through the walls.
What's better, Tango is already figuring out the 1.20 arrangement of calibrated skulk sensors for maximum coverage and potential clank upgrades. For a redstone system that will happily tattle on you to the boss mobs as soon as you let go of that shift key. And remember, the longer you crawl through the place, the higher the difficulty gets, so better warm up those glutes.
Develop something down here that I'm coining as AgroNet.
While we're talking about the obsessions, Cubfan135 has been arranging lists of collectibles like this is Stardew Valley.
Then I want some bigger items too, right? Because we got all this space to fill out inside the museum, right? We got so much room. And also, you know, Cleo has bigger things, so we want bigger things too, you know?
Having arranged multiple pages of ideas on what to put into his museum of Hermitcraft, Cub sets off to bother multiple Hermitcraft members for their memorabilia, even scoring another crown for the Assorted Crowns exhibit when Tango Tech agrees to part with his Parkour King trophy.
This was legendary. I don't know.
It is legendary, yeah.
Dude, I saw you do this, and I was so inspired, I wanted to go run up a mountain.
For his part, Grian surrenders the very lodestone that started the Empire's crossover event, as long as Cub promises not to put a begin button on it. Luckily, Cub can't anyway. The button is in Cleo's original home museum at the moment.
Twinkly
You can have that
trash,
if you want.
clean prototype. Perfect. This is beautiful. This will go in the
I'll
record
tell you what
disc
else
collection.
I've got in the same kind of department.
Yes, yes, I'm interested.
speak when spoken to.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
I've got the speak when spoken to.
I like it. I like it.
Speak when spoken to.
Also, the whole time they talk, you can clearly hear the hundreds of chickens Grian has tucked away in a wall somewhere, which makes him acting all coy about teasing the return of the poultry man all the funnier.
I don't want to spoil it. Actually, I don't want to spoil it. I'm gonna wait and yeah, it's got something to do with this. Goodbye.
Man, all the best villains are coming back this week. This just continues the trend of Grian keeping all his functional projects directly outside of the place he calls his base, which includes the arrangement of chests one could only generously call a storage system. Luckily, he has now come up with a plan for the stuff, and that is to leave it all exactly where it is and also keep adding to it. So while Pearl is out there organising a recycling centre, Grian's approach to a storage room appears to be conceptually a landfill.
I started digging this hole for no reason and I just didn't stop. I think subconsciously, maybe I knew what this big ol' indent is going to be for, and I'm going to pile everything into there with some kind of organisation, at least to begin with, and then it will become just...
But one piece of garbage he simply won't have on his territory is the one target block Mumbo put there. In response, Grian puts the target block back into Mumbo's vault and rigs it to make a TNT noise, followed by a bunch of assorted Grian noises.
What?
Grian!
Pew pew.
That was...
I
I got so confused because I thought you were saying that, and then you started laughing.
I now realise that it was completely pointless me making that disc because I could have done the noises.
While there, he even fixes the unevenness of Mumbo's base, having spotted that the whole reason it was rectangular instead of square is that one sidewalk was 4 blocks wide instead of 5, which is an easy, if disorienting, fix.
You know Mumbo's pretty oblivious. Do you think he'll notice? Is this intentional? This can't be intentional. Do you reckon he'd even notice if we fixed it? You know what? I needed a reason not to do any more work to my base, so I'm going to work on Mumbo's for a minute.
You'd think turning his floor into something resembling a target block would help Mumbo recognise that particular pattern, but Grian still needs to point it out to him before the payoff can happen. In his defense, Mumbo was distracted by his new Hot Guy calendar, which he had to cross a picket line to buy, and was rewarded with instant karma.
I mean, that is a bargain. That is an absolute bargain for someone so attractive to have touched my calendar. Oh, have I just supported someone that's maybe not good? Where should we put this thing? I'm thinking... I'm joining the protest. I spent 16 diamonds and all I got was this stupid pumpkin.
But Mumbo's own homegrown produce is about to be the new hot commodity once 1.20 arrives. He's setting up a bamboo farm in anticipation of using the new wood to craft chests and other wood-agnostic items en masse, which is probably why he's so protective of his bamboo, enclosing it in a 16-block-high cage of iron bars.
Man, that gotta be at least 12.
When you heard bamboo farm, you probably didn't expect hell in a cell, but here we are. And finally there's Doc M, whose own personal hell might be about to return since Mumbo has promised crowns alongside the diamonds for anyone who saves the button from imminent destruction.
People said in the comment section, you want to introduce crowns.
Yeah, I have crowns. I'm just waiting on them being introduced into the resources.
Why would you do that?
And the crowns are good. The crowns are really good.
But Doc is harnessing destruction in different ways, and now he's learned to bend wither skulls to his own whims, is starting to find uses for them besides just leaving them threateningly above other people's bases. The latest module of his wither reactor demands another wither be added to the machine, also he can split the wither skulls in 4 different directions. Then, setting up a lo-fi temporary raid farm so he can trap some evokers, he tricks them into constantly spawning vexes which are trapped in boats and killed by the wither skulls, converting them into wither roses with none of the extra mob drops or hassle. And as someone who's been killed by vexes on numerous occasions, I'll be needing the blueprints of this one for the sake of revenge.
Yeah, about 1,900 per hour, so if we let this thing run for an hour, we would have a shulker box filled. This is not the most insane thing you've ever seen in Minecraft, probably? Like this view upwards?
This week on Hermitcraft.
I've got a pretty enormous update for you. I'm being eaten by a horse. There's no two ways about it here. I am being devoured by a horse.
This week, the monarchy on Hermitcraft has taken a surprising turn, because anybody can declare themselves king at the press of a button.
The hermits just love pressing buttons pointlessly, don't they?
But since there are 3 tiers of crown, not counting the one currently worn by Zombie Cleo, you can be more king than someone else. And you also get more diamonds from the vending machine, presumably to build your throne out of if previous seasons have taught us anything. And we can only assume the real reason there's no Doc M video this week is that he's camped out in front of the button, waiting to see who will turn purple first. So without further ado, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Vintage Beef, who makes a deal with the crown, because King Cleo wants his egg for the Royal Museum.
This is what you want?
So, don't put it down. Don't put it down.
I know.
They're even willing to trade diamonds for it instead of just Indiana Jones swapping it for doubloons. But Beef learns that doubloons will be the currency for the eventual museum gift shop, so he wouldn't mind grabbing a few of those as well.
You know what? I'm a generous sort, so there you go.
3?
Like
10. Okay, I only saw 3. I thought you threw 3 at me.
Once Cleo is done swiping his merchandise, Beef heads over to XP Crafted's zoo, where he's promised to build a fox exhibit. The attention to detail is certainly on display. What's not on display is the foxes, because he hasn't found any yet. But perhaps that's a mission for him and XP Crafted to embark upon in the near future.
Now there's one key ingredient missing. I don't know if you've noticed. The foxes! I have to go hunting for foxes. I'm not going to take the one that XP set up for me at my little cabin because I love it.
For the present, Beef returns to the newly established TCG card exchange, stocking the reissued cards with updated mechanics so the hermits can trade in their first editions. This is convenient because the TCG trading has actually entered a whole new phase with the introduction of the special trading post in the commercial district. By Beef's request, Pearlescent Moon finds herself building a hotspot for interpersonal card exchange sorted by type and rarity. Hermits are encouraged to stop by and put up signs with their offers, as well as leave their cards in the assigned barrels on the walls. Though the system is manual and relies a lot on the honesty of the participants. Not that that's going to be an issue on a server where everyone records everything.
There's 23 total Hermit cards that will need changing, so that's
Okay.
only 2 that don't need changing.
Oh.
And then all the effect cards, which are 42 of them.
Well, this is going to have to be a big place.
Pearl's own shop is actually more convenient now that Azuma Void has installed the sorting system she commissioned last week. We don't get to see his video on building it yet, but from Pearl's perspective, the trash compactor is there in all of its glory. Now her own storage is safe from growing into a disorganized mess, as long as the garbage sorter isn't a garbage sorter.
And then peeking over there, we can see our lovely shulker monster that is ever so slowly growing even more because we've collected more trash since this was even being made as well. And my gosh, am I looking forward to getting rid of all of that.
Pearl's storage system is about to get a stress test of epic proportions because Joe Hills has been on a mission to provide as much trash as he can. In need of a more convenient mine entrance, Joe has started blasting an area underneath the central hole of his pinball machine base. In the real deal, this would house the subwoofer, but for now, any deep rumbling noises you hear are the 400 plus stacks of gunpowder being put to good use.
Yeah, my previous mine entrance was a 1x1 ladder well, so I think this will look a lot better when it's done.
And Joe's been around this bunch long enough to know that the hermits will gladly turn up with flame bows if you want to demolish something, so a handful of them arrive to smash the subwoofer area all the way down to bedrock. This leaves Joe with a better mine entrance, a decent handful of precious resources, and a patchwork quilt of shulkers to hand over to Pearl's jurisdiction.
It'll filter. I mean, you can always amplify the process and flick these down if you really want to, chuck all the trash in there.
Yeah, that might help, because I've actually built up a few shulkers here.
Is this an entire shulker Oh, gosh.
Yeah, this is all heading your way. Good thing you got that redstone contraption you're working on.
Lady Fest Laundry.
It's time for the occasional Real Talk episode with XB Crafted, and having played Minecraft non-stop since 2011, who could blame him for feeling a little worn out making the YouTube videos?
And I've been doing YouTube, playing Minecraft, religiously, since 2012. You can't help but, be affected by that. You know what I mean? This is the longest I've ever played a game. Any game. Period.
Still, XB is nowhere near quitting the server, and in reality he only wanted to announce that he'll be uploading a little slower, because he's now found a separate job to support his income. All the best of luck to him, but also nice to hear he's picking up the new Diablo game. Variety is the spice of life, and hey, we could recommend him some more games to play in 12 years when he gets a little tired of Diablo too.
I was really, really enjoying TCG, right? That really kept me going. But that's kind of trickled off a bit.
By contrast, Rendog is actually leaving his Real Talk arc. His latest Hermitcraft episode has already been recorded out of the new house he's moved into. Ren shares some exciting and some not so exciting details about his new home, like the fact that he seems to have scored the only house in Britain with some sunshine.
Upon further inspection, I realized that this side of the house where the herbs are, and in fact the front of the house where the sliding door is, gets an incredible amount of sunshine. In fact, it gets sun from about 11 in the morning all the way through in British summertime to about 8 o'clock at night, which is really amazing. I mean, everything went great. The house is mostly unpacked.
Either how, it's exciting times now that his production is about to kick into new gear, as his track record shows that every new studio brought about a new video style in the history of his channel, and yes, with all the car terms, we are hinting at his Iceboat racetrack. Hard not to on the third week of lo-fi ice placement.
It's actually been a great comfort to know that by what seems to be sheer luck, we've managed to land in a pretty suitable place.
Due to important charity stream shenanigans, false symmetry is a banana. Wouldn't even be the first time.
Long story short, I do a charity stream weekend most years in May to support St Jude Children's Research Hospital. So I'm keeping it on for this episode as an extra thank you to those that supported me on that stream.
The charity redeems eat up some of the false castle interiors, but the large part of it is still empty and lonely, so False spends some time decorating the remainder of her castle keep. One notable decoration, of course, is the hot guy signed headshot she buys for the foyer. despite clearly also being right there in the crowd protesting the guy.
What are we doing? Wait, what are we doing? Bring back Miyamo. Okay. It's about the horse. It's fine. It's whatever.
For her trouble, the poster doesn't center right on the wall anyway. But you see how False would be a big fan of the Velocite superhero with how her own Elytra course goes a mile a minute. But having opened it to her server mates, False still makes it a point to adjust it for a nicer flying experience. Wouldn't want too many forehead impressions across the checkpoint rings. The course definitely made an impression on Impulse, who returns to claim the top spot, timing his run down to the millisecond just to keep things competitive.
Probably could have done a little bit better on that one, but you know what? I think what I'll do is I'll post my time, which is... I have to go calculate it now, hold on.
It's not the only top spot he's aiming for, because he's one of the first hermits to babysit the button. Now it has crowns to distribute, leaving him with the question, what kind of king does he want to be? Unfortunately, it means being a clean-shaven king, because the crown has to occupy his headspace, and that's where the beard normally goes.
I don't feel super bad. We only got 3 diamonds out of the deal, but look at this. I look good. And we'll have to try to get the red one next, and maybe even the purple. And, sorry, Corrales. You're too late, bud. I got it.
You know the diamonds wouldn't be much of an incentive for Impulse, considering the profits at iBuy. Business is booming, and the customers are having trouble leaving. Which is actually a problem Impulse tries to solve, because when the lift is broken, taking the stairs might actually be worse.
We do have this back stairway, and right now it's not complete, really. It's kind of dangerous and...
And finally, there's Mumbo, who does so enjoy giving people buttons to push. After adding the crowns to the machine, he sticks around to acquire his own, but it doesn't entirely match his weekend outfit.
Yes! Yes! I've got a golden crown. I think I might be the first person on the Hermitcraft server that has a crown from the diamond button. And it's... I mean, it's not the best, it's the worst crown. It is the worst crown, but it is a crown.
Still, he's satisfied enough to return to his bamboo farm and set up a storage system for it, before he becomes the king of lagging the server with entities.
I mean, that looks pretty cool. That looks so menacing. It looks so angry, but in a good way.
But the man known for moving redstone staircases sure does know how to escalate things, and the next phase of his and Grian's target block exchange plays out. Mumbo rigs it up to dispense Grian's copper blocks into lava, or so it appears. The blocks will actually be saved by a set of artfully concealed hoppers before meeting their fiery fate. All we're saying is it's a good thing Mumbo tested it first.
I mean, that's not many. There's also lava. Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't think this through. Okay, half of the items got destroyed. That's not a good ratio.
If you hear the sound of industrial chugging in the distance, for once that's not a redstone contraption. That's Azumavoid's self-titled album under his musical pseudonym Soulside Eclipse. So for anyone who's been weighing it, the server just got a whole lot heavier.
I put so much of my soul, my passion into this project, and this year I decided to make it a reality, and so I've spent the last...
But things on Hermitcraft are still light and breezy, with all sorts of minigames popping up to distract everyone from what they were doing, unless what they were doing was building minigames. And we have news that, as of yesterday, the server was upgraded to Minecraft 1.20, and immediately began creaking under the pressure as everyone scattered across the map looking for cherry groves, suspicious sand to brush, and designs to stencil onto their armor. But here at the recap, we are creatures of the past. We only watch videos up to and including Friday, so let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Impulse SV, who now has an i9 on his Industrial District motherboard, although he might need to look into the overheating problem, the fire that's overheating the excess bamboo from his farm. Because Impulse, like many other people, has realized bamboo will be in popular demand once the server updates to Minecraft 1.20.
We'll see. The Hermits will eventually come to realize how amazing bamboo is, but I want it ready for them when they do.
So he not only reroutes the farm into his storage system, he converts the other half of the farm that was previously sugarcane into bamboo as well.
We probably got enough sugarcane to last the rest of the season, even if we go on for another 5 years, which I don't think we will, but anyway.
Then it turns out to need a whole minecart system to collect and refill shulker boxes, just so he can store it all and ship it off to iBuy. Truly his cup runneth over. Just like the Zedvancement Cup runneth over to Zombie Cleo's museum, at least when Impulse decides to prank them and wears the trophy while under the effects of an invisibility potion.
That worked pretty good.
Actually, that actually looks pretty good.
Oh, look, I can...
It's so good.
Oh, we're making a game out of this. We're so making a game out of this. This is so prop hunt.
This is proper night at the museum stuff. We gotta tell Scar.
Oh.
In the meantime, Cub is runneth over the entire server trying to get as many mobs as he can to his museum within the limit of 4 hours.
We got the Arctic Fox. I said we were racing against the clock to get these mobs because we absolutely are, guys. We absolutely are.
Luckily, some people straight up sell animals just across the road from here, and some animals will chase you down across half the server. As such, Cub successfully acquires a Hoglin that naturally transforms into a Zoglin in the overworld, because no matter how speed you run, you can't outspeed run the plague.
It seems like this guy can't drown, actually. Makes sense because basically he's already dead. So, I guess that's cool. Okay, we gotta be kind of careful here because Zog the Hoglin will actually attack any mobs in his nearby area. So we gotta put him in a pen that's not adjacent to another pen, like this one right here might be good.
Another rare beast for Cub to put in his museum turns out to be B-dubs. The many shiny varieties of B-double-O would cost a shiny penny if Cub was getting them from the head gacha machine. Luckily, he was able to strike a promotional deal with B-dubs directly and get the whole pile of B-dubs heads in exchange for actively advertising the shop in the museum exhibit.
I think what I can do, B-dubs, I can put a sponsored by B-dubs head shop. And then coordinates.
Yeah.
Graciously provided by. Do you have any
She
king
does.
stuff, by the way?
I mean, if you
Fantastic.
wanted, I made that castle. Ransack it. Anything in there is yours.
Anything? Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Okay.
The Hot Guy exhibit gets an even better deal. On top of displaying all of Scar's merch, the museum offers a shooting range where you can practice your archery and even win a replica Hot Guy bow.
And when you jump through the portal, wouldn't you know it, it's the Empire's folks. So I thought it would be appropriate to put them like through the rift because they are, Empire's members after all.
Now, what Cub did have to actively battle for is the Evil Azuma TCG Trophy exhibit. We didn't get to talk about this last time because of some Wi-Fi interference, but Evil Azuma is now a TCG boss battle, and an automated one at that. That's right, through what we can only imagine is a redstone incantation, X was able to put together an in-game, in-minigame boss with a mind of its own, so the layers of abstraction are piling up, as you can see.
Now, this is no straightforward system because there is another element of the difficulty increasing. So with Cybot's help, we now have an amazing Evil X boss battle arena.
This week, however, brings an arguably harder challenge for his mechanization skill, because if you think making your own redstone is hard, consider how much harder it is to tweak someone else's. Yes, it's once again time to make David the Copper aging field even more complicated.
So just imagine that the facility here, instead of having just this one, could have all the different stages of aging. And we can do this with redstone. And so I thought this was going to be really simple, you see.
You might remember me helping X install this beast of epic proportions, and if you do, you'll know it was not designed to also wax the copper on the way out. So now he's modded a boss battle into his favorite minigame and developed an add-on for a tool I designed. But no, Azuma hasn't spent as much time on the server as usual, he says, wearing a crown that takes hours to get.
Oh, time! Woo! I got the first level. Did I break it? It only went down by what? It's stuck in a loop. What have I done?
B-double-O manages 2 minigames this week, although one of them is how can I get my PC to not die?
But I am finding that that wasn't everything. It's kind of brute force. I blue screened like 20 times in the last 24 hours. B-Dubs has been in a pure panic mode, just FYI.
Apparently, enough dedotated wham and horse riding fries your computer memory, so many blue screens died to bring you this video, and the Redstone with B-Dubs segment is sponsored by Windows Accessibility Settings.
Redstone with B-Dubs! Sticky keys. Sticky keys came on and ruined my Redstone with B-Dubs moment.
Despite this, he still gets to create the other minigame, thanks to the cooperation of a snow golem which immediately tries to escape.
Blast! Well, he's gonna coat the floor down here, and this isn't getting me snowballs because I have a silk touch pick.
Once he's farmed enough snowballs, he sets up a sideshow attraction in which contestants have to fling snowballs at a target block to win a prize. Unfortunately for everyone involved, the prize is a horse that dangles in front of the target, so you'll only get to ride away once you've pelted the poor creature with snow.
All I gotta do is shoot your horses, right? That's easy.
No, stop. It was me the whole time.
Still, somehow Tango Tech gets away victorious, both from the minigame and the one pillager he somehow also won.
Patience is key. Oh!
Oh, hell, what is this? What
He shot my armor stand, this stupid idiot!
The carnival game was a nice distraction from working on the decked out dungeons. It helps that Grian showed up now with an offer to build the secret laboratory level decorations, and Tango can focus on the redstone, of which there is plenty.
Right. The guy who was into all the science in the laboratory was into making golems as pets and stuff like that kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Even the door from level 3 to level 4 could not be a regular piston tape. For extra oomph and pizzazz, Tango made sure that the way you open the elevator shaft to below the black mines is by dropping a TNT block into it. The game naturally resets it by generating basalt, so no harm, no foul, in before Etho tries to use it to clear out the wardens populating the level.
And now, in theory, we should have a blast-proof floor. Excellent!
Then again, maybe we should keep Tango occupied with environmental design, given that he's now making secret passages like this underwater one. The idea of a chest behind a secret is perfectly fine, it's just the way there is so windy and brutal, it could be considered its own underwater level.
Over through here and all the way down here, into all this, around the corner, I'm almost drowning, down here, under the thing, and then you're here.
You can see how this is a little more involved than the current top minigame that's about pressing a button at the right time. And luckily it's a bigger landmark than the button because XB Crafted only just remembered the button was there, and it took longer than he'd like to admit to discover the TCG swap shop.
This, I feel like, is not it. I'm going places I ain't supposed to be. You would think there would be a sign that says, like, here's the place to swap your TCG stuff.
But he's observant enough to play spot the difference between the cards he's swapping, most of which are just worded slightly clearer, and even to spot foxes darting between the trees of a taiga biome, because XB and Vintage Beef team up to locate the Vulpine residents of the enclosure Beef built for XB's zoo project. XB even gives us a display of expert marksmanship saving them from the encroaching creepers, although he can't save them from Minecraft's lead mechanics.
Do you just run up to them and use the lead on them?
Uh-huh.
I think that's probably where I'm going to leave it. Now, how do I get... Where do I go from here?
I've got 3.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Coincidentally, False Symmetry is about ready to put Grian on a leash after he snags a good button press from her, and for nothing.
Might as well get Jaffa cakes. No, I think that's Australia. I don't know.
Jaffa cake. Yeah, Jaffa cakes.
Jaffa cakes. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, go get some Jaffa cakes. Oh, hi, Gran.
I saved the button. Good day. Only I get to be Mumbo's best friend. Yay!
Bye.
Bye, Gran.
So I guess now that Green isn't in my good books, I guess I can add him to my list. I just feel like making a bit of a list of people that have wronged me.
Not that False herself is a stranger to shenanigans, as we see her pull some PT jump scares on Rendog while he was visiting. Invisibility potions are really good for pretending to be an armor stand if you know for sure the other guy's playing with particles off.
Oh, hi.
Oh! That scared the living hell out of me, man.
Ren and Grian marathon False's Elytra course over and over, which just proves that the tweaks from last week helped, as neither dies of kinetic energy. All the while, False is plotting her revenge as well as the exact layout of the castle innards. Ultimately, she gets to pull the exact same goof on Grian while he's AFK at the button. Just a shame no one got to the Jaffa cakes this week.
I had to kind of give him a taste of his own medicine. I had to. Guys, it's even. It's fair.
As a desperate bid for Mumbo's friendship, Grian has been trying to hit the Purple Crown limit. Nobody else had it on the server at the time, which means Mumbo is pretty lonely with no friends out there.
Well, at least I'm still in the running to being Mumbo's best friend.
Well, for his part, he could help by not threatening to burn his neighbor's copper over the continuous target block prank exchange.
No! Man's burning that's not very best friend behavior.
As such, Grian gets the only regular friend crown for now, no thanks to someone holding a grudge here. What took longer still is arranging some giant rocks around his base in a presentable manner. At a glance, it might not strike you as a 7-hour build, especially since we saw floating boulders out of the guy already, but consider this is also where Grian's chest pile has been this entire time, and it's not there anymore.
Look how much I've got rid of in terms of clutter. This was all just sitting in my base.
Turns out offering to work on Decked Out Level 4 wasn't just him procrastinating on cleaning his storage after all, and Grian had it moved in a neat, or at least neater, fashion. Not neat enough for Zedaf, at least.
Okay, this is like neat mess. There's a shulker box right there, though. Hey, I lived in your mansion once. I know exactly what it's like to live in your mess.
Oh yeah, that's true.
This is some big words from a man whose storage, though it may be neat, doesn't have any dragon eggs in it, which is why Grian's duped one is of big interest to Zedaf.
Rumors tell me that you are a man with eggs.
For now though, it's a no-sell, and Grian even considers booby-trapping the dragon egg with an observer so that the rare item isn't too easy to get from him. Joke's on him, one could simply point out the extra egg to Pearlescent Moon to send Grian to Minecraft jail for his duping crimes. And finally there's Doc M, who decides this time he's not going to spend hours camping out to get the latest colourful accessory. This time, he's gonna hack the button.
Very suspicious to have Green's cam account on all day. I think what he's trying to do is keep it loaded so it runs faster.
First though, he looks at how they massacred his boy.
Alright, anyways, that is just one example. After Mambo got banned from tournament play, which ruined our whole strategy we've been using for the whole first season of TCG. Poor Mambo. But still, yeah, it's no longer 240. It's still one of the most powerful cards.
Doc swaps basically his whole card library at the TCG swap shop, but he keeps a couple of the pre-nerf cards as a collector's item for his personal trophy room. There's a brief diversion as he, False, and Impulse help Cubfan capture one of the remaining ghasts from his prank on Grian, all for Cub's museum, and a momentary panic when a stray fireball hits the anvil cannon. Luckily it wasn't in quite the right place to blow everything sky high, but we were also very tense when Doc put out the fire on that one observer.
It blew up two rail tracks.
Easy repair though, at least?
I'm thinking nothing about this thing is easy. I need to call in the hive mind. I don't know what happens if I update this observer here where the fire is on.
But with those distractions aside, Doc turns his attention back to the button heist. Digging a large hole below the button's chassis, he rigs up an Ender Pearl stasis chamber that triggers when the button reaches purple, or alternatively when someone presses it, with the idea that he can either arrive to click the button himself or snipe the crowns from someone else. Then using another Ender Pearl teleporter, he warps back to the perimeter. The first tests don't quite go according to plan, but there was always a chance there'd be some bugs to work out. Finally though, Doc parks himself in an AFK booth overnight, and returns to find all 3 crowns in his inventory, which we're pretty sure makes him Mumbo's best friend.
Oh my god, we succeeded. I win! Yes! I just woke up.
This week brings a whole heap of updates. Hermitcraft Season 9 is now on both TCG Season 2 and Minecraft Season 1.20. The Hermits have gone wild for Trails and Tales, splitting up and exploring new chunks of the world in both live streams and videos, searching for sniffers, chopping down cherries, tailoring their suits of armor with new and exciting patterns, and brushing anything that looks suspicious. But it's still the same server, and so the TCG tournament board is replaced by a wins and losses table, and new decks are being prepared with new rules and alter ego expansions. Projects continue, museums musée, Scar kills a horse, it's business as usual, but everything has changed. So without further ado, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Vintage Beef, who is here to cut the ribbon on TCG Season 2, just as soon as he's finished catching some foxes with XP Crafted.
Hold on. Oh, I found it.
2 foxes. Right up.
And you're not talking about us.
Beef takes down the tournament bracket and replaces it with, if not the Indigo League, then definitely the Premier League. He plans to update this with the current TCG standings on a weekly basis, which should motivate players to strive for the top. The 8 players with the most wins will be seeded for the next tournament bracket.
Great news. I actually miscounted. There are actually 14 participants and not 13, so now I won't have one column shorter than the other. We're just about ready to get started, and I'm super pumped. It's looking good. I can't wait to update this board.
He's also working on a points-based system for building decks, so instead of specifying the maximum number of rare and ultra-rare cards, they work like one of those you have $15 to put together a team of superheroes kind of deals.
Ultra rare cards are 3 points, and so each deck needs to have up to a certain number of points. I hope that makes sense what I'm saying. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to consult a couple people.
XB Crafted is trying to get a Llama Dad, but this one isn't for his zoo. He's rebalancing his balanced type deck after the rules change for TCG Season 2, and one of the things Beef's Alter Ego's expansion did was add more balanced types to the pool. These cards have no advantages or disadvantages against any other, an approach which got XB pretty far in the tournament, but when it comes to Azuma's automated Evil X boss battle, the disadvantages are built into the game.
And I will set your active hermit ablaze.
Yo, I'm already on fire.
I heal myself for 150.
How did I know? How? How did I know?
I'm impressed you've survived this far.
The house always wins, and it is Evil Azuma's house. I, for one, welcome our new robot Yu-Gi-Ohs. But at least it might put XB in the mood to name some more shulker boxes of trash, a side quest that was given to him by Joe Hills.
Like, just name the shulker itself. You don't have to name, like, 27 stacks of items.
In dealing with the leftovers, False Symmetry certainly pulls an MVP when she ropes in the final ghast flying around since the Doc M prank.
Go up! Go up! Just touch it! Pull him over!
Come on!
Yes!
He's in the car!
He's in it!
Get away! Let's go!
After how long it took them to catch that thing, it is certainly a welcome move, and False gets her own section in Cub Fans Museum, although how would you even title that? The last free ghast in the Hermitcraft overworld? Well, clearly it isn't anymore. Yes, the ghast itself is also part of the exhibit.
Got the false gas fishing rod, which was legendary. Thank you again for helping with that.
Yeah, recently. Mm-hmm.
And you got King Mythical J Sausage's Diamond of Peace.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was like a one-off or like multiple, but either way.
That's fancy, that's fancy.
False, ironically, could use some help wrangling mobs herself. She wants to start a trading hall in the basement of her mountain castle and prepares a fittingly dimly lit environment for shady deals like a stack of sticks for an emerald. But unfortunately, that only makes her more aware of the fact that the nearest villager hotspot is far below the cliff, meaning things are about to go downhill in more ways than one.
Though, saying that, I kind of like the idea of doing it up there, because I believe they'll turn into snow villages, which will look super cool. They've got like the blue jacket and everything, which...
The storied ghast is but a one of Cub Fans' assorted mobs meant for display. Trying to fill in the menagerie section of his collection, he aims to put in even the rarest animals found in Minecraft, such as a blue axolotl or a brown panda. And it does make sense that his personal museum would be surrounded by an army of cubs after all.
Dude, your crown looks so funny in F5. It's this little crown sticking above the panda's butt.
We gotta turn. We gotta turn left. Hard left. Hard over.
Hard left. Okay, hard left.
The axolotls, by contrast, he just lets out into the nearby river, utterly demolishing the ecosystem in the process.
Is that how you get rid of them?
Yeah, it helps out.
Didn't terrify me at all.
Though midway through the project, his quest becomes much larger as the 1.20 update hits the server. Now tasked with finding every kind of a thing a museum would want, from the tails and trails, Cub pretty much has to find one of everything they added, be it a camel or the assorted vase residue. What Cub's rare beast display does not include is Zombie Cleo's pet pig, Chris. So wherever that animal disappeared to, it's not the competition's fault, seemingly.
I'm paranoid that my pig has been replaced, and naturally, I'll be blaming Cub for this.
For their part, Cleo departs into the 1.20 land, accompanied by Gemini Tay, to scout out the sniffer egg from the warm ocean ruins.
Oh! It started cracking! It cracks! You! It cracks! Oh my god, awesome!
Now rightful parent of two and the rest of the server, Cleo snags an extra couple of eggs from the new walking bush to build a torch seed farm.
Okay, so the farm works. The farm 100% works. I've got some eggs, I've got some torchflower seeds.
The museum now sports a section on ancient plants and pots, and Hot Guy for some reason. Though the most interesting piece of crockery has to be the Zedvancement cup, if only because it talks.
Just
How does it look?
Perfect.
That worked
Actually,
pretty good.
that actually looks pretty good.
When he's not putting himself on a pedestal, Impulse is winning all sorts of prizes of his own. Swinging by BOO's Horse Pop sideshow game, he takes his 3 warm-up shots and then promptly nails the bullseye on the first proper attempt.
Figured you out. Oh! First try, baby! First legit official try. We nailed it. We're better than Tango. Wow!
Although B-dubs did hint at the red horse having the best stats, so there's probably a reason why we see Impulse flying his way around the server, delivering a shulker box of bamboo to everyone before he takes a holiday. Although maybe he was just worried about setting the horse on fire when he dropped his mixtape.
Shout out to the Hermitcraft crew. You know every member. They be keeping it true.
Well, the equine kind are not safe despite his best efforts, as Good Times with Scar discovers the sideshow booth and tries his hand at it. But since the game did not exactly explain itself to him, Scar never actually got his snowballs and just used his hot guy bow for the exercise.
Okay, wait for one of those big bounces, and... fire! Oh no!
Week after week, Scar just can't stop killing B-dubs' horses. Not that he needed another one after the prank on Scarland filled it with both horses and horse byproducts. This is on top of the Scarland sky already being filled with floating wither projectiles, which Scar finally attempts to clear out, but only accomplishes a pistonless piston somehow. A stun, if you will.
Oh!
Oh my gosh, what in the world? That is such a cool decorational block. I've never seen the inside of a piston before.
The pranks piling up, Scar can only beg to the skies for Pearlescent Moon to come in and clean up the direct consequences of his actions. But in the meantime, he takes a trip to a cherry blossom forest to get a valuable flower box stuffing for the Scarland Town Hall build. Why does Scarland need one is a little confusing, as the theme park is, well, a theme park and not a legitimate city, but the aesthetics are certainly nice. Also got to appreciate how the administrative building is filled with literal monsters. That's some good unintentional satire. For more deliberate theatrics, Scar actually builds a home for his own TCG arena, aiming to make his boss into more of a performance than anything.
And of course, on the back here, we got a little silly, and I decided I need a helipad here in our theme parks.
For her part, Cleaning Lady Pearl does offer to do her doo-doo duty and tidy up the mess around Scarland, although she also seems to have the same luck with livestock.
I'm sorry, Mimis. You know, I could have sworn thunderstorms change cows into mushrooms.
One place she doesn't need to clean up is Grian's base, which gets an A+ grade for neatly sorting all that storage. So Pearl takes the opportunity to decorate the back rooms of her trash shop. Now her own storage system has been installed by Azuma, and takes the afternoon off to smell something else for a change.
Oh my gosh. Absolutely gorgeous.
Searching for some cherry groves, she also locates a couple of sniffer eggs and brings them home to her base, which you might remember has some pretty big flowers to sniff. Mumbo is surprised to find the button is still alive, and even more surprised to hear people are pressing it without any tangible reward.
The urge to press a button just overrides certain people's brains.
We're pretty sure Grian resembles this remark, and his archway of boulders resembles a certain Spielberg franchise. But despite finding all the ways he can to give away the diamonds, they seem to find ways of returning themselves to Mumbo. Like when he walks over his hidden diamond block dispenser in the shopping district and it chooses that time to dispense. Basically, we're saying Mumbo has the Midas curse, but on a really long delay.
What are the chances? I completely forgot that I put that down there, but I heard a click. I assumed no one would ever get one. I'm the person that got one.
But he's been anticipating the arrival of 1.20 for a while, and with his bamboo factory still running back at the base, he can run off and dig up all the pottery sherds and sniffer eggs he can find, even encountering a trail ruins after a disastrous visit to a woodland mansion. And it's good to know that he feels how we feel about sniffers.
And oh my goodness, it is the most adorable little thing in the world.
The update forces Jevin to pick up his idea of duplicating and reselling the rare artifacts for the expanded value. Luckily, there is an item that allows one to do exactly that, the armor trim. In what's less a trail ruins dig up and more a loot box opening segment, Jevin brushes up on his history and discovers the last armor trim he still didn't have, the rest having been found on a lengthy live stream.
That's it actually. Awesome, we got it! Okay, well, I'm going to keep looking because I want to see how big this thing goes.
Soon enough, the advancement for applying every armor trim to something was his, and all the extra armor made for a nice display on the approach to Jevin's new armor trim shop.
So this is my full set of new armor. Look how freaking cool it looks.
While everyone else is out collecting the trims, Rendog is still playing the hits. His record collection is now in popular demand, especially since custom music discs add some much needed sound effects to projects like Decked Out and the Evil Azuma TCG Arena. So Ren decides to rebuild the record farming module of his Creeper Farm, which you'll remember was originally a duet with Zedaf.
That is the theory behind the redstone. Of course, I am terrible at redstone. But you know how we do it on this channel, my friends. It's rainstone. It ain't pretty, but it works.
This time it's a little more permanent, and he can switch the farm between gunpowder mode and record mode with the help of a naturally spawned armored skeleton. I guess these records already went gold. Before long, he has full double chests of all the farmable records, and he's eyeballing the real estate between Gigalogs and his Jack-O-Lantern store to set up his new business venture, Boombox Records. He also suspects shenanigans when he finds bamboo placed in front of his nether portal, although as the guy with the wood shop, and with bamboo being a fresh wood type in 1.20, it might be a blessing in disguise.
By the way, if you're wondering why I'm wearing an elven hat, it turns out I'm one of the very few hermits that doesn't have a button crown. And so I've been forced to wear this elven hat in what can only be called shame.
Though not for everyone the update is a blessing. For Zedaf, it's a pile of fresh rare items now missing from the newly completed Hall of All. Zed's quest for one of everything in Minecraft got slowed down severely, but at least he did get that dragon egg that was missing from it, which was a whole ordeal, as is everything that involves Grian. as instead of just letting Zed have his omelette in exchange for being quiet about exactly how Grian duped it, Grian made a wild goose chase for Zed, leading ultimately to a TNT-laden trap chamber under Zed's own base.
There it is. Oh boy. Really? Oh dear, we're in my base here. If my entire base explodes, it's been fun.
At this point, it is our theory that Grian is perfectly capable of amazing and intricate redstone, but only when it is meant to inconvenience someone else. The final escape through a corridor of lava goes off without a hitch, and Zedaf makes it home with his prize, to the excitement of Grian, who's been monitoring his progress the entire time with a spectator camera account.
Congratulations, that is now yours. Don't give it to the museum, guys.
Oh, trust me, no, it's going right here in my hall of everything. Right, I'm going to put it in right now. You know what? I might hide it behind a massive lava corridor with, like, spiked walls and everything.
But once the update drops, it's Grian who is out there hunting for rarer things, including suspicious gravel, which we're not sure he's opening right.
I think I need to touch on the shears. I apologize profusely. I apologize so much. You are always right and never wrong.
But the crowning achievement, of course, is the personal sniffer he names Schnoot.
Your first name also is going to be Dwight.
But the real crowning achievement was making Zedaf blow a hole in Doc's base midway through the egg quest. He can be sheepish, that guy, and it's been a little too chummy here lately. And finally, there's Doc M77, who, fresh from making a big deal out of obtaining the crown last week, makes a zombie king of the server. Which technically has already happened, but hey, at least there's historical precedent for it. Doc has a different royal accessory in mind, emerging from his chrysalis as a monarch butterfly. But he still has a bee in his bonnet with Grian, who is now TNTing other people's bases by proxy. That's got a sting. Seriously, it really bugs Doc. For revenge, he installs a mysterious contraption under the bridge between Grian and Mumbo's bases, and leaves the crowned zombie out there as bait, warning that there may be consequences to killing Mumbo's new best friend.
So if Grian wants to become Mumbo's best friend, he better kill this zombie. Nothing will happen if he kills him, you know. He'll just get the crown.
But while he's there, it turns out Mumbo's new best friends might be sniffers, and after trimming his armor with redstone details, Doc goes out to make friends with some other 1.20 critters, finding a desert village so he can laugh at the camels, and bringing them home so he can laugh at B-dubs.
And the other question is, why does a camel not have an inventory? Like camels, you know, they are used for transporting goods around for centuries. Like a camel should be able to take a double chest or 2 double chests or something.
This week on Hermitcraft, the doors of Decked Out 2 open. The game is not finished yet, but Tango did build the doors. And here are some numbers for you. We've been doing this show for over 7 years, which is a very long time. We've got 472,000 subscribers and would love to get that to 500,000 to celebrate how long we've been doing this, so please subscribe if you like the show. And in Hermitcraft Season 9 terms, this is week 69. So with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with False Symmetry, who is mightily lost, it turns out. It's no wonder she finds herself this far away from spawn, with the update's grip still strong on her and there being armor trims still undiscovered.
Oh my goodness, this is so beautiful. Oh, and there are the phantoms. You scared the life out of me, guys. Stop it. I just want some cherry blossoms, that's all.
While her hunt does give her the runaround, she eventually does return to the capital Hermitcraft area bearing gifts and sniffers. Though in the excitement of archaeology, somehow she apparently only now found out about this one crucial 1.20 addition.
They have ears? Wait a second. Like floppy ears. That actually makes you cuter.
Her loot soon turns a common good when False opens a template trading post at the shopping district, where any passerby with 7 diamonds can duplicate themselves an armor trim template. Even if she doesn't seem to have every single one available, can you imagine? Some of these are insanely rare. And you can tell it's an armor trim spot by the enormous armor trim pixel art the shopping van is hauling. Man, imagine the pants you could trim with that one. Anyway, remember iJevin's armor trim shop from last week? I wonder how that one's doing.
I don't know how this works. And now I can take this guy and put it right back here. Boop. Didn't touch a thing. But I think False needs payment for this, right? I mean, this has got to be a shop or something. Tell me if I'm supposed to pay her.
Template donations welcome, so we can donate some, and missing a template, feel free to duplicate here. Sweet. We're also going to dump off one of these Spire armor trims into a chest here. I think we're going to go with this one. There we go. Beautiful. And yeah, we have, I think, only one more to get from our smithing templates. I put the other like extras we have away in our base safely. So we're actually going to copy this one.
Luckily for False, iJevin has bigger fish to fry, and the bones from that fish are looking surprisingly big.
Today, like I said, we're scamming probably Cub because that's going to be the most fun.
The trick is these might as well have been fish bones, as this fossil is absolutely not a real one. Minecraft does indeed generate a rare structure made entirely with bone blocks in multiple variants underground. Finding one is pretty hard, as they primarily appear underground and embedded into a wall. So Jevin is hoping one of the museum people will jump at the opportunity to add such a find to their Age of the Giants exhibit and pay a pretty penny for the privilege.
Biggest fossil you ever seen. Diamonds all around it. Oh, it's beautiful, Cub. It's beautiful.
Are you being serious right now?
So true. It's wonderful. And
oh man, I gotta see this. Jeez.
In reality, of course, this fossil is about as authentic as the medieval Tudor house iJevin adds to the back of his cathedral. Don't get me wrong, it looks pretty, but it wasn't built in the Dark Ages.
I'm really happy with how this turned out, though. Come here, so there's a stairway that'll go up right here, and then they'll connect those two rooms together. That's going to kind of give us our castle feel. Overall, though, I'm very happy with how this turned out, to be honest with you,
So Cubfan won't be taking that building into his museum yet. The fossilized McRib, though, that thing is precious to him, and Cub pays the full price to have it dug up and delivered. Except that when he said it belongs in a museum, he distinctly specified that it belongs in Zombie Cleo's museum.
This is huge, right? This is like an epic piece.
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking maybe this could go in her museum as like a gift from me to her.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Seeing how Cub wasn't born yesterday and checked twice that the fossil turned up in neither the desert nor the swampland biome, and since the fossils simply don't generate naturally anywhere else, he saw it for the fake it is and promptly shoved it off to the competition.
Also, if you look closely here, the diamonds are not part of the bone structure, but instead are in between the bones or the rib structure. Which means one thing, ladies and gentlemen, this is a fraud. Good job on this, Jev, though. This looks great.
Awesome.
I'm sure Cleo will absolutely love it, man.
Which helps, since his own museum is getting too full for its own good anyway. For one, iJevin really did miss out on some perfectly honest business, since Cub just cloned his armor trims from False's place and found the remaining ones on his own. And for two, what room the sherds and trims are not occupying, Cubfan fills with animal exhibits.
What the heck, man? Those creepers. They made it a whole year. They didn't make it 5 seconds after we destroyed the boat.
His collection of unique animals and monsters finally moves into the Mysterious Beasts from Distant Lands section. All in their own custom habitats, even if they're far too small to be humane. Just pretend these are all stuffed animatronics. This is not a zoo, after all.
And then you jump onto this, and when that happens, bam, you get your armor piece. Voila. Sweet. I survived Museum Pottery Parkour.
Well, while we're clowning on the crown, there's a new king in town, but that happens at least once a week on the Hermitcraft server. But XB Crafted is the latest to claim a crown, having spotted the button dipping into the yellow with seemingly nobody around to watch it.
But at least I have a pretty crown. Look at me. I'm majestic AF. I don't know who sat here and loaded this. That's the only reason I did it, is because somebody sat here for I don't know how long.
He's mostly there to camp out at the TCG store for any sign of a Llama Dad card, but he's had no luck yet. That doesn't stop him from battling Corrales in the TCG arena, which, given XB's status as tournament silver medalist, is a bit like David versus Goliath, except Goliath is chill, David has really big eyes, and Goliath wins. But still, the two of them have fun slinging cardboard at each other, and that's what it's all about.
Hello? Where did he?
I don't want to play anymore.
Where did he go?
I mean, it's not even fair, man.
BOO has a different type of headwear in mind. In fact, his whole outfit gets an armor trim overhaul that really shines, thanks to the fact that he's overlaying most of it on top of chainmail.
And then let's turn around and oh, baby. I'm so royal looking, and my Jordans, my shoes. Here I am walking. Look at how these shoes pop, man.
The new shop he's planned for the shopping district is the opposite of shiny. It's an intentionally grungy industrial building, originally pitched as an explosive shop with some other things. So if his previous businesses in Season 7's Aquatown are anything to go by, it'll be a combination TNT and barbershop. In fact, it turns out to be a combination shop, creeper farm, and 90s kids game show. The premise is actually more like a minigame. You pay a diamond to get into the room and press buttons to dispense the crafting materials for TNT or fireworks. But with every press of the button, you risk some pre-crafted TNT falling into the room and blowing you up. At which point, I assume you have to pay to get back in and collect all the items you dropped.
And Tango and Scar, my test dummies, are AFK at the moment. So, can't get them to do it, but eventually I will.
The whole thing is less a sound business strategy than it is an Etho call-out post, but we can understand why B-Dubs is keen to craft some TNT, considering people keep sending his prize horses back to him in a barrel.
Look at its little eyes blinking. Do you see it?
Yes, I see its eyes blinking. It's adorable. It's clueless. It's just loving its new house. Don't.
There's a graveyard.
I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna make a horse graveyard.
And finally, there's Tango Tech, in case you thought the cool door leading into level 1 of the Decked Out 2 minigame was not fancy enough.
That would be sufficient. Not a single person would complain, but it's not good enough for me.
He certainly didn't, as he works on the entrance to the minigame as a whole and utilizes an insanely powerful feature of the newest armor stand manipulation book, where one can apply pre-recorded poses to an armor stand using redstone.
What? Now I come over here and I go utilities, copy. If you power that redstone, it automatically updates the nearest armor stand within 8 blocks and paste the pose information in the book onto the armor stand.
As if that's not crazy enough, Tango combines this feature with the custom 3D model blocks to create an opening sequence you'll be happy to watch even on the 50th death by a Ravager.
Custom audio, custom sounds, this might have taken a few days. Yeah, and that's it.
But for those that do escape the labyrinth beasts, Tango also prepares the redstone in the crown shop at the end of the game run, though he's still unsure of what exactly to sell in there. Luckily, he has a full final level to figure that out before the epic doors open for good and unleash his server mates onto what is now 10 times the minimum viable product.
So I'm not going to go over all of this, but they put their money in the shulker there, and it'll actually buy the product. You can only buy each item once until the reset. So this is my way of throttling what gets purchased.
3, 2, 1. This week on Hermitcraft!
Are you kidding me? Oh my god, this is the worst. Oh my god. Maybe it was Zedaf because we dragged him. Or Mumbo. Who knows? Who would do such a thing?
We got this comment on our Hermitcraft prank war video saying, "It happened again." Well, it's always a good week when the it is happening, and this time we sure had an eventful time between the dueling museums, the archaeology completionism, a chicken-based prank war unfolding, and Zedaf getting killed by a snowman somehow. So subscribe while you're here and let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week, before it crashes from entity spam lag. Starting with Zedaf, who figures, yeah, I am more squishy than the mob that can't deal any damage and dies when so much as shown a shovel.
How can something so passive, so friendly, actually be a murderer? It's wearing a mask! Revealed! It was the snowman all along.
As mentioned, Zed wants to get killed by a snowman for the sake of the getting killed by everything Zedvancement. And it turns out he can. It just takes one deeply silly contraption to do so. Did you know snowballs are projectiles that can be set on fire? Yeah, that one makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Well, fiery projectiles can set off TNT, and then that counts as the kill by whoever threw it. So eventually one of his turret snowmen successfully Oppenheimers Zedaf, proving that yes, there is no threat, no matter how flimsy, that he won't die to.
And look, I told you, I totally sleep in that bed still.
Maybe this was inspired in part by Rendog's incredibly OSHA-compliant music disc farm. Probably more so a product of listening to the Cacophony Machine.
Oh, it's beautiful. Okay. Oh, it doesn't turn off. Oh, I can still hear them and they're so far away.
In his own quest to basically port the Minecraft wiki to Hermitcraft, Cubvan135 lures the remaining monsters into their final resting place, including a zombified piglin brute, Scar and him trick into becoming a trivia dispenser. He even gives it a voice using the new head on a note block system the game introduced. Unfortunately, no one can tell what any of it means, so Cub adds an interpreter circuit too.
Brute to Piglin translation. And then we have the Brute to English translation. So the Brute said, "Would you rather be stabbed by a sword or give up a single ingot of gold?" The Brute said,
"Please subscribe to Hermitcraft Recap, my career is dying."
Making his place into even more of an Xbox tutorial world, Cub displays helpful factoids about armor trims at their display that also inform you where you can find them and how low the chances of you finding them there actually are. What is certainly not very museum of him is that the gift shop at the end is selling pottery sherds, and since we know those can't be duplicated, this means the museum is straight up selling not copies, but what they consider priceless ancient artifacts. Though that's probably still not as unethical as the parkour exhibit that kills you.
I believe. Cheese it. Cheese it.
There's got to be a way up.
Cheese it.
There's got to be a way up.
You got it. You got it. Oh.
In related news, many horses will be harmed in the production of next week's video. Good Times with Scar realized that he can get rid of all three of his problems plaguing the Scarland Park by using the wither projectiles Doc left at his place to blow up the horses B-dubs left at his place, as well as blow up the B-dubs who will come to rescue said horses from being blown up.
This is the horse show. That's right, it's going to shoot out the wither skulls, killing B-dubs, or at least giving him a little horse curse, which is amazing.
It is most impressive that Scar had the patience to wrangle all these animals into a giant head, and just as much if he manages to actually load the Wither Skull floaties into the dehorsing gun. One way or another, XB Crafted chose an incredible week to have an episode entitled Zoo Creature Expansion, and despite this, he is not interested in the sniffer. Or maybe he is, he hasn't met the right sniffer yet. Either way, he goes out in search of camels.
Oh, look at him, he's so precious.
Eventually locating an uncharted pair of desert villagers, he snaps up the camels and leads them back to his base through the nether, eventually arriving at a set of tunnels that lead through to a water elevator which surfaces in the zoo.
It's just a little scoot. I'm just scooting. Go that way. Oh, I thought I had a fence in here. Dang it.
The call of the sniffer proves too strong, and he dusts down a few ocean ruins in search of a sniffer egg or two. Then, because this episode didn't have enough deserts in it already, he locates a pair of pyramids where he can get suspicious about the sand.
Is that what that is? A sherd instead of a shard? Is that like a technical term? Like I'll mispronounce a word? I mean, like it's a technical term. Oh, diamond.
He arrives back at the zoo just in time to discover camels can walk over fences and that sniffers are adorable. Impulse SV could have told him that after tearing through the 1.20 features that grabbed his attention, although the first order of business was returning from vacation to find himself falling in a boat. But that boat was made of cherry wood, so Impulse had to go find some of that for himself.
But yeah, I was in a boat and I basically was falling, and they put slime blocks at the bottom, I guess, just to make sure I wouldn't die, and I didn't even realize what was happening. I thought I was just like infinitely falling and the server was hiccuping. Yeah, thanks guys. Appreciate the welcome back.
He then moved on to a trail ruins, digging that up for the trims and the new music disc, and sent a camel to hell and back so he could open a camel sanctuary on an island off the coast of the Soup Trio's bases.
Okay, let's go for the nudge. There he goes! Uh-oh!
That's when he also digs into sniffer mechanics, but by that time he's hyped up to get his armor looking on brand, so he plunders an undiscovered ancient city in search of the Ward armor trim, adding some gold trim to his netherite boots and leggings. The chest plate has to follow, but that's when the update has some bad news about your diamond armor's extended warranty.
Ooh, now that there's 3 slots, how does this work? Can we still do it like this? Are we supposed to craft netherite chest plates now? Yep, had to consult the wiki.
Etho rounds out our trio of camel nappers, although unfortunately it turns out his camel's hump wasn't filled with helium after all.
Okay, about there's good, and now if we stop rocketing, it should just balloon with us here. There's a chance he'll detach from the lead, so... Oh, he's gone. Oh, it was going so good!
Etho has also been gathering 1.20 stuff, since many people have pointed out that some pitcher plants would fit the vibe and color palette of his organic alien base perfectly, as does the constant supply of gunpowder, although that's really just an Etho thing.
Okay, I found it. I found it! So, that's all good. The only flaw I can see with this farm is maybe I should have built it a little bit bigger.
The rest of his time has been spent improving and mapping out the Iceboat Raceway, and holy cow, this thing is even bigger than we ever suspected. The course map is enormous, and we have to applaud Etho for his efforts as he works on decorations, lighting, and redstone for some huge parts of it. He has the bright idea to use banners to indicate track direction and warn the player about the sharper turns, and while he's setting up the barrier at the starting line, we get a demonstration of how experienced players will be able to get a boosted start to the race.
Here, there's like a risk versus reward section here. Oh, I missed it. Or if you ride on the clay like that, it'll slow you down and then it makes it a lot easier.
Finally, he snags himself a red crown from the button, which I think makes him Mumbo's second best friend if we're still keeping score. After raiding an ancient city in search of glory and music discs, Rendog expected things to calm down and have plenty of time to work on the new site for Boombox Records, having relocated it behind Scar's Redstone Boutique and opposite BOO's Moss Shop. But his building time keeps getting interrupted by distractions from other hermits. First, the news that Cubfan has an entire royal exhibit he hasn't had the time to visit yet, and something Ren can contribute to, if Cub's interested in acquiring the authentic keys to the castle.
Tiny crown of the dog.
I'm not sure if that... It's actually quite difficult to tell if that was the original crown or not. Keep on looking.
Oh, the key to the castle.
Intent to play no favourites, or perhaps stoke the fires of rivalry, the late King Ren actually splits his artefacts between Cub's and Zombie Cleo's museums, though that lasts for all of 5 minutes once Cleo breaks out the Loyalist card and near drives Ren to tears with all the nostalgia for the days of the Doggian Empire.
I love how you replicated the staircase from the quest dungeon. That's really, really cool.
You know what? I'm so glad you noticed. I thought that might be wasted.
Yeah, absorb it again and see it all again and like relive it, so to speak, is really awesome.
Yeah.
So
remembering that you did an amazing job, actually, Ren.
Well, we did. We all did.
I say, you say we all did, but Ren, you were the trigger. You were the initiator. You built so much.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go have a cry. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I am welling up myself. Disappear, please, before I do cry.
The tour of all their museum, including Jevin's papier-mâché fossil from last week, ends with Rendog granting his former shady vizier the real actual crown full final.psd, all other ones being but a replica. Probably due to the prop department losing the darn thing until now. And so the tiny crown of the dog rests once more atop a king's head. That can only be good.
Tiny crown of the dog, and I guess the snake.
Then there's Doc M's whole deal, which we'll be getting into shortly, but suffice it to say that Ren discovers a new form of transport.
Dude, I'm not even pushing forward right now. Yeah, it's just a conveyor belt of chicken action. This is the best.
Then XP Crafted and Corrales jump scare him while he's checking on his shopping district profits, and of course he needs to give Zedaf a tour of the new permanent music disc farm over at Gigacorp Island. All this means he's only able to get the foundations of Boombox Records built, but it promises to be a lively shopping experience, especially if Zed makes good on his promise to install a machine that plays all the records at once.
They are gonna cost.
Big bucks. Big bucks. But before we sell them, we'll do a full cacophony listen through of all the music at once, and then we'll sell them. Okay. Oh, it doesn't turn off.
And just when he thought the interruptions were over, Mumbo stops by to pose an unusual question.
Would you blow up my base for 64 diamond blocks?
Wait. Wait, is this a prank? Who else is on?
You see, Mumbo's been debating the design of his base and has decided on a major remodel. In creative mode, he's mocked up a skyscraper that fits the same block palette but makes a more impressive mark on the skyline. So the first step in this redesign process is to destroy the structure surrounding his bamboo farm. And hey, he's already had his vault door blown up this week, so why stop there?
Would you blow up my base?
Oh, absolutely not. No. No.
But genuinely, I'm not going to ask Zedaf because I feel like he will say yes with absolutely no moral conflict. I mean, why do you think I'm not asking Grian, or Doc?
The blown out safe vault is the result of the contraption Doc M left for Grian to discover. As predicted, seeing a zombie with a better crown than himself made Grian immediately murder it, and that blew out the vault door, even if it's not entirely clear as to how.
I'll just do it. Did I get it? Did I get it? Did I get it? I don't know how to physically, emotionally, or spiritually fix this.
For some reason unafraid in the face of an enemy who can phase dynamite through walls, Grian finally deploys the Cluckpocalypse he's been building up in the walls of his base for a while. The Armageddon, if you will. Assuming the identity of Poultryman and dragging Scar in for help, Grian cracks every egg he has at Doc's perimeter, spawning countless chickens and farming many more. At some point they even set up automated egg farms to AFK at. Turns out the area is chunk-loaded, so I don't know why they did that. Truly, they followed the teachings of that one chicken from 2 seasons ago.
Okay, what's the plan? We got the whole crew here. We got the chicken, we got you.
What's the plan? Oh, okay.
Side note, that clip comes from a Season 7 episode which Grian split into chapters, and the chapter that clip is in is titled The Giant Goat, because Grian witnesses a prank on Doc M. History may not be repeating itself, but it sure does rhyme. Ultimately, though he's made peace with the idea of exploding most of his base, Mumbo doesn't want to ignite the TNT himself. He seizes the opportunity to test his friend's resolve and asks 3 other hermits to do it. Rendog and Zombie Cleo both reject the opportunity. You'll never guess who accepts.
Oh, there you are. Whoa! What?
Well, when he makes an entrance like that, I guess it's kind of obvious Scar would be up for the job. He's even wearing a hard hat already.
For 64 diamond blocks.
Yes? Can I blow your base up? Can I blow your base up? Please, 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 please. I chose revenge today, Mumbo.
No, I said clear your mind. I said clear your mind. Have you not cleared your mind, or is this just your mind?
That's a good question, actually.
But he approaches the task with gusto, and he and Mumbo gleefully dismantle Mumbo's bamboo farm facade, leaving it a smouldering crater with a bright future. Which is when Mumbo's second social experiment presents itself, convincing Grian that he's responsible for it. It's a ruse that lasts long enough for Grian to burn the best friend crown, at which point Mumbo confesses, and somehow Grian still trusts him enough to invite him into the latest alliance against Doc M77.
How do you defeat a goat?
You push him off a cliff.
They're notoriously good at staying on cliff.
Yeah, that's like their one
No, if
thing,
you kick their
Scar.
feet up.
During their first meeting, they discover that Grian's game keeps crashing every time there's falling blocks nearby, which on the one hand is inconvenient, but on the other hand might be preemptive defense against an adversary with an anvil cannon.
I can't believe you created an anti-Grian switch.
In Doc M's defense, he was very excited about blowing up Mumbo's garage door. Okay, yes, that may not be a great statement in his defense, but I think we can all agree he's capable of defending himself. Because on discovering the chicken bomb, he is quick to defuse it, although significant damage has already been done. Since the area was chunk-loaded, about 5,000 chickens have swarmed in his absence, and those are just the ones he can render around him.
What the heck is this? Oh my god! Oh my god, what? This is more than 3,000 entities. I only looked into... Oh my... What the actual...
Falling into the battery farm and suffocating in a cloud of feathers was the last straw. Any chickens that aren't evaporated in lava or die to the sword are painstakingly led through the nether and back to Grian's base. And honestly, the time-lapse footage of this is pretty incredible.
And it may not look like that much until you look down. I don't even know how he got them here.
But the chickens are surprisingly keen to thwart his efforts to corral them. They glitch through the corners of a slime block sweeping machine and find hiding holes in the convenient bedrock craters. Doc enlists the help of Zedaf, Rendog, and an army of foxes, and eventually clears them all out, leaving him with an appetite for revenge and a huge advantage in the next game of stat poker. The Goat Father's revenge is swift and thematic. Taking the very dragon egg that Grian and Scar had left as an apology for destroying his tunnel bore, he cannibalizes an end portal to duplicate it, first one at a time, then with a few redstone additions he's cloning it in enormous quantities. We're talking hundreds of thousands of eggs per hour. There are a few bumps in the road, like that one time when the machine blows him up and deletes most of his equipment, but it's worth the sacrifice just to hear Rendog's reaction to this newest bending of the rules of reality.
Now watch.
Oh, I'm nervous. What's gonna happen? Hold me, mama! Oh my goodness, there's something. There's noises.
It's the source of our big balls.
Dude, these are massive balls.
Yeah.
You broke Minecraft. What is this nonsense?
And Ren is all too eager to help with the aftermath. Loading up with shulker boxes of freshly cloned dragon eggs, and with little help from Tweakaroo, he and Doc spam the eggs all over the Buttercup's bases. If you ever had your house egged and thought that was a mess, imagine what it'd be like if every time you tried to clean it up, the egg teleported somewhere else. While we're still waiting to see how the Buttercups respond, at least now we can finally answer the age-old question. The chickens definitely came before the eggs. This week on Hermitcraft.
It's Hermitcraft time. And then he Hermitcrafted everyone.
And if I sound a little different today, don't worry, I haven't gotten sick, but unfortunately my PC has, so temporary recording setups ahoy while it's at the workshop getting fixed up. But at least it ain't full of dragon eggs, which is more than we can say for the Hermitcraft server right now. Hopefully the server host has some good refrigeration for all these eggs and the havoc they are currently causing, because we're a little worried what might happen if any of them hatch. But the other thing that's being hatched is plans, so let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with XB Crafted, who is more occupied with containing rare creatures than unleashing them on an unsuspecting theme park. His own animal attraction, the zoo that is, gains a camel exhibit with his own miniature take on a desert biome, complete with its most recognizable structures, the desert pyramid and desert well.
My thought was that camels, as far as I know, are not really prone to, like, attacking people. So I'm not as worried.
After spamming it with dead bushes and making sure the perimeter fence is camel-proof, he moves the dromedaries into their new diorama dormitory, and they settle in quite nicely.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That's not the only long-collared camelid he's willing to stick his neck out for, since he borrows a Llamadad card from Ijevin's collection of TCG expansion packs, but later clarifies he's done a deal, exchanging him for an Evil X. After all the groaning and grunting of camels and sniffers, Ijevin's redstone sounds much more pleasant, between the crackling of the furnaces and the rail ASMR to help you sleep. The Tudor-built tavern he's built is given a purpose, and also central heating. Ijevin installs a super smelter into the ground floor with convenient input and output circuit. It's the smithy now, though it can also be the bakey if you're so inclined.
Anyways, I want to do some more detail on the interior now, so I'm going to get to it.
The running of False Symmetry's Elytra course reminds him that the firework rockets are nice to have, and Jevin designs his own unique creeper farm to supply any future sky races and neighbor excavation.
This farm is different because we use looting now. We're getting consistent drops. There's a bunch in there. Let's go kill them.
His actions are much Pixel Riffs approved also when he discovers the rare cluster of 2 Deep Slate Emerald ores to resell CubFan135. Cub seems thrilled about the mineral, as it's the last thing needed to complete his geology section at the museum. For someone who held a world record in speedrunning to get all the minerals, this might be the slowest he's ever done it. The biological specimens take more effort due to the sheer variety and robustness of them, but eventually every kind of guy is in, just in time for Azuma to come and breed up his own camels and complete the 2x2 advancement.
Why won't you go in, camel? Go in! I mean, not F3B? Oh my god, camel, you're so fat! Why is the camel so fat?
Also of note, Cub managed to dig up the original Remove King Claim notes Grumbot dispensed, in case they ever need to, well, remove King and claim someone. Till then, the last royal bloodline is immortalized at the Crassel exhibit front and center. And the museum now provides an abridged version of the Total Chaos minigame experience, which, yes, is just a box that kills you.
And the coolest thing about this is that this is actually resettable on its own. The dripstone regrows, albeit extraordinarily I'm sure it looks pretty good too. If you hit this, yeah, it looks pretty good as well.
By comparison, the competitor offers jam sandwiches, or at least that's how we can interpret this installation made with a variety of custom heads and armor stands.
Oh, this is so good.
I knew you'd appreciate this.
This is amazing, Cleo. Look at the little sushi bits.
Whatever project Zombie Cleo had that for got sidetracked quite severely by there appearing to be a Keralis. This is actually the first upload from the Hermitcraft server Keralis has done since the recent Minecraft update, though not the first time we've seen him on the show, last appearing to have his butt handed to him by XB Crafted in a TCG duel. Butt in hand, Keralis is found in Beef's TCG arena, and Cleo is all too happy to play Carpenter and rebalance his deck, if not build him a new one. With their help, Keralis can face his next adversary and use his training with Zombie Cleo to masterfully defeat Zombie Cleo. TCG Season 2 has some turns, I tell you.
There you go. Congratulations.
GG.
CXP, thank you, Cleo, for letting me win, I guess.
I did not let you win.
Their helping hands do an appearance in Gemini Tay's videos as well, alongside Joe Hills, who has been streaming a lot but not quite uploading edited episodes lately. As such, it's refreshing to see him on the show again. This time they're here for the Hermit's Helping Hermit initiative, the hermit in question being Gem, holed up at the root of her Grand Cherry Yggdrasil, doomed to witness the update that adds actual cherry trees to the game.
For over a year now, I've been playing on the Hermitcraft server and building up this. And of course, I added a cherry tree. and accidentally predicted the update. That is my bad. I didn't mean to do that.
Well, thanks to the help, the big one is updated with new leaf textures, and then the entire elven town underneath it is outlined in cherry planks to balance out the top. Also, every street is doused in petals and leaf blocks for atmosphere, much as it is filled by pollen from the whole experience.
I do know, however, that I want so much pink. So much. Oh, I love this update so much!
But over at Scarland, the forecast is promising a downfall of 2 to 4 blocks of egg.
What the heck? The horse is attacking me! What the heck is going on? What is this?
We haven't gotten much into it last time, but once blown up by Doc one too many times, Grian, Mumbo and Good Times with Scar form a coalition titled Buttercups and set up an adorable pink camp at the edge of Doc M's base. The idea being that buttercups are very much poisonous to goats, and so Scar sets off right away baking poisonous cookies, while Mumbo attends to some more ambitious retaliation, which only outlined to Doc exactly whom to roll up into, well...
The mother of all omelets here, Jack.
And Scar actually gets away easier than his co-conspirators, since the part of Scarland he wants to build in is at least flat and can be cleaned up with pistons. In theory.
The night before, there we go, I'll put that down, and bam. Oh no! They don't get pushed with slime.
In practice, he just spleefs the clutch under the city, then paves over the issue by expanding the town square in between the TCG theatre you can't go into and the town hall you can't go into.
I love these things, don't know what they're called, but they're great, and we need to use more of those.
Rendog denies all responsibility. This is not the kind of server that pranks, he says. But of course, he said that before the egging was committed, so perhaps he'll want to rethink his stance.
Right. And the plan is to put the balls...
We're gonna put them right in their base. That is getting weird.
At least he'll have the record store built to lay low in for a while and give him something less dangerous to do than hang out with Doc M. And it's lucky some folks are keen to provide fireworks to the entire server, because this prank ends up with Ren burning them a stack at a time.
Oh, I just burnt up all my rockets in one go, dude. I gotta remember to turn the button off.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
That's what I thought last time with the... He did it again.
So annoying.
At least fireworks are disposable, unlike the priceless artifacts Ren has been keeping around since the days of his kingship. And to properly commemorate them, as well as paying tributes to the new king and a former loyal subject, Ren takes a tour of Zombie Cleo's Royal Museum and hands over the authentic Crown of the King, along with the original disc copy of Good Times with Scar's Hot Guy audition tape.
And I know you were really stressed at the time, and like part of this was like me going, actually, Ren didn't remember a lot of the stuff that we've done. So
I really didn't. Honestly, it was just a blur.
Activity for you.
It's been amazing.
To show that you are appreciated.
This is one of my happiest evenings this year, so thank you. And if I could hug you, I'd give you a squeeze right now.
With those royal giblets donated, he resists any further attempts at bargaining, planning instead to stoke the fire of rivalry between Cleo and Cub by trading off artifacts to each one of them. Speaking of bargains, Mumbo logs in to find more eggs than he ever bargained for. Feeling like he'd better keep his head down for a while and not mess with the perimeter, Mumbo goes mining for deep slate, surely an innocuous activity that will not get him into trouble.
Dude, I literally think someone came here to collect deep slate. They couldn't be bothered to dig down, so they just came into the corner and thought you wouldn't spot anything. So.
What is going on here, man? Like, people are like...
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
And it's all for the sake of his newly rebuilding base, which gets the first wall of the first segment and is already looking like the futuristic industrial powerhouse he was imagining all along. But he can't resist checking if he can telefrag Grian with the dragon egg, and yes, Grian still crashes anytime falling entities happen within range of him. And instead of weaponizing this against Grian, Mumbo instead tries to copycat to dodge out of cleaning it up himself. The Hermitcraft equivalent of faking an illness to stay home from school is actually pretty hilarious.
Do you reckon that was convincing? I don't know how long I should leave it before I come back onto the server.
Oh wait, oh no, wait, oh.
So you're the only one that has to...
I have a small brain, but I'm picking up what you're throwing down here.
So yeah, so you have to do all the clearing up, you know.
Wait, I felt something strange inside my pit of my stomach. Hold on, look, watch. Oh my gosh, look. I
think he might have caught on.
Hang, Mumbo, I'm crashing too.
But sooner or later they have to face the music, and they ponder how to mess with Doc, settling on the Pacific Rim school of we get the giant robots to fight.
Like firework dispensers, as it's going, it's like.
I don't think you can move
No,
dispensers.
I can't move dispensers
Dude,
again.
I feel so bad. Every time Scar makes a suggestion, we shoot it down.
He just needs to come up with better suggestions. They're all terrible.
I'm doing my best over here.
So don't be surprised if Doc M basically ends up building Mecha Godzilla at some point. Mecha Goatzilla, perhaps. He's already started with Mothra and, we guess, son of Mothra? There are 2 butterflies built at suspiciously precise points above the perimeter.
Wait, there's another one?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Jeez, dude, you've been busy this week.
This is yours.
Oh, this is mine?
Yes, I call it
This
Mothra.
is mine?
And with a payload of TNT that seems likely to extend the perimeter wall a little further. Doc has also added Mumbo's face to the Wither statue as a sign that he's also unwelcome in the perimeter, along with some clarifying fine print, but a bit more readable thanks to the glow ink. And that's not a moment too soon, because he and Rendog notice that someone has been mining deep slate in the corner of the perimeter, and we wonder who that could have been.
And keep mining. And I've got to say, the process of mining deep slate is a little bit painfully slow because, of course, even with a haste 2 beacon and efficiency 5 of my pickaxe, you still don't have insta-mine, and that is something that I have grown incredibly used to over the years.
Sooner or later, someone will have to clean up this mess, and that someone seems like Pearlescent Moon, who Doc and Scar both called to the main street of Scarland to point at all the dragon eggs and shrug in meaningful ways.
We can really use some help clearing out the eggs here. I've tried to go to the nuclear option by just breaking the ground below the blocks.
Just emphasizing the victim role here.
I'm just saying, Doc, you could have hired the cleaning lady. You know,
Yeah,
could have hired the cleaning lady.
Maybe they gotta hire the cleaning lady.
Technically,
in case
Scar
they
did.
do.
Technically, Scar already has.
And finally, there is Pearlescent Moon, who's actually quite happy to find herself on the Scarland payroll.
Why does it make me laugh that you have double hats on?
Hey, don't talk about my double hats. They're fashionable, okay?
She is less happy to find that while she's been away cultivating sniffers, digging for pottery sherds and expanding her custom landscape into a beautiful autumnal forest for the new 1.20 critters, her server mates have been illegally duplicating the dragon egg behind her back. Now faced with this enormous mess, Pearl is grateful the community came through with some designs for automated street sweepers, which arrived with some very precise building instructions, although they were less clear about how to turn the machine off.
Be free, my little cleaner machine. It's not doing too bad. Oh, okay, that's the wrong way. Oh no, that's not the right way. That's not the right way. Stop.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Let's do this one.
It's going.
And on that day, the karma of Rendog's Season 6 hippie revolution finally caught up to him. And this week brings the long-awaited showdown between mechanical marvels cooked up by both sides of the Buttercup's perimeter conflict. It's Robot Wars without the remote controls. It's Rock'em Sock'em robots played at 0.1 times speed. It's Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines without the gratuitous nudity. But will it be back? There's only one way to find out, and that's to take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting a step back from the giant robot shenanigans with XB Crafted, who is above it all, at least physically. Because despite the lap time contest now being over, False Symmetry's Elytra course is still open to people who just want to goof around, and XB Crafted knows one goof who's always up for a friendly competition.
Well, you've done it. I have not done it. And also, I do have
That
a
sounds like a
disadvantage
you
because
problem.
I'm left-handed. Yeah, but I'm just saying how it is. If you want to go in here just cheating your way through the victory, it's all up to you.
After bashing their heads on the rings and figuring out in which order they're actually supposed to be flown through, they get real spammy with the rockets and real heavy on the banter. XB is technically the victor, but we all know the real winner here is the server's various firework rocket shops.
Aha! I saw that.
I crossed the line. I crossed the line. I did cross the line.
The in-flight entertainment is getting to watch False progressively improve her base. Stream after stream is poured into finishing the Mountain Peak Castle, and there is no end in sight, thankfully. But to catch us up on all the tweaks, False actually provides her own Hermitcraft recap-esque segment of all the things she made look nicer across the palace. We're just adding the piano music and letting it play out, really.
I built up a whole extra tower section to the side of my train tracks and built out the interior ready for a small sitting area. Oh, and I did in fact build myself a small auto sheep pen ready to try and complete my St. Jude map a little bit later on.
While False is doing our job for us, Azumavoid has helped her with hers and left a camel pen as part of his Camel Dash minigame. That goes really well, as you can guess from False's video being titled The Most Difficult Mob Ever. but after a few attempts and some cub fan coaching, False earns her own baby camel that soon joins the slowest horse on the server in the stable of things awful to ride on.
You got a friend! Aww. Have you ever seen such a perfect couple? They're just too cute together. They're just too cute.
False isn't the only one being put through her paces by a camel. In what's technically a flashback episode to the early days of Hermitcraft in 1.20, Joe Hills is part of the group that discovers a camel in a distant village as soon as the Trails and Tales update arrives. By distant, we mean upwards of 10,000 blocks from Spawn Town, so naturally Joe's first instinct is to cut down on the travel distance by going through the Nether, and naturally the portal from this village takes him to a basalt delta.
Okay, this is not the safest area for a camel. How did you were down there? Well, despite the help from the locals, we're still making progress.
With only a villager and some iron golems for company, he digs a staircase to a safe tunnel height in the nether ceiling, safe of course, aside from the magma cubes. Eventually, Joe finds his way back to civilization, and is able to ride the camel all the way through hell and back to Spawn, where he decides the best place for the first camel on the server will probably be Cubfan's museum, although there was another plot twist in store for him when he got there.
As we clear the trees, the beautiful museum district opens before us. So, here's what we're gonna do instead. We're gonna put the camel over here. What? What is this? Is this a second camel?
Hilariously, Cubs Exhibit welcomes an even worse mode of transportation as Pixel Riffs joins the historic animal pen.
The last remaining name pigged, I believe, from the pulled pork advancement, and that, of course, this is the last remaining one, so let's go, Pixel Riffs. We got a museum to put you in, my friend.
A new gem on the hostile monster part of the museum is the practical installation of the Wither Boss projectile. It took some doing, but through a lot of slime block pushing, Cub has successfully nudged one of the frozen Wither Skull floaties into the museum facility. But just having the skull on display was too simple, and Cubfan comes up with a contraption essentially playing death tennis with itself as it bounces the smoking skull back and forth using redstone. Another questionable interactivity is the secret passage leading to the museum gift shop basement, an area you certainly do not want to keep secret if you ever wish to get any sales. As promised, there's sherds and horns being sold for those willing to extend the history of the ancient objects onto their own personal vase. But the most curious is the library section, where one sign distinctly reads "Decked Out Blueprints," which certainly Tango is changing too rapidly to ever write anything down.
The Diamond Pillar Saga. Hawkeye Flies Again. Perhaps an autobiography. We got the Joe Hills Poetry Corner. I'd really like Hermits to come here and author some books for sale, you know? That would be fantastic.
This week, the ever-expanding set of Decked Out 2 features hits a fresh batch, as the mod used for applying custom music to discs and horns gains the ability to assign the block radius across which the music can be heard.
Because now we can do things like 100. Boom! And now everyone within 100 blocks would have just heard that sound.
This does not stop at just B-dubs being able to scream "shut up" across the server. Tango actually develops sounds and sound effects custom for the decked out levels, significantly expanding the ambience and atmosphere of the dungeon. So breathe it in, before you get chucked out by wardens, of course. Because at this point the boss mobs of the final level are queuing up to play. Tango actually built a full-on warden farm at a remote ancient city, the key difference being that instead of killing the beasts, the farm shoves them into a nether portal and then into a lengthy tunnel leading back to Decked Out. The redstone systems may not be quite ready for the monsters to be let loose, but it helps to have them Chekhov's gunned for later.
Well, on the bright side, getting wardens into Decked Out seems to work just fine. Here he comes. I just need to wait for them to despawn now.
As if sensing the invisible threat, Grian puts his best effort into the segment of Decked Out he'd promised to build for Tango. His part is a mad scientist laboratory, where once someone has been assembling iron golems until they went insane and decided to build a full-on roguelike game in survival Minecraft or something.
This side, like I said, was absolutely fine. This one wasn't quite happy with it. If you're ever having trouble with a build and you're not quite sure, just sleep on it. Sleep on it, come back the next day with a fresh brain, and you know you're going to be able to do it.
Maybe it's this decorating mood that got him on track to put a giant Live, Laugh, Love sign at the side of Doc M's perimeter wall. Really ties the hole in the ground together, that one.
But at least I've now actually contributed to this whole Buttercup operation.
Funnily enough, Good Times with Scar just wants to outsource the finer detailing of his respective base to somebody else. Having scooped every diamond from every single shop he owns, Scar can actually afford to payroll Pearlescent Moon's work on cleaning up the many dragon eggs across the Scarland Park, as well as a few redstoners to work on the rides for it.
You can have it for your office.
Trailer. I get an office as well. All right.
You can build your own office, or I can build it, however you please.
Oh, now I am confiscating these eggs because they are illegal property on the server.
Oh, it's okay. I
not
already
allowed.
have a stack or two.
First, of course, he has to make the garage for them to sign up at, clearing out a significant backstage for the future personnel, as well as the many vehicles waiting their turn on the park's railway.
Now, I have a question. Should this position be permanent, or is it job-based? For instance, if we need turnstiles, a hermit can choose to do that, or if a hermit wants to do the firework launchers, they could do that.
Also, and this is a minor note, but Scar, what are you wearing? Scar, no, this is how Afton died. But talking about murderous animatronics, I guess it's as good a time as any to get into the main event of the week, Buttercups vs Perimeter, the Robot Wars episode. At least 1/3 of the Buttercup Collective has had success with a machine this week. Mumbo manages to catch his own button in the purple zone, claiming himself a purple crown and a handful of diamond blocks, and presumably becoming his own best friend in the process. This is self-care on a level we can't even conceive. His other machine is pretty successful too. Given the task of building a weapon to surpass Metal Gear, he redstones together a walking bouquet of buttercups designed to deliver a TNT payload straight to the face of Doc M's robotic goat.
That looks balanced. Everything looks correct here.
Apart from this. What are you? Why won't you leave me alone?
Can our robot actually destroy them? Yes, it can!
He then goes back to building his base, not at all afraid about it being blown up a second time, and shrugging off the fact that it's still full of dragon eggs. To be fair, I could clean my room, but instead I'm going to build a fortress is probably the mindset of most Minecraft players. At this point, said fortress is getting taller than Grian's base, so expect another Hermitville build-off if Mumbo makes a big deal of it. But in the meantime, Grian encourages him not only to not build the back, but also to consider not building the sides either.
Yes?
Are you done? Because you could leave it right there, and it could be done. That looks pretty cool to me.
Yeah, from one angle. We can't all build bases like you, buddy. Where is Scar? We're meant to be having a meeting.
Throughout all of this, Rendog decides the best way to undermine the Buttercup's plans is to literally mine under them. But he doesn't want it to just be a hole in the ground. That's far too pedestrian for his more refined tastes. Instead, Agent 007 builds an undiscoverable spy bunker, which it's fine for us to tell you about because it was discovered pretty quickly.
What are we doing here? What is this?
Okay.
Is this a thing that explodes?
No, this is a spy
up to
thing. The official name of it is the Discombobulator 9000.
But the hidden door was quite innovative, allowing secret agents to activate the entrance while also getting a much-needed snack break. Also giving him and his new spy suit a surprising amount of camouflage. But Ren has some different camouflage in mind, because in the event that his undiscoverable bunker was in fact discoverable, he decides to create an underground habitat for sniffers, and to disguise himself and Doc M77 as a single sniffer through creative use of Minecraft skins.
Hold on, so if you crouch and look down, do you look like a sniffer's rump? It's gonna work, dude. It's gonna work. If we come to the corner over here of where this mushroom is, they'll never know.
Naturally, he makes himself the front half and Doc the back half, and the juvenile part of our brains has to wonder if that has anything to do with him nicknaming this place the Sniffer Hole. Doc M is living and probably loving, but he's definitely not laughing.
Oh my god, look at it. What did they do? There's a flower pot and there's cozy lettering. This is the worst. How dare they?
Ren's spy base and the pantomime sniffer routine are a little unorthodox for him, but at least they're not written in 20-meter high cursive letters on the side of his perimeter. And the sniffer hole almost allows them to eavesdrop on the Buttercup's plans, except Doc can't contain his rage when he overhears them planning to add more yuppie Etsy projects to the walls of his base.
A tapestry? A tapestry background like it's embroidered?
No! 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 You stop!
Oh no.
I see some quotes.
You're not gonna build any more motivational quotes on my walls.
Why did you need a disguise if your base is hidden? That just seems like strange extra steps.
Naturally, this blows their carefully crafted cover, so we're left with a pair of guys in sniffer onesies and a trio of hippies declaring war and settling things with giant robots at 100 paces. Grian has set up a giant piece of pottery with a wall of falling concrete to reveal Mumbo's buttercup of destruction, and we think it's pretty funny that he made a garage door out of the blocks that were insta-crashing him last week. But the technical problems don't stop there, because the machine stalls halfway thanks to some complications with the voice chat mod. Once it's jump-started though, the head-on collision we were all hoping for happens, and it goes about as well as you'd expect.
Come on!
Yes,
Come on!
Come
Yes!
on, something!
Yes!
It's igniting!
It's ignited!
Oh,
yeah!
We got more damage.
But the perimeter team had what the Buttercups lacked, a phase 2 of their plans, launching the butterflies overhead and nearly dropping TNT on Scar and Grian's bases. The trio scrambles to block this threat, and even more of the goat robot gets blown up in the process.
Your incompetence is his strongest power.
Yep.
After all of that, Doc still considers himself the winner, but we've got to wonder if the server hasn't seen its last robot face-off.
I'm never gonna wear that stupid sniffer onesie ever again.
But all the while, perhaps the real doomsday device has been hidden in plain sight. As you see, finally, there's Zedaf. Though putting netherite gear onto a set of leather armor is crime enough, the real offense to anyone with an ear is the Cacophony Machine Mark II Zed installs at the So Very Community District where, you know, people live. The trick here is to rig 16 music discs to all play at once, and thanks to the latest in Minecraft updates, you can. The vanilla jukeboxes actually have redstone capabilities now, and even if it's a little different from how the datapack they used does it, Zedaf is able to engineer a fully automated redstone jukebox with an on-demand off button. Thank God. Well, at least he doesn't luck out into the pig step disc, so no use running the Noisemaker 3000 just yet. Oh no. Rendog, what are you doing? Put the pig step back! Don't let him have it! No! Ha!
Oh my God.
I don't think I've ever experienced that emotion in real life before. I think it would take something very serious to be consumed to go back to where I've just been.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Should I end this episode right now? There you go! Right to the no!
This week very much feels like an aftermath, as in the math we have to do after folks on the server decided to add one robot to one robot and then added 2 more robots. Despite this divide, activities on the server are multiplying, with the return of card games, escalating rivalries, and minigames equaling plenty for the hermits to sink their teeth into. So let's get to the square root of the matter and take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Vintage Beef, who is back on the server and already uncomfortably close.
You missed this face? What about this face? Huh? Closer? That's as close as I can get.
Beef's main priority is kicking off Season 2 of his Hermitcraft TCG with a bang, and luckily his old deck already fits the new points-based deck building system. Unluckily for him, a few players have already had a chance to build new decks and play some practice matches, so Beef gets turned into mincemeat in his first match against XB Crafted.
I had nothing. What was my next? Well, I don't get a card. Yeah.
If I would have had a bow or the target block
That's
or
true.
anything come into my hand, it would have been over long ago.
But when he goes to update the win-loss table with all the new results, stats nerds rejoice. He finds a new visualizer for all these matches waiting in the floor.
Okay, I have to check this out. Is this like sort of a who has defeated who sort of thing? XB has beat Cub, is that what that means, the green? Does that mean Scar has lost to Cub? Possibly. I don't know what this is, but I love it.
Because Joe Hills has also been in the zone for TCG, playing practice matches and tournament matchups, and even modifying his deck when it would give him a tight matchup advantage.
It's time to see if all of the time I've spent refereeing Season 2 games will pay off, as I've applied what I've learned about his strategy to tweaking my single-type speedrunner deck.
The side effect is that Joe has a vision for a win-loss chart, a graphic representation of all these numbers, which he executes with the help of Cubfan and Zombie Cleo. In fact, they execute each other a few times, because the simplest way of representing a hermit on this server is with their player head, or if you're Joe, an egg with your face painted on it.
Yeah.
Were their decks really powerful?
Yes, and I also wasn't prepared very well, but I learned something, which is to be prepared very well.
The system is pretty simple though. Each player will play each other player twice, so they have 2 colors to represent a win from either side of the chart. They even leave the remaining concrete powder in a tower, so people can mark their own wins and losses. Joe's record so far has been pretty solid, including another win against Cubfan shortly afterwards. Unwittingly, Jevin may be about to tip the scale of conflict for the museum rivalry Zombie Cleo and Cubfan were chipping away at for a couple months now. It's not even his fake artifact shenanigans that are threatening the peace, mind you. It's the stuff Cub is willing to pay for the knickknacks. Though credit where credit is due, when Cub once again shows up to exchange valuable historic trash for items of status, Jevin does not hesitate to try and swap the items for mimics as soon as he turns around.
Where'd he go? Oh my god. Dude! How much? I would have to hurt myself and enchant it. Is that like the same color?
No, it's what Cub brings as a reward that's the issue here. The crown from Zombie Cleo's museum. Not the King Ren one either, the giant logo from the front of the building. The biggest tiny crown on the server.
This is the crown of the Royal Museum.
Oh my god. Did you steal that from Cleo's museum?
You'd almost swear Cub is setting Jevin up as a target for the now reigning king, but we won't have a confirmation until Cub uploads his side of this spy versus spy mischief.
What are the 3 things that you need to live like a king?
Power, money, and to be a ruthless dictator.
That's good guess. That's a good guess. That's a good guess.
For his part, Jevin expands the arrangement of royal subjects with armor stand cod people in the cathedral market, as well as literally paving the literal road from the place all the way to his castle keep storage room. Maybe testing out Azumavoid's Camel Dash minigame reminded him how nice it is to have solid ground beneath one's feet. It's the one thing camels have been really useful for. By contrast, False Symmetry actually hits a roadblock with her own castle keep. It's just too darn polished to easily find something to improve.
But knowing me, I'll be back soon and I'll find yet another thing to work on when the inspiration finds me.
Luckily, this is a multiplayer series, and her services are always welcome in helping other people polish up their builds. As such, Tango Tech directs her attention towards the borderline embarrassment that the Nether Portal to his Decked Out 2 minigame is. For how imposing and epic the Frozen Citadel looks, you get to it via a 2x3 obsidian frame, and that's the wrong first impression.
Not very fitting of the castle behind it.
No? I thought this was your plan.
Would you agree?
You know?
I don't know. I spent many hours working on it. What do you think? Is it good?
It's got the right colours.
Eager to help, False tears into the snowy landscape Joe Hills so lovingly formed, and raises a floating platform with a nether portal large enough for you to do your big entrance. It only looks a little like the Skyrim logo, which we won't hold against it. Besides, it already is held against the actual Frozen Citadel with the Divine Bridge of Decked Out here.
And it works. Beautiful. I'm very, very happy with that. And I'm actually going to leave that portal down there as a little bit of decor. Going to make it look a little bit overgrown.
If you hadn't already caught up with the Robot Royal Rumble last week, look no further than Scar and Rendog's videos. From Ren's perspective, we get to see all the tactical espionage action before the two sides finally enact their revengeance. So if you want one last sniff of Doc M and Rendog acting as an adorable pantomime haystack, this is your chance.
Yeah, Doc is literally the bottom of a sniffer, and you're talking about us being
You
adults.
just called us adults.
You take that.
Perhaps the highlight of the entire thing is the moment of reflection when Ren finds himself flying a TNT duper directly at Grian's base, wondering out loud if the thing has an off switch.
Oh my goodness, we're just beelining for Grian's base. Do we have enough height to fly over Grian's base? Maybe Doc didn't think about that.
The Buttercup to Perimeter Robot War is truly an event one can't talk enough about, especially as more details of the event resurface. For example, Good Times with Scar reveals his secret plan to defeating Doc by feeding him Buttercup cookies that are, of course, poisonous. Except they are not poisonous at all, they are actually hungerous. They give you the hunger effect. To apply the poison effect, use pufferfish instead of raw chicken. We do find out that he named the cookie shop With Love Cookie Shop, which is very funny because this is the first time I've seen someone misspell salmonella as love. But perhaps the kicker in the entire video is this. Scar is offering 32 diamonds per week to any redstoner in his employ. Even for this late in the season, that is a lot of money, especially out of the park that has yet to sell any tickets. All the luckier then that he just made enemies by proxy with Collective, so at least the tech union won't be coming for his money.
You know, our incompetence is our strongest power. That's quite long. That could cover a lot of the perimeter. Is that another win? We've managed to bore them away?
I think we
3
did.
wins.
Or are those enemies about to become employees? Doc M hears about the handyman vacancy at Scarland and signs up as a candidate, wondering if he can either get behind enemy lines or just convince Scar to stop badgering him. Because Doc's claim is that he spoon-fed the Buttercup team a victory by self-destructing his slime block goat just so they'd get off his back for a while.
And also, same thing over at Green Space. So these butterflies would have stopped in any case. They would have never done any damage to the bases. And we could sell it, I don't know, it was a scare tactics or something.
In the relative ceasefire that follows this clash of the Titans, Doc decides he needs a better motivational poster. So after destroying the Live, Laugh, Love sign, he replaces it with his own GOAT motto, layering new features into it as he goes.
You guessed it by now, we are building a fully animated piston right here. And I think, just triple check the redstone again, I think we're looking good.
Once he's done, it's an 80-meter high billboard with backlighting, text made of diamond ore, and an upscaled model of a piston pushing a wither skull. Despite wanting some peace, this man has no chill, and neither do his army of redstone enthusiasts.
I wasn't pranked, nothing happened in this week, maybe they're just satisfied at the moment, basking in the victory.
So perhaps it's fitting that when Cub asks him for some philosophical thoughts on life, redstone, and becoming the GOAT, Doc looks to the community for answers. And finally there's Impulse SV, who just got back from MCC training, and why are there eggs everywhere?
If you remember correctly, I was the one pushing Green to do the back of his base when he didn't want to do it. So it seems I have inadvertently kicked off what may end up being another war here on the server.
Once he gets up to speed on the Buttercup's perimeter war, he kind of feels responsible in a chaos theory kind of way. But eventually the robot feud takes place, so he later returns to the scene of his crime to witness the aftermath of the butterflies flapping their wings. Despite being firmly grounded, the Dwarven Keep also needs wings, and this week Impulse works on a grand forge capable of smithing weapons of enormous power. And destroying them too, if all that lava is anything to go by. But the true weapon is the power to make decisions. So taking his cues from MCC, Impulse steals an errant dragon egg and builds himself a decision dome where the egg is given no choice but to teleport between a green or red concrete block to help him make 50-50 decisions. Although after being told he needs to continue poking his nose into the ongoing prank wars, he at least double checks if the magic egg ball is capable of telling him no.
Should Impulse get involved in the prank war? Well, there you have it, everybody. Should I get a cheeseburger today? Okay, I really like this machine.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Yeah, guys, this is the Hermitcraft server, okay? Yeah, there's distractions left, right, and center. I mean, as you can see, I've got an arrow in my arm.
Despite all the goings-on Hermitcraft this week, the biggest news for me is that I got my PC back, so I can go back to using my regular recording setup and sounding kinda normal again. Turns out I'm not the only one keen to broadcast my voice, as someone gave Doc M a megaphone, but more on that story later. For now, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
Did I grind enough to make the great goat leader proud? The answer is always, you could have done more.
Starting with iJevin, who celebrates reaching episode 51 of the season by touring his favourite builds on the server, which is a sneaky way of saying he tours pretty much all the builds on the server.
I'm not going to hit every single base because it would take hours upon hours, so we're going to start with Spawn. I love all of it, right? It's my favorite. So many good builds.
Very impressed with how far Hermitcraft has developed over the span of Season 9, Jevin jumps right into praising his server mate's building ability. And to think that the season started on a randomized seed after 2 months of not doing Hermitcraft at all. Overall, it's a nice 30-minute video to catch up on Hermitcraft in case you don't feel like watching 74 shorter videos explaining all of it.
Anything like that, because every base on the server deserves, its own full video. Really, really does.
If you want to catch up on False Symmetry's base in particular, look no further than Joe Hills, who gives us a past and present look at False's fabled Elytra course. Aside from False herself, Joe actually seems to have spent the most time there, being present for the initial test run, the grand opening, his own solo time trial, and a stream weekend along with False, Rendog and Cubvan.
I burned
Yeah,
4 stacks, and at the beginning, I was like swapping them right as they got down to 1. I'd like swap to the next one. And then in one of them, I just like didn't swap, and I just start falling, and I'm like, what? Why?
Unfortunately, Joe also seems to have spent more time getting around the course, and since prizes have now been handed out to the podium positions, we can assume Joe knocked his face against one too many bridges.
That is true,
Nice.
yeah.
Also, my next episode, I make fun of the third place prize.
What's the third place prize?
We'll never know now.
We'll never know.
Celebrating the history of the server, it makes sense to talk about Cubfan as he piles more things for his museum. Now going base to base, hunting for artifacts, Cub breaks into iJevin's storage system, happy to pay him for the assorted relics, be it in diamonds or other people's crowns.
And also, hopefully he enjoys his royal crown up there, which came from Cleo's museum, but shh, don't tell Cleo. Don't tell Cleo.
What we failed to mention last week is that Cub also offered to make Jevin the voice of his museum, thanks to custom sound discs and Redstone-compatible jukeboxes. Though Cub does just fine with voiceover work himself, judging by the dramatic reading of Xenaf's historic Eel book.
Once upon a time, an eel went into a shop. The eel was very frightened. Then he'd end up in eel heaven. Okay. 12, 13, 14, 15, the end. Yeah, beautiful.
That was a book Zed used in Season 5 for custom Lectern redstone signal strength, by the way. It's also quite ironic how Cub finds a legitimate, genuine fossil while looking for diamonds to pay Jevin for his half-faked artifacts. He'll have at least one more free exhibit though, courtesy of Rendog, who meets up with Cleo and Cub to set up a pop-up artifact stall and deliver the dueling curators some more royal curios. In the case of Cub, Ren magnanimously offers the collection of minerals Cub submitted to the Crown as proof he had broken the all-minerals speedrun world record. But since those weren't the actual minerals Cub had acquired for the run, Ren declares them worthless and takes them all back again. I mean, I'm pretty sure the diamond is worth something, even in this economy.
Be gone with your wares, that's what you get today.
This shrewd business head of Rendog is about to have another hit on his hands because Boombox Records is almost ready for its grand opening in the shopping district. Ren returns to Gigacorp Island to collect stock for the shop, which is basically exterior complete at this point. He just needs to outfit the interior to start raking in the profits. And some of those profits will surely come from DocM77, who has gone full dystopian future on us this week, attaching some copper loudhailers to his perimeter flagpole and making use of the fact that you can now set the audible range of custom music discs. Doc sets up a series of recorded messages that play at dawn, dusk, and occasional random moments during the day. He originally sets them to broadcast server-wide, but later reins it in to just his immediate neighbours, Scar, Grian, and Mumbo. And also apparently Azuma, who seems to be farming Skulk just behind the Hall of Goat, but that's probably nothing to worry about.
Good night. Before you lay your head to rest, ask yourself, did I grind enough to make the great goat leader proud? The answer is always, you could have done more.
This is so evil. Oh my god.
Anyway, Doc's whole premise here, aside from the Bioshock power fantasy of it all, is to show Scar how his theme park announcement system can run like clockwork, if only you hire Doc as your clockmaker and ignore the fact that he has to use villagers as the cogs. For those who prefer their Doc-M wisdom a little quieter, he also drops off the book of his personal philosophy, made up of quotes crowdsourced from his community, at Cubfan's museum. But Doc has one more trick up his sleeve. After adding the target blocks to his billboard, assuming Grian and Scar would have a go at shooting it, Doc reveals he's rigged it to blow the Buttercup's Barbie Dream campsite sky high, including packing TNT all around those sniffers, which we're pretty sure constitutes a war crime.
You know they will not resist to press the sign, right? You know they can't resist it. We all know.
We'll tell you right now, the Buttercups attack Doc's shenanigans head on. They smash against the target blocks on Elytra, which works for some reason. I guess it really is too late to try and save face.
Let's go! Wait, it did work!
Really?
Yes, it worked!
Oh, dude, it worked! Oh my god! What is it doing?
Oh!
Grian! My tent, Grian!
Oh, the camp's gone.
With their camp now in shambles, Scar and Grian decide to build a new base of operations and maybe pick out a more durable plant this time. As such, the two of them plant the biggest bonsai you've ever seen right into the pot once housing the Buttercup slime robot, while Gemini Tay's lawyers are sharpening their pens somewhere out there. For what it's worth, a quick Google confirms that most cherry plants are also poisonous to goats. Doc's really got to start cutting out these toxic relationships.
Me and Scar, with zero communication, managed to build this off of a single reference image. But the rest of the tree looks simply incredible.
To further foster some plants, Grian decides to cover up his ink farm with a greenhouse gazebo done in the style of his Season 7 barge. And it proceeds to look too empty for his liking until Grian fills it chock full of cocoa beans. Which, now that I think about it, chocolate is also poisonous to goats. Is there any food Doc actually can eat? Hold on a second. Oh, phew. At least tomatoes are fine. It remains to be seen if he can eat up the competition for Scarland Handyman, because Impulse SV at least is putting up a heck of a fight. Instead of bothering anybody within a half-mile radius with his invention, though, Impulse simply rigs up a functional park entrance turnstile which can detect whether you've got a day pass or a season ticket.
And now we know we're getting signal from this, so Scar did mention maybe activating some kind of, something like... I don't know.
Doc gets some subtle revenge for this when Impulse goes to get a red crown from the button in the shopping district and falls into Doc's block swapper from that one time he endostasised himself to the button. In before Doc insists this was a 4D chess move he'd planned all along. But as the king under the mountain, Impulse needs a forge fit for a king. And now the ceiling has been completed in another epic time-lapse, another king shows up to help him wiggle the new armor stands into position over the lighting fixtures. And they're looking pretty snazzy on their own, considering he's found enough ancient debris to deck them all out in netherite armor.
Teacher, I have a question. See. Yeah.
I am no longer teacher. I don't have to ask questions.
Yeah, exactly.
His ore spotting skills might come in handy for XB Crafted's new minigame. Still in the concept stages but looking fairly promising, XB is outfitting a cave environment with an underground diorama for a game that's a mixture of aber caving and I Spy. Players will pay a diamond block to access a viewing platform where they will attempt to spot as many ore blocks as they can, scoring points for the rarest ones, and the highest score will take home all the diamond blocks people paid to enter.
So my initial thought with this thing was to build, to dig out my own cave and all of that. That way I could, make sure that there were no ores whatsoever. But then I remembered this cave was here.
XB has a few tricks up his sleeve too, planning to add texture to the cave walls and decoy blocks in a few choice locations so the ores have a harder time standing out. Vintage Beef is also being drafted in to help with the project, as the premise is inspired by aber caving, and not at all inspired by XB Crafted beating him in their latest TCG match.
Yep, well, GG's.
Very good game.
I am officially 0-1 on the season.
And finally there's Tango Tech, who straight up refuses to show any of the final Decked Out 2 level on camera. Fair enough, as to not spoil the surprise for his players, and God knows we've been over-explaining every new thing he adds for the entire season, and over-explaining it wrong half the time, but this has distinct DM rolling and giggling energy, so brace yourself for when it finally opens up. Which may be after the actual game launch, by the way, so that's an insane task to pull off, building the grand finale while 10 blocks above you, Etho is dodging the Warden Blasts. So we wouldn't quite have much to say about Tango this week if, you see, finally, there wasn't a ZF.
I was going to say one word and you were going to get it, but I don't even need to say a word. All I need to do is drop this on the floor, and I think you'll know.
It's been some time since when ZF and Tango discovered that you can actually fly mobs on leads great distances as long as you don't pick up too much speed. And 2 full revivals later, it's once again time. The aerial sheep service rides again. ZF invites Tango onto a floating pilot sheep to achieve a feat like no other. Create a sheep who's never used a leg. Really putting atrophy into ZF collecting a trophy. Zed's challenge is to breed a sheep baby from 2 sheep dangling mid-air, then fly it on an elytra until it grows up, which would take 20 minutes of zigzag hovering if not for Tango co-piloting and feeding the fledgling wheat the entire time. So here they are, putting the mid-air into midwife.
It came out of Papa! It came out of Papa! I think it's 50-50!
Oh no, that makes things so much more difficult!
That thing rocketed! Like, that was a forceful birth!
This week, on Hermitcraft.
I could go around parading as normal Pearl and killing them in between rounds, but you gotta simulate what it's gonna be later on, right? So that's how it works. Oh, I really hope this is fun. I really do.
And if we needed any more proof that the members of Hermitcraft are game for anything, this week sees them making games out of everything. Both trash and treasure are fair game for minigames, and there are even more ideas bubbling below the surface. As for everyone else, we can only assume they haven't uploaded because their hands are cramping from signing too many autographed TCG cards. So with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with XB Crafted, who has now claimed a red crown from the button, which we think probably puts him about 9th in the line of succession, but at least his head will be warmer.
Oh, I look good, yeah.
XB's grand undertaking this week is the completion of his Ore Spy game, in which participants must spot the ore blocks he's hidden in a cave from the vantage point of a fixed observation platform, scoring points for the ones he's decided were valuable, and with only a spyglass to help them out. Another twist arrives in the form of Vintage Beef, who helps XB transform the cave space into a mossy wonderland, even adding a few obstacles when he accidentally bone meals some azalea.
Come over to where I'm at and see how far back I should go. I'm not sure how far.
Just if it feels good, stop.
It's up to XB to finish the game elements, since Beef himself wants to participate, but while he's hiding all the ores, Beef adds an eye-catching arrow marking where the entrance to the game is. Joe Hill spots the arrow while testing out his fancy new shaders and decides to investigate. The first port of call is reading the rules, including the no shaders rule.
We got some pretty complimentary shaders here, so I can show off Welcome to Ore Spy. No shaders. Dang it. Okay.
Nowhere in the rules does it say you can't look at Good Times with Scar, although you probably shouldn't. And when Joe actually plays the game for the first time, he finds himself looking at a pretty low score. But a few attempts later, he figures out a way to cheese the system which is so devious, we aren't going to spoil it for you here. Because if Joe ends up winning this thing because of it, it'll be the most hilarious twist of the season so far. False Symmetry actually did us a favour and recapped her time at the Hermitcraft stream day, since we don't actually cover live streams on this show. It has been a while since the last stream day, so here's the rub. Stream day is when hermits set aside a day and stream one after another, creating a sort of marathon of live content throughout an entire day. This time it seems it might as well have been a triathlon, as the gang ran one minigame after another, not just kicking off the TCG second season, but also dusting off gems like Cub Fans Dunk Tank, the MLG Water Bucket Dropper, and the Ice Boat track we absolutely forgot is also under her base.
Wait, I'm stuck at the gate.
Don't worry, False, I'm catching up to you.
If I'm stuck on my own race, I know how this works.
Though False's minigame catalogue is about to expand once more when Zombie Cleo calls upon her building ability to help make a Hermitcraft edition of Blood on the Clock Tower. And Blood on the Clock Tower is a great game to be introduced to Hermitcraft, being a Mafia or Town of Salem type board game about deception, shenanigans, and mild role-playing. Besides, adapting it to Minecraft is a much cheaper solution than shipping a $145 game to every participant.
Where has the crown gone? But like in general, like why? They're not going to put that there and just left it somewhere.
With that impending, Cleo is invited to a much more well-understood game within Minecraft circles, Bingo, except this time it's emphasis on bin rather than going. Pearlescent Moon has built a sorting through the trash minigame in her recycling centre and invites Zombie Cleo and Cubfan135 to give the old garbage a whirl for a chance to win some historical artifacts. The rules are pretty simple. Whoever can fill in their card takes the big cheese, the other one the little. But it wouldn't be Hermitcraft if things didn't get out of hand, so at the final hour, Cleo claims to have not swapped the historical armour for a fake. Which is quite the conundrum when the only two people capable of authenticating the item are the two museum owners fighting over it. Doesn't help that one of them only speaks in riddles.
The armor that you have right now is definitely legit. I didn't rename armor and double check it at all. You have the legit armor, which I definitely didn't. I want to be clear. Like, I'm being honest now. I definitely didn't do that because it's only been standing in here for ages.
Don't we add another head to my collection?
One of those things is absolutely true. And I'm not telling you which one.
Not that Cub couldn't maybe use some obstacles on his way of cataloguing the server. This week, his video feels just a little like crossing out of archaeology and into just stealing stuff. Now, risking the button blowing up for a purple crown for his collection is perfectly fine, necessary even. But then Cub shifts his focus from collecting items and into collecting structures, and somehow it escalates into the museum loaning 1/3 of a tower from the frozen citadel. Doesn't even look bad without it. Tango may never notice, especially if he keeps working on the final decked out level well into the game being open.
Inside of here is where we'll probably put our decked out artifacts.
If you're anything like us, you'll probably be excited to learn that Cub and Cleo's round was just an alpha test of Bingo, and the final version will set you on fire. Pearl hasn't finished the redstone yet, but if you aren't able to claim your block within the time limit, you get shut in the room and lava pours out of the floor. For now, Pearl makes do with cosplaying as lava and killing them with a fire aspect sword, but it gets the point across.
And I get to run around and attempt to kill you.
Why are you orange?
I'm embodying the lava that will kill you that's going to be in the official release of the game.
And the main difference between a death chamber and an alpha test is that the victims have feedback.
Kill me!
Can we save each other?
No.
I mean, I'll gladly kill you. That's fine. I can do that for you.
Thank you. I just need my saturation up. I'm good. That's all.
But after the winner cleans up and receives the authentic King Rendog armor ... or is it, Pearl heads back in the direction of Scarland, partly to establish her cleaning lady office in the plot Scar has cleared for her, and partly to do something about all these dragon eggs. Excited to work with a new medium, Pearl defies gravity, mostly with an incredible network of string, to build a giant model of the Ender Dragon, exclusively out of dragon eggs. And then, just to stay on brand, she adds a hard hat to it. Although if Doc is interested in cleaning this up, he's gonna need a really big torch.
Surely they know where it's come from now, right? I think that's enough of a sign.
But as for the place she scooped up all these eggs from, Scar is excited to discover she's moved into the office space and even brought her own company car. So he rewards Pearl with a hard hat, which she puts on over the one she's already wearing, creating Hard Hat 2, Hat Harder. She even brings us along for the ride as the interior of the trash office comes together, and elsewhere, the trash is auto-sorting itself. As promised, Azuma finishes up the auto-sorter for the recycling center, and it even survives through the 1.20 update, unlike some other contraptions in his employ.
Minecraft 1.20 broke me. I mean, it actually broke my mob farm of all things.
Unfortunately, the scaffolding-based mob farm gets patched out of existence, and X has to grind his mobs somewhere else. Not that that's much of an issue with internet being full of mob farms and people willing to offer help. The new Monster Factory, however, stumbles onto another of Azuma's curiosities. How far can he spread Skulk from a single source before the range runs out or somebody stops him? And so X searches the server for plenty of catalysts and himself for enough know-how to successfully create the corruption biome from Terraria, conceptually.
So here they are, each of the charges arriving at their 4 destinations. And now it's about 10 minutes later, and you can really see it is starting to spread, although the ones that are further away are having a little harder time getting going. This is fantastic though. It's time for me to do some more AFKing.
Good thing it's Cub who got Skulk-headed back on Empires. If it was Azuma, we'd still be cleaning up. Ultimately, the death route doesn't get to any of the vital infrastructure of the server, but Doc M does spot it before leaving for his holiday, so maybe once he's back, there's a whole new faction to battle in the Perimeter Wars. It's like sometimes we can still hear his voice.
Good night.
What the?
Before you lay your head to rest, ask yourself.
Doc, you legend. I love it. That was actually really ominous. I'm gonna be honest. I'm watching my back now.
And this recap almost didn't happen the way they usually happen, thanks to a combination of a sunny day, an internet cable, and an electric hedge trimmer. But fortunately that situation was swiftly resolved before I had to ask Sloy to do all the work, so we get to recap the Hermitcraft just like always. For a different perspective though, check out Mumbo's video this week, in which he tours the only season of Hermitcraft he wasn't a part of. The Season 1 World Download really shows us how far Hermitcraft and Minecraft itself has come since there were only 4 wood types and we'd only just figured out how to grow grass in the Nether. Some things, however, will never change.
I knew it! I knew this was a Joe Hills thing. How is Joe Hills still like this?
So with the past duly blasted, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
And you know what? No, it does look like a Granis build. There's bushes everywhere.
Starting with False Symmetry, who rebalances her TCG deck only for a new card game to show up on the horizon. Zombie Cleo has been hard at work putting together the town to play out a round of Blood on the Clock Tower with their Hermitcraft friends. And you may remember False being the one tasked with building a clock tower to put blood on.
And hopefully Cleo doesn't mind that because, of course, there are colours involved with other things, but it shouldn't be too confusing because this does look quite a lot different than the houses do.
As promised, False built up a central build for the town to hold their voting meetings at, or whatever you do in medieval times to kill off the werewolves. And Cleo takes the tower for their own and puts a Game Master board under it to keep track of who amongst the players are in fact the aforementioned werewolves in the first place.
Here is what's known as the grimoire. This is basically the area where I'll go. I'll add signs. So for example, say this had a token and something happened to that token, and then I'd put next to it like a thing that had happened to that particular player.
Overall, the town is coming together, if only to be torn apart in the drama unfolding.
You do not know you are the drunk. You think you are another townsfolk character, but you are not.
And in the meantime, more drama deploys within the dueling museums. Cleo actually finds their crown parked lovingly outside Ijevin's house and takes no guesses to figure out who left it there.
Yeah, and do you want to just get your own back with Cub?
Oh yeah. Let's go bug his stuff.
As a result, Cleo and Jevin unite to teach Cubfan135 a lesson or two about misplaced artifacts and re-Easter the Easter egg collection Cub has in his museum.
The dragon egg is gone too! What the world is happening, dude?
Could this situation between Cub and Cleo make it to where Cleo and I don't become mortal enemies anymore? I don't know.
Mercifully, the two only hide the miniaturized hermits across Cub's own museum halls, though the complex is quite sprawling by now and it's still a chore to find all of them. Such a chore, in fact, that Cub never finds the stress monster one and just grabs another stress egg from a chest stash.
Hey, there's a stress egg. Let's go. Brand new stress egg. Found out near Stress's base. Perfect.
I'm gonna hide one up here. Oh yeah, you definitely can't see that one at all. It's so evil.
Cautiously, Cub now makes it a point to plant a cherry grove around his garden of buildings borrowed, perhaps so it's not too obvious from the outside that they're there. For their ability to position items, Cleo is called upon by Rendog, hoping to get a favour for his record disc store.
Have you ever made a sausage?
I have not ever made a sausage, no.
Willing to make his music shop as pretty as possible, Ren asks Cleo to position the CDs on invisible armor stands so everyone can see D's records.
Oh, that's so awesome!
That's
yes,
no problem.
What are we thinking price-wise for a job like this? This is the what quote can you give me for this work?
I mean, when I need people, I need warm bodies.
Sure, I will give you my body for an hour, as payment.
That's not what I asked.
Rendog's own minigame speeds to its finish with a glorious stretch of pure speed lane made mostly of blue ice, which does not stop the naturally occurring polar bears from wandering onto the tracks as a freebie obstacle for the racers. It doesn't help either that with some of the terrain not yet loaded, it does kind of look like you're speeding towards a solid ice wall at one point there. Having blasted his way through that, Ren does actually Finland drift through the racetrack for our and his enjoyment, and it promises to be a fast, if not very furious, ride indeed.
And it's going to be really cool seeing multiple hermits just trying to pass each other through here.
It is hard to tell if XP Crafted is much upset about Joe Hills breaking his Ore Spy game with his quick thinking, but he does offer Joe an extra free round on the tweaked rules that specify which way you are and aren't allowed to look.
Any games where you played where you counted the arrow, you get a full refund, and those scores unfortunately do not count.
Well, thank you for the refund.
Right.
When I stumbled onto that, I was like, oh my gosh, XP's a game design genius. I thought that was brilliant.
No, that would have been brilliant, but it was just an oversight.
His own site, in the meantime, drifts to Cubfans Museum, since the place is essentially a playground with 20-something Easter eggs possibly hidden in it. While XP doesn't yet find much but where to submit his misprinted TCG card, he does discover Carilson hovering on a balloon around the central parkour pillar with some curious and mysterious dialogue.
You didn't buy those. What are you doing, guy? What do you mean it's an experiment in perfect? What are you talking about? You're at the perfect weight. You're not even using the right hand, man. Everybody knows you're left-handed.
Perhaps it's telling that the ores in the arrow aren't part of the intended strategy when the guy who puts them there doesn't count them in his first round. Vintage Beef helped decorate Ore Spy but didn't want to place the ores himself to boost his score, but then built the arrow out of ore blocks to advertise the game, so you'd figure he'd remember they were there.
You guys are probably seeing stuff that I'm not, and it's driving me crazy.
Perhaps he was blinded by how well lit it was in there after Exhibit Crafted kept putting lighting on the lighting so you can see while you see.
Oh, you put a torch on the glowstone. Is this intentional? Are you marking it for some reason? What are you doing?
But the minigames don't stop there as Beef reveals his latest card game spin-off based on another popular franchise. It's a Hermitcraft TCG Hunger Games, hereafter referred to as HTCGHG, or more succinctly, HTCG. Beginning at the central circle, a group of players will explore a small archipelago in search of TCG, Hermit, and Effect cards they must bring back 5 at a time to build a deck. PvP is allowed during this process, definitely making it one of the more competitive draft modes we've seen from a card game. Once the decks are assembled and filled out with item cards, the tournament begins. Beef has only laid the foundations of the experience so far, but that includes a respawn room where felled contestants can return to the fight, and it shouldn't be long before people are literally fighting over the hottest cards. All it needs to incentivize the Hermits is a trophy, and what better inspiration than the TCG wing of Cub Fans Museum.
Okay. Gotcha. Yep. It's a good simulation.
Well, the Scarland part of the server has been getting increasingly more inspiring, and Good Times with Scar is about ready to welcome the visitors, given that he's now finally put in an entrance to the park. In an impressive time-lapse, Scar raises the ticket booths at the other end of the Scarland main street, lined up perfectly with the main square and the castle's peak, but not with Grian's Stargate floating rock portals, unfortunately. Too bad even by the very tip of it he can't escape his neighbor's announcement system.
And look at how cool this looks.
Vandalism of the Great Perimeter will have dire consequences.
No, you're gonna have dire consequences if I see you again, Doc.
Well, it turns out Scar won't be recruiting Doc M to install one like that at his base after all, since Doc is not the one winning the coveted Scarland Redstone Engineer position. No, the 32 diamonds per week and a customized hard hat are going to the man in the audience with a very real beard.
I sure did. Whatever you need.
I didn't actually care about that. I only care that you looked up Bob Gurr and watched the Imagineering special.
Oh, okay. I did. Oh, yep. I can learn Redstone later. No,
Redstone's a secondary issue here in the park.
And finally, the handyman of the happiest place on Hermitcraft gets to work. Impulse SV is delighted to find he's got the job, and even more excited to learn the company hat comes with built-in facial hair. Scar immediately gives Impulse a chin scratcher, asking for an entrance turnstile at the grand entrance to the Scarland Park, and clarifying that it should be centered on the entrance, unlike how some people build. But if you've been paying attention, you'll know Impulse already figured out the basic mechanics of the design a couple of weeks back. So he mocks up a fresh ticket booth with sound effects, armor stands providing a display that changes from red to green when it lets you through, and a pair of reanimated corpses ushering you into the park. It's the realistic touches that really bring the magic.
You're holding stuff already. Sorry, you don't get the job. It was part of the interview.
It makes sense that Impulse wants to really earn his wages, though. After all, he's got an extra mouth to feed back home. The great furnace in his forge is basically a lava-powered Grumbot now. Its name is Paul, and pretty soon he might be given emotions. No, Impulse, this is how it starts!
This actually looks like a face, and I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to unsee it now, but you see the eyes there, crying lava, and the obvious mouth here.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Welcome back to another episode here from the Hermitcraft server. Haha, where the funny people live.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft Recap. My name is Pixorifs, our writer is LuiXP. Captions on this video were provided by Liara. And appropriately, it is week 77 of Hermitcraft Season 9! Which is probably what Doc was yelling when he logged back in this week, him being German and all. The moral of the story seems to be never go on holiday, unless you're spending that holiday creating a massively successful Minecraft mod pack.
Feels so good just seeing him back. Ladies and gentlemen, there we have him. A wild e-skull in his natural habitat.
The Siren Song of Shenanigans seems to have lured Iskal85 back onto the Hermitcraft server from his sabbatical of Vault Hunters development, and rumour has it that he'll be back to making Hermitcraft episodes soon. So yes, we will address the elephant in the room shortly before it starts trampling through the neighbouring countryside and crushing everyone's builds. If you really want to hear what we have to say in the future, there's a convenient subscribe button for you under the video. And with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Rendog, who proudly declares Boombox Records open for business, so you can all show up and start putting coins in the jukebox now.
Well, I hope you guys love it. I think it is so epic. I'm so happy with how it's turned out. Maybe this should be Jono's studio actor, but maybe this is where Jono comes and makes all of the Hermitcraft music, right?
While the shop is still waiting on stock of the treasure music discs that can't be farmed directly from creepers, what it does have is a grand entrance for all the music royalty to show up at, and a studio upstairs where they can lay down some fire tracks. Rendog, on the other hand, lays down some ice tracks, making incredible progress on his section of the iceboat racetrack that zips through a frozen ocean. For now, the only obstacles are polar bears, but Ren eliminates another massive obstacle by ripping through a landscape to connect his stretch of the track to Ethos.
This will be the biggest iceboat race in Hermitcraft history. So,
oh, for sure, yeah. I don't think you're going to be able to beat it, though, Ren. I hope you're ready for next season to, you know.
Oh, no.
Another collaborator arrives in the form of False Symmetry, who wanted to contribute her building expertise to the starting area. And meanwhile, Ren discovers some pro tips for creating custom-feeling cherry trees for the racers to dodge between.
Oh, no!
I'm overtaken.
No, I just went into my... I just made these sand traps.
Yeah.
I just went into it.
Well,
so
you shouldn't have
annoying.
added them then. Oh my
Okay.
goodness, I just took the best corner of my life.
Joe Hills is also preoccupied with cherry trees, but only because Cub fans' reputation precedes him at this point.
Oh, wait. I was going to ask, did you steal my trees? Or are those somebody else's trees? Are you mid-theft? Did you just not get to the moss yet? I don't know.
Bruce Banner. He was just eating breakfast, and they came and snatched him. Kidnapped.
Although Cub has got yoinking bits of the server down to a fine art, he's interested in the other fine arts he can display at his museum, so he asks Joe to contribute a poetry corner by writing a piece about his pinball machine, which coincides with him officially entering the planning phase of the individual components, all themed around deep space telescopes.
So the Hubble Space Telescope is the most famous visible light telescope, and that'll be represented by the pop bumpers.
It's worth noting that Joe actually hopes to build the deep field pinball machine IRL at some point in future, and might even be able to use his Hermitcraft build of the cabinet as a blueprint of sorts, the main difference being in real life you can't be the ball. Having invented his share of minigames in the past, Azumavoid joins in the emerging race of meta-entertainment and brings forth a whole new version of Bed Wars, which is hilarious given that he was the one who seems to have come up with the whole thing way back when.
Okay, this is a game that I released called Rush that I've been playing with friends. So it was a rather simple concept revolving around having a bed on either side and then trying to destroy your opponent's bed to knock them out of the game. This got picked up by a lot of servers and is now commonly known as Bed Wars, although the game has obviously evolved a lot over the years.
This promises to once again be a groundbreaking development, as that is what the game mostly consists of, breaking ground. The twist of the formula is that instead of being on two opposing islands in a void, the teams will be buried within a straight corridor of obsidian, separated by solid chunks of material. From there, the players are forced to break through the progression of the game until they're in a position to destroy the enemy's home bed and take them out of the game once and for all.
And then they have to start punching some wood, right? And going through each of the layers and discovering all of the resources, and then eventually the other team at some point around the middle.
As if in preparation, Keralis spends the week tunneling through the Nether to make sure his base is finally connected to the Nether Hub 77 weeks later. Though his case involves more of the building of the tunnel than actually digging it out, and so the handcrafted environment is extra nice with the fog effect river leading you to the portal, which is quite fitting since Keralis' base is in fact a port. Though there's also a bus crashed across the canal making a sort of dam, which too is fitting as this build is damn impressive.
Yeah, we need to make this pretty. But for the moment, this will have to do. It does look better than it did.
Also of note is that Keralis stops by XB Crafted's Ore Spy minigame because, I mean, look at him. If he can't find all the ores with these magnificent peepers, what chance does the rest of the server have?
Oh, Keralis-san.
Well, maybe they could try using their noses instead. It'd certainly be following the example of XB Crafted's Sniffers, who get perhaps the best treatment on the server as he adds a new exhibit to his zoo. To match their prehistoric origins, he sets up a little diorama of bone blocks, a geothermal spring, and a grassy area for them to sniff up their seeds. The clever twist is that a hopper minecart is collecting the seeds as they dig them up, meaning XB can collect them from a convenient chest just outside the exhibit.
Oh, can I put sugarcane, like, literally right there? Nice.
If you smell more minigames cooking, you're probably downwind of Vintage Beef, who continues preparing the island he's marked out for his TCG Battle Royale game. This mainly involves lighting up the island so the contestants only have to fight each other and don't risk any dropped cards being blown up by unexpected creepers. Even more unexpected is a flyby musical interlude from the Joe Hill's family band, as Joe swings by with his sister Quinn in the studio and they bust out a song while trying to track Beef down.
What was that?
Vintage Beef, are you hiding?
I'm not.
Use a bed real quickly. Quickly, are you in a vintage tree? Are you in a vintage car? Are you far, far, far away? Where are you, vintage Beef? I found him!
After they've taken it to the bridge, so does Beef, building a mythical sausage-inspired bridge from the central island to the sandy hillside next door.
It's a nice looking bridge. That is a nice looking bridge.
What goes around comes around, and having went around his whole museum looking for the re-hidden Easter eggs last week, Cubfan decides not to use IG Heaven's voice as the primary narrator of his museum after all.
They're the ones who took our eggs and hid them throughout the museum last time. Don't worry, we'll get them back. We'll get them back.
Instead, Cub wastes no time and voices all the explanation segments on his own, making sure to add redstone bits that play the pre-recorded messages whenever you twist a Heart of the Sea on the floor in front of whatever exhibit you find most curious. Which certainly could be the very turtle egg that's been luring zombies and drowned to 0-0 coordinates for half the season, or the Scarland VIP tickets Cub somehow found in the trash before anyone has had a chance to buy any.
We also found 2 VIP Scarland tickets in the trash bin outside of Scarland. So, we nabbed them up.
You really have one in the trash?
No, I took it out of the trash. It doesn't belong in the trash.
Well, where in the trash was it?
We could point our fingers at Impulse SV, but he's been a model employee as he fixes up the turnstiles for the park entrance. It's the zombies validating your tickets who are clearly goofing it up.
Oh, he there you go. Where did it go?
He's wearing it as a hat.
Oh no, Scar is wearing it!
Although clearly anyone would be feeling a little loopy after hearing the looped voice of Doc M77 from the flagpole at the perimeter. And Impulse decides to double down on that by fixing the announcement system at Scarland to go off at the right times and with the right radius to hear them anywhere parkside. With that job managed, he sets up his office space, complete with inspirational quotes from Disney Park Imagineers and a widescreen gaming rig. And we'd expect nothing less from the guy dressed as a Super Mario brother. Once the park entry can actually be used as such, Scar gets to making the whole situation look more welcoming too, even for the non-paying customers, as in the passerby. Once Grian's misaligned Stargate is out of the picture, Scar makes it up to his neighbours by making the landscape leading up to the entryway as pleasant as it is vibrant, to the audible protest of his cat, admittedly.
Right. It's cool looking, Jelly. Don't tell me you could have done it better. You've never even been to Disneyland, so quiet down.
After that, just gotta actually sell tickets into the audience that's much more likely to fish them out of the garbage bins. Seriously, Cub, there's a nice trash sorter on the server, all you had to do is ask.
Well, these are display models, Cub. You need an actual physical ticket to get into the park.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But the event we've been dancing around can't really be avoided any longer, because for Mumbo and Grian, it's kind of the main event. Meeting up for one final attempt at making Doc M77's life inconvenient, Grian proposes they cover the entire 500 by 500 of the perimeter with a natural landscape. He's even done the monster maths of how many blocks it'll take.
We need 3,904 stacks. I'm starting to regret things, but we're too deep in it now, fellas. We're gonna see this through.
There's absolute sunk cost right now. We could do wonderful things with this dirt.
So yes, gathering the dirt to cover the perimeter basically involves creating several smaller, shallower perimeters elsewhere in the world. And for the 3 of them, it could take a vast amount of time. But Scar now has employees, and the weekly Hermitcraft meeting came up.
If we just kind of put it out there to the rest of the server, hey, does anyone want to mess with Doc? We might get a few people interested, I'm just saying.
And some folks even turned up for the after party the following day.
It's still going,
Thank you so much.
Scott, I can't hear you, buddy.
I can't hear you.
What happened to the Goat's World?
Yeah, the Goat's World is gone.
Yeah, I don't even see it anymore. What happened to it? There's no Goat's World.
Take that, Doc!
I'm actually really scared. It seems the motivational quotes actually work.
The end result is the perimeter sinkhole reformed into a landscape of rolling hills and artfully spammed oak trees, all 1 block thin. As Mumbo points out, it basically looks like some very localized time travel has happened. It is quite fitting that the three decide not to build anything over the formed terrain, because seriously, how do you even top this? But sadly, this threatens to be the last hurrah of the Buttercup to perimeter throwdown. After all, they did literally put a lid on it.
Will you guys
This was the end game. This is the final move. Guys, what is he gonna do? As painful as it was, this might be some of the proudest work. It doesn't even look. You wouldn't even know that there was a hole underneath there.
And finally, there's Doc M, who we had to leave for last, to give you as much time as possible to go watch his reaction to this yourselves, because we've already watched it several times, and it doesn't get any less funny. That's not even counting his first encounter with Pearlescent Moon's dragon made of dragon eggs.
Look at this thing. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's like he's dragon shaming me.
Thanks to scrubbing through the footage of the event, Doc now has a hit list of the people involved, and luckily for Azuma, it's in alphabetical order. He even considers keeping it for a split second, but naturally, it's worth the hassle of exploding the terrain a second time just to get the spawn rates of his various farms back. So after commiserating with Rendog, he sets off a new flying machine to clear the terrain, only to uncover the faces of his tormentors as the ground is broken near the Wither Skull generator.
Yeah, 3.5 hours approximately we're running right now. So yeah, I guess, another 3.5 hours or something, and then we're done.
If it was satisfying seeing the whole thing covered over, it's even more satisfying seeing it all 3D unprinted back into existence, and he even gets to straighten up the lines all around the edges.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is LoyXP. Captions on this video were provided by Leara, and it figures that the 1 week Pixel Riffs goes on a vacation is the one when too much anticipated Hermits come back and freaking Decked Out 2 is finished. And aside from Stress Monster and Iskall being loose on the server, the new Bed Wars variant by Exuma got played, XB Crafted is starting a server-wide event, and there's leaked Season 10 discussions floating around somewhere out there on the internet. Much as I'm honored to be the one getting to tell you, it is a lot of ground to cover, and judging by last week's shenanigans, covering ground can take up to 10 hours. So let's waste no time and dig right into all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with the aforementioned Iskall and Stress Monster, because they too are bringing a new minigame into the mix.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. Did you try to dodge it?
Their 20 ways to die in the West idea stems from the Run minigame Iskall made a few seasons ago. Yes, Run, as in random unfair nonsense, the game of luck and parkour that Keralis got deeply addicted to. We can only hope that the new strain of madness invites just as much of an obsession, because Iskall happens to run low on diamonds actually.
I had nearly 9 stacks of diamonds, of which I now have 49.
The trick about the 20 ways to fail is that it involves less of the failure and more just of falling. At least the first couple of levels so far, you just need to luck out and not be pushed off by the angrily extending pistons.
It's not 20 ways to succeed, it's 20 ways to fail. Oh! She's done it! No, see, that's the point.
Just how far the Hermits will push their luck remains to be seen. But in the meantime, both Stress and Iskall have been walking on their bases behind the scenes, and just how much they have done is truly staggering. And come on, it wouldn't be me if I didn't point out that Stress Monster's School Halloween mansion might actually be finished in time for Halloween. She just didn't specify of what year.
What is that? No! Oh my god, that weren't there earlier! Was that false?
Happy to see her neighbors back, False Symmetry does not hesitate to give them some money on the down low. Certainly helps that she herself got a full diamond block from the crown generator button, which is still alive somehow? What?
I don't know, but anyway, I guess I've got a new crown now, but I'm not wearing it because I've got someone that's aiming for my head, so
Doesn't hurt that False is out there scoring some favors from the other minigame people, be it Rendog and his intense racetrack, or Zombie Cleo and their blood on the watchtower. Or whoever's blood on the watchtower, I don't know whose blood Cleo uses.
Like, False has been a godsend at this point. Like, they've helped me, like, so much, and, like, we know that, and that's fine. but she didn't have to go this hard. That's all I'm saying.
What's certain is that the Murder Town Salem Mafia game will be opening its doors within the near future, as Cleo is very happy with Foss's additions, and because once the set dressing is done, the game can be played with just some cardboard pieces.
So yes, I have at least 7 hermits willing to play that have signed up for it. Probably more because the hermits are not... I don't know if you realise this, hermits are not great at signing up for things. But if they say they'll be there, then they'll be there.
Before Cleo can squeeze the life out of the servermates, they focus on bringing the life to their own base. Being an owner of an Atlantean castle simply doesn't hit as hard when it's just empty, so they begin populating the halls and rooms of their base with visitors and servants, as well as some remarkably adorable decorations, such as this tiny hermit crab on the table. And this has been your Hermit Crab Recrab. Please laugh. Doc M77 continues the interior decoration motif, though he's yet to pick out the wallpaper. The idea of giving his perimeter base some actual walls would certainly make it easier for me making the Hermitcraft recap thumbnails.
I'm looking into converting some of the amazing fan art we received this season into gigantic murals.
But the sheer amount of material needed to cover up each side is quite an obstacle. As usual, Doc solves the issue with game-breaking amounts of redstone, even if this time the game fought back and apparently reset the chunks Doc's Dragon Egg duping machine is in.
And now, as I got nothing to lose anyways, as the whole server bonded against me pranking, I don't care. I make my own rules.
And I say is here because Doc has already put the thing back together. Only difference being the eggs are now sand blocks, and they're duplicating specifically so Doc can make as much colored concrete as he needs to smooth over the endless caves of the perimeter sides. And in case he needs some black color, there's apparently still plenty of shulker boxes of obsidian in the system, from the time Exumavoid was farming the end spawn platform. We of course know exactly where all the remaining obsidian went, thanks to both Doc and Joe Hills putting out their perspective of the Bed Wars event Exuma organized. To remind you, in this version both teams are actually stuck in a wall and need to break their way through to the enemy bed, uncovering materials, tools and weapons along the way. Initial setup apparently took 12 hours to build, so it's gonna be a little while before the rematch.
Gotta make sure like one of their guys doesn't come over to our side though.
Joe, Cub's on you.
I'm in a hole with Cub.
Good luck.
I know.
This match, however, already brings in quite a few surprises. For example, the entire time there was a secret insta-death timer on Joe Hills, who actually had to pick up his kid from school. So good thing they didn't play any longer, huh? But there are also more shocking developments to Joe's version of the video, as one comment points out, and I quote, "I genuinely didn't realize the previous version was unedited. To be fair, it's 1 AM here, so Doc swearing, Mystery Season 10 skimming and Hypnos cat yelling in the background all flew completely under my radar." Apparently all these things were in the original pre-edited version of his video, which is not a big deal at all. Accidents happen, especially when you edit on a time limit. All I'm asking for is the soundbite of Hypnos cat. I would like to hear that, please and thank you. Vintage Beef plans a much more sporadic battle for our hermits. The TCG Hunger Game Island continues to transform into a fully custom map. This time, Beef focuses on the beach shore detailing and dips his toes into the ammo stand detailing, all just to add some surfers really having a good time. And one guy probably not so much.
Then you got this guy over here who was buried by his kids. Although his kids are now gone. There is nobody else on the beach other than this poor buried soul.
His face is grey, Beef. The man is dead. There's also a certain hilarity in watching Beef mark a crevasse on the island as off-limits with a giant no sign on the same server that last week built giant terrain over much bigger hole for 10 hours. Seriously, Beef, was there like a shortage of dirt afterwards? In contrast, XB Crafted plans a game that spans the entire server. Named Third Degree, the new game offers a well of opportunity for fanatists and wiki editors alike. Because essentially, we're doing truth or dare here, but with no dares and fries the truths. Upon being tagged, a hermit will stop by the special Third Degree booth and get assigned a random new victim. From there, they must tag the victim by asking them 3 questions and receiving the answer. Collabs are plenty, hilarity ensues.
After a couple weeks and everyone that is interested in participating has entered their name, a random name will be drawn by me. That person will then draw a random name, then come up with 3 questions to ask whoever they have drawn.
But before any of that, gotta make sure the game he already built works. So XB gives the good Horse Spy another test run, and sure enough, spy glasses still function on the server, and so does looking at stuff. Funnily enough, Captain135 has had an early start on running around asking people for things. For the museum book collection, Cap has hunted down many hermits and convinced them to write something worth reading, with a varying degree of success. Enter Good Times with Scar, or rather exit Good Times with Scar, at every opportunity.
Is that a book I see signed though? He is back!
Is the Hawkeye book done? It's the most cringy comic book. Let me rephrase that. The most cringy comic book you've ever read is now done.
Cap had to write his own Hot Guy fanfiction just to have something signed by Scar in the library, only for Scar to bring in his ass a ghost written by ChatGPT. The museum does recover some authentic artifacts. The missing pieces of Sir Cap-Zalot armor got found by Keralis. Quite telling that he uncovered all these priceless pantaloons in the same video he built an automated storage sorting system.
Mazuma Games! You little genius face! I'm impressed that it works, but I've just seen scars. And he's got them all over the place.
Not to worry, the next big cleaning event will have just as much trouble now that Keralis visited the newly opened Scarland and has absolutely flooded his inventory with merch. But some Scarland visitors suspect there's more to the park than meets the eye.
I think Scar's trying to turn us all into furries.
These are some powerful words here to come out of a mouth of a person who's essentially a house girl. Still on his ranch, BWO puts together a cathedral to keep all his favorite steeds in, which surely should be called a horsehedral. But I must apologize, it deserves some respect as a place of horseship.
I've been playing around with more Gothic style and using some different things like levers and glass to help pull and push walls around.
That being said, there is certainly some sort of blasphemy being committed, as Zedov comes in to convince BWO to give him the slowest horse possible.
What's wrong with this horse? Oh, now it moves.
Now it moves.
Look at that!
Okay, naturally it's all but an advancement challenge, and it should be, in theory, possible to breed out a horse so slow it barely moves. But for now, they get the same result by combining the slowness potions, cobwebs and soul sand. Or, you know, standing still. There's a variety of not movement in the game, as it turns out.
Well, looks like I've got a lot of horse breeding and feeding to do, but it's going to be a long old journey, but we're beginning, and one day we will have the slowest horse in the history of the game.
And finally, there's Tango Tech. And what am I to say here? Decked Out 2 is feature complete. Watch his videos for extra detail, let me assure you, it is worth it. There's news concerning the final level of the event too, and they are quite exciting. For one, the last part of the dungeon is called The Burning Dark. And that's some ultra kill level name if I ever heard one. For two, the unblocking of the finale will require the hermits to walk together and pay extra attention while exploring the dungeon. Both of which sounds very much unlike them, especially while being chased by wardens and ravagers. Even then, the game is not open yet. Feature complete here just means it's a closed beta, so Tango will be running the game over and over and over now, trying to work out all the kinks and fix all the redstone. It's nail-biting, exciting, triumphant, and I'm just so very happy that it allows me to say that Tango is currently out there getting the runs.
I'm back from my trip, so what happened while I was away? What do you mean everything? Well, I guess last week saw the soft launch of Decked Out, the return of Iskall and Stress Monster, the completion of several minigames, and the announcement of at least 20 more, so I guess that sounds like a lot even by Hermitcraft standards. But the season is gathering a real head of steam, because this week Zombie Cleo's Blood on the Clock Tower game makes its debut, the prospective Decked Out participants get to add their pieces to the starting squares, Doc M gets nerfed again, Cub Fans Museum finally has its grand opening, and Rendog goes all Disney villain. There is so much more to cover, so without further ado, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with DocM77, whose recently rebuilt gravity block duplication system has been declared super illegal for egg cloning purposes. Luckily for him, he's already moved on to sand, because the walls of his perimeter are finally getting a makeover. Working with some builders from his community, the blank canvas at the edges of the perimeter starts to resemble a wall frieze of epic proportions, decorated with copper and patterns resembling his Hall of Goat. He might need some help connecting it to the surrounding landscape, but the hermits have already proven themselves capable of doing that.
Joe suggested, gather hermits and they will help you dig sand. Well, I'm not sure if that is a great plan. I mean, it's not like hermits have better things to do. No more sand duping, and we will have to somehow find other ways to get lots of sand.
Unfortunately for Doc, he might be facing another nerf after a server meeting calls the legitimacy of sand duping into question when there are so many others who faced the grind without the aid of game-breaking technology. And what better example than Cubfan, whose museum opening Doc attends, if only so he can press some buttons and see what Cub has stolen this week.
Today, the 7th day of September 2023, we dedicate this Hermitsonian Museum of History and Culture so that these memories are not only preserved in our time, but for all times.
While Cubfan135 does expand his exhibits with free stuff this week, the diamonds for his Ore Pillar Memorial are actually hand-mined, lest we forget that there was a point in this season over a year ago when everyone decided to put their money into the attack position. The luckier ones will still get to expand their wealth behind a secret passage in the museum library, leading to an underground stat poker game room. The unluckier ones will end up in the live hermit display exhibit and become a part of exposition for as long as it takes to remember that ender pearls exist.
And yeah, then you are basically on display here. Look at that. Isn't that adorable? There's a cute little display here for people.
With that, the museum is finally complete and ready for its grand opening, which is both a red carpet and a red ribbon cutting ceremony, because decorating in Minecraft is very specific, okay?
It's a glorious place, and I hope you guys have enjoyed watching me make this over the last several days and weeks.
There's still time for last-minute submissions, and Pearlescent Moon is happy to trash-talk the hermits in a book she submits to Cub's museum. She even sneaks into the museum to hide it in an alleged chest monster among Cub's building supplies, only to be caught backstage by the curator and encouraged to hand it over in person.
Yeah, there's no chest monster here, yeah. I don't know what they're talking about.
No, not at all. Your voice makes me feel like there is one, Cub.
After cordoning off Doc's Dragon Egg duper and confiscating the rest of them in the name of that never happening again, she goes out in search of some armor trim that'll make her netherite armor a bit more cleaning lady official. Despite getting distracted by camels partway, she cleans up 2 ancient cities in search of the game's rarest smithing template and makes a ton of copies, even offering one to Corrales if he'll stop stashing shulker boxes inside his walls, which, if you ask me, feels like a small price to pay to buy her silence.
But aren't you proud, Pearl?
I am very
you gotta
proud.
Be a little bit proud.
When you said done by the end of the season, I was like, okay, that's just you, like maybe. Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
The noisier inhabitants of her base get some fancy new digs as she does a ton of landscaping and builds a Jurassic Park-inspired nature enclosure. Also, her sniffers can move in and snuffle about the place. But with them taking care of themselves, she sneaks off to her day job at Scarland and adds more modern conveniences to the janitor's office.
But we've also got this room off to the left here, which a few people mentioned could be a nice, staff break room, and I 100% agree.
Well, Scarland itself is about to be inconvenienced by the rise of competition. Rendog took one look at the covered-up perimeter and decided this kind of behavior would not stand. So while Doc M re-explodes all the landscape to restore his pride and joy, Ren explodes a slightly smaller patch of land to make way for a Disney villain to rise. He plans to build a twisted, dystopian parody of the happiest place on Hermitcraft, dubbing it Scabland, and setting out its manifesto of making its corporate masters a profit at any cost. The cost in this case is figuring out how TNT duping flying machines actually work.
I mean, it probably would have taken me shorter amount of timeage to just cut the trees manually, but here at Scab Inc., we like to do things as expensive as possible and as inefficiently as possible. That's just how our company rolls, okay?
Meanwhile, at his icy racetrack, Full Symmetry is running laps, tying together the sitting area of the stadium. Whoever is expected to sit idly while the boats zoom by will at least be shielded from the storm snow under the convenient roof, and hot beverages are sure to be served in the VIP area up top. Also, there's a place under the rafters to hedge illegal bets, probably.
There's a little bar area. How cute is this? It's so cute.
Shifting our focus from the boat racetrack to go-karts, Joe Hills invites Good Times with Scar over to chat about the charity fundraising efforts from the Hermitcraft community earlier this year. The money donated to Gamers Outreach led to the creation of go-karts, providing some much-needed entertainment to hospitalized children across the United States, Canada, and Australia. And Joe chats about his recent visit to see them in action at a hospital local to him in Nashville, Tennessee. Appropriately enough, the Scarland ticket Scar drops by with does look like one of those giant checks people have at charity photo ops. And it's almost to scale with Joe's pinball machine project. Joe's next step is to make room for tokens himself, installing a coin tray which, after making the entire thing from black concrete, is basically a black hole. Very apropos for the space theme. But once Decked Out opens its doors for the Hermits to step in and personalize their own storage alcoves, Joe seizes the opportunity to bring back another project from the depths of space-time. Given that Tango was so taken with it previously, Joe revives the Guppy Geyser by installing a handful of dispensers and loading them up with shulker boxes of manually collected tropical fish, all deposited into a bubble column when activated by a nearby pressure plate. Of course, any of the fish flopping out of the column also activates the nearby pressure plate, so like many of Joe's projects, it has the potential to get out of hand very quickly.
They just face plant the ceiling and they die straight away?
Yeah.
This is making me real sad.
We can remove the pressure plates if it makes you feel better.
Fluffy pancakes.
Okay.
Pearlescent Moon, Stress Monster, and Iskal also show up to decorate their decked out booths. Pearls has the Cleaning Lady palette plastered all over it. Stress's is the usual mix of magenta vibes, but also kinda goth, and Iskal's is incredibly on brand with the slime and the green fog effects. The aforementioned magenta vibes continue into the inside of Stress's spooky mansion build, which begins as a little more Barbie dream house, but after a floor redesign, some dark oak walls, and a deep slate tile ceiling, it really starts to flow with character. Minigame ideas are also flowing over at the 20 Fails area, where the western theme is taking shape along a central main road, flanked on either side by new ways for randomizers to clown on you. Stress designs a hopping over ice arrows in face game and the slightly more catchy titled Ender Escape, where being quick on the draw with an Ender Pearl is the only thing that will prevent you from being dropped on the floor or crushed between the saloon doors.
I'm trying to gauge when it comes out. Hang on.
Oh!
Yes! Oh, stop!
No, you didn't do it!
Iskal's contributions are a treacherous trapdoor run and a one-shot game with a moving target, both of which Stress helps him playtest. He's still getting his bearings back on the server, and sooner or later, he figures out why everyone sounds like they're calling American football plays when directing him through the Nether Hub.
They say things like yellow 17 or blue 2, and I've like given up there. I haven't asked more what these combinations of things actually means, but it is referring to the color of the Nether Hub.
He hasn't been a slouch at his cave base either, turning the dripstone corner of it into a series of shelves, where he carves out a workshop and moves in some stonemasons, who promptly move out again, but that was kind of his idea anyway. With them taking care of themselves, more or less, Iskal returns to his own unfinished business, tracking down whoever was last in possession of the Dare Stick. For the record, no one dared Ijevin to gather 46,000 endstone, but still he did, hoping the shulkers in his Tesseract shulkerbox farm feel more at home for the brief 5 seconds they're still alive. Jevin covers the entire island around the magic box-giving box in endstone, with occasional artistic outcroppings of amethyst buds and glass-layered purple lakes. You know, just like the actual end isn't.
So I added a bunch of stuff up here as well. This is our pool. So just continue the overall pattern.
Still, we have to grant Jev some artistic liberty, since he wants the place to actually look nice and not just float there dreadfully empty, cough cough Mojang end update when. In the meantime, Hypnotize takes the sledge shovel to the regular overworld terrain in an effort to make his cylinder base look less like a chunk error. Leveling the many places of the hill he ground into where his base is supposed to be, and then also shredding a big part of the forest nearby, which seems sort of unnecessary. On the upside, whatever he puts in its place will probably be pretty amazing.
You just give me both swords. Ha ha! The oldest trick in the book.
It's okay, I've got this one.
Oh no!
In contrast, Gemini Tay applies the violence not to the terrain, but to her server mates. With so many people coming back to play on the server, it is a golden opportunity to fill out her head collection. A wooden opportunity even, just like the swords she's using. No surprise we see her pop up in a few people's videos, then whittle them down in a fair duel.
How experienced are you in PvP?
Very, not so much.
Okay.
That is until Impulse SV pops up at her place, more or less literally, as in from under the ground. After this long, the two hermits finally reach the point their bases have been moving towards this entire time. One has at last dug into another. which is no wonder given that in places, Impulse's Dwarven Palace is literally 2 blocks from Elventown's grass level. For her part, Gemini Tay descends an elevator shaft down to the Dwarven Mines, and for his part, Impulse installs some custom sounds at the shoreline, adding the seaside ambience, even with atmospheric seagull sounds.
This brings everything to life. This makes me want to add so many details. We need more bird poop around if we're gonna have all these seagulls.
Bird poop, yes, please add bird poop everywhere.
Fortunately for Gem, Impulse also prevented more holes from appearing in her base. And she's equally lucky he didn't feel the need to put up hot guy posters, install a multi-screen gaming rig, and hide a secret bedroom connected to a wall alcove, all of which he did at his Scarland handyman's office.
But yeah, I used to be a drummer in like high school and stuff, and did drum corps for a while, and I tinker around a little bit on drum set here and there on some streams.
This week, Azuma Void comes back to battling his personal vendetta, the Minecraft inventory management issues. In his quest for solving the Shulkerbox to chest monster mess once and for all, X tracks down a mod that makes the server send in a bit more data about any given Shulkerbox so that an optional client-side resource pack can display a block over it to signify what's inside.
And what's really cool about this is it doesn't affect anyone who doesn't want to use this. It's not going to change the vanilla experience for any other players in the slightest.
The trick is, Azuma's own deep storage is very chest-based, so to incorporate his new way of storing, he will have to redesign not just his auto-sorter, but even the Mizuma game's original storage unit to where it fits the on-server surroundings.
And again, look at this, you don't even need to think about where the material is. You don't have to remember what color is assigned to what thing, because you can see it directly in front of you.
Naturally, this workload is enough even for a creative single player, where it remains for now, until X is completely sure he's got this thing doing everything but the dishes. If you missed the inaugural playthrough of Azuma's Tunnel Rats game last week, check out Impulse SV and Vintage Beef's perspective this week, if only because it might take Azuma a little while to reset the game for a second playthrough. In the meantime, Beef has been working some more on his own game, adding the cosmetic tweaks that'll make the TCG Battle Royale island that much more memorable. He includes some fishing boats at the village port, some beachgoers building sandcastles, and his own much more sizable sandcastle on the neighbouring island, promising secrets below it if the participants are observant enough.
And then the back there is just a little tiny tower. I can't wait to hide some barrels in here. There's probably going to be 3 or 4 barrels on this little sandcastle island.
He also takes the time to sign up for XP Crafted's 3rd degree, which we'd like to gently remind any other hermits watching to do, since the game could use a few more participants. And finally, at last, we gotta talk about Zombie Cleo's Blood on the Clock Tower, aka Among Us Big Brain Edition. Over the last couple of weeks, Cleo's been toiling away at recreating and hosting the Blood on the Clock Tower card game within the Hermitcraft Minecraft server, and now these efforts have finally come home to roost.
Are you evil or are you good?
Chicken.
For the uninitiated, Blood on the Clock Tower is a game where each player bar the Game Master is assigned a certain role with their own abilities and responsibilities. One such role is the Demon, or in the case of Hermitcraft, the Imp, who has to eliminate all the peaceful characters. The locals, however, can thwart their plans by holding a vote and killing them first. The twist is that no one knows who anyone is, no one trusts anyone, and also a character can get poisoned, meaning their powers don't work like they're supposed to. And with hermits being the personalities that they are, there's plenty of extra nuance to go around. Truly, this is a battle of wits, slams, and attention spans.
Iskal has said so many things I can't keep track of, and that makes me highly suspicious.
The one round the hermits have held resulted in multiple 90-minute long videos that are simply too in-depth to meaningfully recap. But for a quick watch guide, we recommend you check out XB Crafted's video for a more immersive and mysterious experience, Impulse SV's one because, well, you'll see, and then Zombie Cleo's one for the fullest and arguably the funniest perspective, as they are the one running the game, which, yes, is potentially 3 hours of content. It was never our goal to make you watch less Hermitcraft. This week on Hermitcraft, everyone plays decked out. And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is LoyXP, my name is Pixorus, captions on this video were provided by Liara. Leave a like while you're still here and subscribe so you won't miss future recaps. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week. Man, there's a lot of time left in this video. Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. Just skip back 10 seconds if you want to hear the opening credits. And yes, it's the week we've all been looking forward to, including us, because we relish a challenge. And it is going to be a challenge, both to provide adequate coverage of over 18 hours of footage, and also deal with the fact that the footage in question is all the hermits getting used to the opening levels of the same game. The server may as well set a world border around Decked Out 2 for a while, because this game is going to be the center of most Hermit's universe for the next few weeks. They've even got bedrooms, and a place to drop off the kids. So without further ado, let's take a look at what the heck Decked Out 2 is anyway. The direct sequel to a game Tango Tech created in Hermitcraft Season 7, mechanically, Decked Out 2 is a custom adventure map made in survival Minecraft using redstone and custom models and sounds.
But whatever, good luck!
Thanks, weirdly sounding Tango.
It doesn't use any cheats or content mods to run itself, though it definitely requires a lot of maintenance to run properly, especially with how often the server mates are already breaking it.
So, everything's good. You fixed it with your amazing redstone skills, right?
It's over.
I mean, I put it back what
Cancel
I think
the
was
project.
wrong, but I wanted
Can
to
it?
make sure because my chat
Done
was yelling
here.
at me that it was.
If it seems we're avoiding the term minigame, it's because nothing here is mini. If anything, it's a maxi game. It's a decked out world, we're just living in it. And also dying in it. Gameplay-wise, this is a roguelike, or even a roguelite. You're expected to run the same levels over and over, where dying is fully expected and helps you learn the layout of the level, and winning brings better tools to win harder on the next run. Remember Dead Cells? Well, this is Dead Guys. It's Hades, with less sexy voice acting. It's a pacifist run of Enter the Gungeon. It's Slay the Spire, but like, downwards.
That's very cool.
Wish me luck!
Bye. Goodbye.
Good luck, Scar.
Goodbye! I'll clean up your corpse on the inside.
Players begin each run with a compass pointing towards one of several blocks hidden throughout the dungeon. Once they locate the block, tossing the compass onto the ground will dispense an artifact, make it to the exit alive, and submit your artifact to the chute, and it will be exchanged for a number of frost embers, a special currency that allows you to buy cards to add to your deck.
Yes! Yes, baby, yes! Nice! We did it!
These cards will activate during the playthrough, applying effects and augments to the given run. Some are activated at the beginning of the run, but most are drawn by the system randomly throughout play. Frost Embers are also how the players can win the game in the very end, by buying victory tomes in the shop and thus scoring higher than their friends.
Oh no! That door is timed. So we know that now.
There is a second currency appearing randomly throughout the dungeon, coins which pop up from droppers hidden in the floor. These coins can be exchanged for crowns, which are used to buy even more equipment from a shop outside the dungeon. But the player had better not wander the premises for long, because for one, the halls are patrolled by live ravagers and later wardens, but also as the game progresses, an invisible counter called Hazard will begin to lock out certain passages and activate traps throughout the level. One can't be too hasty either. The more noise you make, the higher the other counter, Clank, counts up. Clank is the heartbeat you hear in the background as hermits are playing. The faster the heartbeat gets, the more dangerous the dungeon becomes, as more viewing windows open for the beasts to spot the player, as well as more monsters becoming active from behind the walls.
Oh, okay. If I just stop at any moment, I'm going to get done by little ghosty goose. Let's go.
This, mind you, is on top of the already present difficulty setting in the beginning of the game. Luckily, some cards can temporarily prevent Clank and Hazard from happening, and there's certainly more to either mechanic, different difficulty levels, lower level keys, and also the final, secret level unlocked only by communally spotting every Easter egg Tango hid across the game. But this is the shortest explanation we could come up with that would make what we're about to tell you make any sense. If you want the full tutorial, the description of this video has a link to a full explanation by Tango himself. And if you want to see how any of this was accomplished in survival Minecraft, we highly recommend going back and watching everything Tango has ever done, because it all feels like it was building to this moment. It may be his greatest achievement in Minecraft, which is pretty incredible considering he was the godfather of survival iron farms, once wrote a mod that completely overhauls villagers, and also made Decked Out 1. But now we've attempted to explain what this whole thing is, let's talk about the people who actually played it. Starting with Etho, who was crowned the champion of Decked Out 1, so those are probably his crowns Tango is giving out as currency now. Etho sacrifices some good Canadian weather to step into the dungeon and be judged by everybody, but he makes good on his reputation and makes it out successfully on his first run.
Over my place.
guys are gonna understand the irony that when Etho plays, he wins and I die. He just killed the dungeon master.
That's awesome.
The second run seems determined to dunk on him though, when he gets hit by random vexes and a door literally slams in his face.
Hey! I wanted to go in there. Oh, come on, man! I wanted to explore!
His strategy so far is to get a few more wins under his belt and build a more powerful deck for future weeks, but in the meantime he invents a pretty successful quiz show format for players waiting in the queue.
What block would be the meanest thing to describe Grian's personality? Grian has the personality of a wet sponge.
The queue even has a visual representation thanks to a system Etho and Impulse SV cook up together. A set of armor stands is recycled using a water stream to indicate who's next in line once everybody crowds into the waiting room. Impulse is no stranger to queuing systems, of course, installing upgrades to the ticket booths at Scarland this week. Some not sinister at all clockwork-looking ticket takers have been delivered by the server's model maker, and Impulse immediately Five Nights at Freddy's himself, a zombie, and finally some armor stands.
Let me see if I actually put this on myself. Let's see what it looks like. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, this is just all sorts of wrong.
Good Times with Scar actually performs a full showcase of the park's various armor stands, including Grandma Good Times with real sitting action.
This scene is an homage to my great grandma who loved Disneyland, but only enjoyed sitting on a bench, watching people, or riding the People Mover over and over.
But it's a small world after all, and as we mentioned, the world is shrinking to the size of the Frost Citadel this week, so Impulse throws himself into the dungeon, which of course involves shaving his beard off in the process. His 2 on-camera runs go remarkably well, despite Tango having to remind him that you don't slam dunk your compass into the nearest wall. From what we've heard afterwards though, the game dunked on him during his later live streams, so I guess what goes around comes around. Scar, in the meantime, is going around this one frozen puddle in the dungeon, trying and failing to locate the exact block his compass needs to go in to give him the artifact.
All that work. All that work. All that work. Tango is a super hockey player, and he loves curling. And this is how you do it, guys. Watch. Boom. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look. Come on. Let's go. No. I'm so sad right now.
His ice-capades are rewarded ultimately when at the very end of this, Scar is able to buy a victory tome with the embers he made. Too bad he's too eager to throw the money at it, since you're actually supposed to put it into the shulker box under whatever you want to buy.
I have been robbed and I have been wronged.
Naturally, if there are going to be some teething problems with Decked Out, the players are going to be the ones to throw a potato in the works. Or in the case of Doc M, throw himself into it. After his first successful run, which is the one after he gets Ravagered trying to find the entrance to level 2, Doc redeems his artifact, stands on the Frost Ember dispensing trapdoor, and gets flushed through it into the bubble column. At least Tango gets a funny screenshot before busting out the toolbox to break him out.
We have a winner, folks!
Tango, I'm trapped!
You know, Doc, when I built this, I said to myself, surely no one will fall in the trap door.
I was looking downstairs. What is
Doc is one of the many participants who decorated his alcove of the Decked Out foyer this week, and it must have come as a welcome break from decorating the walls of the perimeter. He's moved on to the foundations of the walls now that 3 of the 4 sides have a huge stripe of sandstone and copper adorning the top edge, although I'm not sure how he expects his copper to age when the whole point of the perimeter is standing at least 128 blocks away from anything else.
It's pretty much hours of work in many cases.
Azuma Void actually changes up his approach to creating oxidized copper. You know how nowadays he gets all his teal blocks by automatically spreading them 5 blocks apart over a large area? Well, here's a new concept. What if he didn't? It turns out the mechanic of oxidized copper helping nearby copper oxidize faster is much more powerful than we ever expected, and to the AFKing bunch it is actually more efficient to put a slab of fresh metal over the sheet of the greened up one. Though there's no time to spend waiting for the blocks to change, what with the siren call of a fresh minigame, and X sets out for Decked Out to go find his own electric guitar.
Oh! Oh! No! I'm totally pinned!
It's worth pointing out that all the artifacts in the game are dedicated to the Hermitcraft members and their personas, so it's pretty cute when a player gets the item dedicated to them. For example, Hypnotized has his own bandana dispensed to him at one point, though he is too preoccupied with surviving through the encounter to react.
Oh, I might have just made a mistake.
The Ravager close calls did leave enough of an impression, however, that Hypno decided to stash away a couple of spare pants in his personal deck display room, which, funnily enough, made the whole thing kinda look like a chicken face.
Slightly, I'm gonna have to take care of those blocks up there because that's a little bit glaring. Don't tell Tango. I know somebody out there is going to snitch. Don't tell Tango.
Otherwise, he's been going through the game as if there is a major league decked out he's trying to get to, which is actually good for everyone involved, since exploring the place is how the group will ultimately unlock the final level. As such, Hypno is one of the few people who already found an Easter egg and noted what block it was sitting on, a miniature Joe Hills stashed away behind some jumping.
Oh, Tango, what is this? Ooh!
Although the absolute first Easter egg of the season was found by CubFan135 in a secret entrance behind a powdered snow wall.
Hey Bale, B-dubs. Hey Bale, B-dubs. Hey Bale, B-dubs.
Oh.
No. I found an Easter egg.
You did not.
I did.
Woo! Let's go, first Easter egg.
And there was another incredible first. Cub had the dubious honor of being the first to be killed by the Mimic Chest. You know the one. If you don't know, don't worry about it.
Just saw what happened to you, my friend.
Oh, the genius.
That
Bravo.
That is for your secrecy.
His win-to-death ratio is well catalogued within the personal Speed Demon Dojo Cub converted his deck display into. Not only writing down the numbers, but also attaching a small description of each run to help work out the strategy. So far, the strategy is not to get crammed between 3 Ravagers at once.
Oh, level 2. I'm on the wrong level.
The full-size Joe Hills also discovers a piece of himself when he tracks down the Tome of the Hills on one of his later attempts at the dungeon. Thankfully, it's not the one where he entered wearing his usual suit of armor and elytra, and he's not the only one to lose a set of wings in the frozen caves. Joe tackles Decked Out with the same enthusiasm he has for his tropical fish fountain. The Guppy Geyser, having been revived in his Decked Out dressing room last week, goes through several more shulkers of tropical fish just because everyone has been hanging out here often enough. In fact, Decked Out has become a place you can guarantee most everyone on the server will swing by, so Joe seizes the opportunity to drop off several shulkers of sand to help with Doc M's perimeter decorations.
Apparently he needs a bunch of sand for the perimeter, and I had suggested he could ask hermits to collect sand while they waited in line for Decked Out. I should go gather some sand and do that now.
In a hilarious bit of synergy, Grian too finds several shulker boxes relevant to Doc's perimeter, several shulker boxes of dirt. Quite surprising they had any left after the project, or any other server for that matter, but I guess when in Rome, build all the roads that lead there, and Grian uses the turf to cover up some holes they had laying around in their base cluster. Our man actually had a hand in launching Decked Out on time, or rather it cost him an arm and a leg to help Tango lure all the wardens to the game area. It later proves quite the challenge to lure him out of the game area too, but luckily the Ravagers take care of that pretty quickly.
Nope, I didn't. That's right.
And the exit is at the entrance.
Yeah, but I don't know where the entrance is, Tango.
But the biggest influence here perhaps is not what Grian did while inside the dungeon, but right outside of it, waiting in line for his turn. Everyone was getting quite chummy around the event, so he figured might as well make a game out of it. A spare wall in the lobby was dug up into a larger room where the gang put a stage and played more or less Jeopardy. Clearly, the giant custom-built adventure map Tango spent most of the season building is overkill, given that the cast is here entertaining themselves with just an empty room.
Type of mob.
I'm gonna say skeleton horse.
That's flabbergasted.
These guys don't know how to play this game!
Yeah.
Just as funny is the deck display room Grian carved out for himself. Clearly having gotten the palette by stretching himself horizontally in Microsoft Paint, he wallpapered the wall into a sort of Grian pride flag. And yet, if we combine this widest Grian body room with Zedaf's one that's pretty much just his head, we can assemble one functional Decked Out player. And Zedaf is certainly a functional player, having playtested the game far and wide pretty much throughout the whole of development. He's not here to score easy points though, he's here to score easy shots. Aiming to complete his spying on Hermit's advancement, Zed plops himself in a few key points of the dungeon in secret nooks and crannies, armed with a spyglass and ready to take pictures for his friend folder. Heck, he's spawn camping them at one point, sniping from right in front of the dungeon entrance.
I see his creepy little eyes. That no one will ever see that.
BOO completes the trio of players who really want to personalize their alcoves significantly, then goes in to face Decked Out head on.
But for entertainment reasons, I should do level 2. Go for glory? I don't even know how to leave yet.
Given that each player has enough frost shards to enter the dungeon 10 times in this opening week, B-Dubs puts them all into a single video, give or take a couple of shards he's handed under the table by Tango for helping out with the interior decorations. His plan is actually to swap one of the giant face's teeth with a gold block every time he successfully completes a run, presumably to replace the ones that have been punched out by Ravagers.
Hopefully 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 spots.
Because despite bringing in this level of confidence, B-Dubs doesn't fare too well in the early stages of the dungeon. At least his dentist will be happy. And his horses will be slow. Zedaf tracks down the horse they gifted False, Speedy Supreme, the slowest horse on the server. But not for long, since Zed is determined to breed an even slower one, and Speedy here, ironically, actually does speed up that process significantly. Zed isn't the only one horsing around, as Pearlescent Moon gets recruited by Gemini Tay to help with a path from their base area to Decked Out, and the third member of the Soup group turns up to immediately test the paths under the hooves of his mighty steed.
See, now we all need horses so we
making a
can
bridge
gallop
soon.
together. Make Soup horse.
Well, this is kind of a soup horse.
Noodles! Oh, that's adorable.
This path naturally leads to Pearl's first Decked Out run, egged on by her companions, and she discovers another four-legged animal you don't want to be trampled by.
Please don't be down here. Ah! No! I need to go in there! I need to go in there. Oh, hi. Well, this is a... no!
We wish Pearl the best of luck with the Ravagers in the near future. We wish the same increase of luck for Stress Monster, who finds that the cautious approach to the dungeon isn't always the safest one. She maybe listens too hard to the voice announcing Sneak, and despite her best efforts, runs afoul of the beasts of the labyrinth in a variety of tight corners and inescapable situations.
My God, it's not that hard to not break bushes. No! Wait. There's lava everywhere. There's another one there. It's the same one.
But Stress is also one of the many players who find themselves drawn to the keys which unlock level 2 of the dungeon, even if she doesn't need to be there quite yet. So perhaps scouting ahead like this will create an advantage as her deck ramps up for future challenges.
One more time. Please let me win this time.
Zombie Cleo's deck room is actually very reminiscent of Gemini Tay's base, and it's no wonder that after their time in the ringer they'd want a Zen garden nearby.
Nah.
Ow! Don't kill the messenger.
You suck. Your game suck.
That being said, Cleo both collected their first artifact and made it to the gift shop at the end on the first try.
Okay, my brain has switched off all memory of where I am. Oh no.
Ijevin's separate bid to avoiding the Ravagers was to dress up like their Wrangler. Little did that do, since the beasts are perfectly fine snacking on Tango too. Still, Jevin gives the levels of the game his biggest explore, and even gets one of the Ravagers stuck on terrain at some points, even if just so it can watch him die on some magma blocks shortly after.
Okay, that guy cannot move. Oh no. Oh, I'm so dead. Yep, saw that coming.
And to his credit, Jevin dedicates an entire video to mapping out the second level, which probably had something to contribute to this tweet by Tango Tech. With all the excitement around Decked Out 2 opening its doors, one could easily forget that there are other games still to play on the server. XB Crafted ends the official competition for Ore Spy, awarding the prize money to Ijevin, but encourages Jev to sign up for third degree in the process, if only to ask Cubvan some awkward questions.
And say it's Cub fan. I can ask him if he's pooped his pants.
Exactly.
Oh, I gotta sign up.
Right.
I mean, nobody was stopping you before, but I guess that's the point of the game. You could have asked him at his museum opening, which we mention mostly because XB shows up to that in his video, and includes footage of BOO getting Night at the Museum'd.
Oh no!
XB also shows up to claim a Decked Out booth, but his attempts at the dungeon haven't appeared in videos or on stream at the time of this recording. Decked Out runs have also temporarily paused the other game makers in their work, with Stress and Iskal taking a break from designing 20 Ways to Fail, and Vintage Beef's TCG Battle Royale taking a backseat to seeing what the new card-based game on the block is all about. Beef is among the many players slightly confused by his first compass location, but luckily Tango is there to nudge him in the right direction, which is downward.
This compass couldn't have been any further away. This point. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Not good. Okay, maybe it's right below.
Tango is also there to facepalm and offer some gentle corrections when Beef exits the dungeon without spending his frost embers, on the assumption he could save them for a more expensive card. Some of Beef's later attempts go well, and he's able to buy a rare tactical approach card, which lets him poke around a little more, but unfortunately doesn't help him avoid the Ravagers.
Yes! Oh, I have 4 cards now. This is exciting. Uh-oh. I'm trapped in here. I'm trapped in here! Oh, no. Oh, no!
In fact, Iskal's latest games being designed around failure might trick you into thinking he's doomed in the dungeon. And at first you might be right. At least Azuma is also up early to hang around and share in the Schadenfreude as the two of them deal with wall-hacking Ravagers and getting pinned in awkward corners.
Exuma? Hello? I am talking! Excuse me? Hello? Exuma?
But by his next episode, Iskal has settled on a speedrunning strategy, whipping through the dungeon before it has time to penalise him for taking too long. And while ramping up the difficulty doesn't quite go his way, he's started to build a deck that will eventually make him more powerful, which is good because the ice caves contain a lot of his personal kryptonite.
Shame to he who gives up. Whoo! I'm sorry, Tango. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
And finally there's Rendog, who presents his first look at Decked Out unedited, which means he has to leave in something he admits, and we agree, is probably the most unfortunate Decked Out run of all.
Listen, I'm trying to... Is it not obvious I'm trying to delay the inevitable here? I don't want to go in there. I want to go build something. Bye. This is scary.
No, you don't. You really don't. This is so much fun.
First, he gets an introduction to the dungeon, a sound check, and a tour of the daycare facility, courtesy of Zombie Cleo, who is just there to enjoy people's reactions between recording intros and outros. But when Ren finally steps into the dungeon, he does it with gusto, and with his Frostwalker boots still on. While you'd think that was an advantage in an ice cave, what transpires is more unlucky than the average Ravager encounter, and poor Ren has nobody to blame but himself.
No, it doesn't seem like it's down there. Can we breathe? Is there any breathing holes here? Oh no. No! No! The breath! The breath! No, we forgot to breathe! No!
Still, a couple more runs turn out much more successful, and at least the other adventurers can let him know where his spare sunglasses went.
Cleo! I did it! I got it! I found the artifact! I found an artifact!
And welcome to Phase 2 of the Hermitcraft recap, where the jokes are deeper in the script and more dangerous for you to find. The decks are still out, and most, if not all, of this week's script is about the latest phenomenon to grip the Hermitcraft server, so we hope you like games, because Tango put games in your games so you can play while you play.
Okay, oh, there's a skeleton here, what?
More secrets of the dungeon have been unearthed as Hypnotized breaks ground on level 3, the Black Mines, and the rest of the hermits follow suit, starting to enter the game on harder levels. And though the Burning Dark is still locked, more Easter eggs are being found, and not just the actual eggs either. Gemini Tay is the first to juke the Victory Chamber's Ravager and reach the secret ultimate victory that earns her a breakdancing trophy. In the meantime, Phase 1 of the game goes by, good times with Scar snatching the coveted first place. Will he maintain the lead now that the opposition invested the same Frost Embers into performance-enhancing cards? Well, whatever happens, at least it won't be on an empty stomach. And with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Stress Monster, who's one of the few players not to feature Decked Out in her videos this week, because she has two terrifying challenges of her own to create. The first is her latest addition to the anthology of minigames she and Iskal are working on, 20 Ways to Fail, which at this point we're tempted to call 20 Ways to Piston Randomizer. This one's a ladder parkour game, and if Iskal has a rough time playtesting it, that probably means it's working as intended.
I mean, I suck at ladder parkour, but you gotta make sure that it's doable, Stress.
Well, it looks like it's doable.
It looks like it's doable.
The second is her Halloween-themed mansion, which is looking more polished with each new layer of detail, although the spookiest thing about it right now is the Swede hiding between the trapdoors.
He flew in and decided to just chill there.
While Rendog has been spending some time in the Decked Out arena, he's mostly been doing that on streams, so his video this week swaps the Ravagers of the Frost Citadel for the Polar Bears of the Blue River Raceway, the enormous iceboat racetrack he and Etho have been working on for the past few months. This week, their two halves of the project are finally connected, and Etho places the final ceremonial piece of ice before they race the inaugural lap together.
The last bit of ice, you even named it. I love it.
Yep, it's even named.
Let it be.
Yes, it's completed.
Nice.
Ren's other distraction from the dungeon is the planning of Scabland, his parody of Good Times with Scar's Scarland, which will eventually become a sort of twisted minigame district of its own. You've heard of adventure parks? This is a misadventure park, a theme park where the theme is unsafe to ride. But for the decked out completionists out there, he throws in a bonus run at the end of the video.
Catching my breath, man. That was
a great run.
That was the
What are
first
you
time I've been
purchasing
to that part of the dungeons.
The decked out completionists are eating well this week because Pearlescent Moon has uploaded feature-length episodes including every dungeon run she undertakes in both Phase 1 and Phase 2, complete with handy title cards so you can see how her collection of cards develops as she racks up the runs.
No! Let's not waste any time this time, okay?
In Phase 1, she gets a little too familiar with one Ravager named Pumpkin, but during Phase 2, she follows Gemini Tay and Etho in successfully giving the end-of-game Ravager the slip, earning a spot for her name on the Wall of Fame. Pearl is also a great case study in how designing a segment of the dungeon isn't the advantage you'd expect it to be, after getting into trouble in her slice of the second level. But that doesn't stop her farming frost embers and treasure, and if you want the satisfaction of seeing someone get into those tricky areas that need jump boost to access, check out her later attempts in Phase 2.
Dang. Wait, no, I've got longer jump boosts. Oh, it's fine. I'm still gonna press out, out, out.
And for more Phase 1, try the Gemini Tay movie cut we failed to recap last week. Along with some clutch dodges, it contains the exact moment Gem gets to be the first person to leave her name on the Ultimate Victory Tunnel's wall, the one behind a secret door in the pit where a Ravager named Nothing kills you.
Congratulations on defeating the gauntlet. You may now enjoy a piece of victory cake. Along with your deck of cards, you will find a triumphant trophy in the honor of your accomplishment.
Put it on your head. All right, there you go. Come on out. There you go.
It's
Wow.
so cool. It's so cool.
It says, I survived.
Watch
I survived the death room.
At this point, Doc M77 has been grinding the dungeon just to get a change of scenery, because boy did he and some other hermits change the scenery over at what used to be a desert.
Took an hour. It's completely scrubbed clean.
Obliterated.
What?
That's great.
It's all in service of the buildings which form the sort of baseboards around the perimeter, where sandstone, copper and dirt come together to make buildings which Doc insists are there to propagate his tomato plants. A decent chunk of the copper part of that comes courtesy of Azuma, and Joe Hills helps out a bunch with the rooted dirt, so between them they buy Doc the time he needs to run decked out a few times, and on one such run we get to see him leave the dungeon carrying his very own artifact.
We're definitely gonna take this artifact.
Iskal85 is much less fortunate, managing to discover his bionic eye artifact on level 2 of the dungeon, but he is vexed by Vexes as he tries to leave. He also breaks the golden pick of shame on the door after forgetting to set his spawn, triggers the Frostwalker trap, gets dropped by a drowned, and is ruined by Ravagers on more than one occasion. But at least he has a couple of successful runs, and he's getting the experience of those lower dungeon levels, which will come in super valuable as the weeks roll on.
Oh, can I get down? I'm gonna take some full damage, I guess. What? What? Did I get sniped? I didn't even hear One-Eyed Willy.
People are dying to get into Decked Out, or maybe it's just the zombies XB Crafted has been keeping from breaching the walls of the Frost Citadel. Either way, XB posts his first runs to YouTube, still from Phase 1, in which the Ravager welcome party turns up on his first visit to the dungeon, but he still makes it out first try. He's slightly bamboozled by the Ravager farewell party, but luckily Vintage Beef and Gemini Tay are there to congratulate him and introduce him to the sunnier environment of the combination queue and daycare facility.
Guess what I'm doing this weekend, all weekend long? Streaming this. It's gonna be awesome.
Ooh, Beef got an artifact.
Still unsure how to decorate his decked out alcove, Vintage Beef tours and critiques the other booths with Good Times with Scar before heading back in for some more Phase 1 runs. Unfortunately for Beef, he has some of the worst Ravager placement we've seen, getting sandwiched or magma'd at the entrance multiple times.
No! Jump up! What is happening? What? Why am I sinking?
But despite this, he perseveres and manages to rack up a few successful runs without getting tenderized.
Okay, there's a dude right there. I am being a lot less... Oh, another one. That's not good.
As the Decked Out 1 champion, Etho has a reputation to protect, which he's mostly doing by decorating his segment of the foyer with his Decked Out 1 artifact board. Of course, the game has changed, but Etho has changed with it. Perhaps it's an early round of Ravager tennis that gives him some perspective. But given a mulligan, Etho starts hitting his marks and becomes the king of close calls. He manages to get out with Vexes on his tail, a Ravager chomping on his backside, and perhaps most impressively, avoids a pummeling from Good Times with Scar.
Aw, I'm a coward. I can't do it.
You have no idea how close you were to just being crushed by a hazard door.
Was I? Oh boy. Did I sneak
You were
through in the last...
right in one, and you turned around, and as you were leaving, it was like, boom, right behind you.
Etho explains the approach that's putting him in the running to defend his champion title. His strategy mostly focuses on acquiring Frost Embers to buy new cards, and treasure so he can buy additional runs. We're not sure where he bought that armor from, though. But thankfully Tango is there to adjudicate, and rules that since Etho didn't take a hit from anything, it didn't give him an unfair advantage and invalidate the run. He looted, he scooted, and he did it all fully suited. Better late than never, Phase 2 of Decked Out welcomes a newcomer in the form of Mumbo, who needed something to do which wasn't mining Deep Slate or Blackstone for his base build. The vault door may be fixed, but he still needs to build the other 3 walls of his tower, and the less he can think about harvesting warp fungus, the better.
Please remember, I am useless at games.
So after getting some starter advice from Azuma, Mumbo steps into the vault for the first time.
Oh my goodness, this is so cool.
And the second time, and the third time, both of which are much more successful, despite the pressure leading to a serious case of compass tunnel vision.
Oh, I got no! Ah, oh no! Oh no! It's right there! No! I don't believe it! I actually got an artifact!
Keralis and False Symmetry follow suit and join the Ravager fodder. After all, Keralis needed somewhere to hide after showing Pearlescent Moon his wall-mounted shulker box pile.
Yeah, I've been hiding this from you, because I remember when we came by with wood, but there's stuff all over the place.
Covering it up?
I don't know. I need to clear it. Like,
though the cleaning lady may yet be kind to his plight, the Ravagers are not, and neither is the client-side inventory mod that keeps any items Keralis picks up off his hotbar. You can see how that can be an issue for Decked Out, where you have to repeatedly throw the compass at the ground, or keep track of the treasure items you're picking up.
Got my artifact. Oh, I hear badness. Oh, I hear badness.
False does better at her dive into the depths, but mostly focuses on stacking the deck and gaining cards as opposed to victory points, which might as well be the winning strategy, because short term, you are sure not outrunning Mr. Good Times and his victory tomes on the first run power move.
And then likely I'm going to live stream a lot of the rest, at least for this week.
Scar's ultimate triumph over Phase 1 of Decked Out sure hits differently as the finale to his video compiling all of his Week 1 dungeon dives, not in the least because he started off with, "I decided to win Decked Out," and then at the end he does. Truly a man of his word.
Oh, let's go!
Wow!
What the heck? You can do whatever you want with it.
It lines up.
That's amazing.
Wear it all day, Scar. Congrats.
But how well will he do once the Warden Beasts are added into the mix? Because Hypnotized does the gang a favor and breaks the ice on the level 3 area, the Black Mines. Completely unnecessarily, mind you.
I want to sneak a peek.
By the time Hypno spots the place for the key to go in, he already has the artifact and enough clank left to return it, and nevertheless he breaks the doors open and gets in for a literal sneak peek, because good luck navigating the Black Mines without sneaking.
Come on, Compass, be right here. There's a minecart thing.
At the end of the day, it makes sense he's the one to reach this area, given he's been kinda data mining the dungeon, much to Tango's chagrin. Well, he might have added the Zedaf Easter egg to the final key sequence, but at least he got killed by a warden named Panic at some point, so it evens out.
Jump nerd. I want to explore the ship! Is it bad that I don't want to get the compass, or I don't want to do the artifact, and I just want to explore? Oh, I'm checking out the ship. I'm going to be the first one to board.
In the spirit of discovery, Ijevin discovers that the hard difficulty of the game is real hard, as the first run on that level cuts his survival time from 13 minutes to 4. At least by the end he gets to return to a cozy Azalea and Moss deck nook and admire the spoils of his conquest. But the greatest development of the dungeoneering culture is without doubt the introduction of saturation buffing to the arsenal of the player base. Thanks to a tip from a helpful Redditor, Grian and Scar discover there is a suspicious stew that fills up your saturation stats to its maximum level, which can significantly cut down on the berry bush picking time and streamline the artifact hunting process, since Mojang just won't introduce saturation beacons. Determined to keep this to themselves, Grian and Scar sneak out to fetch a brown mushroom cow hopped up on dandelions and hide the steed in the walls of Decked Out. only to find out that someone is already offering the resaturating service at the entrance to everyone, free of charge. Figures that would be a zoom avoid, judging by next week's thumbnail, but for now all we know is that his decked out runs will be landing on his VOD channel, and the best we get for the main one are these certified butt-clenching moments.
Look at me! I'm here! Look at me! Look at me! Thank you. Yeah. Look at me! Okay, that's enough.
Having mastered the art of juking the Towel Guy's pet Ravager for medium difficulty artifacts, Cubfan decides it's time to try hard runs. His first attempt starts out a bit better than some others, as only one doorway is being camped by Ravagers, the other guard seems to be feeling a bit on edge. The beasts do catch up with him eventually. He even gets to treat his Twitch chat to his own personal horror movie, as he hides under the floorboards waiting for a Ravager to forget he was ever there.
Oh my god, I don't even know if we're ready for this, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Despite second thoughts over whether he's even ready for hard mode runs, he heads back in again, only to find himself with his first level 3 compass, meaning he now has the task to brave the black mines and come back out alive when he's yet to even bring home the bacon from level 2.
Oh. Woo. Oh.
With his first level 3 artifact now in hand, Cub stops by the decked out exhibit at the museum to update us on the plans for the tower. Artifacts and other exhibits will now be displayed on several floors, making up a miniature version of the real decked out. And finally there's Zedaf, which is surprising with how many times he undoes himself this week. There's still a good dozen creatures that Zed hasn't died to yet this season, and Impulse SV is all too happy to help him on the way to that custom advancement. They even put a timer on it to add to the challenge and track down a surprising amount of unique mobs before their time is up in the more literal sense.
How do you make a husk then?
I think you dreamed this up.
Oh goodness! I'm Wikipediaing over here.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Decked out and nothing else.
Decked Out Craft and Mumbo did the other sides for space.
Big game go brrr.
I heard B-Dubs gave birth and decked out.
Geez, 40 plus hours of Hermitcraft videos just this week. We eating healthy.
Dango's chained to the server now.
The thing and the do did something.
There's a chance someone played Minecraft.
Everyone played Decked Out. The end.
And we appreciate your patience last week while we took a weekend off. We figure doing this show for 80 weeks in a row earns us a break every now and then. Also, the three of us are voting for the crab, the armadillo, and the penguin. Let us know in the comments which one you think is which. In our absence, Decked Out 2 has now entered Phase 4, which I'm pretty sure is the phase where they can declare any lands or sorceries they haven't played earlier in the turn. But with the players settling into their groove in the dungeon, we've seen a few more exterior projects rising to the surface. So without further ado, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
I used one of those frozen straws before I had my coffee this morning, and I died.
Starting with BOO, who after breeding ponies for most of the season, turned out to be the dark horse of the competition, coming back to win Phase 2 of Decked Out, which explains the golden smile as he swaps out all the teeth blocks of his giant face and his actual Minecraft skin with gold blocks. Naturally, the assembled hermits gather round to watch the smile wiped off his face as the first run of Phase 3 doesn't go quite so swimmingly.
Oh, he's right there. Yikes. If we can, I think we're gonna die. Oh yeah! I forgot to.
Fluffykins.
I forgot to.
Another.
But B-Dubs will bounce back, and in the meantime, he picks up more minigame expertise with the second session of Zombie Cleo's Blood on the Clock Tower game.
To go after the loudmouth, right? Right, be not saying that in a bad way.
No,
but
good
you've been a little
loudmouth.
vocal.
Right.
After all the murder, B-Dubs resurrects an old project from the distant reaches of the server, returning to the monolithic stone doorway he built on a savannah mountainside and announcing he's figured out what to do with it now. And for the hermit's sake, we hope it doesn't involve Ravagers. If the Phase 2 result was unexpected, then the Phase 3 result should surprise nobody. At least nobody who's been following Decked Out since its last iteration, because Etho dedicates a ton of his time to delving the dungeon and building up his stock of cards, beginning a healthy relationship with the Loot and Scoot ability.
This is what it's all about. See, this is why you need the...
Gem. This one's for you, Jem.
You need the loot and
Enjoy.
scoot specifically, okay? Everything else doesn't quite work. It's gotta be loot and scoot.
He manages a bit of base building and organization despite all the Decked Out runs, but he can't resist upping the difficulty to deadly once he's got a feel for the layout of the Black Mines. He also discovers what the rusty repair kits are for, and at one point basically breaks the victory tome dispenser on the way out.
Well, we're just gonna have to win this round then, Doc.
The game's broken.
Yeah, it's stuck, Tango.
Oh no!
Did you fall in your game?
Oh no! Oh no! Etho just won all of decked out! Oh no!
Oh, are your droppers going nuts or something?
You just got about a stack and a half of tomes.
Oh, sweet. Oh, here they come. Thank you, Tango.
But despite being honest and returning some of those tomes, he still sweeps Phase 3 and has even saved a few tomes to give himself a head start in Phase 4. While at it, Tango Tech cracks down on the use of performance-enhancing soup among the players. The saturation manipulation is one card they can't keep up their sleeve. Not that the DM is too concerned about the delicate balance of the dungeon, given that this week sees him try out 2-player runs. Mind you, one of those 2 players is always Tango, but still.
I've got 3 of these bad boys.
Look how giant they are.
Azumavoid and Zedaf both have saved up enough crowns to purchase the Dungeon Lackey power-up that makes Tango their butler within the given run.
Right, it feels to me like they were all clumped up behind us.
Okay.
You are really in like servant mode. I want you to be at like Tango. Feel free to divulge information, strategy, and tactics.
I am your lackey.
Okay.
You must request information.
This provides much less assistance than one would expect, though, since the guy appears to only ever speak in riddles and only do things he's been directly told to.
The dungeon master himself. Actually, I watched Tango do some runs. He died. He wasn't very good.
Yeah, he's terrible, isn't he?
I'm not sure I want him with me.
He does bring with him a few potions that you can pick up and use once one of the beasts turns the table on their master. But even with that, this is not just a monkey's paw situation. You basically bought an entire chimp.
Oh, he's right there. You slowed me! Oh, I'm across. Oh, my word.
Okay. His relationship with the players turns adversarial when Tango remembers the time he became a tree and uses the same technology to remodel a pumpkin into a whole entire Ravager. Now, in efficient disguise, these guys get to trolling their fellow hermits and chasing them around, even if the actual Ravagers are not as convinced.
That's what you think, Joe.
No, we're not. How many Ravagers did you put in this dungeon, Tango?
Oh, about 12. About 12. Where is he?
We get the victim's perspective from Joe Hills during a run where he was even recording with replay mods so he could re-render the dungeon with path tracing shaders, and it adds glorious ambience to his confusion as Tango and B-Dubs charge at him wearing some very animated hats.
I see Tango and B-Dubs in the walls. Are you guys seriously actively messing with this? Have you guys been doing that this whole time?
I don't know, maybe.
And there were so many Ravagers.
That's not the only thing adding ambience to Joe's decked out experience, as his sister Quinn has been providing an improvised soundtrack to the live streams Joe edits down into his regular videos. But his luck in the Caves of Carnage has been a mixed bag. He makes it out on several occasions and even dodges the Victory Ravager to add his name to the Wall of Fame, but sometimes the walls just get in the way. In the meantime, he's been working on the layout of his pinball machine between runs of the dungeon, and it's looking more lifelike and impressive with every component he adds. Whereas Rendog has been intentionally working to make his current project look more gross and unappealing. Scabland, his dark and twisted mirror of Scarland, gets minigame plots paved with glazed terracotta block vomit, and Ren even makes the different areas completely uneven heights, the utter maniac. It's no wonder he's excited about finding his own sunglasses in the decked out dungeon. He probably needs them just to look at all those clashing textures.
I mean, that's the game that we love, right? Why do we do this to ourselves, my friends?
Still, at least Ren has a super smooth game to work on when he needs a break from Scabland. The Blue River Raceway now has a 90s video game looking sign courtesy of False Symmetry, which Ren is over the moon with as he returns to name tag some polar bears and prevent them from walking off the track with additional barriers. Barriers, if you will. False's eye for building is much appreciated as the whole of the server invades her double-decker deck Nook to Gawk and Ore, which unfortunately doesn't earn her an actual double deck, but does earn an in-depth and earnest conversation with Iskall about how their pixels are dirty.
I noticed, False, that your top is a bit dirty.
Is it?
Yeah, she's a part of the dirt gang.
The boots are.
I'm also part of the dirt gang.
You might have to wash it a little bit.
You're not part of the dirt gang. Get out of here.
Says this guy.
This attention to the interiors has its own reward later when False is the one to find the one Easter egg hiding borderline in plain sight that even Tango expected the gang to discover much earlier.
I wish I didn't find him, because I don't think I'm going to get out of this one.
Hypnotized, in the meantime, has the opposite experience, hitting the deadly difficulty its prime-time Hypno brought his exploring to the deepest available level. The black mines keep him out of the dark just long enough to discover the golden egg, but not the two halves of a golden goose one would expect, and Hypno is wise enough to leg it before anything discovers him.
What is this? Jump scare! Ah! I knew there was going to be a jump scare in this.
As is, his relationship with Tango in his murder basement is delightfully adversarial, even putting a timer on screen to sass the Clank system about how eager it is to ruin his day. And you can see why when one of the most secret places Hypno successfully discovers turns out not even implemented yet.
Would you waterlog this stair already? Gosh.
To better learn how an actual Ravager acts, Grian puts together a training room in the back of the decked-out waiting daycare. A live Ravager and a live Drowned are employed in a safe-for-them-but-not-anyone-else environment. Grian also recreates the River of Souls from the first level of the dungeon, so the Quartz Hall is not entirely Matrix loading room blank. Knowing Kung Fu won't help you against a Warden, after all. Still, even then, this is a distinctly liminal space-looking environment, and it would be a fine time for creepypastas. It's October, after all.
I just went for this, like, Portal-esque style. It ended up just straight up looking like the back rooms. I accidentally, and I mean this, very much accidentally built the back rooms in Minecraft.
In his own way, Cubfan has been recreating Decked Out at Home by dragging more and more of it off to the museum. People have been quite generous with donating the artifact copies you get at the end of the game, and Etho has also been quite generous with exploding the Victory Tome dispenser that one time.
Yeah, we took one of those from there. We got a level 2 artifact compass that Tango got. I think we already showed this. Don't ask, of course.
This is quite fortunate for the saturation station, since the soup exploit truly is history by now. If Grian's accidental backrooms weren't enough, Pearlescent Moon manages to no-clip into the backstage area of Decked Out itself while searching for secrets. We're pretty sure she didn't want anything this secret.
Can you really blame me?
I will, here you go. Find your way out.
Thank you. Okay, let me run, shall I?
So.
I'm just too OP apparently, you know? It's fine.
It's actually, tragically, kind of characteristic of how Phase 3 goes for Pearl. She's the first to admit that she has a bit of a rough time in the dungeon, whether it's grabbing an artifact and losing it to Vexes on the way out, or getting sonic boomed by the Wardens on her first visit to the Black Mines. But it's arguably all worth it for her dedication to jump boosting into unusual places, and on a single run, she locates the Easter eggs of both Vintage Beef and Doc M, bringing the group ever closer to unlocking the Burning Dark. At least she sacrificed herself for the greater good.
Oh my gosh, stop with the shriekers! I can't sneak when I don't want the Ravagers to see me.
The non-egg version of Doc M continues to hatch his plans over at the perimeter, where the storyline of why the heck this hole in the ground has buildings continues to expand. The ancient tomato growers of this area seem to have crossbred their crops with wildlife and created his now trademarked tomato slimes, and their irrigation system is fed by a giant domed cistern Doc builds on the one corner of the pit, with pipes feeding to several wall-mounted gardens. But the egg-shaped past comes back to haunt him as he's summoned to help Cubfan and Hypno disable a handful of chicken breeders Azuma has built near his Skulk factory, inadvertently chicken bombing the server in the process. And Doc even finds one of the decked-out Easter eggs himself, discovering a pressure plate deeper in the dungeon that leads through to eggs be crafted. The real XB hasn't had the time to run the dungeon all week long, but has been a real team player for anyone who's dropped by Decked Out while he's been there. He encourages Mumbo on his early runs, gives Hypno some fashion advice while they're waiting for the dungeon to reset, and decorates his own alcove to look like the train carriage from his underground base. XB is also one of several players to expand his deck by trading rather than risking it all in the dungeon. He swaps several of his Frost Shards for spare cards with Gemini Tay and Joe Hills. But when he's able to drop in and play himself, he's at least able to make it out with his own trademark hood.
That's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, I see you. Oh, I see you. You ain't sneaky, Brett. What you doing?
This is quite timely for Gem, who just decided to stop wasting her Frost Shards, only to die to the Drip Leaf parkour section. To help with it, she takes the Grian way out and rebuilds her own version of Drip Leaf parkour pits at her base to really hone in those jumping skills. And though her week is mostly preoccupied with getting good use out of the shards she hasn't spent, Gem stays out of the dungeon long enough to build a sailboat on the approach to her elven harbour.
As much as it is a huge pain to build these, I mean, the body of it is fine, but God, the sails, getting sails right, such a pain. I think it's worth every minute.
Taking a page out of her book, Corrales too puts a giant tree over his base, combining plenty of leaf types to create a lush protective crown over the junkyard seashore he established as his base's art style. Finally, he is once again building with bushes. Nature is healing.
First, I was afraid. First I was a little bit afraid because would be blocking the view. I'm liking it, and you guys seem to enjoy it as well.
Similarly, his deck nook appears to be decidedly wet, done in the same detailed waterlogged art style from his nether tunnel, ironically. Iskal85 has a lot to live up to after putting his head next to Good Times with Scars on the decked out lineup. And he might have more chances to prove himself if he didn't turn up when the game was down for maintenance. In fact, the game seems to have it out for him, considering it won't give him back his bionic eye, or at one point his deck of cards, and he gets scammed by the mystery box. Perhaps it's karma for making fun of False Symmetry's shirt.
Wait, the universal idea of what dirt is says that they're not dirty. Oh, hello, False.
Talk to the head there. There you go. There I am.
Oh, hello, False. How are you doing? Did you know that your body has a dirty pixel on it?
But Iskal has some interesting strategies up his sleeve, especially now he can't have Soup up there anymore, and he actually removes the sneak and stability cards from his deck in the hopes that treasure and a key for the second level will pop up faster. It's a bold strategy, now let's see if it pays out for him.
I die.
That's okay.
I died to Vex on level 1. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, well, apologies, I've died to Vex on level 1 twice. I don't talk about it either.
We predicted that someone would break decked out by throwing a potato into it somewhere, but Impulse SV finds a sweeter way to game the system. At least Tango is watching and ready to pass judgment.
I accidentally threw my sweet berries in the hole and then it gave me a thing. Somehow, I got 2 artifactors.
After warming up on level 2, Impulse decides he's had enough of dying to the dungeon and decides to help Zedaf with his quest to die by every mob in the game. In my opinion, the goat is the funniest one just for the setup, even if by Impulse's perspective it happens off camera. But in case you were worried, Impulse hasn't been shirking his duties over at Scarland. He begins to add street performers animated using some armor stand magic, creating a drummer on one corner who even features a recording of Impulse's own drumming talents. For anyone who's been asking in the comments of previous recaps, the button is still alive. Mumbo confirms this as he swings by the shopping district. And the button's not the only one. Despite a close encounter with a Ravager, the single decked out run we see Mumbo do on camera is a roaring success.
And everything went well. So what did I learn from this? Well, firstly, you may have noticed that I should eat the berries.
But he's determined to crack on with his base, which currently has a facade, so it looks good from Grian's porch, but needs 3 additional sides to really live up to the architect's vision. Mumbo is mostly worried it'll be 1 block off from being symmetrical, but after double checking his measurements, he pulls it off admirably, which is actually kind of a flex given the size and the choice of materials.
Could not be happier that I decided to blow up that old base and start working on something different. That was such a good decision.
But believe it or not, Decked Out is not the only game in a game capable of holding the Hermit's attention, just as the Ravager is not the only thing that could end them. And so we present to you the second round of Zombie Cleo's Blood on the Clock Tower, aka Murder Stardew Valley.
BOO is playing a big brain game and has bamboozled the whole lot of us in the first round.
Here's my defense. Number 1, the classic, I'm innocent.
Every player is assigned a role, and via Amogus voting people out, they have to undo all the bad ones. And far be it from us to spoil the fun and reveal all the roles, but we can't not mention poor Azuma Void, who's already established himself as one of the more confused participants, now getting the role that makes him pretend he is a different role. Once again, see Zombie Cleo's perspective for a God Mode point of view, and throw your monitor out of the window for the absolute worst one. This week, on Hermitcraft.
These were actually dispensers that were meant to be droppers, but it was a mistake. I have since fixed it.
Droppers have been added in 2013. It's been 10 years of everyone in Minecraft doing that exact mistake.
And by the time you're seeing this, you might even know what the next update to Minecraft is. You lucky people. What's it like living in the future? Do we have flying cars in Minecraft?
I was promised flying cars.
Since you're from the future, it will not surprise you to learn that this week contains a lot of decked out action, although the Dungeon Master himself has taken a well-earned vacation.
The vacation lamps are on.
Because while for everyone else, decked out is a game within a game, for Tango Tech, it's a full-time job within a full-time job. Yo dog, we heard you like work. But naturally, with backlogged recordings and scheduled videos, the dungeon lives on. So let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
We made this. Let's go. Oh, man. I cannot believe we just did that.
Starting with Iskal85, who discovers the doors to decked out frozen over. So looking for anything else he can fill his time with, he gets word through the grapevine that Mumbo needs a substantial amount of blackstone.
The only reason I'm here is because the dungeon is closed for vacation, which is more than you'll ever have. That was kind of rude. I feel bad now.
Turns out that's an amount Iskal can deliver, since before his sabbatical from this season, he'd grafted a piglin bartering setup onto a zombie piglin gold farm on the nether roof, then rigged it up to fire the traded goods through a nether portal into the overworld to be sorted.
I completely forgot that this was this season, but I have this very sophisticated Bart machine. There's lots of gold here.
This led to two realizations. One, that he hadn't built the sorting system part yet, and two, that Mumbo didn't actually need his blackstone because he'd gone and mined it himself.
All of these boxes seems to be full with blackstone.
At least it's a project that will pay off in future, because he's set the whole thing up now. Give or take that one time making a new portal between dimensions broke the entire contraption, and it's so successful that he goes ahead and drops off the blackstone at Mumbo's place anyway.
Here is gift from Iskal Man.
At least Azuma Void is not having to actively dig to help his friends, especially not with the extra modifications they put on the server. A nifty thing Hermitcraft does now is it has a special block that is replaced with a redstone block before every server restart, which means that the farms that are not safe to be left running through a reset can be deactivated automatically just in case.
So in theory, I'll never have to come down here again to repair these flying machines.
And you still have to AFK at them like always, so it's just a minor quality of life featurette, which we only bring up to tell you that Doc M needs 60,000 redstone lamps for a project, and Azuma decided to help him with that. At least we can watch some of his decked out 2 runs while the guy is chilling at the witch farm.
Oh! Ah! Oh, that's not a good sound. That's a terrible sound. Oh! Ah! Yeah, I think I need to leave.
For some insight into quite why Doc M needs to get this lit, we'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit A, a huge fan artist designed mural he plasters over one of the walls of his perimeter pit. This isn't what he's using the lamps for, but this is the scale he's working at, and it's honestly pretty cool that this episode contains both the artist's time-lapse and the time-lapse of Doc rebuilding it.
Man, I'm just so happy about this. The freaking wings and it fits so well with the lore, so artists out there, you are amazing. Like, I love your work. I cannot even describe how happy this made me.
Also, he retcons all redstone dust to be tomato juice. So think about that the next time you're squeezing ketchup into your sugarcane farm. Also, the next logical step is that glowstone dust is now mustard, and who knows what gunpowder is at this point.
That's why these crazy people were so obsessed by tomatoes. It was not only because they liked them, it was an essential part for the technological advancements. Right? They made their slime and redstone out of it.
Doc's other successes come in Decked Out 2, where he's close to becoming self-sustaining, earning enough loot to buy another entry pass to the dungeon, and returning from the Black Mines with only a minor heart attack on the way. He's comfortable enough with his deck that he'll trade some cards for shards with Iskal, although he's not comfortable enough that he'll just let Keralis walk off with it.
Could trade any of my cards, but you have to permanently...
Oh my goodness, how do you have this many cards?
For his part, Hypnotized wages war on Vexes and starts running the second level of Decked Out Ragged to gather as many treasures as he can, even if Clank maxes out. His comments section has already assigned him the dedicated Egg Discoverer, and you can see their point with how Hypno goes through his own decked out footage like it's sports commentary. He all but breaks out PowerPoints at several places.
Alright, so let's take a look at this one more time. So I see it and I am just like, alright, we gotta go, don't turn around. And that Ravager wasn't behind me. I absolutely could have jumped River Souls and then went this path to avoid both of those Ravagers.
Which unfortunately does not help him get any closer to solving the mystery of where this one final Ravager came from. Teleports behind you, nothing personal, kid.
I know I heard a Ravager over here. Oh, it is right. Okay.
BOO gets to the bottom of a mysterious extra Ravager when he spots it crouching behind one of the icy trees in the opening area.
There's 2 keys there, that's crazy. There's 6 Ravagers. For sure there are. Because... what the heck? That's Tango! No way!
Tango is a great sport about it, even after getting sniped by a Trident before B-Dubs does, and refunds the run for shenanigan-based interference. And B-Dubs' dentist will be happy about that, considering he's now swapping all the gold teeth in his alcoven avatar for diamond ones. We're looking forward to seeing if his success ever moves him into the netherite phase, although describing your teeth as ancient debris probably isn't what you want to hear.
Little bit of food, little bit of parkour, watch me. Oh,
You fell in the
I've been falling down here a lot lately for some reason.
B-Dubs also joins in the japes, and for those who've missed Joe Hills' rendered run, in which he also got punked by a pair of phony Ravagers, that's in one of his decked out compilations this week.
I see Tango and B-Dubs in the walls. Are you guys seriously actively messing with this?
He's also becoming an expert at juking Ravagers by the exit, even when they seem to have all possible routes locked down, and has earned enough crowns to buy a dungeon lackey run, to be cashed in once said lackey has returned from his holiday.
Good run though, Joe. It sounds like you had a lot of dings, like 6, 7 dings. So
well...
While he's there, he also buys a slowness potion, which he has the novel idea of throwing at the Victory Ravager in an attempt to make it to the secret room one more time, steps through a powdered snow block into a pillar which contains the Stress Monster Easter egg, and steps through another one which drops him into the backstage area. And this is one example of why Tango didn't leave the lights on while he's away.
I found a secret. Oh my gosh, this is the most cursed run ever.
Otherwise, Joe Hills is the spectre that haunts decked out, at least when Zombie Cleo is in it. The go-host with the mo-host, if you will.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Can I ask that the hecklers just keep it to themselves? This is a very important run for me.
According to them, Cleo is moving house this week, so their video is just the decked out runs one after another, documenting the many DMs and clapbacks. Which just makes one imagine the rest of the group rapidly burning through the real estate market with how much decked out they've been uploading. Also, there's been a threat of loin girdening, since the pants darkening is to be expected by now.
Gird your loins, B-Dubs.
Gird them?
Gird them. Strengthen them is what it means.
Oh, jeez.
And you will have to gird one's posterior something good if you are to partake in the first delightful attraction of Scabland. The long and short of it is that Cubfan135 has gotten his hands on some dripstone and once again made it everyone else's problem. Taking the tallest plot in Rendog's own action park, Cub covers it in pointy rocks and slime blocks, only providing the players with some scaffolding and telling them to reach the safe spot over the middle by any means possible.
basically, there's only one rule with this game. You can only break scaffolding, and that's pretty much it.
Given that this is a game for 2 teams, the only thing actually escalating here will be the carnage, since we all know exactly how the scaffolds collapse when provoked.
The other team could try to do the same thing, and there could be like a fist fight here, where somebody gets thrown off the side.
But here's a brain teaser for you. Is this more or less humane than the game Jevin suggests for Halloween's sake? 'Tis the season, and we see Jevin clear out an extra plot at the community district to put in his own personal Jack-o'-lantern supreme.
I tried my best for about 5 to 6 days to build a pumpkin. A person named Jinx and a person named Calvin MC helped a tremendous amount with this. It's okay to ask for help because you're not going to be able to design everything yourself.
Inside, 2 dispensers are ready to decide a given hermit's fate. One tells you the prompt, one tells you the name, which, depending on who is attending, is the equivalent of giving them a gun and a set of coordinates.
And there's a 50-50 chance to get the wholesome or devious.
Coupled with the Halloween theme, this truly is a victim generator, and we eagerly await people taking advantage of the prank potential, lest Stress Monster has to do everything herself and lock them in her haunted mansion. We're on week 3 of hand-drawn thumbnails, week 2 of fawning over the Autocrafter, and week 1 of the new Life series, hilariously titled Secret Life. So we'd like to welcome the new additions to the team, Pets, Bees, Walter Mitty, and the American Teenager. Also, we're on week 85 of Hermitcraft, I suppose, and we'd be happy to hear your opinion on all of those things in the comments. Granted, we'll just be covering that last one here on the show. Try as they might, there is not a redstone contraption to craft up this show for us, and before you remind us ChatGPT exists, we'd like to remind you that we trust ChatGPT even less than we trust our own skill with redstone. So let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
Now, we're at 932 times the game's been run.
Wow.
Can you guys just appreciate how many times to get? That's insane. Decked Out 1 was run 370 something times. It's crazy.
Starting with Iskal85, whose skills with redstone are trustworthy enough, but he discovers he's overlooked a technical aspect of the storage for his bartering farm. The nether portal only loads a small area of the chunks around it, and his ender pearl and quartz filters are outside of that area.
But it's not that big of a problem because of the fact that I have the lava dump machine of doom over there. You can call that coping.
Shrugging that off as a minor inconvenience, he hurls himself back into Decked Out so quickly that he forgets to remove his elytra. And a couple of unfortunate deaths later, Keralis arrives to mock him for it.
How did you lose the elytra? Did you forget to take it off?
Well, actually.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
Cheat
wall hacking.
It was.
He also pressures Iskal into putting the Ember Seeker cards back into his deck, the better to leave the dungeon with some more impressive cards. But eventually Iskal decides to expand his deck by just buying some cards from Doc M, and does a final run disguised as Keralis in case the Ravagers can be stared down. We'll let you figure out how well that goes.
Ravagers, more like Savagers. I am word punning.
XB Crafted has a similar idea. Buying his cards from other players, I mean. He's seen firsthand the perils of dressing someone up as Keralis.
This is the best thing ever, Jim.
I know, he's like a shard dispenser.
I only have 3 remaining.
With an abundance of frost shards and a shortage of time, XB is happy to trade a few of his spare shards to players who've got a more advanced collection. But he still steps into the dungeon and continues exploring, completing a run and earning enough crowns to buy the Dungeon Lackey perk from the shop. So expect a future playthrough with director's commentary once Tango is available.
Oh, look! Oh, it actually kind of fits. That fits our outfit. Look at that.
And the record for longest Hermitcraft episode that wasn't a live stream goes to Etho, who posts a Christopher Nolan-length video featuring all his Phase 4 decked out runs. He claims this phase is all about deck building, and several times in this episode you'll see him swiping uncommon or rare cards from the endgame shop. He also experiments with repairing Rusty the Golem more than once, and various other ways to bite off more than he can chew. The Ravagers, on the other hand, can chew quite a lot. Etho's prowess in the dungeon even leads to the queue of waiting players jumping him after he's done with a particularly long run, after which he encourages them not to vote for the armadillo at Minecraft Live, which is pretty funny in retrospect.
Nice, man. Good.
He did a great deal with me, and I'm feeling bad.
This is a very happy day.
Also,
Thank you, Cleo.
if I do this, because I feel bad.
Whoa, Cleo, no. Now I gotta give you something else.
Cubfan's strategy to the dungeon runs even deeper, as does Cubfan himself, finally entering the deadly difficulty of the game.
All good. There were so many decisions to make. But
despite saving his win books for later, for a couple of phases now, Cub does ultimately cash in just in time for Phase 4 to conclude, which quite incredibly crowns him the winner, as well as Etho.
Coming in first place.
No way, it's a tie, no way.
With
what?
It's a tie?
Oh, snap.
Wow.
That's right, for Phase 4, Cubfan and Etho have tied for first place, and they will have to share that pedestal for an extra week now because Tango Tech is taking another maintenance break to maintain the dungeon, himself, and his robust hockey addiction.
Would you hold on and explain what's going on? Because we're all sitting here, we're all waiting.
Door's been closed for weeks.
Yeah, tell us
All got
why.
the shakes. Yeah, I know. Certain changes need to be made to the dungeon to level 3. And then we also have some special new content coming up in the next phase that I wanted to get ready.
Okay, that's
I
exciting.
think you guys are gonna like.
The Ice Capades continue with False Symmetry, who performs the vital service of bringing hot chocolate to the winter sporting event.
And well, since that stream, I've actually added a few banners and made it come alive, or at least as much as I can do for now. But it's just needing some glowing signs and some steam coming from the mug on top.
False's building ability spreads wider over the ice boat racetrack of Ren and Ethos, and yes, a Cocoa truck is involved, as well as an overpass above the starting line for the Elytra Challenge. Though there is not a stairway to bring False above messing with her fellow men, and so she joins in on Ijevin's Trick or Treat initiative. Prank Symmetry is back on the table, but she might have knocked all the other names off of it. We'll have to wait and see who ends up being the victim for this one.
Maybe not that. I'm gonna have to assume I'll put a name in first, but I guess let me check in with Jevon and see how this works.
Real life has unfortunately pranked Vintage Beef, who had to take a hiatus from the server because of some recurring back issues. So hopefully it's not too ironic to say he's back now, and has decided that since he's now way behind everyone else in Decked Out, he's going to focus on his own card game instead.
Again, I'm rusty.
The TCG Battle Royale Island is now at the point where it needs stocking with barrels containing the cards players will build their decks from, and the weapons and armor they'll need to attack and defend against the other players who might have something they need. Beef even throws potions and ender pearls into the mix, promising a chaotic free-for-all melee before the real tournament begins.
Some of them are underwater, some of them are on the beach, some of them are in the castle, in the village, in the gorge.
You may be forgiven for thinking Gemini Tay's base is a challenge area too, till the past week. Granted, there is a drip leaf parkour course down in the basement of it, but building that to train for Decked Out seems to only have underlined just how parkour coursey the rest of her elven castle is on the inside. Well, no more, as Gem took it upon herself to fill in and feel out as much of the keep's interior as she can. From the tippy top of the Witch's Tower to the base of the Murder Basement, she makes sure there are rooms on rooms and stairs of stairs for one to get lost in.
I'm trying to kind of plan this interior how you would plan a real life interior, if that makes sense. Like, we have a path of travel here, and we don't really want to put furniture in front of that.
Also the robust crawl space network, but we'll leave it to the neighbor to install the secret passages. And yes, in case you were wondering, the sprint is toggled.
Because that's right, everyone. This mega base is officially done. I mean, I finished the whole thing.
And finally there's Joe Hills, who demonstrates his ongoing commitment to the bit by collecting even more warm water fish to refill the guppy geyser in his decked out alcove, while regaling us with stories of his recent travels.
And the show hadn't really started yet. Like, the goblins were like starting to warm up the audience. What? You thought 2 o'clock was just a suggestion? What is your excuse? The people are like, we couldn't find parking. And all the goblins are like, oh, okay, parking. Yeah, no, that's fair.
These fish are all loaded up in time for Tango to announce the results of Phase 4, where Joe definitely features on the board, but the fish fountain nearly backfires when Tango tries to award him the shards he'll need for Phase 5.
Oh my god, the fish over here, Joe. The fish are going crazy.
I know, the fish.
It wasn't working last week, so I had to overpopulate it this time.
Somebody's getting a full inventory of fish.
Cruel game. Listen, if you want shards, maybe
I
let
got
him not kill the dungeon master. Yeah!
Oh, they're everywhere. Oh, man.
This week on Hermitcraft.
People are busy with their side series at the moment. Nobody will hear me scream into the void, I guess.
We've already been introduced to Secret Life last week, so this week welcomes a Vault Hunters playthrough under the Hermitcraft umbrella, and while there's some crossover between the two, if your favourite hermit isn't involved with one, chances are they'll appear in the other. We're working under the assumption that the City Skylines 2 developers were also waiting for Tango to take a holiday, and while we're off topic, we'll give a quick shout out to the group of Dwarven hermits who went back to their mining roots and returned to Moria.
Outlasted a siege!
Nice!
Oh, easy. Oh, it's more!
Oh, me! Wait!
I died.
Didn't they hear the siege was over?
But at least some of this week was dedicated to Hermitcraft as we know it, so without further ado, let's dig too greedily and too deep into all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Good Times with Scar, who despite the airline and medical issues still had an episode for us to enjoy. Which outside of the few decked out runs that make him question if Tango enjoys seeing people struggle with his game, no really, features the grandiose groundwork around the Scarland's own volcano.
Hi!
Wait.
Hey, hi, I'm here!
We tried to catch you. You're so fast running through the dungeon.
Wow.
The Mount Gelmir-looking structure crowns Scarland's skyline, retroactively making some fan art completely inaccurate. Scar even puts some of the magma in to expand the lore of the place having been dormant until recent times when it protested against the property value rising, no doubt. Everyone said it was daft to build a theme park on a volcano, but he built it all the same, just to show it.
Huge start on completing this volcano. Like, it now feels like a volcano. Like, look at that.
Doc M takes a moment to admire Scar's volcano from a distance, presumably because he doesn't want another natural disaster on his hands.
Definitely part of the lore here of the perimeter, right? And the olden people thought, okay, gods are mad.
Especially with the unnatural disasters he's causing with his farms. And we don't even mean the super powerful raid farm he installs this week on the back of a new design by Nash. That actually goes surprisingly well, has ways to combat lag from XP orbs, process the desirable items super fast, and destroy anything that might linger. Instead, it's the next pixel art mural that nearly destroys both Doc and the server. Doc, because it's a slog to create pixel art this detailed and the shading on this thing is off the charts, and the server because while he was building the mural, the blocks destroying the missiles in his Wither projectile farm were not loaded in, so he was keeping about 20,000 floating heads in a box next door to his art project.
Pretty crazy event. Broke the server like as badly as I never could even try if I wanted to. It even has melons. Just want to point that out.
A little karma does visit him afterwards as he discovers all his copper has aged aside from a strip that makes it look like the goats are blushing. Aw.
Somebody pranked me, man. Those guys here are waxed.
Rendog's Scabland project has gone even more pink, although it's because he took the opportunity to have yet another dig at Mr. Goodtimes. He's been glazing up all the magenta terracotta he can to line the pathways of his anti-fun theme park with the most irritating patterns of pink arrows. It doesn't look too bad from the air, but once you're on the ground, have fun figuring out which way the bathrooms are.
And yes, it's looking very weird. Also kind of hurts the eyeballs, which is precisely what I wanted.
Even Ren can't look at it for too long, but that's because he's got something much more beautiful to behold. The Blue River Raceway has been polished to a mirror shine, as False Symmetry and Etho continue their work on the grandstand and the track itself.
Wow, this truly is a Mario Kart experience of epic proportions.
False has provided a map of the course, and Etho now has a jaunty note block tune to propel the racers off the starting block.
There we go. Oh, we've got music now. What the heck? Okay.
For his part, Ren adds some custom trees which provide some natural atmosphere to the turns and a real sense of speed when you hit the home straight. At least now if you skid off the track, you can look forward to the welcoming scent of fresh pine.
Keep your eyeballs open, there they are. There is new forests that have been added. In fact, there's a bunch of new stuff.
Scabland's challenges will cower before the MCC Twitch Rivals winner and Las Vegas Trip survivor, Cubfan135. Though he is now preoccupied with keeping that tie for first place with Etho on the floors of Decked Out.
It was so awesome meeting tons and tons of you guys at TwitchCon. Also, we won MCC Twitch Rivals, which was huge. That was amazing. We have been in Vegas for the last 3 days, so...
Hello there. It's good to see a friendly face.
What is that?
Turns out, first thing back from vacation, Tango Tech pumped up the difficulty of the Black Mines level, as well as introducing some seasonal events, just in case you were wondering why the Ravagers are all wearing pumpkins and skeleton onesies. Funnily enough, this makes them significantly easier to spot against the grey backgrounds.
There's a bony Ravager down here? Yo! What is happening? They've dressed up for Halloween.
I love it.
Oh, I'm terrified now, man. I'm terrified now. What other secrets await us here in the dungeon? Oh my gosh.
Well, you know, if there is something new or otherwise in Decked Out, Hypnotized will want to get his hands on it. And so Hypno releases all of his Phase 5 runs on hard difficulty, with director's commentary as per usual.
There's really nothing else. Like, I guess I got distracted by talking with Tango and, you know, falling down the ravine and just not paying attention to everything that I should have been, but... Aggro, I fall down the ravine. Great.
It's your favorite spot.
I make that other jump and now I fall into this ravine and can't get out.
His intrusive scouts actually end up frustrating the dungeon enough that it drops another airdropped Ravager on him, and this time even Tango can't figure out where it came from.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, there might have been some internet lag there, I'm not sure, but I felt like I was far enough away. Okay. I thought I was far enough away from him, but apparently these guys can reach 3 miles.
Jevin has also decided to track down the mysterious season event and does indeed discover the secret spooky shack accompanied by thematically appropriate sound cues.
What are you? Oh my god. That's so cool.
Bringing a pumpkin from elsewhere in the dungeon grants the player with a trick or treat depending on the mood of the item randomizer, finally introducing straight up gambling to the game as opposed to gambling with your life.
This is a mistake, I can feel it. Ah, oh my god. I cannot believe I pulled that off. I'm so proud of myself, dude.
There's also now a new entrance door animation with a pumpkin instead of a skull.
I like pumpkins.
The friendlier visage helps Keralis none in his expeditions through the game. It doesn't help that a not insignificant bit of his episode is spent in the chain parkour magma pit as a Ravager is right on top of him sniffing about.
Great crowds. Oh. Okay. Made it. Oh no.
Luckily, the beast's patience runs out pretty soon, and Corrales is free to complete the run and safely reach the Ember Shop. It would be pretty embarrassing if he spent way more time in that pit, unable to leave nor refusing to die, as half a dozen of his friends dunk on him in chat, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, Etho? Wouldn't that be a pretty fun thing to happen? This week on Hermitcraft.
Oh no, I do not like these changes here. No.
And by this point, Decked Out is so much a part of life that we suspect the hermits may be developing superstitions, like how the player must repeat the Loot and Scoot voice line for the cards to take full effect, or how Etho can't finish a run without being on maximum clank.
I am so sad right now. Like, I want to be good at this game.
Either way, we're fortunate that the players are committed to seeing it through and bringing us along for the ride, because despite the side series and streams, the movie-length episodes we're getting from anyone who's decking out means the total amount of unloaded hours of Hermitcraft hasn't changed all that much. We still have plenty of meat to chew on. So let's raise the stakes and look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with False Symmetry, who is still strutting in her Halloween pajamas.
Pretty chilly right now, although this is a onesie. That is the idea of this.
Unfortunately, there is no follow-up to the prank exchange she signed up for last week, but given time, she no doubt will trick-or-treat the entire server. For now, the one trick she does receive is the spook from a fake armor stand warden in the Nether Hub common area. Clearly, Tango's Ravager shenanigans could have been much worse. As for why False is in the Nether Hub common areas, False is decorating her Nether Hub tunnel this week.
I mean, I finished this section here, but if I continue through the portal we just came through, you'll see that I didn't, in fact.
She puts together an uncharacteristically frozen cave leading to her portal, and to one side a massive steam engine to mirror the railway from her castle and into the steampunk zone, which is ironically a pretty outdated mode of transport for a base housing an Elytra racecourse.
Because yes, I still have a handful of projects left in my base, one of which is, of course, this room.
Joe Hills enters the frozen cave of Decked Out, but he doesn't do it alone. After a successful warm-up run, he cashes in his Dungeon Lackey token for a seamless co-op run on hard difficulty.
I don't think Joe's ever been to level 3.
No. I was saving my level 3 run for Tango, for the Dungeon Lackey. That was going to be my first hard run.
Tango manages to keep up all the way down to level 2, where unfortunately Joe meets a sticky end in a field of wither roses.
We gotta take this pass.
Is there a trick to this? I'm taking a lot of health. Is it a splash potion?
Yep, gotcha. I got you with it.
I am dead.
In general, the hard difficulty runs are ill-fated for Joe, succumbing to Ravager sandwiches or devious traps before retrieving his artifacts. But he does locate the trick-or-treat house, so at least it's a festive experience, and his subsequent medium runs are mellow enough that he can exit with a few prizes.
The water hazards are opening up. That means the Vex are about to start. Yep, there's the Vex shooter guy. Probably shouldn't have flown directly into them. Oh, there's another one. Whoa! What was that?
Cashing in some embers for victory tomes, Joe places low on the Phase 5 rankings, but is ready to bounce back in Phase 6. It is a real treat seeing Etho get up to his usual tricks, and even if the new Ravager costumes do throw him for a loop, he's an expert at looping them right back.
I'm like really paying attention to the dungeon because there's lots of changes, little changes here and there.
Despite all the dungeon's upgrades, he finds it still accepts a berry when it wants a compass, but karma enacts itself on him swiftly.
Oh, there's a guy there. Oh, the bounding strides killed me.
The now infamous pit incident, which if you remember his interest in pits from Season 6 is just remarkably consistent, leaves him with no time to explore, meaning he still goes to see Rusty the Iron Golem, but he gets vexed on the way out.
Oh, no! Wow. I thought for sure I would at least get halfway before he booped me.
That's what I told you. Yeah, he booped you back up the water stream.
Wow, that's rough.
It's all part of the plan, though. Etho declares his goal for this phase, and perhaps for Decked Out 2 in general, is not to win, but to collect all the cards so he can have the most flexible deck by the end of the game.
I hope you respect my decision, though, because I put a lot of thought into this, and I think it's the way we're going to maximize our fun in Decked Out.
Getting to explore the game's mechanics to their fullest, and therefore showing off all of Tango's hard work at the same time he finds ways to break it, matters more to him than the glory of the win.
you know, our deck would never change. It would get very stale, and it's not as fun, is what I'm getting at.
Which is why we see him reach for the more expensive cards at every opportunity. And the debate rages over whether Suit Up is worth it, given that it lets you don a diamond chestplate and leggings for the entire run, but puts the dungeon on high alert if you so much as sneeze. The other highlights of Ethos Phase 5 include becoming the gardener of Decked Out when he removes a berry bush false planted by mistake, finding his own legendary artifact,
Oh, we got the slab!
and that one time a warden nearly sent him to space. Bit less resistant to the tests of patience, Corrales titles his episode I Quit. That being said, the video includes all 12 Decked Out runs of his Phase 5, so I guess he just quits Phase 5 now that it's ended.
This phase episode will be known as the worst episode ever in Decked Out history.
Though who could blame him, as his luck is really turning around with the harder runs. Or maybe he just used it all up back with the pit incident from last week. Either how, we get plenty of quality Corrales sound bites.
Jumping is deadly. You gotta be careful.
By contrast, Cubfan is almost tempting fate with his deck, or lack thereof rather. Good Times with Scar and him decide to do a cardless hard run on a bet, which the game generously fixes for them by throwing a bunch of stumble cards into the mix.
You're gonna run the dungeon.
Yes.
With no cards. And then whatever you buy, I get.
Go, go, go. Come on, fish, get out the way. Fish, get out the way. Fish. We are making this a 1-card run. Let's go. We can't afford anything.
Well, despite how many times the line "this is very low embers for a level 3 artifact" shows up in Cubfan's lengthy videos this week, the man makes it to the top 3 of Phase 5 leaderboard, and then dominates it.
With 43 tomes submitted.
What? Not 43. 23.
Oh, that's a bad mistake. Oh, bad Dungeon Master.
Yeah, Cub walks away with the first place trophy on his head, but what's really on his mind is a completely different minigame that could now be improved significantly by knowing who's on what team. So for the benefit of Total Chaos, his scary, awful baby project, Cub trims up several sets of iron armor in different colors, so it's easier to distinguish the players from fiends and allies, which means he now spent most of his diamonds on crafting iron armor. There's a head scratcher for you.
So yeah, each team gets exactly the same things, and you can distribute these things amongst yourself however you want to. You could, for instance, give somebody 2 swords. Don't know why you do that, but maybe you want to just play it for fun.
And finally, there's Hypnotized with his 3-hour-long videos filled with decked out content. And as this is Hypno we're talking about, he is, as usual, scrubbing through the floors of the dungeon in search of whatever wisdom they may hold.
Wait, what? No way! Yes! You know what? That makes perfect sense at Stripstone.
Helps that he's also scrubbing through his own footage to sort out good strats, because the deadly difficulty and the 3rd floor have him, well, floored in a few spots.
That slows me down a little bit, puts me on fire, we get a little bit of tick damage, and yeah, look at this, we're down 2 hearts. Unfortunate.
But with the final Easter egg of level 2 now discovered, there's not much to do running the non-warden infested halls. And no, he hasn't brought up the PowerPoint presentations this time, but some of his failed run breakdowns did start to resemble some sort of a TED Talk.
If you don't know, Soul Sand is slightly lower than 1 full block, and that means that if you're on Soul Sand next to lava, you're actually in the lava while you're on the Soul Sand, like if you're straddling the line or whatever.
This week on Hermitcraft.
My work is done here.
What do you mean your work is done? You didn't do anything.
What's going on in there?
I have been falling for 30 minutes.
The rumors are true. The final accursed egg has been found, and the burning dark is upon us. Tremble and despair as the Dungeon Master unleashes the final challenge. The prophecy is fulfilled. The end is nigh.
It's definitely burning and it's definitely dark. That's all I can say.
Truly, it is the end times for Decked Out, even though there are theoretically several more weeks left. But the more adventurous hermits are now spending their streams and videos delving the final layer of the dungeon now it has been completed, and we can take some comfort in the fact that despite all the video compression, they can't see as much as we can't. What we can see is that the majority of the Burning Dark seems to be a parkour puzzle, and the few flat bits in between are swamped with pressure plates, so the hermits brave enough to boing boing and click-clack their way around the maze had best be prepared to get absolutely annihilated by the Warden, full damage, or both. It's like the inverse of Total Chaos, in that there is nothing going on around you, and it will still kill you. So without further ado, let's find the key to the next layer of this script and take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
When you were young, what did you want to be when you grew up?
For a while, a professional baseball player.
It's never too late.
No, it's definitely too late.
Start hitting them balls. Start going to the batting game.
Starting with Etho, who has yet to show us video footage of him setting foot in the deepest, darkest, but his Phase 6 is still loaded with white-knuckle moments and Warden close calls, some of which have a live audience of either Tango or a peanut gallery of the other hermits.
Oh, snappers.
No, that's pretty good snappers.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Etho here.
Oh, you had the timing correct on it, even.
By the way, when you repair Rusty now, it's +5 flank.
Seriously? Don't tell me that.
His goal is still to collect all the cards, although he still has standards. And while he still gets into some sticky situations he can't unglue himself from, he's completing deadly runs frequently enough to dip into the pool of rare cards and still have leftover currency to buy tomes or trade duplicates with other hermits, some of whom may regret that decision immediately.
Scar, you realize that the crowns are
Thank you, Scar.
run, right?
Did you just say you got bamboozled?
I'm going to bed. I just got so played.
While his Grail card is still out of reach, he has too many crowns, and despite not really trying to get victory tomes, he still places 3rd in the Phase 6 rankings, so mostly he's suffering from success.
I put 21 in? I have no idea, I never checked.
Other times he's just suffering, like when he fires this zinger at the Wardens.
Somebody get these guys a Kleenex, man. They're sniffing way too much.
Only to run headfirst into a snot monster.
No, I need to go here.
I guess that path was a little congested. Despite his no books plan though, this phase of Decked Out ends with Etho still the undefeated champion of the overall competition. Though Cubfan certainly chips at his dominance by submitting more tomes than anyone ever so far and taking first place in Phase 6. Gotta put in the legwork before Luigi over here wins by doing nothing.
I know, Cub, like the first 7 runs he died and then somehow pulls out 36 tomes.
Yep. Second half comeback.
Between the phases, the way stumble cards work is changed and some other tweaks are applied. Explaining those takes several paragraphs according to the Reddit posts on the topic. The biggest change can be explained pretty easily though. The final level of Decked Out is open. The last 2 Easter eggs are discovered by Pearlescent Moon after Cubfan discovers the hidden Grian, and at last, Cub can enter the first ever Deep Frost run of the game. He dies immediately within the first cave.
1 card run Deep Frost? Oh man, that would be legendary.
Do it!
New animation! Oh god.
Wow.
Oh no. I'm dead. Oh no!
Skill issue.
The more successful expedition reveals a dark and ominous tangle of corridors and stairways.
Oh, what is this place? It is a maze down here, wow.
He said, being inside of a labyrinth. Hypnotized is not far behind, having uploaded 3 hours of Decked Out runs over the span of 2 videos with his general hypno flavor and strategy analysis.
Loot and scoot. Maybe we'll get a few extra crowns. I don't really care about the crowns. What I do care about is getting the win.
Fair to say at this point, Hypno has successfully transformed his channel into the Decked Out completionist's favorite, so if there's anyone who can map out the Burning Dark for us, it would be his viewers. Even if by now he considers editing down the unwieldy gameplay footage beyond adding an overlay and metadata for every card drawn. I'm not kidding, the man has a timer go off on the screen for every time he has Ember Seeker drawn. The metagame is on point.
We're dead. I'm just gonna try and go for it, but we're dead. Yep, okay. It took us a while to get onto this floor, so fair enough. That was a lot of loot though, unfortunate.
Meanwhile, Joe Hills is doing his best to stay as far away from the Burning Dark as possible. He's still getting comfortable with medium runs and building his collection of uncommon cards just to see what all the looting and scooting is about. But despite not touching the Frostburn difficulty, he still has the occasional opportunity to play with fire.
Okay, can I make this jump on the way back, though? Dang it. Okay, so we might have 2 problems now.
He also plays with spiders, ravagers, and trident-flinging ex-pirates. But success comes with hard work and patience, both of which Joe is ready to commit to. But Decked Out is not the only minigame Joe will throw himself into as the teams convene for a 3v3v3 deathmatch in Cubfan's Total Chaos Arena. It's even more colourful than the usual Splash Potion and Fire Arrow shenanigans as the armor-trimmed heroes battle their adversaries while the environment around them flings every possible hazard their way. Plus there's a bonus round of free-for-all, slappers only, no odd job.
Okay, I avenged myself.
Hey, Scar, you here for revenge?
Wayne by Shulk, I got a jet ahead. Let's go.
Oh, no, I'm dead.
DocM77 has now branded the decked out dungeon the Torture Chamber, but perhaps just because he's on the struggle bus with deadly runs.
It's running time or die.
At least the pitfalls and perils of Tango's House of Pain are counteracted by returning home to the perimeter, where fan artists have been helping Doc turn a collage of their work into a pixel art mural. Doc takes a moment to gush about their artistic talents before giving us a behind-the-scenes look at how Lightmatica helps him bring their work to life on the server, and 3D prints the first corner of the mural before flinging himself back into the dungeon to throw compasses at the wardens and somehow make it out alive on the next attempt.
Look at it. We have some lighting effects in there. You know, here these sparkles and then the glow. Then, okay, the resource gathering was, yeah. Long process.
We've already seen screenshots of the finished frieze on Twitter, by the way, but since that was published on Saturday, we'll have to save it for next week's recap. All we know is it took a whole heap of coloured concrete. Rendog, on the other hand, is using equally colourful materials for something much less beautiful. He's been building up the technological profile of Gigacorp Island, a mushroom island slowly converting into a muddy grid of automatic farms and copper-lined walkways, for which DocM's Drowned Farm comes in very handy.
And I think if we get a couple of these platforms created this morning, that will be pretty cool, and it'll be super cool to have all of our wool ready too. So yeah, let me make some platforms.
Ren's main project this week is a giant wool farm churning out some very specific wool colours, calculated using exact percentages from a test build of the Scabland Castle. This garish nightmare is tailor-made to be the most asymmetrical build possible, while still being identifiable as a castle anyway, and the woolly palette is the perfect antithesis of all the hand-detailed finery over at Scarland.
Actually, don't worry about hitting the subscribe button. You know, it's seriously, what are we even doing out here? This is, I mean, it's outrageous.
Ren even makes the process even more messy by fishing the sheep out of their enclosure a pair at a time, and attempting to drag some out using leads and elytra. Two mixed results.
Yes, they're flying, yes! Oh, that actually worked! Although, wow, lots of them actually perished. This one survived.
Aerial sheep service this is not, but at least the ones who aren't left peppering the sidewalks are allowed to roam free once he's moved their neighbours into the wool factory. While we're talking about questionable pavement materials, iJevin has secured a shipment of amethyst buds from Hypno and now finished the custom end biome around his shulkerbox farm.
But I felt like there needs to be more flowers in end biomes because it's like a very colorful biome.
The finished alien landscape heavily features the glistening purples as well as the pearly froglights balanced on an end rod to create a sort of balleting turnip. But Big Jevin heads will be more excited by the moment Vintage Beef catches him to ask 3 questions for his round in the Third Degree game.
Exactly. Go ahead and push the button. And while you do that, let me just say, Journey is from San Francisco.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Not even
well,
close.
the one XP Crafted made, where a random hermit needs to ask a random hermit 3 questions of any kind.
If you had to go to karaoke night, what song would you sing?
You ready?
Hold on, are you gonna sing it for me right now?
She's just a small town girl.
And this round is quite fascinating between the details of Jevin's past and the mini facts of him wanting to be a baseball player and then an architect when he was young. Proving once again that kid who wants to be an architect to Minecraft YouTuber pipeline is very much real and hits entirely too hard.
An associate's degree in architecture and civil engineering. I realized pretty quickly that to be an architect was like a much longer road than I wanted.
And finally, there's Zedaf, who's now reenacted the Bring Me to Life music video all too many times. Having once MLG water bucketed from a great height, Zed is here to find out if he could just not do that. Also from a great height.
Oh, I might see you in the morning, because I'm actually feeling a lot better now. Except then I wake up and instantly die with a shaky arm.
The newest in ZF accomplishments is to discover the maximum elevation you can fall from in Minecraft and still live, under some very specific circumstances of course. For example, having a hay bale down there helps, wearing feather falling boots is a must, maybe jump boost effects also help, who knows with that, and there are plenty of other ways to unterminal your velocity while still falling, technically. You might as well watch his own video if you want to know the full list. All I'm going to say is this man managed to Kratos meme himself from 4,500 blocks and live.
Oh my god!
That was insane!
Oh my goodness! I was on half a heart. It worked out perfectly.
This week on Hermitcraft.
If aliens landed on Earth and offered to take you to their planet, would you go? What do you think they want you for? TCG?
Yeah, that's it. They got a whiff of the TCD, and they're like, we got to get the creator up here to explain this to us because some of these cards conflict.
And if you're a fan of the tangled web Hermitcraft has spun outside of the server itself, this might feel like Christmas has come early. Because those of you who've ordered real-life Hermitcraft TCG cards should now have started to receive those, and that includes me. So expect an unboxing video on this channel later in the week, and I can't wait to see how many Pop-Tarts I get out of this one.
You gotta do Journey, baby, come on!
Nice, some Journey, that's awesome.
By the time you're watching this video, Decked Out 2 has also had its first non-Hermit guest players, as Skizzleman, Solidarity, H-Bomb, In the Littlewood, Smallish Beans, and LD Shadow Lady were all invited to join the server for a one-day event in which they delve the dungeon with, presumably, no idea what to expect. Naturally, with the game structured into 8 phases, there's no way any of them are winning Decked Out in a single day, so this really is just because Tango wanted to feed more people to the Ravagers. And of course, both Hermitcraft Plays Vault Hunters and Secret Life continue apace, but there's still action happening on the server that launched 1,000 spin-offs, so let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Cubfan135 and his own minigame, Total Chaos.
Good lord, what is happening in there?
PvP, but the apocalypse is happening.
As we mentioned last week, there's been a play session of Total Chaos, but this time in Team Deathmatch. Once again, the rules here amount to survive until you win, which is most curious because the one true winner then appears to be this piece of scaffolding.
Where's Etho? Where's Etho? Is
I'm
he
stuck up here. I don't know how to get down.
There he comes, there he comes. Congrats to Green Team.
Naturally, Cub's video on this features some cinematic shots of the unfolding battle, which means we can see a little more of what's going on.
Okay. Oh, I'm going down to Etho. I'm going down to Etho. Yep, I'm down. I'm down.
Yeah.
But outside his own life deprivation chamber, Cub is still going to be visually struggling. After all, you really can't see much on the Deep Frost difficulty.
No, I gotta go deadly. I gotta go deadly.
Oh, boo.
Unless...
You know who wouldn't have done that, Cub?
Who's that?
Who would have gone Deep Frost? This man.
And his name is John C.
I'm going Deep Frost. I'm going Deep Frost.
Decked Out makes it extra difficult though this one time when it straight up refuses to give him the well-earned artifact. However, not all innovations are happening within the dungeon. After all, Cub does introduce the much anticipated sequel to Doja Cat, Dojo Horse.
He's a super speedy boy. We found this guy on a volcano actually near Scarland. A magnificent beast.
Despite the games being over, Total Chaos is still inflicting pain on some players long afterwards, because Joe Hills also attempts a Deep Frost difficulty run of Decked Out, but when he dies to a Ravager before reaching the Black Mines, he respawns at Total Chaos, then proceeds to have a hard time getting back through Cub's firework-flinging nether tunnel.
Yeah, and I left the Pick of Shame inside of there. I know I'm doing really great, y'all. Dang it, Cub, make a safer hallway.
Somehow this doesn't put him off playing more minigames, and he reunites with iJevin, Cubfan, and Hypno for a run around False Symmetry's Iceboat Racecourse, before retiring to the secret clubhouse at Cub's museum for some stat poker, in which we learn Joe has no creeper deaths this season, which is impressive on its own, but sadly a fact Joe doesn't recall when it would be most useful to his bank balance.
I've never been killed by a creeper.
Oh,
I should have.
Oh, Joe!
Oh no! I shouldn't have folded.
Joe.
I've
only died to a creeper one time.
I've died to a creeper so many times in
my
Minecraft,
God.
just never this season
fellas.
apparently.
Joe, if you need more diamonds, let me know.
No, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
The server's other Iceboat Racecourse has an even more relaxing space for the racers to retire to, now that Rendog has put some charming interior touches to the Blue River Raceway Pavilion, including a giant fireplace for a comparably tiny fire.
Coming together a treat. I'm going to take you guys on a full immersion tour.
In all its aesthetic harmony, the pavilion really makes a change from all that grey wool he's having to put into the Scabland Castle, which might be breaking the server on more than just an artistic level, but more on that when we get to Dock M.
Well, the interior is just one massive open space, which is going to, at this rate, spawn quite a lot of mobs.
In the meantime, Ren does 2 more test laps of the boat race course, which now has boost pads of blue ice along the sharpest racing lines, helping skilled drivers to get the edge over their opponents.
The greatest boater in the world, but we did lose a little bit of time there on the sand trap. That is fine. We are coming into the Polar Bear Express faster than we did.
Not all minigames are going to require this level of Minecraft playing chops, however, and Vintage Beef proves that with his episode this week. He begins with a grilling from Zombie Cleo, who drew his name from XP Crafted's third degree dispensers, so we get to learn more about what keeps Beef up at night and whether he'd hitchhike on the next spaceship that was willing to beam him up.
If aliens landed on Earth and offered to take you to their planet, would you go?
Oh, that's such a good question. 6 years ago, I wasn't, I didn't have a wife, Cleo.
I mean,
well, I also did have my dog. If I could take my dog with me, I would have gone.
He gives Jevin the same treatment and treats us to his POV of the latest rounds of Total Chaos before returning to the TCG Battle Royale Islands to place the various cards, weapons, and items in barrels hidden throughout the landscape.
Sea and Sand Castle, we've got Pufferfish Reef, Glassy Gorge, Hermit Shores, a bunch of barrels throughout the island.
Hopefully at this rate we'll see a round of TCG BR happening before the holidays, and now you've got your own sets of cards, you can simulate this at home by stashing a few of them in your lunchbox next to an apple and a Nerf gun.
Not too many hermits will be watching this, right? That's what's in this barrel. Oh my goodness, that was probably not the right barrel to show.
And finally there's Doc M, who has left us in no doubt that this game is about placing blocks. In a time-lapse of epic proportions, those proportions being width and also height, Doc finishes the enormous community-designed mural that spans one wall of the perimeter. And then the Mojang skin servers break, so he's stuck with the default FA skin and can't even take credit.
Dude, what? Tangle! What are you wearing?
But he can't just stand around wondering what the FA is happening. He's got a mangrove farm to construct so he can add water pipes to all the sandstone friezes bordering the top section of the perimeter, which marks yet another occasion he builds a farm outside of the giant farming hole.
Now you can't see anything anymore, right? It's just grown in. This farm also spits out propagulls, but it's not self.
Doc's Deep Frost decked out attempt almost goes the distance, and he at least gets to witness the final layer of Tango's creation. He even finds the artifact he was directed to locate, but shortly after he trips over his own feet and leaps into the lava.
That'll do it. Doc, the first jump, come on. You got to the other side of the level, you got your artifact, that's not bad.
We look forward to future attempts in the Burning Dark, but in the meantime, he's got to make sure the server itself isn't on fire, because of all things, Rendog building the Scabland Castle has loaded the exact chunks of the perimeter that generate Wither Skulls without generating the bit of the box that destroys them. And if unintentionally crashing the server just by existing isn't Scabland fulfilling its purpose, we don't know what is.
Right, it's only, I'm Sherlock Holmesing it together after the fact, because if you come in here, load, the things happen so fast you won't see an explosion or anything. That Wither reactor, it's haunting us, man. If you're building in the wrong spot, I'm really contemplating if I should put a permanent chunk loader there.
This week on Hermitcraft, it's week 90 of season 9. I just need this to last another 2 months so we can make 100 weeks on Hermitcraft video. And yes, I know, I promised you a TCG unboxing video, and it has now been recorded, but I wanted to give it a little bit more production time and give this week's recap a little room to breathe, so it'll be out this week, pinky promise. In the meantime, an event of epic proportions has taken place on the server itself, as the Hermits invited 6 non-Hermits to run decked out for a day. In no particular order, LD Shadow Lady, Skizzleman, Smallish Beans, In the Littlewood, Solidarity, and H-Bomb all appeared on Hermitcraft and were immediately thrown into the dungeon one after the other. Since this was such a unique event and took place entirely on live streams, we won't be covering it in this recap, leaving it up to you to check out the creators' videos and cheer every time they made it out unravaged. But enough about what we aren't doing in this script, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with good times with Scar, who survived getting a concussion at TwitchCon. Obligatory activity for TwitchCon, really.
Fought off this infection twice. I even survived a concussion at TwitchCon. Had a blast, met so many amazing viewers out there. So
what Scar does not actually survive is his storage system cart-sploding in his absence. Somehow, the redstone sorting system within Scarland arrived at the idea to jettison around 1,000 hopper minecarts into itself. Guess it figured the place needed a subway.
You're gonna die. You're gonna die, look at this!
This leads to a literal train wreck and a rare case of entity cramming with just the mining equipment.
I don't think I've ever seen the death message squashed. Fall from high places, suffocate, but squashed?
This derail won't stop this building train though, and Scar makes it out to the volcanic grounds of his theme park to build up a whole new area, the Adventureland custom biome, to house some rides in the future and an elephant in the now.
So we need to go all out and make this one of the coolest landscapes we have ever made. Cannot wait for us to get some more theme park elements built into this area.
Scarland is also an epic project, and now with the new addition of the volcano, so, you know, if Ren really wants to poke them, he needs to step it up.
Misfortune follows Scar even to the halls of Decked Out, as his first try on the deadly difficulty sent him immediately to the Burning Dark, a rare 1 in 80 chance, by the way. What's worse, the compass he's given leads to a broken artifact dispenser, and even then, Scar makes it all the way back to cave level, only to be jaw-snapped by an evoker just a few steps away from the exit.
I almost made it. I dodged so many Vexes on the way out that I didn't expect the monsters from below.
If Scar's run was cursed, then Joe Hill's attempts are hexed for multiple generations. After attempting 5 runs on Deep Frost difficulty for the heck of it, and with Tango hovering over his shoulder the entire time, Joe aims deeper than he ever has before. Unfortunately for him, the lava pools are not that deep.
Good run, every Tango.
Yeah,
okay.
It was a good run.
Until I jumped into the lava without...
Until the toes, yeah.
This was a warm-up, you know?
Making it to the Black Mines for the first time on the next run, he discovers that wardens don't like you rummaging through their stuff.
I was like, I could get... If I open the barrel, he's gonna see me, but I might be able to dash. We have the Scar problem. No!
And on his final Deep Frost attempt, he is able to successfully input the key to open the Burning Dark, only to be blown up by the TNT that detonates the entrance.
I thought I would be out of range of the explosion, but I was not. Oh. I couldn't see anything.
So it's no surprise when his following video sees him returning to medium difficulty in the hope of acquiring some level 1 artifacts. Mostly because it's more refreshing to actually make it out alive, but the longer he stays there, the more frost embers he can rack up, and he's hoping to beat Scar's record. There are also opportunities to create new lore as he goes.
Let's go ahead and check back by the Kneeling Man, and then we will... Fun fact, the Kneeling Man's name is George, after Tango's favorite beetle. This beetle is commonly found in cupboard.
While Joe doesn't unseat Scar from the throne of medium run supremacy, he does bank enough victory tomes that he comes in 5th for this phase. Another aside is that trying to level the brightness of Burning Dark footage does indeed make it look deep fried, so that turned out to be a fitting name, huh? Regardless, Cub makes it to the finale of the current phase of the competition, which is important because he then dominates it.
3, 4.
My try-hard phase.
I know Cub would. So yeah, Cub submitted 15 and gets first place again.
Let's go! You got only 15. Oh come on! I should have did one more run. No.
With Etho in 2nd place and Hypno in 3rd, Cub remains a significant threat to the leaderboard. But this could go either way if he embraces this new card called Pirate Booty. All it does is drop treasure at the pirate boat, but remember, that's also where all the Trident Drowned are.
I have a present for you.
Ooh, let's go. I guess when this gets played, it drops a card on the ship, pretty much.
Yes.
With fierce competition at the top, Pearlescent Moon decides to redirect some of her decked out effort back into building at her base. And fortunately for us, that is a metric ton of effort.
Remaking this particular segment will officially connect our neighbor, Tango, right over there, to the soup group area.
Pearl proceeds to deforest an entire Mega Taiga biome and lay out some guidelines for terrain, following the path Gemini Tay already made for the area, before deciding we probably can't make sense of this stone jungle gym, so she'd better just go to the time-lapse.
The whole thing in itself is really quite interesting as well, because if you look at this, this still looks very earthy, doesn't it? Like, it's very green, it's very lush, it's got your really just natural tones with all the terracotta.
The time-lapse in question sees her sculpting the entire area between her base and the Frost Citadel into a beautiful landscape of rolling hills and overhangs. It probably took weeks to do all this, but it took seconds for Cub to make it into a golf course. And if that wasn't impressive enough, the landscape is designed so it frames elements of the surrounding builds, allowing a glimpse of the Frost Citadel through a gap in the hills, and will even incorporate references to Decked Out where their two landscapes meet. But while Pearl has been leaving the majority of dungeon runs on her second channel, she deservedly puts one epic Deep Frost attempt into her main episode. Bringing Tango with her as the dungeon lackey, they speedrun their way to the Burning Dark, locate the most valuable artifact, and despite Tango dying on the way back, Pearl makes it across the finish line and is able to buy any card that appears in the shop.
Brilliant.
Oh!
Oh, Deep Frost!
Deep Frost!
Let's do it!
Oh, yes! Okay.
Happy to have that achievement under her belt, Pearl returns to her Sniffer Sanctuary and employs some Allays to help gather all the seeds. After all, she's got a golf course to decorate.
I originally aimed to set this up before I did the terrain so that it could be operating while I was building, but I ended up a little bit too eager to build the landscape.
But perhaps a greater multiplayer still was the so-called unsanctioned run hypnotized, roped Cub, Scar, and Jevin into, where all of them crammed themselves into the starting area at the same time.
Scar, you never miss an opportunity to show your abs, man.
Go ahead and go fast. What could go wrong? This will be fine.
Only Cub and Hypno actually made it past the minecart ride, mind you, but it was certainly a delightful treat amongst Hypno's long compilation videos of his other decked out attempts, which by now he has reached episode 51 thanks to. And given that Decked Out for him started on episode 29, at this rate he'll soon have more Decked Out videos than other Hermitcraft ones, which is an interesting thing to bring up during Stat Poker.
But a win's a win, I'll take a win.
One unexpected way Decked Out affected the server is how the Stat Poker table flipped when they had to figure out which one of them spent the least of the season crouched.
And in distance, crouched lowest number.
Oh my goodness, all the decked out stat.
iJevin posts his perspective of game night with Hypno, Cub, and Joe, as well as the scary time he had at the Total Chaos minigame, because let's face it, there is no other time to be had in Cub fans' suffering nexus.
It's still going to be fun to show you, see my point of view, because I died right away, so I had Spectator, on lock.
Though the most important stat Jevin pokes at is his amount of netherite debris mined. Turns out this whole time, Jevin has been chipping away at the nether's belly in search of metal for his netherite beacon pyramid, and by now the chippings add up to over 5,000. Naturally, there's a separate video to be had about that mining operation, but for now it's just nice to see this much of the rare material in one chest.
So one full double chest, and then another chest. Once all of these are filled up, we're done. So we'll have a special video for that. It's going to be really awesome.
But the main event everyone's talking about this week is, of course, the people invited to try out Decked Out for the day, or rather the people spending that day in the Decked Out lobby, because let's face it, it's the wild interactions between the gang and the other gang that we're really here for.
It's a person, it's a person.
It's a person.
Oh,
the Mona
Korean.
Lisa.
Self-portrait.
Give me a moment. That doesn't look
Mary
anything
Poppins?
like me.
For one, False Symmetry snatches the guests to come race her and Etho at the Iceboat racetrack. Gotta get the zoomies out and everything. But the main event seems to be them all playing Pictionary in the Decked Out waiting room, since charades are a tad cumbersome with the limited in-game avatars.
Brian, not everyone's on the same wavelength.
Ooh, throwback to the earlier game.
I'm gonna rename this room from the waiting room to the judgy room.
Props to False for getting told to build internet and tanking through it. Not only did it take them a minute to recognize what she built as a router because there wasn't a cat resting on it, but also now we can with confidence say that the Hermitcraft server does in fact have the internet. The other Hermit perspective we get on this incursion is from Rendog, who doesn't make this a formal Hermitcraft episode, but will literally walk through fire to go all in with Martin in the Littlewood as soon as GoXLR effects and improv get involved.
So it all started as this kind of thing usually does. Placing blocks around someone that's AFK, I mean, is just a rite of passage with Minecraft, right? We've all done it.
Are we sacrificing someone here? What's happening?
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
I've come to burn you all.
You did it, Ren. You summoned him.
You thought the moon was big? Just wait till you see the sun! When I get out of here, me and my coach, we're going to give you a sternly written email and a...
Yes, I was told by Gargalac you've had a serious case of gas for the last 3 millennia.
What is a Gargalac? That sounds like some kind of mouthwash.
You know Gargalac, he went to school with you. Speak to us, human.
You've joined us.
It must be spreading.
Tell us which of them you like
I
to
must
chew
contain it.
on.
Feel the light leaving the soul.
Oh, yes, I feel it. Going to lose your life!
And finally there's Doc M77, who first has to be broken out of villager hell by Zedaf.
I cannot get out. With my rocket, when I want to fly up, I just, trade. So, if you could maybe break out one of the glass blocks on foot height.
Fortunately, that villager serves his purpose shortly afterwards, as Doc triggers a raid so he can capture a raid captain Vindicator. It turns out that name tagging one of these Johnny can lead to them giving some unusual orders to the other raid mobs, something Doc demonstrates on the server after striking 2 more villagers with lightning to get some homegrown witches. Combined with the Vindicator and some precise piston pushing, Doc creates a setup where they will splash infinite regen potions on a specific area, which makes up for all the times they poisoned him. In a creative test world, Doc and 202 Names showcase the more bizarre effects of exploiting this mechanic with raid mobs, such as prompting Ravagers to bite themselves to death, which would naturally wreak havoc on Decked Out, so Doc doesn't go that far on the server itself. But he's still doing absolutely wacky stuff with mobs, setting up a slime spawning area so he can capture them one at a time and dangle them from a huge tomato plant grown in one corner of the perimeter. The plot twist comes when you realize he's the only one running this resource pack, so to everyone else, his tomatoes haven't ripened yet.
Yeah, so looking at this, man, we've been placing a lot of blocks. We've been doing insane amounts of grind.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Run, Shadowfax. Show us the meaning of haste.
Please hurry!
Okay. I'm getting
Small
there.
hiccup.
I'm a quarter of the way.
If you haven't seen it already, I finally recorded the unboxing video for my batch of Hermitcraft TCG cards. We won't spoil what I got here, but suffice it to say that I'm very happy. I have some card sleeves coming in the mail, and I'll be wandering around trading duplicates if the Hermits ever decide to host a convention. But if you're looking for some Hermitcraft-inspired art, there's something you can get for free, and right now. The Art of Scarland fanzine is a fan-made, fan-run, non-profit zine available right now for download via the link in the description. It features amazing art dedicated to Scar's base on this season and the community's vision of the park, including, among other things, an illustration by our lead writer, who is far too humble to have written this part into the script himself. What's more, with enough interest, the team of organisers will be able to make it into an actual physical release with a whole extra chapter that is in the works right now. Anyway, please blow this up so that they turn it into an actual book, because A, it's confirmed that any profits will go to charity, and B, I want one for my coffee table. And from us here on Recap, to everyone who took part, thank you so much for making this project a reality. You are amazing. The non-IRL news headline for this week is that Decked Out has an official end date. According to our sources, the dungeon will be closing its doors and the final tomes counted on Saturday, December 9th.
December 9th is the last day of Decked Out.
So next time you hear from us, the competition will be over, and presumably when the clock strikes 12, all their trophies will go back to being pumpkins. At which point the players will start their engines for the upcoming Hermitcraft Grand Prix, but we'll hear more about that as we take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Zedaf, because without an early start, he might as well not be in this race whatsoever.
Oh no!
I'm coming slowly.
No! Oh no, you've done it.
The idea of an easy rider implies the existence of a difficult rider, and dang does Zedaf look like exactly that this week. Let us introduce you to the slowest horse on Hermitcraft. Tip your waiter, he'll be here all week.
Even bad hearts?
It's just a bad horse all around. I called him Morris, but his friends call him Slow-Mo. For sure.
Though not the slowest steed possible in the game, Zed's selectively bred snail already takes as long to get backwards through a single block of cobwebs as B-Dubs takes to run a lap of the horse track.
5. Now this guy is only 0.008 blocks per second faster than the theoretical slowest ever possible horse.
Needless to say, the Z-advancement to get here has a ridiculous effort to result ratio, but there's one that took a whole entire season. That would be the Hall of All goal, where Zedaf wanted to collect one of everything he can get in Minecraft. So despite Mojang's active updates to the game, that chest pile is now finally finished.
A Hall of All has all the hole in the whole thing! Ah!
Let's give Zed a big hand here, or maybe a big leg so he can hopefully move a bit faster. If you brought your fastest horse to Rendog's racetrack, then you've clearly missed the assignment. The Icy Expressway is designed for boat races, and this week Ren is getting the Blue River ready for a 2-day live-streamed event he's calling the Hermitcraft Grand Prix. Before that can go ahead, the racers need to arrive in style through a nether portal with a thematically appropriate tunnel, and a few helpful arrows to show them where to go.
Well, that is true, except in this case, I have done a lot more than I actually wanted to for this episode.
Thanks to some extra armor stand work by Zombie Cleo, they can preview their boats before selecting them from the dispensers, and when they finally reach the home straight, they have fireworks and a podium to celebrate their triumphant return.
Well, I mean, we are both very weird, and then when you put two weird people together at like 10 PM, yeah, this is what happens.
The date of the Grand Prix is yet to be decided, but in the meantime we get a Grand Preview as Ren invites guest decked out players in the Littlewood and H-Bomb to join him for a test lap alongside False, Etho and Good Times with Scar.
Is False ahead again?
I don't know. What am I doing? I'm not doing anything different than just holding down.
You're better than us!
Well, yeah, but that was, you know.
Oh no, I accidentally
It goes without saying.
With the end date of Decked Out 2 already set in stone, the race is on to see who can emerge victorious in its final phase. Etho is still one of the favourites, although as he begins his runs for Phase 7, it's clear the dungeon has other ideas.
Whoa! Okay, that's cool. Oh, I had a feeling that was something special.
We get to see Etho entering the Burning Dark for the first time and claim his namesake slab as the first Deep Frost artifact, although he doesn't return from level 4 alive. Despite a fish saving his life at one point, the Deep Frost runs aren't kind to him and he returns to deadly difficulty, which still lives up to its name on some occasions.
Alright, well that was very close to me. Oh no! Hide me, hide me. Ah, I thought I was far enough away.
But he still ends up in the Burning Dark on at least one more run, upon which he discovers, as many players now have, a mysterious door with a barrel nearby. So there is one final mystery to solve, although if Tango's previous track record is anything to go by, it might just contain another Ravager.
It's a fun game, Tango. It has.
I don't want you guys to lose.
Made it really difficult for us,
Despite
okay?
popular belief, I don't want you guys to die all
We're not
the time.
used to the meta, and it's hurting our feelings a lot.
Despite getting kicked pretty hard by the dungeon's denizens, Etho still places second for Phase 7, and we'll see which of his two reputations he lives up to.
I mean, you've got a reputation to live up to if you keep dying on level 1 and 2. I mean,
you know, I got that washed up reputation to live up to as well.
Exactly.
I do what I can here. Oh.
No secret of the dungeon can escape Corrales' giant peepers, especially not once he gets his hands on Pearlescent Moon's map of the area.
Who's
Take a
drawn
little
this?
read.
This looks like a child has been doing this.
Now, if you've ever been to Pearl's actual art streams, you'd feel like the Microsoft Paint aesthetic here is entirely intentional. Or maybe Pearl drew this while being actively headbutted by a Ravager.
Bro, you need to help it because this is not understandable at all. Is it like upside down? Is it like an Australian version? What is this?
Your butt is upside down.
Either how, the squiggly map is as hilarious as it is accurate, and with its help, Corrales miraculously makes it through a full deadly run. Just in time, too. Poor guy was ready to give up at this point.
I did a thing! I am so happy right now. For some, this might be nonsense, but for me...
It was Tuesday.
Azuma Void puts his own spin on the guided tour to the depths, and rightfully so. Being out of the game for a while now, only a custom deck from the Dungeon Master can assure his survival through the Burning Dark.
Block one block, give you 2 treasure, and until block increases, each block blocked gives +2 treasure. I think that one lost me a bit, Tango.
But X is determined to show the toughest level to his viewers, which is a tall order given how Wardens blind you basically the moment your Y coordinate flinches.
Wow!
There you go. Welcome to level 4, assuming.
Oh my god. Right, now what's on level 4? More Wardens?
There's more Wardens down there, yep.
With Cub as his seeing eye, Azuma navigates back, which certainly gives justice to the final decked out level, as well as to Cub's knowledge of the area at this point.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much, man, for guiding me.
Yeah. Hope it was enjoyable. Hope it was fun.
And no wonder when he almost exclusively runs Deep Frost for the entire phase now.
We have Bounding Strides now, which was the last sort of uncommon that's always up that we needed. So now we have to basically go Deep Frost all the time in order to get the cards we want, in order to get some rare cards.
Hypnotized is not far behind, keeping his tumbler on the deadly difficulty only, and getting entirely too familiar with Willy the Drowned at this point to see him as a viable threat.
There's no way I'm recklessly charging in here, but I will sneak jump around.
I'll tell you what's real threatening though, a giant volcano seemingly erupting in your backyard.
It barely fits inside the park.
No, the Hermitcraft server is not running the Cataclysm mod all of a sudden, though you could assume as much from Good Times with Scar's thumbnail for the week. In reality, the airborne lava is all made out of coloured and layered glass, the smoke rising through the sky being but a backdrop to Scar's Adventureland section of his park. And Scar makes it a point to build all the plant life the eruption has not yet burned down. and makes another point on how H-Bomb canonically smuggled an elephant tusk off the server.
And H-Bomb wanted me to break this one piece of tusk so they weren't symmetrical, and that is now lore that H-Bomb, when he came to play Decked Out, wanted it that way.
And still the most mad lad development of the episode is Scar paying 64 diamonds to buy the That's What She Said horn from Cub Fans Museum twice.
And I had to take a lot of time and think long and hard.
That's what she said.
So we're just done with phrasing, right? That's not a thing anymore?
And finally there's Doc M77, and maybe because the neighbor's volcano seems more active these days, but Doc is in his cleanup phase. You can tell because he's dressed as a maid.
The scale is just, you always underestimate the scale of things.
And while Impulse SV has his rap career well underway with the release of a Hermit Fam music video, Doc now has people making metal for him. And we don't just mean his copper farm.
I think I listened to the song 100 times, man. Big shoutouts to F4os.
It is fortunate he has a copper farm though, because he works on some more wall decorations and high-rise apartments to one side of the Hall of Goat, where the ancient people of the perimeter would apparently flex on each other from time to time.
And yeah, the whole area is an area where the more wealthy or the high priest or something like that live, the more, you know, ambitious in society, or the more fortunate, however you want to look at it.
Doc's other achievement this week is guiding H-Bomb through the brutal gauntlet of Decked Out, helping out from a free cam perspective. And technically, some of H gets to the Burning Dark.
Okay, look down, look down.
As soon as the TNT drops.
No! Oh no! No, no!
I can't see a thing! What was happening?
But who watches The Watchmen? The Watchman's child, obviously, who is already quite keen to see more Decked Out, so hopefully they'll enjoy the final phase just as much as we will.
Here and there they're allowed to sit on my lap like for 5 or 10 minutes and watch me play a little bit. Zu Decked Out rüber. Decked Out hat zurzeit geschlossen.
This week on Hermitcraft. And this week brings you the final swan song of the Decked Out 2 dungeon.
You, sir! Can we just talk?
With Phase 8 over and Phase 9 in full swing, we eagerly await the conclusion of this 2-month-long quest to the bottom of Tango Tech's sanity. What secrets still await us in the deep? Well, not many, thanks to Pearlescent Moon's quest to seek out all the game's hidden treasures. Not to dip too much into what may be next week's news supply, but a secret door labelled as the Dungeon Master's Hideout has been discovered within the deeper level, and since has been breached to some spectacular results. Still, here on the recap, we try not to get into livestream VODs, since they're out of sync with the YouTube episodes, and we think it's fair to give the Hermits a chance to tell this story themselves before we put our extra spin on it.
I want to show you guys the entirety of the full run here, despite the fact that we did it live on Twitch.
We do have confirmation that Decked Out will be staying open after the competition wraps up to make room for multiplayer and challenge runs, achievement hunting, and whatever casual or revenge people decide to take in the aftermath of this place kicking their butts.
And then we'll see afterwards there will be shenanigans, and maybe we can do collab runs and other stuff. No longer in the, you know, who wins the thing mode. We can have more fun with the game, and I'm also looking forward to that.
In the meantime, we have Azuma finishing his base, Hypno delving too deep and too greedily, Cubfan accomplishing the most bonkers run of the game, and Doc M. He is Doc M, need I say more? And with all that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Hypnotized, as he recklessly charges through Phase 8 runs, except for this one time when he almost didn't make it through the entrance door in time.
Anyway, armor is on. We have a level 3 bottom. Oh, gotta go, Indiana Jones style, woo! Barely made it.
By now, having gotten a better grip on the levels than most, Hypno has successfully evolved his strategy into shift jumping through the first couple of levels, seemingly in an attempt to save on saturation. Never mind that this makes his footage look like it's been captured by an especially adventurous bunny.
We're looting and scooting. Well, we're just looting now.
Naturally, the Wardens of the Deep levels take the pep right out of his step, and his Phase 8 ends with him only taking home 4th place. Who came in first? Well, you could say Cubfan135 sure tried his best at it, given his offering for the week includes what's colloquially referred to as Run 11.
To say this run was crazy is an understatement, and it was so wild.
Run 11 is quite frankly amazing, though the most special moment comes near the middle of the delve when the Warden community decides to hold a get-together in this one particular hallway intersection, and it just so happens to be the one place between Cub and bringing an old friend's pickaxe home.
There's all of them right here. There's a guy right there. We gotta go past him.
Not to be warded off, Cubfan sneaks right into the closed quarters and essentially runs through the 3 sniffing wardens before any of them attack, only to realize the turn he took leads to a dead end, at which point Cub turns around and bolts through the murder corridor for the 2nd time.
No, not like this. Holy smokes. They mad. They big mad. They big mad. Oh my god, okay. Wow, look at all the treasure! What is happening with the treasure?
After such festivities, it's no wonder Cub switches to Deep Frost difficulty permanently, no doubt chasing the adrenaline rush of the experience. His exploits do bring in the final 2 artifacts his museum was missing, the Dungeon Master's Key, funny name on that one, isn't it? And the Pink Shepherd's Staff, the clear homage to the first and primary beta tester of the whole thing, Zedaf. Naturally, we all eagerly await the even more roguelike version of the game, Chris's mod. And if you don't get this joke, neither do I. Sloy wrote it and giggled for some reason.
There's a creeper in the level 4 tango! There's a creeper there!
Another delight to the museum keeper is that someone has accidentally broken the animated nether brick from the dungeon door and, consequently, stolen it. There is no way to prove nor disprove whether or not it was in fact Keralis, as the item was donated to the museum anonymously, but if you ask me, the MO checks out.
So thank you to that anonymous hermit who asked not to be named for fear of reprisal by the Dungeon Master, but...
Regardless, Phase 8 ends with Etho once again in 1st place with a mind-boggling 63 victory tomes. So much for that not trying to win just collecting cards approach, huh? While the competition intensifies, Azuma Void is gunning for a different cup. With Rendog's Iceboat race prepping for a server-wide Grand Prix, Azuma dedicates an episode to exactly how he will be winning that, even going as far as researching the camera angle adjustments the bumps in the road apply to the vehicle, as well as trying out playing with a controller to have a finer control on the ride.
And it was made infinitely more enjoyable by the master editing of my friend Chimera Dev, who put together this fantastic footage.
We can only assume next video he'll be playing with a steering wheel and then a set of bananas.
This is... wait a minute. I don't know what left and right is. Oh, that's left... Okay, quick, go back. Oh my god. No, this is really bad.
Still, not all of his time is spent drilling the boating license. There's still some finishing touches to be applied to his main series base. And the sooner he touches and finishes that crowd of monsters that spawned in his cactus farm, the better.
Hello! Oh! Jeez! Little ones could cause a... oh my god, it's gonna be the death of me!
With the cacti composting plant once again operational and the ice farm bridge done and finished, Azuma really has finished his main base build of the season, which is not something we get to say on this show often, and especially not with the scale some members are gunning for. Case in point, Doc M77.
People often ask me, Doc, man, you've been grinding super hard the past few weeks, how do you not feel burned or whatever? But I make sure I have success moments in the grind. All I look at is a completed, finished piece, and that, gives you those moments of success that you feel that the grind is worth it.
Doc's perimeter is coming along in leaps and bounds, mostly because that's what the slimes have to do to stick to the tomato plants he's been growing along the walls. But he has plenty more inspiration for the walls, courtesy of some community fan art that's really put his brain into gear, and cog, and other steampunk things he can build.
That inspired me a lot, and so thank you so much. Work together like that, and you guys feel inspired and do pieces like that. You have no idea how much inspiration I draw from your drawings. Pun intended.
In the meantime, he floods yet more of the perimeter, both so he can wave goodbye to the last of the area's mob spawns, and so he can build a flooded road, with blocks carefully curated to prevent any unwanted hostiles, but also to connect to all the apartment buildings piled up along each wall. Finally, he ventures into decked out while he still can, but having started the run with cold fingers, it feels appropriate that he ends the run on fire.
No way. No. Stupid bounding strides. I thought I made this jump. I have nothing to eat.
And this week, the doors on the dungeon finally close with a resounding thud as the decked out competition concludes. A winner is crowned, another winner is crowned for a completely different reason, and whatever secrets remain will have to be left for the developer commentary track we will encourage Tango Tech to post ASAP.
You gotta lift his nose.
Shut up!
Oh, that's great.
Of course, the pick of shame still exists if anyone wants to use it to crowbar their way in for an unsanctioned, non-competitive, game-breaking fun run, or just to host a Ravager-themed birthday party. But they're running out of time to do that because with the end of Phase 9 of Decked Out comes the end of Phase 9 of Hermitcraft. Well, more or less, with a couple of server members posting final videos and retrospectives already, despite some of them falling outside the week we're covering in this recap, the writing's on the wall, or at least the subscription feed.
Season 9 of Hermitcraft is coming to an end very soon, and that means that there's going to be a 10th season.
Though the work on the bases and the builds seems to be winding down, the cast still has some things up their sleeves, like the Blue River Grand Prix boat race, and also Vault Hunters is still going on, although you think they would have caught that vault by now. But word on the street is we're getting a world download as a Christmas present, so I hope that's what you asked Santa for. And in the meantime, our present to you is taking a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Etho, who's still posting from the distant past.
I do realize this episode is a little bit on the late side. I do apologize for that.
Having been sick for most of Phase 8, he waited until he was recovered before post-commentating his attempts, which was entirely worth it, because despite having a severe case of the sniffles at the time, he was absolutely crushing it in the dungeon.
Do I get off the wall? Yeah, I do get off the wall. Good choice, Etho. Yeah, you don't want to be playing on the walls when there's wardens. That guy's just right there.
Opting to run on deadly difficulty for the sake of consistency, and having removed a couple of cards that caused hazard from his deck, he mostly aims to leave the dungeon with at least 40 embers, the better to buy victory tomes on every successful lap. It turns out everyone's gangster until Etho starts dual-wielding hoes.
God, I think he's gonna hoe me. He's got his hoe out. You can play this game. What the...
Even if his own actions confuse him a little in the post-commentary phase, we get to see what we already knew last week. Etho ends the penultimate phase of Decked Out, basically doubling the victory points of the other contenders for first place. It's a close race at the top, but by this point, Etho seems to have enough left in the tank.
I don't even know how. You, sir. Can we just talk?
The idea to stay deadly rather than frostburned comes to Hypnotized as well as he dashes through his final runs of the phase, parenthesis, part 1.
Throwing away runs just to learn how to do a certain floor doesn't make sense. So we're doing deadly only this phase. I know a lot of people wanted me to do Deep Frost, and I'd love to see that new content, but I feel like if I'm doing competitive Decked Out, I'm trying to like score points.
There are a few novelties in his way, however, as Tango has once again adjusted a few passages, tweaked a few jumps, and added a rare event where a fake warden jump scares you while still in the entry minecart. There is, however, an even rare occasion Hypno encounters where instead of shrieking at you, the Yeti jump scare tells you they're Cleo.
Hi, I'm Cleo.
Okay. That's great. Hi, I'm Cleo. Oh boy.
Holding back never got anyone fuzzy slippers though, and so Cubfan135 dives deep in his own desperate bid for victory tomes, even when there are only 2 hours left before the phase is officially over.
That's what she said.
Oh my god, jeez! Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying, Scar. Thank you for that, bro. I'm like trying to focus here, and then all of a sudden Michael Scott comes out of nowhere.
His dedication pays off only laterally. Turns out Corrales got the Fuzzy Slippers artifact all on his own.
We have a goal, and that goal is to get Corrales the Fuzzy Bunny Slippers. Amazingly, last night that goal happened without us doing a single thing.
But once the 2 hours are up and the score is settled, Tango Tech reveals that ultimately Cub will be coming home with the 2nd place trophy. Not just for Phase 9 either, but for the whole entire game.
Tier player of all S tier players, Cub Affair.
Third place miraculously goes out to Good Times with Scar, who all of a sudden stormed into the leaderboard, submitting more points than sounds possible given how the same guy couldn't even use a compass back when we started. But the final winner of Decked Out ultimately is Etho. And also he won Decked Out 2.
The defending champion retains his title.
Let's go.
Tango makes sure to provide custom cards to the three, congratulating them on their time in the dungeon and highlighting the exact playstyles in the flavor text, as well as installing a display at Etho's overcomplicated base. Seriously, the guy made a giant roguelike in survival Minecraft, and even he's baffled by what's going on with the redstone here.
Of Etho's base here that he never got to. He had some big plans. Didn't really get to them. I totally understand, though.
But even this is not quite the end of the Decked Out 2 saga, because you see, there is a whole other winner we need to talk about. And it's not just we the audience this time.
By the way, the final level here, the Burning Dark, had many secrets in it. There may be something in there, and there may be something underneath here. It was incredible.
While Etho is crowned the winner of Decked Out, Pearlescent Moon had already been crowned its queen. We won't go into the specifics here because the video itself deserves watching, but suffice it to say the Burning Dark had many secrets to uncover and puzzle to solve, and Pearl was a match for all of them. Mapping out levels, observing mechanics, and dutifully hiding things that were not to be shown on camera until the deeds were done, Pearl unlocked the secret of the Dungeon Master's Den, returned to the surface to cash in a record-breaking 90 Ember run, and ultimately delivered a secret code word to Tango on top of the tallest tower of the Frost Citadel.
I am the Dungeon Master now. Eh?
At which point Tango basically said, "I know, I've been watching you the whole time," and handed over a crown.
You deserve to wear the hood today, not me. I am so proud of you, Pearl. You're amazing. You're amazing.
Pearl has officially mastered the dungeon, which by Chocolate Factory rules means she probably has to build it next time. Either that or Tango's going to have to add a Pearl mode lever.
Glow mode, hypno mode, and gem mode. I'm making all kinds of noise right now.
And seeing how Pearl is the new Dungeon Master now, it makes sense that Zombie Cleo uses her for their Dungeon Lackey run. Game recognized game, royalty recognized royalty.
You know what? I wouldn't have had my other runs if you didn't give me the shards.
That's true.
In fact, these are apparently your leftover shards. Yeah,
that's embarrassing that that's the thing that's there.
While King Pearl coaching them through the fried pit part of the game is certainly the highlight of the video, Cleo actually includes their POV of a few other events we might have mentioned on the recap before. Such as their part of the third degree conversation with Vintage Beef, in which he has to only answer truthfully, so they certainly consider asking him his social security number.
What's the longest amount of time you've ever been awake and why?
Let's see, what's 24 plus 12?
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
In the 11th hour, Doc M is still adding decorative touches to the perimeter, adding another community-submitted mural that tells the story of the area flooding.
So it was a lot of going back and forth and back and forth. Definitely one of the more tedious ones. Man, they are doing amazing work. Thank you so much for that amazing piece.
Indeed, the natural world seems to be encroaching on many sides of the perimeter, with scars suddenly growing a forest right up against the corner where Doc's land blends into Adventureland. On the opposite side, the incredibly unnatural silhouette of Scabland Castle is taking shape, but between those, Doc builds a platform and a road leading from the landmarks of the perimeter pit up to his elevator. And flanking this platform, he builds more goat statues built from copper and sandstone. It's a good thing he didn't build them out of hay bales, because at this time of year they'd probably get burned down or eaten by birds. Naturally, this being Doc, he also can't help but add some tomato slimes piled up on top of the archway as decoration.
Little sit here with a little bit of a gap, then we can put one here. It's fun detail work.
In the meantime, Ijevin here dug up, if not a perimeter, then certainly a volume.
What is going on? I must get debris.
A man of his word, Jevin openly regrets ever saying that he would actually build a full netherite block beacon pyramid.
And I'll be honest with you, if I could give you advice on making this beacon, just don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
But build it he does, becoming the first player to do so on the Hermitcraft server. For the grand triangling, Jevin gathers the Hermit family to cheer him on as the celebratory black fireworks shatter the sky.
Oh my goodness! Look at that! Oh, the black fireworks, nice So cool looking.
Oh my god, my ears.
And really, any project that lets you use the 597 days later splash screen deserves a good celebration. And a nap. Like, lots of naps, really.
So next season you're gonna do a double beacon.
Doc, I'm expecting you to do a double beacon.
One, Doc.
Jevin, you are the machine.
I've been working on it for so long. Although it's complete and in front of my face and I can see it, it doesn't feel like it's done.
On a personal note, speaking as someone who's also done this to themselves in the past, I fully endorse Jevin's advice that you should not try this at home. Here's something else you shouldn't do, courtesy of Rendog, who continues his work on the most intentionally ugly thing he can imagine.
I have not forgotten about the project, guys. In fact, I have spent the last 5 or 6 days solid working on this project.
Scabland Castle even includes some crimes against building he committed unintentionally, but he's a victim of his own conviction and decides to keep them there. At least he gets the satisfying moment of watching the concrete convert, and in an excellent display of logic, he decides he'd better light up the whole thing to prevent it from being a mob farm, because it's a parody of Scarland, which is a mob farm.
Which I guess is kind of ironic, because if anything, this place should be covered in creepers and mobs, but yeah, we are trying to stick true to our mantra.
Scabland's final transgression is a much more common one. With the season ending soon, it will remain unfinished, which we think is perfectly fitting given its mission statement. But Rendog himself has the mission of hosting an incredible Grand Prix event on the Blue River Raceway, which now has a catch-up mechanic, allowing racers the opportunity to rubber band their way to victory by holding onto an elytra and collecting fireworks dispensed by the other contestants passing through checkpoints in front of them, then breaking their boats and bullet billing their way towards pole position.
Of course, there is some skill involved in getting out your boat, breaking it as fast as possible, and you have to pick the boat up after.
And finally, Azumavoid takes Ren for a ride, hoping to squeeze out the secrets of ultimate velocity out of the only man who has a lower time than him on the iceboat racetrack. The secret may be just that he built the thing and as such spent a lot of time testing it.
Yeah, I decided you should probably come to a full stop and then... Oh, wow, that was much better.
What you want to do is you want to aim to hit this pillar here at speed and bounce back into the lane. Did you see that?
Okay. I get you.
Yeah. It's hard though.
Well, joke's on him, Azuma's got to go faster because he brought his own music. No, for real, that's his original track he used as the background tunes. But also X is taking us all the way to the finish line in more ways than one, because it's his video this week that officially announces the end of the current Hermitcraft season.
No, you will not kill me! I'm doing the off!
As Azuma takes his time to go through all the builds and projects he personally took on over these past 2 years, he confirms that Season 9 will be ending soon and that Season 10 is inevitable. Perhaps his endgame was always to take us to Hermitcraft X. This week, on Hermitcraft, you... No, seriously, the world download is out. Why haven't you downloaded it yet? Welcome for the final time of Season 9 to the Hermitcraft Recap. My name is Pixelriffs, our writer is ZloyXP. Captions on this video were provided by Liara. And while we took a holiday break, on Hermitcraft Season 9, the world was ending. We can't even blame the moon for this one. The official announcement that the season was ending came during Rendog's Blue River Raceway Grand Prix event, and yet the Hermits kept uploading, if only to bid the longest ever season of Hermitcraft a fond farewell and remind us that yes, that thing you vaguely remember from 2 years ago was still part of Season 9. There was also just enough time to tidy up a few builds, get in a round of TCG Battle Royale, complete a advancement or two, and leave signs telling all the world downloaders how not to break stuff.
Check this out, guys. Lots of hermits hanging out on today. I think everybody's recording their last episodes right now, or at least trying to get some last-minute footage before the server closes down.
And for us, there's just time to begin the new year with a look back at everything Season 9 has brought us through the lens of the final few videos the Hermits posted as the season concluded. There may still be a few to come, since video production takes time and they had holidays of their own to take, but here's our retrospective on their retrospectives. We're naturally going to miss some stuff, but hey, that's what the last 93 episodes of this show were for. So with that out of the way, let's take a look back at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this season.
Without further ado, let's get into the screenshots from Hermitcraft and other things over the last about 2 years.
Starting with Tango Tech as he goes through the memory lane of the season, throwing you for a loop that no, he did other stuff before building Decked Out 2.
Let's be honest, it was a risk. I had no idea how good it would turn out or if the Hermits would play it. I love this tunnel and the sound effects.
Sure, by now it would be easy to forget that it's him who helped Green and Scar with the Emerald Farm, or the completely bonkers Copper Farm that he assembled with the auto-curing Drowned and their summon mechanic.
Copper Farm. I mean, there's better farms out there now, but this one was pretty fun. Do you guys remember this? Yeah, the witches are still here. Oh my gosh.
But what's downright astounding to rediscover is that he was also the one to build the common room of this season's Nether Hub, with all the effort and artistic skill that required. And then of course there's Decked Out 2, the game to end all games. As in, it literally did end the season. A roguelike deck-building adventure made entirely within survival Minecraft, but we've praised it enough over the past 9 weeks, haven't we? Heck, Hypnotized is still releasing his dungeon runs. Part 2 of that Phase 9 is out last week. Look at that!
Oh, and I should also mention that, of course, there will be a world download for this season, as always, and I'm going to go through a lot of effort to really make sure that Decked Out is in the perfect, ready to be played, because I know a lot of you are desperately waiting to play it.
On the flip side, actually face up in attack position, is Vintage Beef, who freely admits the Hermitcraft TCG was really the only thing he did this season, but boy did he do it. The single match of TCG Battle Royale is not even the crowning achievement, especially not for Beef, who gets bullied by False Symmetry and Joe Hills, drowns in a moment of indecision, and after 15 minutes has a reasonably serviceable deck of cards, while the other season challengers like Etho and Cub are able to sweep the competition. No, the crowning achievement is of course the physical release of Hermitcraft TCG, which, like the Season 9 World download, is now bringing joy to fans worldwide, not even counting over 500,000 virtual matches played online. It's bringing slightly more joy to CubFan135, who got an extra booster pack as the prize for winning the Battle Royale event.
Use the bow, and that's the game.
That's it! The bow knocks out Poultry, man.
Do you know what? It's also safe to say Beef is looking forward to doing something other than making card games, and he's moving forward into Season 10 with a bunch more collaborative ideas in mind.
Season 10 plans. I plan to do more things with the Hermits.
It's a point of pride for Rendog that, quite aside from hosting the huge event of the Grand Prix on the biggest iceboat racetrack Hermitcraft has ever seen, he's been at the centre of community activity for a while. Despite the dramatics and theatrics, his reign as the king of the server united the entire cast with the purposes of performing deeds in the name of the crown, earning rewards, fixing the inflated diamond economy, and to some, providing a villain they could foil. So it's worth remembering that Ren had his own storyline arriving into Season 9, where Gigacorp took center stage, dispatching him pies, supplies, and rockets from the skies.
That involved some very serious, dramatic stuff happening in space. That's fine, I don't have enough time left in the season to do anything anyway, so I tell you what, guys, we're gonna figure out how to take this storyline into Season 10.
Ren has plans to continue exploring the mysterious corporation's motivations in Season 10, and he deserves to get some answers after he named a successful pie business, a log business, and then an entire island after them. We presume they'll disavow having anything to do with Scabland, but we personally love the irony of the server's former king constructing the intentionally ugliest castle on the server.
And we also ended up putting the castle backwards by mistake.
More than anything, Ren's video is a retrospective on all the ambitious plans and heartwarming moments he shared with the other hermits. Which is why it's a beautiful juxtaposition with the gang getting together for another round of Pearlescent Moon's Bingo, which can be summarized as a fun collecting minigame with murder. The participants, split into multiple teams of 2, had to run through the room dodging each other and the cleaning lady, all the while rummaging through the trash chests in search for the items on their bingo card. When killed by Pearl, they had to surrender one item of her choice off the board.
She said we couldn't bring it outside under pearls, but we can
One more.
Out of chests.
Did you use one, Joe?
I know this one
Yeah,
too.
you said we could use
Kill him.
anything that was in the chest.
Kill him.
Not use them.
Ban him from the game.
Kill him.
Which gives you a reasonable idea of what it was like to be Pearl's neighbour. But Impulse SV gives us a deeper perspective, reflecting on his collaborations with the Soup Group, a team that was brought together by having their butts handed to them by a woodland mansion on basically day one.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I carry the soups and I give them to our supervisor, Jem.
Oh,
Right.
gosh.
Right.
Okay.
Well, we can go now.
Impulse montages his way through personal highlights of the season, from making a Wither Skull farm with Tango, to the ambitious plans of Illuminate and iBuy, to his Dwarven Keep in the Soup Group base area, and the time he built a raid farm by Gemini Tay's base twice.
This has been such a fun way to just have bases that connect, and we did things the whole season where we were sending messages to each other and secret meetings, and
It's just been such a fantastic time.
Impulse doesn't give away too much about his plans for the next season, but I'm secretly hoping he finds an excuse to keep the beard. In the meantime, the walls of Gemini Tay's base will surely remember the few impulses she hasn't cleared out since the last prankening.
After all, the soup just would not be the same without all of its ingredients.
With her final video, Gem takes the opportunity to look over the vast effort it took to bring her elven base to life, along with the cherry Yggdrasil she made, beating the Minecraft developers to it, mind you. From the quartz pier to the prismarine roofs, her castle sure makes for a grand hat for Impulse's base. And after all that building, I bet it's nice to put Season 9 behind you, Gem!
Very brave of you, Gem.
I'm not feeling very brave, Impulse.
A lot of progress is being put behind around Scarland, behind the camera, mind you, for now.
Let's break the seal on this building, and you can see we've got one heck of an interior.
As Good Times with Scar states, he's actually not ready to let go of his favourite project of the lifetime, the Scarland theme park. And who can blame him with the way it came out so far? Scar promises to keep working on it on a world download now that one's available.
This is such a killer view from the office, and when I was struggling to get this all done, it just kept inspiring me to finish the project, and it was super inspiring, so...
But even before that, he's got quite a few extra interiors done between videos, just so we, the fans, get to explore a more complete version of his vision. In short, there are now many more hot guy posters and calendars within the premises. They don't quite match the scale of Doc M77's posters though, but he might be the only one with walls big enough. Doc admits his full plan for the perimeter could have taken another year to fully complete, but for the sake of the world download, he adds a facade to the elevator so people can visit what he's built. And given the focus he's taken on community art contributions, I'm sure he wouldn't be mad if you build your own murals in some of the blank sections in the world download.
One thing's for sure. We don't want to get people stuck in my hole, right?
Doc's tour of the Season 9 world reminds us that he began with yet more update suppressor shenanigans, mostly for the sake of a sand shop, but continued to break the game in new and exciting ways, whether it was catching ghasts to prank Grian and mine for netherite, or trapping wardens for a tunnel bore.
Oh, wow. This is actually the very first pickaxe we made on the server.
There was one more thing Doc certainly overdid hilariously before the season ran out, and that's his part in Zedaf's final spying challenge.
Sight!
Oh, man! What? That's not... Doc is here!
In a last-ditch attempt to get secret pictures of all the hermits he hasn't caught on tape yet, Zedaf tells multiple members to come and see him at his base. The plot twist, of course, being that they will not see him, not amongst these dozens of armor stands dressed as him. The hermits are tasked with finding Zed, and the Zed is tasked with them not finding him. And also, one of the armor stands turns out to be Doc M, pretending to be an armor stand, pretending to be Zedaf.
Okay, so you're over that side, okay.
There's more than I anticipated. There's so many yous.
Only one of them's really me, though, Ren.
Probably not one of the Zedafs. You wear some other skin.
I'm dressed as a horse.
He's in the walls.
He's in the goddamn wall!
Plan Naruto goes off without a hitch, but the final Z advancement of the season is not his after all. Well, not his alone. Ijevin suddenly comes in clutch and brings with him the only fully netherite beacon pyramid on the server, thus earning himself a Z advancement cup and scoring Zedaf one heck of a finisher for the season of accomplishments.
You get the special shiny one, and now please take it away from me. I can't have the pressure of having this in my base any longer.
All right.
The general successes of Hermitcraft, meanwhile, are well documented thanks to Cubfan135's museum. And also the videos, obviously, but you gotta give it to him, he catalogued everything much clearer than our 90-some recaps could.
Greetings and welcome to the Hermitcraft Museum of History and Culture. So there you go. So it just guides you through the entire thing. You'll see these symbols throughout the museum here.
Hilariously, Cubfan starts his last episode of Season 9 with reminding us that he never actually planned to have a big base this season, and admittedly he didn't. He had 3 big bases. The root basement at Spawn serving as his starter house, the Total Chaos minigame of Murder with Extra Murder, and the Grand Museum of Hermitcraft, no, not that one, the other one.
My TCG Pyramid, the home of the Pharaoh. This season, I think this really helped people enjoy TCG a lot.
His dedication to running the project far out of their original scale is admirable, as all 3 kept growing all throughout the season, much to the dismay and demise of the people partaking. But on the upside, the people visiting the world download can examine the history of the server by simply visiting his museum, as opposed to watching our 12-hour-long movie cut of all the recaps stitched together. What sure didn't fit into the exhibits is False Symmetry's main build of the season, the Mountain Castle she's been chipping away at the entire 2 years. As such, it has grown into a sizable build, big enough to run an Elytra course and a boat race through.
I've of course finished the back, yes. I've broken the tradition. Oh my goodness, I forgot about the mini game district. We're not going to worry about that right now. And also the side. I think the side was the thing that was completely unfinished, so...
A similar season-long project is Zombie Cleo's Atlantean Floating Castle. The final look is quite impressive for something that started out as an arrangement of boxes, but also as something Cleo was endlessly pulled away from to do armor stand decorations on other people's projects.
If you go to the World Download, which is out now, hello kitty, you can go and wander around. Every part of my base is walkable. I love this. If you can ignore the fact that those are some really solid pillows, the little pillow fight is cute.
Despite that, there's plenty of decorations and characters populating the final version of this build, all of which Cleo handily showcases with their full cinematic flyby of the place. It's a very impressive round of Skyblock, needless to say.
This has been my last day on the server. It's not the last video, but this is part of my last days on the server.
As Mumbo says a brief farewell to Season 9, he gives a little insight into his creative process and his return to feeling a sense of fulfillment creating Minecraft videos. We're looking forward to whatever he brings to Season 10, especially if it's as influential as his slime farm was.
I make things I want to make. I don't care about statistics or growing a huge following. I'm just doing my own thing, and you can come along for the ride if you fancy it.
And finally, Grian gets the last word. In his hour-and-a-half epic, Grian takes time to visit every base on Hermitcraft and leave a sign with some kind words for everyone. Except Mumbo, who now can't complain about not finishing the back of the base ever again.
I genuinely think this might be the first ever series that I've been part of where I have finished the back of my base, and Mumbo hasn't.
It's hard to see as anything but personal growth when he also takes a moment to leave a sign for himself, admitting that he's proud of this season's accomplishments. We're proud of you too, Grian, but Grumbot may not be, so maybe don't trust him with delivering you to next season, and there he goes.
Take me to Season 10.
And that's about it for this season's recaps. Our writer is LoyXP, and my name is Pixel Riffs. Captions on this video were provided by Liara. Don't forget to leave a like while you're still here, and subscribe so you won't miss future recaps. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next season.